A luxury ship, fashionable passengers are enjoying luxurious entertainment, while a lonely figure stands on the bow, staring at the dark sea. That man was Lu Qi, and behind his handsome face was an unspeakable sadness. When Lu Qi was 6 years old, he lost his parents and lived alone with his elderly grandfather. His grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the village, and when he was 13 years old, Lu Qi could treat the villagers. Although his life was simple, he never felt lonely until his grandfather died, leaving behind a yellowed marriage certificate telling him that he had to fulfill a childhood marriage. With uncertainty about the future, Lu Qi left his hometown and came to the provincial capital, where he picked up a cruise ship ticket worth 66,800 yuan, as if it was arranged by God. After boarding the ship, he found out that the cruise ship was rented by a wealthy businessman and the passengers were all social elites. Facing these upper-class people, Lu Qi felt like a toad who didn't belong here. At this moment, a woman in a red dress walked towards him and introduced herself with a smile. "My name is Nie Xiaoro." Her eyes were full of mystery and temptation, which made Lu Qi's heart beat faster. The two chatted speculatively, but suddenly a cold command came from behind. "Move aside. Young Master Wang is coming over." Nie Xiaorong handed him a wine glass with a smile, her eyes full of mystery and temptation. Lu Qi's heart beat faster. He didn't expect to meet such a charming woman on this cruise ship. She was the owner of a beauty chain and had a successful career, which made Lu Qi admire her. The two were chatting happily, and Nie Xiaorong suddenly asked, "Lu Qi, what business are you in?" Lu Qi was stunned for a moment and fell silent. Just then, a group of young people wearing famous brands came over, and one of them said coldly, "Get out of the way, young Master Wang is coming over." Behind young Master Wang was a group of gorgeously dressed followers. They looked at Lu Qi with contempt in their eyes. Lu Qi remained unmoved and responded coldly, "I also have the right to enjoy the scenery here. Wait for me to finish." Nie Xiaorong hurriedly reminded in a low voice, "He is the son of the Wang group. It is best to avoid conflict." Lu Qi shook his head and said firmly, "I'm not afraid of him." Seeing Wang Xiao's followers approaching, Lu Qi went forward without flinching. An attendant suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Lu Qi by the collar, and threatened, "Get out of here, or I'll be rude to you." Lu Qi pushed the man away and then kicked him down. The atmosphere around him instantly became tense. Just as Lu Qi was preparing to deal with the next conflict, the yellow-haired man suddenly fell to the ground, twitching in pain. Lu Qi realized something was wrong and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd, stretched out his hand to feel the yellow-haired man's pulse, and found that his pulse was disordered and his face was pale. He pushed through the crowd and hurriedly said to a middle-aged man, "Don't touch him. He may have an acute myocardial infarction." The middle-aged man asked anxiously, "Doctor, will my son be okay? As long as you can save him, I will definitely repay you." Hearing this, Lu Qi realized that the man was Huang Mao's father, and all his anger disappeared. He told the man, "Let him lie down gently. I'll go get something." Before he finished speaking, Lu Qi rushed back to his room, knowing that time was running out and he couldn't delay any longer. He quickly took out the silver needle and acupunctured Huang Mao skillfully. As the needle was inserted, Huang Mao's breathing became slightly more stable, and Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He is out of danger. At this time, several doctors arrived. Seeing that Wang Chunyu's condition had improved, they were immediately surprised and said, "3 needles for the heart. This is really an emergency acupuncture method." The doctor said to Wang Biao, "Chairman Wang, thanks to this miracle doctor, your son is now on the verge of life and death." Lu Qi did not stop and continued to deal with the emergency situation calmly. All this made people around him look at him with admiration. Wang Biao was filled with gratitude and immediately clasped his fist to thank Lu Qi. "Little doctor, you saved my son. I really don't know how to repay you." He took out a black gold card from his waist and handed it to Lu Qi. The people around him were surprised when they saw the card. Black gold card. Only the masters of the Fortune 500 can have this. However, Lu Qi refused the gift without hesitation and said calmly, "Mr. Wang, I just did my duty as a doctor. You don't need to thank me so much." After refusing, he turned around and prepared to leave. The audience around him began to talk about it, praising Lu Qi for not being moved by money and having a noble character. Wang Biao was deeply impressed by Lu Qi's behavior and handed him a business card. "Dr. Lu, I rented this cruise ship and I also hosted the entertainment activities. You have excellent medical skills. Would you consider becoming my personal doctor? He smiled and added, don't rush to answer. You can think about it. After leaving, Nie Xiaorong walked towards Lu Qi with more curiosity and admiration in her eyes. Dr. Lu, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so superb. Even Chairman Wang praised you. It looks like we could become good friends. She smiled and stretched out her hand. Her delicate gesture made Lu Qi feel a little uncomfortable, and he quickly responded, Ms. Nia, I'm tired. I'll go back to my room and rest first. Before he finished speaking, he quickened his pace and left quickly. Nia Xiaorong looked at his back and thought to herself, he is sunny and handsome, has excellent medical skills, and is 1.87 meters tall. Humph, it seems that it is not just his appearance that attracts people. She walked back to her room. Late at night, Lu Qi tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Just as he was about to open the window for some fresh air, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a roar of thunder and a violent storm. The cruise ship's radio broadcast an emergency notice. Passengers, please avoid going near the deck and stay in a room as much as possible to avoid danger. The wind and rain grew stronger. The ship began to sway slightly, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. At the same time, the captain and the chief engineer held an emergency meeting in the cockpit. The equipment manager reported, the navigation system and satellite communications are out of order, and we cannot accurately determine the current location and weather. The captain frowned and commanded, turn on the radio communication immediately and look for nearby ships. The storm intensified, and the ship's condition became more and more serious. The crew worked nervously, and every passenger on the cruise ship could feel the unknown danger that was about to come. At this point, the cruise ship had already exceeded the predetermined safety range, and weather conditions were becoming increasingly worse. Nearly 2,000 lives on board depended on the efforts and decisions of the crew. The internet and communication signals were suddenly interrupted, and many passengers began to complain. Some even walked out of the room and tried to do something to pass the time and relieve the depressing atmosphere. Lu Qi was lying on the bed, putting away his phone and wrapping himself tightly in a blanket. He had originally planned to relax and have a good rest, but the thunder and heavy rain outside made it impossible for him to fall asleep. Really? This is such a horrible weather. Why can't I get a good night's sleep? Lu Qi muttered, but he could only succumb to reality. He was about to take the business card Wang Biao gave him, but at this moment there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was gentle, but it suddenly broke the silence. Lu Qi was a little confused. Who would knock on the door so late at night? He straightened his clothes and went to open the door. Why is it you? He looked at Nie Xiaorong standing outside the door. His tone was a little surprised. It's so late, you haven't rested yet? What do you want to talk to me about? Nie Xiaorong was wearing comfortable clothes. Although they were loose, they still couldn't hide her figure. Haha, you haven't slept either? Can I come in and sit for a while? She smiled and said, there was a lot of thunder outside and there was no internet. I was a little scared and wanted to come and see how you rested. Lu Qi was stunned. Nie Xiaorong was obviously feeling guilty. Seeing his hesitation, she pretended to be disappointed. If you want to rest, I won't disturb you. She acted as if she was going to leave. Lu Qi looked at her, his heart softened, and he finally said, come in. In fact, the moment he opened the door and saw her, his heart almost jumped out and he was completely stunned. Nie Xiaorong walked into the room with a smile, looked around the room, found it clean and comfortable, and sat down. Lu Qi walked to the refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of drinks, and handed them to her. Thank you. After she took them, she thanked him softly. The air suddenly became quiet, as if the thunder outside was not so loud anymore. Neither of them knew what to say, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Although Lu Qi didn't dare to look at her, the subtle posture when she sat down made him feel a little overwhelmed. He reluctantly picked up a bottle of cold drink, hoping to calm his inner fluctuations. Nie Xiaorong seemed to notice it, and smiled and looked directly at him. Are you hot? Otto. No, I'm just a little thirsty. Lu Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously, completely not knowing how to react. Seeing this, Nie Xiaorong smiled even more happily. She straightened her clothes and pretended to change the subject in a relaxed manner. I don't know when the weather will get better. With such a loud thunder, how did the captain and Chairman Wang arrange this trip? Lu Qi took a sip of cold drink and calmed down a little. Don't worry, since we are here, we should make the best of it. Although the wind, rain and thunder are fierce, This is also a rare travel experience. Nie Xiaorong's eyes lit up. What you said is very interesting. After hearing what you said, the wind and rain outside seemed to have a bit more poetic. She stood up with a smile and walked towards the window. Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was just an ordinary high school graduate and there was a big gap between him and a successful woman like her, it still felt good to be praised. At this time, the cruise ship began to shake slightly. Nie Xiaorong tried hard to balance her body, then said with a smile, Haha, Lu Qi, you are amazing. Now I'm not afraid at all. This trip is really unique. Not only did I meet you, but I also saw such a spectacular thunder and lightning scenery. Lu Qi's heart tightened, and he unconsciously held onto the cabinet beside him. Suddenly, countless disaster movie scenes flashed through his mind: Titanic, 2012 Doomsday, The Untamed, etc. Just as he was alert, Nie Xiaorong suddenly screamed, Dr. Lu, come and see. What is that? Lu Qi hurried over and saw a scene that made him lose consciousness instantly. A flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, and a huge wall of water leaped up from the sea surface a few hundred meters away, rolling towards the cruise ship. The water wall was 1/3 of the height of the cruise ship, and under the illumination of lightning, it was approaching faster and faster, and fear spread rapidly. Dr. Lu, what should we do? Are we going to die? Nie Xiaorong's face was pale, and she was obviously terrified. Lu Qi forced himself to stay calm. He quickly walked to the door, opened a safety equipment cabinet, took out 2 life jackets, quickly put on one of them, and handed the other to Nie Xiaorong, helping her put on. Ms. Nie, calm down. We can't avoid natural disasters, but we can prepare for the challenges ahead. He comforted her softly. Nie Xiaorong calmed down a little, but was still a little panicked. I'm going to the room to get my phone and notebook. Lu Qi rolled his eyes at her and said, Are you stupid? In this situation, the cruise ship could sink at any time. There's no signal. How can a cell phone and a laptop help? So what should we do now? Nie Xiaorong was completely panicked. The radio sounded again. The voice was tense and urgent. A huge wave is coming. Please wear your life jackets. Do not go out. And hold on tight. The voice was played repeatedly, and it was obvious that the situation was very urgent. As the broadcast ended, there were chaotic sounds coming from outside the room, and people were getting uneasy. Lu Qi began to think about what to do next. After all, he couldn't rely entirely on the life jacket. Just as he was looking around for possible countermeasures, there was a sudden loud noise, and the room tilted violently. Nie Xiaorong screamed and fell towards him, and Lu Qi subconsciously hugged her. He held on tightly to the cabinet against the wall, and the items in the room slid madly towards the door, where almost everything was piled up. Lu Qi decisively opened the cabinet door, hugged Nie Xiaorong, and hid inside, holding the cabinet door with his body, while she snuggled tightly in his arms. With a violent impact, the items slid back towards the window. It was obvious that the cruise ship had successfully passed the huge wave. But before they could come out of the closet, lightning flashed outside the window again, and Lu Qi saw the waves in the distance coming again, this time even more fiercely. He closed the cabinet door, hugged Nie Xiaorong, and said, It seems that we are in danger tonight. Can you swim? I can, but this is the ocean. How long can I swim? Where should I swim? I really don't want to die here. Nie Xiaorong's panic spread again. Lu Qi suppressed his fear and comforted her. You are better than me. At least you can swim. If you really fall into the sea, remember to take good care of me. I can't swim at all. Nie Xiaorong was so scared that she cried. I don't want to die, but if I have to die, at least you can accompany me. Her emotions were obviously complicated. Boom! At this moment, the room tilted violently again. Objects fell one after another, and the sound of falling could be heard in the corridor. The entire cruise ship fell into extreme chaos. In the cockpit, the captain and the chief engineer were trying their best to control the cruise ship, but the huge waves were approaching again, and everyone could only pray that the ship could withstand the impact. As the third wave hit, all movable objects on the cruise ship began to move uncontrollably. People in the cabins put on life jackets and held on to any objects that could be fixed. The various floors of the cruise ship gradually became chaotic. A new round of danger came again. Everyone could only pray that this storm would pass. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the front end of the cruise ship was pushed to the sea surface by the huge waves. The hull shook violently, the bottom layer began to be damaged, and a wolf howl came from the engine room. In the cockpit, The chief engineer heard the news and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He ordered to repair the damaged part, but facing such violent waves, the repair work was full of life and death tests. In the first-class cabin, Lu Qi hugged Nie Xiaorong tightly, not daring to come out easily. The violent collision just now made him dare not take it lightly, and the two of them were still hiding in the closet, nervously waiting for the next wave of violent waves to hit. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time passed by second, and almost 10 minutes had passed before Lu Qi realized that the situation seemed to have calmed down. He gently patted Nie Xiaorong on the shoulder, signaling her to go out and check the situation. Nie Xiaorong was still a little worried, shaking her head and unwilling to get up. Ms. Nie, the cruise ship seems to be quiet. We need to go out and confirm the situation. We can't stay in the closet forever. Lu Qi advised patiently. Nie Xiaorong finally got up reluctantly, and the two opened the cabinet door and walked out of the room. The room was in a mess. Although the rainstorm outside the window was still going on, the thunder and lightning had passed, and the raging waves on the sea gradually subsided, turning into wild waves, and there was a trend of weakening. The other passengers on board also began to carefully check the situation of the cruise ship, feeling lucky to have escaped the disaster. But at this moment, shocking news came from the cockpit. The captain and the chief engineer looked at each other, and their eyes instantly understood the worst possible situation. Quick, urgently mobilize all engine room personnel to put out the fire. The chief engineer rushed out of the cockpit and headed straight for the bottom floor of the cruise ship. The captain stopped the others from following suit and said seriously, "At this critical moment, everyone must stick to their posts. If the bottom floor is lost, be ready to abandon the ship." The crew realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately followed the instructions. Suddenly, there was a strong explosion, and the cruise ship shook violently. The captain realized the emergency and quickly commanded, "Is there any response from the radio?" "No," the deputy chief engineer replied. The captain said in a deep voice, "Notify everyone, organize evacuation, and evacuate safely. Sound the whistle immediately. We must ensure that every passenger can leave safely." With the crew's quick response, the evacuation work was immediately launched. Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong also heard the news on the radio and became nervous. As a thick smoke floated out from the bottom of the cruise ship, Lu Qi knew that the cruise ship might not be able to withstand it. He quickly picked up a backpack and walked out holding Nie Xiaorong's hand. "Hurry up, the cruise ship might be abandoning the ship." Nie Xiaorong was surprised, but after hearing the long beep on the radio, she also realized the seriousness of the situation and followed Lu Qi away. As the crew was busy with the emergency evacuation, explosions continued to be heard from the bottom of the cruise ship. The captain ordered the hydraulic winch to be activated and lifeboats filled with passengers were safely lowered one by one. Everyone on the ship was trying their best to stay calm and ensure the orderly evacuation of passengers. Finally, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong boarded a lifeboat. At this moment, a fire broke out in the guest room below the ship, and the flames spread rapidly. Glass shattered, and heat waves rushed in. Seeing this, the captain decisively commanded, "Speed up, go through the fire zone." Under the command, the lifeboat successfully passed the fire point and finally landed safely on the sea. All passengers breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were in a crisis, everyone finally felt a little relaxed. At this time, the sinking of the cruise ship was inevitable. The hull was seriously flooded, and the remaining parts were engulfed by flames. The escaping passengers watched the cruise ship gradually sinking in the waves through the windows of the lifeboat, and their hearts were filled with relief and fear. The lifeboat was drifting on the sea, and the closest one was carrying the captain and all the crew members, who were the last group of people to be evacuated. The chief engineer was injured while fighting the fire and was sent to the lifeboat with bandages on his body. For the next hour, the crew continued to coordinate their actions to ensure that each lifeboat and life raft was safely gathered together. Everyone knew that only by gathering together could the possibility of being rescued be increased. Lu Qi took the initiative to help the injured passengers in the lifeboat. He still showed a strong sense of responsibility and disinfected and bandaged everyone's wounds. This action won the gratitude of everyone on the lifeboat. Lu Qi quietly put the medicines and first aid tools into his backpack. He knew that in the face of unknown difficulties, it was a wise choice to leave some protection. As time went on, The people on the lifeboat began to become more and more anxious. They felt that the boat was accelerating and seemed to have entered an endless loop. The deputy chief engineer and other crew members discussed whether to start the thrusters and try to get out of this strange ocean current in the opposite direction. But the captain was reluctant to agree, and he had doubts in his heart, worried that this move would put everyone in more danger. The people on the lifeboat gradually lost confidence. Although the crew tried their best to organize, everyone was still in a state of despair. As time passed, emotions erupted, some people began to cry, and some people took extreme actions. Faced with the dilemma of no toilets, the passengers' physiological needs became an unavoidable problem. Some timid people can only use plastic buckets to solve the problem, while those brave ones no longer care and solve it directly outside. As time went by, the air in the lifeboat became increasingly stuffy. In order to catch their breath, many people climbed to the top of the boat to find some fresh air, despite the crew's advice. In the lifeboat where Lu Chi was, a crew member suddenly felt unwell and soon collapsed in the boat. As a doctor, Lu Chi immediately went forward to check and found that he was not in danger of life, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that no one was operating the lifeboat, Lu Chi curiously sat down in front of the bridge. 3 or 4 lifeboats were floating neatly in the thick fog, and it seemed that they were all out of control. Nie Xiaorong walked up to Lu Chi and saw him staring blankly outside. She patted his shoulder and said, "Dr. Lu, what are you thinking about?" Lu Chi came back to his senses, his face solemn. "Ms. Nie, we seem to be caught in some kind of circulating ocean current." As he spoke, he turned toward the thick fog, with scenes from movies flashing through his mind. Titanic, Poseidon, 2012 Doomsday, The Wrath of Time. Scenes from the movies quickly emerged, and he felt that what was happening before his eyes seemed to have some mysterious connection. Nie Xiaorong's heart tightened when she heard this. "Dr. Lu, what exactly are you going to do?" She thought Lu Chi might be in a state of excessive tension. However, Lu Chi suddenly took action and began trying to start the lifeboat's engine. Seeing this, other passengers on the ship began to scold. "Dr. Lu, what are you doing? The captain has ordered not to waste the remaining power. If you want to die, don't take us with you." Some people began to accuse loudly, and the atmosphere became tense. Even so, Lu Chi did not stop what he was doing. Boom! The lifeboat started and began to speed up towards the thick fog on the left. Seeing this, Nie Xiaorong hurriedly stepped back, not knowing what Lu Chi was trying to do. Her heart was filled with fear, and she couldn't help but worry whether she would really die here. "Dr. Lu, stop. We are still." Before Nie Xiaorong finished her words, Lu Chi shouted loudly, "Didn't you find problem? We have been circling in this sea area from morning till now. Does anyone feel anything wrong?" His words attracted everyone's attention. Going around in circles, everyone began to think about what Lu Chi said, and the criticism slowly faded away. Just then, an angry middle-aged man rushed towards Lu Chi and cursed, "If you mess up the team again, the search and rescue team won't be able to find us, and we'll all be dead." Upon seeing this, Nie Xiaorong immediately stood in front of Lu Chi and said in a deep voice, "If you fight, the lifeboat will capsize and everyone will die." Her tone was extremely firm. The man was stunned for a moment and finally stopped arguing. Lu Chi's decision seemed to be recognized by everyone. As the lifeboat continued to move forward, the thick fog gradually dissipated, and everyone looked at the gradually clearing sea ahead, their hearts filled with hope. Nie Xiaorong also suddenly hugged Lu Chi excitedly. "We succeeded. We finally made it out." Lu Chi felt a strange heartbeat, and Nie Xiaorong's action made him unconsciously stunned, but her close action made him feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Nie Xiaorong seemed to realize something, and suddenly slapped Lu Chi hard in the face. "You!" Lu Chi touched his face and angrily retorted, "Don't hit someone in the face. How can you be so cruel?" Nie Xiaorong stood aside with a complicated expression. She also realized that her behavior just now might be a bit extreme. In the awkward atmosphere, neither of them spoke again. At this moment, other passengers on the lifeboat pointed forward and said, "Look, land. Is that land?" Lu Chi looked up hurriedly, and a green island gradually emerged in front of him. "It's an island," Lu Chi shouted. The passengers in the lifeboat cheered instantly. Everyone was excited. Finally, there was hope. As the lifeboat quickly sailed towards the island, the thick fog gradually dissipated, and everyone began to celebrate this rare escape. Lucci also led everyone to the safe island with a relaxed smile. Lucci noticed that after 100 meters, his eyes, which had been looking around, froze. The thick fog gradually faded in front of him, as if a strange change had occurred between the sea and the sky. This phenomenon puzzled him, and he thought that this island seemed unusual. When the lifeboat ran out of energy, they finally arrived less than 100 meters from the beach. Lucci did not hesitate and immediately directed everyone to get off the boat and work together to push the lifeboat to the beach. The men jumped into the waist-deep water and pushed the boat to the shore, but because there were so many people and the boat was too heavy, it was very difficult to push. Soon, some women had to join in and help push the boat. After more than 10 minutes of hard work, the lifeboat was finally pushed to the beach. Everyone got off the boat to celebrate, while Lucci was busy fixing the boat to a large rock to ensure that it would not be carried away by the waves. Afterwards, he slumped down on the beach and looked around. The tranquility of the island made him suspicious. The thick fog and ocean currents that had trapped them had disappeared around the island. The sea was unusually calm at this moment, with a light breeze blowing against his face. This place didn't seem like any beach he had ever seen. Lucci looked carefully and found no traces of animals or humans on the beach, not even a seabird. The island was peaceful and there seemed to be no life. He took out his cell phone, but there was still no signal. He tried the compass again, but found that the needle was spinning. To further verify this, he took out some simple tools and conducted an experiment in the seawater. The results showed that the magnetic field on the island was so severely disturbed that almost all electronic devices could not work properly here. At this moment, two young women approached. Out of curiosity, they saw Lucci tinkering with something, so they took the initiative to ask. Lucci came back to his senses and greeted them. When he saw one of the women, he felt a little familiar. The woman's name was Shun Bing, and she was a good friend of Leah. Leah was puzzled by Lucci's experiment and pointed at the simple pointer that was rotating in the water and asked, "What's going on?" Shun Bing calmly replied, "This may be a disorder of the magnetic field." Her answer made Lucci look at her with admiration. Shun Bing's analysis is almost consistent with Lucci's guess. It seems that the abnormality of this island may be related to the strong magnetic field disorder. Lucci also felt that the island was hiding some unknown secrets, and the thick fog and ocean currents on the island might be related to this. "What's your name?" Lucci suddenly asked. "Shun Bing." She answered simply. "According to your analysis, will the magnetic field disturbance affect the previous sea fog and ocean currents?" The question raised by Shun Bing made Lucci's face change immediately, and he realized that things might be more complicated than they thought. Seeing Lucci's expression suddenly change, Leah anxiously grabbed Shun Bing's arm, tears flashing in her eyes. "My boyfriend is still on another lifeboat. He promised me that we would get married after the trip." There was obvious worry and emotion in her words. Shun Bing comforted Leah and tried to calm her down. Maybe they have escaped, but just went somewhere else, and we don't know. After hearing this, Leah calmed down a little and hugged Shun Bing gratefully. Lucci watched this scene from the side and couldn't help but sigh that Leah's emotions changed so quickly. However, Shun Bing seemed calmer and more rational than others, and her steadiness left a deep impression on Lucci. Among this group of people, Lucci thought Shun Bing was a reliable companion. She was not only smart and calm, but also able to make judgments at critical moments. Shun Bing saw Lucci's observation and vaguely understood that he was someone he could rely on. At this point, Lucci decided to find some dry wood to prepare for a fire at night. The beach might get cold at night, and a bonfire would help attract attention from the outside world. He walked towards the woods, and Shun Bing watched him attentively, becoming more and more satisfied with this man. "Are you going to collect wood?" Nie Xiaorong suddenly came over, breaking the tranquility of the moment. When she saw Lucci busy, she took the initiative to approach him and spoke in a gentle voice. Lucci was slightly stunned, but still nodded. "I'll go find some wood. It might be cold at night." Shun Bing looked at the two of them and silently developed a better impression of Lucci in her heart. Nie Xiaorong offered to go with Lucci, and although Lucci had some doubts, he agreed to her request. The two walked towards the woods. Lucci took an axe from the lifeboat, and Nie Xiaorong followed closely behind. "Just take this axe." Nie Xiaorong looked at the tool in her hand, looking a little dissatisfied. She felt it was too heavy and inconvenient to use. Lucci handed her a smaller sailor knife. "Take this, don't throw it away," he said. Nie Xiaorong took the knife, and although she was unhappy, she still followed Lu Qi to the woods. She had already determined that Lu Qi must still be angry with her, which was why he spoke like that in front of everyone. However, Leah couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene from distance. Nie Xiaorong was angry and embarrassed, but she still insisted on following Lu Qi. She didn't understand that Lu Qi did that on purpose to show off to others. Lu Qi's behavior did not make people angry, but instead made Xin Bing have a new view of him. Xin Bing knew that although Lu Qi was a good person on the surface, his inner judgment and courage made him stand out in difficult situations. Nie Xiaorong had been following Lu Qi, and she was in a bad mood. She seemed a little angry and was still mumbling. Seeing that she was unhappy, Lu Qi did not take the initiative to pay attention to her, but came up with a plan, smiled a little wickedly, and quietly disappeared into the dense bushes. Nie Xiaorong suddenly realized that Lu Qi was missing, and hurriedly looked around for him, calling softly, "Dr. Lu? Lu Qi, where are you?" There was a hint of panic in her voice. Lu Qi was hiding not far away, showing a smug smirk, and no matter how she called, he just didn't respond. It was not until he heard Nie Xiaorong choking and crying that Lu Qi coughed lightly from behind the tree and walked out as if nothing had happened. When Nie Xiaorong saw Lu Qi show up, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She rushed to him, crying and beating his chest like a wrong child. Lu Qi was somewhat at a loss, and hurriedly explained, "I just went to relieve myself. Don't cry. What if someone sees me? They might think I..." But Nie Xiaorong punched him again and continued to cry. "Why didn't you tell me? There are a few people here, and you suddenly left me here. You were so mean, bullying a woman like me." Nie Xiaorong cried for several minutes, and finally stopped crying when she had cried enough. She took out a small mirror from her backpack and quickly reapplied her makeup to fix her tear-stained face. Lu Qi wondered how a woman like Nie Xiaorong could become a big shot in the beauty industry. He was really curious. "I'm sorry, Miss Nie. Please follow me, I'll walk slower." Lu Qi's tone was gentle and his attitude softened. Seeing his change of attitude, Nie Xiaorong nodded aggrievedly, expressing her forgiveness. She was secretly proud of herself, thinking to herself, tears are indeed useful. They continued to move forward and entered a forest. There was no repaired road at all, and the surroundings were all wet branches and moss, which looked very primitive. Lu Qi looked at the wet wood and felt a little unhappy, but soon they found the right wood. Lu Qi reminded Nie Xiaorong to stay away from him and swung his axe to start chopping. He was agile and quick, and in a few strokes he chopped down a dead tree. Nie Xiaorong stood aside and watched in fascination. She felt that every swing of his axe was as powerful as Michelangelo's David statue. Even she herself couldn't help but admire him secretly. A few minutes later, Lu Qi had split the tree into 6 sections, but because it was too heavy, he could only carry one section. Nie Xiaorong wanted to help, but she was too weak and could only pick some small branches and bark to take back for fire. As he walked, Lu Qi suddenly stopped and looked towards the fork of a particularly thick tree. He climbed up quickly. Nie Xiaorong asked in confusion, "Lu Qi, did you find anything?" Lu Qi climbed down the tree and shook his head. "Nothing. I thought I would find some bird eggs, but I didn't find anything." Although Nie Xiaorong did not ask much, she did notice that Lu Qi's backpack was almost empty. In fact, he had secretly stored some supplies in the backpack. As a veteran fan of desert island survival movies, Lu Qi knew that if everyone was trapped on the island, supplies would be very scarce, and fighting might break out. When they were almost at the beach, Lu Qi suddenly stopped and told Nie Xiaorong about his concerns and suggested that she try to stay with him. Nie Xiaorong nodded and thought his analysis made sense. When we returned to the beach, everyone was already setting up simple tents. Lu Qi noticed a conspicuous orange tent that could accommodate 2 people. The other tents were made of simple cloth or palm leaves, which looked neither mosquito-proof nor rain-proof. What worried him was that this orange tent was owned by a woman alone. As the sky darkened, the temperature on the beach began to drop. Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong had planned to go to the lifeboat to rest, but when they approached, they found that there were already several people in the boat, and the smell was not very good. So they chose to camp on the beach. They found a flat place. Lu Qi chopped some wood with an axe and lit a bonfire with a fire stick from the lifeboat. Although the fire was not big, it was enough to keep warm. Others also tried to light a fire, but the wood they picked up was soaked and could not be lit. While Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong were chatting around the fire, a man came over and handed Lu Chi a cigarette, saying politely, "Dr. Lu, I didn't expect you, at such a young age, to have prepared wood in advance. How thoughtful. We don't have a shelter tent. Can we get some warmth by your fire?" Lu Chi smiled and nodded. "No problem. We are all in trouble. Just sit anywhere." The man thanked him gratefully and waved for the other two women to come over. The women were dressed in different styles. One was wearing a white long skirt. The other was wearing pink pants and a tight top. After everyone sat down, the atmosphere was a little silent, except for the man and Lu Chi, who chatted for a few words. Everyone else was basically quiet. Soon, Lu Chi found that more people gathered around him, gradually forming a large circle. Nie Xiaorong leaned on his shoulder and had fallen asleep, snoring softly. Lu Chi checked his surroundings, confirmed that his backpack was still with him, and then threw a few pieces of wood into the fire. Soon, everyone fell asleep, with only the crackling of the campfire and the sound of the waves in the distance echoing in their ears. However, at about 3 in the morning, a scream broke the silence. "Help! There's a beast! Help!" It was the voice of a woman on the beach, who ran out of the tent in panic. Suddenly, a huge wild boar rushed out of the tent and ran around. Everyone panicked and fled in all directions. Several men tried to drive it away with sticks and stones, but the wild boar was extremely ferocious and hit one of the men hard, throwing him out. Seeing the wild boar rushing towards their campfire, Lu Chi decisively picked up the axe and rushed forward. With a heavy blow of the axe, the wild boar let out a painful wail and fled towards the woods on the island. Although the axe was not fatal, it made everyone feel relieved. Lu Chi's heart was still beating fast. He knew that this wild boar was not simple. Its eyes were full of hostility. Many women were so frightened that they cried and clamored to leave the deserted island, eager to go home. Their companions and friends only gave them a few token words of comfort. Obviously, if they could leave, they would have left long ago. Nie Xiaorong also walked to Lu Chi's side, her tearful eyes looking particularly pitiful. She could not believe her ears for a moment as she heard Lu Chi mutter to himself, "It's such a pity that he didn't fall down after such a heavy blow. Otherwise, we could have roasted wild boar meat at dawn." The wild boar was so ferocious, and Lu Chi, who looked so gentle, actually wanted to eat its meat? Nie Xiaorong thought she had heard it wrong, but then she imagined herself eating roasted pork, and suddenly her mood improved, and the fear just now disappeared without a trace. Seeing Lu Chi put the axe aside and continue to lie down to rest, Nie Xiaorong also followed his example and obediently lay back in her original position. As soon as she lay down, she unconsciously moved closer to Lu Chi, as if this would make her feel more at ease. This scene was seen by other women around, and they couldn't help but feel envious. Shen Bing watched from a distance, and was even more satisfied with Lu Chi's performance. He was brave and calm, and could give her enough sense of security. Shen Bing thought to herself that she must have more contact with Lu Chi and try to establish a closer relationship with him, so that she could get more protection on the deserted island. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman who had her own tent was no longer far from the crowd, for her tent had been destroyed by wild boars and was no longer usable. Seeing Lu Chi's heroic act and the sense of security he exuded, she also decided to pack up the tent and quietly camp next to Lu Chi. Gradually, the mood around them calmed down. Most people began to rest, but more people lost their sleepiness and began to feel uneasy about the future. Those who attacked the wild boar last night knew that tools like axes were particularly important on a deserted island. Whoever possessed it would have a guarantee of survival. A calculating look flashed in one of the men's eyes, and he decided to take the opportunity to snatch the axe from Lu Chi's hand to ensure that he could control the initiative of survival. The next day, the morning sun quietly sprinkled on the beach, and everyone woke up one after another. Lu Chi opened his eyes and found that someone had already placed an SOS distress signal with palm leaves on the beach, with a pile of spare firewood and several plastic bottles next to it, apparently trying to create smoke to call for help. Seeing everyone gathered in front of the lifeboat, seemingly discussing something, Lu Chi hoped that their efforts would be fruitful. He gently patted Nie Xiaorong's shoulder, woke her up, and prepared to go to the beach to wash up. However, when he turned around and prepared to stand up, he suddenly found that his axe was missing. He immediately noticed that from time to time, some people in the crowd around him looked at him, and there seemed to be something unusual. Wherever there are people, there is the world of martial arts. It seems that even on this deserted island, I still can't escape these disputes. Lu Chi sighed softly and couldn't help but have a premonition in his heart. In the crowd that had gathered, several men stood on opposite sides, one of them speaking with a righteous look on his face. He was sure how, the man who was staring at Lu Chi's axe last night, and standing next to him was Zhang Libo, who was attacked by a wild boar. The two began to discuss some plans before dawn and recruited several other people to participate. When Sure Hao saw Lu Chi and Nie Xiaorong wake up, he immediately shouted, "Brother Lu, you're awake. Come here. The remaining food and water are here. You two can take some too." Lu Chi rubbed his eyes and looked at Nie Xiaorong. "Let's go take a look." Nie Xiaorong picked up her backpack and walked towards the crowd with Lu Chi. As they approached, Lu Chi noticed that everyone had a compressed food package and a bag of water. Sure Hao smiled and handed each of them a bag of supplies. Lu Chi glanced at the axe and other tools placed behind Sure Hao, and he couldn't help but frowned. Sure Hao seemed to notice Lu Chi's gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone has received supplies, but these are far from enough, and we may face greater challenges. If rescue is delayed, we may be in trouble." Sure Hao's words resonated with most people, and they expressed their support. Lu Chi felt that something was wrong with Sure Hao's words. It seemed that he had planned it all along and intended to manipulate the management of the tool. Suddenly, Sure Hao changed the subject. "In order to be fair, we should centrally manage all life-saving tools, including axes, flints, and sailor knives. Everyone knows that survival tools are very important to us. Do you agree?" There was a chorus of approval from the crowd. Lu Chi looked at Sure Hao and confirmed his judgment. If Sure Hao was in the company, he would definitely be a member of the management team, with strong eloquence and political skills. However, Sure Hao went on to say, "Brother Lu, I remember you took away the axe, flint, and sailor knife. Since everyone agrees to centralize management, please hand these things over." Hearing this, Lu Chi understood that Sure Hao had planned this. Despite all his dissatisfaction, Lu Chi calmly opened his backpack and took out the flint. Nie Xiaorong also handed over the sailor knife. Lu Chi asked, "Who should keep these tools? What if someone needs to use them?" He then placed the flint and sailor knife next to the other tools. While everyone was discussing, Sure Hao's subordinate Zhang Libo suddenly spoke up, "Brother Lu, you took an axe and a sailor knife last night. Who knows if you have other tools in your bag?" Nie Xiaorong responded angrily, "Don't talk nonsense." Lu Chi took the axe to chop wood, and he also helped everyone drive away the wild boar. Although Lu Chi was angry, he was moved to seeing Nie Xiaorong defending him. However, most of the people around him remained silent. Only Shin Bing stood up and spoke. "Don't forget, Dr. Lu has been helping everyone. He took the initiative to return the items. Don't you just distrust him?" Shin Bing's words made many people start to reflect. Lu Chi finally opened his bag in front of everyone to prove that he had no other tools. There were only some personal items in the bag. The atmosphere of the crowd suddenly became silent and ashamed. Everyone began to realize that Lu Chi, as a doctor, deserved everyone's respect. When the atmosphere was silent, Lu Chi asked again, "Who will keep these tools?" Sure Hao's answer was still vague, until Zhang Libo said first, "These tools should be kept by Sure Hao. He is doing this for the good of everyone. Everyone should support him." Sure Hao and Zhang Libo successfully took control of all the tools, while others chose to remain silent. In the end, Sure Hao's team took control of the tools on the lifeboat and used it as their temporary residence. As time went by, food and water gradually ran out, and people began to get angry. Some even blamed Sure Hao for not leaving more food for themselves when he distributed it. Finally, Sure Hao proposed that everyone divide the work and cooperate, with men going out to find food and women collecting firewood. However, Sure Hao and Zhang Libo's desire for control is getting stronger and stronger. They have completely controlled the resources and tools on the island, and others can only endure it silently. Chapter 9, Private Desires. Even though people are still willing to be influenced by Sure Hao and others at this time. However, as food became increasingly scarce, everyone in this large group began to feel insecure. Although Sure Hao and others organized manpower to obtain food sources as much as possible, but the young men and women who are used to wealth and luxury are powerless. When the available food resources near the beach camp were exhausted, whether it was people organizing a trip to the beach to fish, or going into the woods to look for wild vegetables and fruits, or going out hunting, they always went out with confidence and came back dejected. Among them, The fishing team had no record and had never succeeded. This made many people realize the strangeness of the waters around this deserted island and why there were no fish in the sea. And those few who were able to bring back food had to share it with the majority. The problem of not having enough food has already happened to most people. Although Lu Chi could always find a lot of food every time he went out after bringing it back to the beach camp, the food would be kept and distributed by Shihao and others so that he would sometimes be hungry. They could still tolerate it for a day or two, but after almost half a month, a few people like Lu Chi could no longer endure it. Because in recent days, we are competing for scarce food resources. Shihao and others became more and more irrational. Not only were they too lazy to go out, they also took the fruits of everyone's labor for themselves and stole things as managers. He even used his status as the person in charge to do some immoral things until he was discovered. On this day, Shihao was leisurely sunbathing on the beach, humming a little tune. At this moment, he saw two women with curvy figures walking towards him, twisting their bodies. The two women were plain-looking, but had very plump figures. However, they both looked a little pale, probably due to hunger. Seeing the two women walking towards him, Shihao did not stand up, but pulled down his sunglasses with one hand. He looked at the two women in front of him with lustful eyes and asked, "Two beauties, what do you want from me? Do you need any help from me?" Seeing Shihao taking the initiative to speak, the two women were naturally happy, but they didn't seem to want others to know what they were thinking. One of the women took the initiative to step forward, lowered her head, and leaned close to Shihao's ear and whispered something. However, Shihao's gaze had been fixed on the woman's chest since the moment she lowered her head. Only after the woman finished her words, pulled her chest in, and stood up did Shihao look at her reluctantly, and then looked away. However, after hearing what the woman said, Shihao felt that the peak of his life was approaching. So after looking around, he followed the two women into the grove. "Say, what do you mean by asking me out? Brother Shihao, do you think there is still hope for us to be rescued?" "This? How would I know?" Shihao was a shrewd man. He didn't say much about the initial topic of women and just dismissed it with one sentence. "Brother Shihao, we haven't had a full meal for 2 or 3 days. I asked you out today because I want you to give me a meal. My stomach will be so hungry if I don't eat." As she spoke, the woman deliberately puffed out her chest. Seeing the big white rabbits on the woman's chest, Shihao couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but still pretending to be calm. "Aren't you trying to embarrass me? Although I am in charge of the little food that everyone has harvested, I can't make the decision alone. Besides, you two have hands and feet. Why don't you go out and find food for yourselves?" Shihao spoke seriously, but his eyes were unconsciously staring at the two girls. "Brother Shihao, with our abilities, where can we find food?" "That's right, Brother Shihao. We can only look for you." The two girls sang in unison, constantly moving closer to Shihao while talking and touching him intentionally or unintentionally. At this point, Shihao finally stopped pretending and showed his satisfied smile. "Hey, seeing how smart and sensible you two are, I really can't bear to refuse you. But I won't do anything that has no benefits." Seeing Shihao give in, the two girls were delighted and hurriedly took a step forward, almost throwing themselves into each other's arms at the same time. In this way, Shihao was sandwiched tightly in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. In an instant, Shihao felt hot all over and had no intention of continuing to pretend. He was a man of soft hearts, and he stopped pretending. He put his arms around the two girls and hugged them tightly with his left and right hands. "Ah, Brother Shihao, you are so bad. Brother Shihao, we are still hungry now. We don't have any strength at all. That's right, Brother Shihao, don't be so impatient. After we eat something, we will have the energy to satisfy you, right?" As they spoke, the two girls broke free from Shihao's embrace, but they did not let Shihao go. Instead, each of them grabbed one of Shihao's hands and fiddled with it, acting coquettishly. Gurgle. Looking at these two goblins, Shihao couldn't help swallowing. However, this voice made the two girls smile tenderly. Their eyes were full of happiness of success. Snap, snap. Shihao suddenly slapped the two girls hard on their backs and said anxiously, "Just wait here. I'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere." After saying that, he ran towards the beach. At this moment, his mind was full of thoughts about conquering the two women, but he didn't notice that a pair of eyes were staring at him not far away. Not long after, Shihao sneaked back here again. After seeing the two women, he first wiped the sweat from his forehead And then, under the gaze of the two women, he handed them a plastic bag in his hand and told them to eat it quickly. Be careful not to be seen by others. The two happy people hurriedly opened the bag that Hao handed over. There was half a bag of dried shellfish meat mixed with some small wild fruits. Although what was inside were not delicacies from land and sea, for the two women now, as long as it was edible, it would be fine, because they were so hungry. Looking at the way they wolfed down the food, who would have thought that they were the distinguished guests on the cruise ship just a dozen days ago? Soon the two girls ate up all the food in the bag, perhaps affected by their mood. Hao felt that their complexions were much better now, a little more beautiful than before. Seeing that the two looked satisfied, he walked forward. Without saying a word, he hugged the two girls and kissed them on the left and right. Yes, just as the fire was about to ignite. Suddenly, two people walked out from the jungle behind the three men, staring at Hao with eyes wide open. The sudden appearance of these two men scared the two women, and they hurriedly hid behind Hao. They were Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong. It turned out that Nie Xiaorong had overheard the two women's secret plan by accident, so she had been following them secretly. She didn't expect that Hao would actually steal the food that everyone had worked so hard to get because of his own selfish desires. So he told Lu Qi about this. Hao, you look so decent and fair in front of everyone, but I didn't expect that you would steal the food that everyone worked so hard to get just for your own selfish desires. You should know that this is not a cruise ship, but a deserted island. It is so difficult for everyone to get a little bit of food, and you dare to do this. I must tell everyone what you did. Nie Xiaorong looked at Hao angrily and accused him with sharp words and an angry expression. With that, he quickly left towards the beach. Lu Qi didn't say anything, just glanced at the three of them, then turned and left. In fact, he had already anticipated the occurrence of similar incidents, but he did not expect it to come so soon. Perhaps everyone has already felt that the hope of being rescued is too slim, so the other side of human nature is gradually revealed too early. Hey, Brother Lu Qi, listen to me, you misunderstood me. Hey, Brother Lu. Hearing Hao's words coming from behind him, Lu Qi ignored them. The two women also took the opportunity to leave tactfully. Only Hao was left standing there anxiously. Although he knew that the two women would definitely not say anything nonsense. If this became known to everyone, how would he establish himself as a person, and how would he be on equal footing with those brothers? In the end, he didn't come up with any ideas. His eyes changed, and his cold eyes released ferocity. What am I afraid of? This is a deserted island, not a society ruled by law. After saying this, he seemed to have regained his magical courage, also walking towards the beach. When he returned to the beach and appeared in people's sight, everyone immediately looked at him. He pretended not to know and continued walking towards the lifeboat, humming a little tune. Hao, did you steal the food and give it to the two women? Seeing Hao coming back, a man in the crowd walked out, pointed at his nose, and questioned him rudely. His name is Wu Yong, and he is a waiter on the cruise ship. He is honest and upright. It is because of down-to-earth people like him that every day someone would bring back some food from outside and give it to Hao and others for safekeeping, providing everyone with a regular and fixed amount of food. So when he heard that Hao stole food for his own selfish desires, he was furious. As soon as he saw Hao coming back, he was the first to stand up and question him. Afterwards, many people joined him in denouncing Hao. Seeing that they had more people than him, Hao quickly looked towards the lifeboat. Because there were several of his brothers there, and Zhang Libo was among them. Seeing that those people had no intention of helping him, Hao simply stopped begging, directly responded to Wu Yong and the people with him. You're talking bullshit. Which eye of yours saw me stealing food? Huh? Who on earth dares to frame me like this? Wu Yong was speechless for a moment when he heard Hao's sudden words. Seeing this, Hao continued, I know that many of you are jealous of me and envy me, saying that I talk more than I do. But don't you think about it? Aren't all the suggestions and things I have done before for everyone to enjoy these limited supplies fairly and justly, so that both capable and incapable people can live well before the rescue arrives? What? Is someone impatient? I have only been out for a while, and some people have put such a big hat on me. I don't accept it. At this moment, he was filled with righteous indignation, righteousness, and upright words. He questioned everyone in turn with a preemptive attitude. It was as if I had become a messenger of justice at this moment. And everyone was successfully stunned by this guy's performance. Nie Xiaorong in the crowd was so angry that her teeth were itching. She wanted to go up and tear Sure Hao's mouth apart for being so full of lies. Umph. Sure Hao, you're still trying to make excuses here. I saw with my own eyes that you stole food and gave it to those two women, and you even wanted to get them in return. Dr. Liu also saw it, and he can testify for me. As Nie Xiaorong spoke, she held Lu Qi's hand. Seeing this, Sure Hao remained calm, with an evil smile on his face. Seeing Sure Hao's expression, Lu Qi had a bad feeling, but he still insisted on identifying Lu Qi's actions. Although Lu Qi's accusation was indeed believed by many people, some people chose to wait and see. Who was that? It turns out you two are the ones who accused me of stealing. Now I understand. You two are trying to take revenge on me because you are not happy about my revealing that you wanted to take possession of the life-saving tools. Everyone here knows that you are the closest to Brother Liu. It is shameful that you two teamed up to destroy my reputation. You are such a shameless person. You are confusing right and wrong. Faced with Sure Hao's sophistry and frame-up, Nie Xiaorong was so angry that she almost vomited blood, but she couldn't come up with any new excuse that would convince everyone. And these two, let them come forward. They are the ones who ate the food that Sure Hao stole. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi wanted to stop Nie Xiaorong quickly, but it was too late. This woman has been so angry that she has lost her rationality and ability to think. She is so furious that she only wants to be responsible and prove what she said. But she forgot that others had no obligation to cooperate with her. Moreover, her own accusations also damaged the reputation of the two women. As Lu Qi expected, the two women immediately became possessed by the spirit of drama after hearing what Nie Xiaorong said. Even more so than Sure Hao. Who are you talking about, woman? How could we eat the food that everyone worked so hard to get? That's right. We went out for a walk and just came back here. And then we had to listen to you making up stories for everyone. You are such a shameful woman. The two women also spoke righteously, with an expression of disdain, but also of warning to Nie Xiaorong. This time, Nie Xiaorong was completely dumbfounded. Lu Qi shook his head slightly. He realized that he and Nie Xiaorong were careless. They should have found a few more witnesses when they returned. Hey, if my phone hadn't run out of battery, I would have recorded it in its entirety and played it on loop for you all to watch over and over again. But there are no ifs. At this time, the crowd's opinion has quietly changed, and some people have begun to doubt and believe that what Sure Hao said might be true. Some people are still skeptical about Sure Hao and think that Dr. Liu is more trustworthy. Apart from these two types of people, people like Shun Bing and Zhang Libo remain neutral. She neither criticizes anyone nor takes the initiative to help or speak for anyone. The emergence of this situation made Sure Hao even more confident. He struck while the iron was hot. Miss Nya, wasn't it because of me that everyone took away your sailor knife? Why do you hold a grudge like that? Besides, the sailor knife is not in my possession now, but for everyone to serve the collective. Although we are stranded on this deserted island now, we still have to provide evidence for our words and deeds. If we were not all able to distinguish right from wrong, wouldn't I be in vain today for no reason? Therefore, we don't welcome people like you. If you still have some self-knowledge, leave here, leave us. Chapter 10, Leaving. At this moment, Sure Hao looked like a villain who had succeeded in his career. Lu Qi really wanted to go up and beat this guy up. But he understood that if he really did that, there would be no possibility for the two of them to stay there any longer. Even those who don't support them, much will lose their trust. After suppressing his anger, Lu Qi calmed down and looked at things from a different angle. He suddenly felt a little respect for Sure Hao. He even gave Sure Hao some credit for his calmness, thick skin, sharp tongue, and strong mentality. These shameless points of his are also worth learning. No wonder he can become a senior executive of a certain company. Nie Xiaorong was almost angry to the point of crying, but at this moment she calmed down again. He was watching Sure Hao's performance as if he were a clown. Okay. Sure Hao, your performance was indeed wonderful, but we are not fools. Today, I did not record any video evidence of you, nor did I call more people to serve as witnesses for me. Haha, but it doesn't matter. Today, it is enough for me and Dr. Liu to recognize your mean face. In the future, you should keep your tail between your legs and behave like a decent person. Otherwise, more and more people will recognize your mean face. After saying this, Nie Xiaorong didn't care about the opinions of the people around her at all. She was extremely strong inside. Lu Qi had just finished expressing his admiration for Sure Hao, and he also felt a little admiration for the woman next to him. MD, if this were to happen in society, wouldn't it be a perfect example of the business world being like a battlefield? These people all have their own strengths. It seems that I have a lot to learn from these people. I thought I could stand up and be a hero to protect the weak woman. But before I could stand up, the woman showed a golden shield to protect herself and warned the other party that the matter was not over yet. This golden shield simply blinded Lu Chi's eyes. This self-control and emotional change were too fast and too calm. However, when he checked the people around him, he did not see that they were as shocked as he was. Instead, they all seemed like old hands who saw through everything but did not say anything. Seeing that things were about to end, Lu Chi turned around and said to Shihao, "Please continue your performance." Then he walked away. The stance is clear and the side one takes is obvious. He also learned something from Nie Xiaorong. The more words you say, the better. On the contrary, the simpler, more concise and ruthless the words are, the more they can enlighten people. You, Brother Lu, take care. Come by often when you have time. Although Shihao was very angry about Lu Chi's words, he still tried his best to control himself. His intention to retort was self-evident. As Nie Xiaorong and Lu Chi left, the crowds of onlookers also dispersed. Shihao wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a breath. "Humph, you want to fight me? No way." Then he walked towards the lifeboat, but the expressions of his good brothers made him realize that after such a commotion, his image in their hearts might not be as good as before. It seems that we either have to give them some benefits or get all of them on board. With a plan in mind, he turned his head and glanced at the two women in the crowd. They seemed to have noticed. He actually looked at Shihao. At the same time, one of them twisted his body slightly, while the other one blew a kiss to Shihao. Faced with the two women's enthusiastic responses, an imperial ambition suddenly arose in Shihao's heart. If still no rescue, then I must gain control of this place. In order to control these originally excellent social elites, he has his own understanding. That is ruthless, because this is the only thing that these people do not have, or very few people really have it. Just like that, in the few days after this incident, Nie Xiaorong gradually found that she was becoming more and more isolated. Except for Lu Chi, who did not change at all, some of the others began to talk in a low voice, even deliberately letting her hear. They said they did not welcome me to stay on the beach. Nie Xiaorong understood that these people began to exclude herself and Lu Chi at the instigation of Shihao. So, after losing hope for rescue, Lu Chi also felt that there was no need for him to continue contributing to such a team. After some discussion with Nie Xiaorong, the two decided to leave. He was unwilling to associate with this group of people because he believed that even if he left this place, they would be able to protect and take care of themselves. So one morning, the two of them packed their luggage while it was still light and prepared to leave. Just as they walked into the forest on the island, a woman appeared and stopped them. The person who came was Shun Bing, the woman who always appeared calm and observed everything silently. "It's you. It's me." Lu Chi didn't know what Shun Bing meant by appearing here, so he asked directly, "I thought we would leave early in the morning and would not disturb anyone's rest, but I didn't expect to attract your attention. Tell me, what are you doing here?" Lu Chi's words were very straightforward, and there was a hint of unfriendly tone in his voice. Of course, Shun Bing heard it, but she was not angry. Instead, she said to the two, "Dr. Lu, Miss Nya, it's not wise for you to leave now. We have been trapped here for less than a month. If rescuers show up soon, won't you miss the chance to be rescued? Ms. Shun, we chose to leave in order to find a chance to survive. If we continue to associate with someone like Shihao, I'm afraid that I'll be killed by him before I can even get rescued. If Miss Shun Bing wants to leave with us, I welcome you to join me. If not, please go back. Now that it's daybreak, we should prepare to find a suitable place to stay." Lu Chi spoke very bluntly, and Shun Bing was not a stupid woman, so she naturally understood what Lu Chi meant. But perhaps Shihao and the others have not yet touched upon his own interests and bottom line. So Shun Bing didn't make any other plans. "Dr. Lu, we don't know how big or how dangerous this deserted island is. Take the beast we encountered on the first night here, for example. If we didn't have so many people, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Now that there are only two of you, how can you survive one dangerous night after another on this deserted island? Without the help of other companions, it would be very dangerous and difficult for you to survive. Even though you are a doctor, once you get sick on this island, it is difficult to cure without medicine." It is not difficult to see from Shun Bing's words that she felt that Lu Qi's choice to leave was not advantageous at this time. He had neither capable manpower nor the ability to survive alone on the deserted island. Although Lu Qi has the professional halo of a doctor, Shun Bing believes that if people really get seriously ill on this deserted island, they will definitely not be cured without medicine. So instead of leaving blindly, it is better to choose to stay after weighing the pros and cons. So she politely rejected Lu Qi's idea and even wanted to persuade Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong again. Si Shinbing chose to return to Shihao's camp. Lu Qi also recognized her attitude and did not fight for it. From a rational point of view, he could understand Shinbing's choice, but emotionally he felt sorry for Shinbing's choice. Because he saw the profit-seeking nature that Shinbing and Shihao shared, which had not yet been fully revealed. This is also an important reason why Lu Qi is unwilling to associate with them. Although Shinbing's analysis was very logical, he overlooked one point, which is personal ability. Even if it is a team, if there is no outstanding individual to support it, they will sooner or later disperse, and may even drag down the capable individual. But if one only cares about himself and ignores the team, then the capable person will definitely live a more relaxed and free life. And she didn't seem to realize that she was a Chinese medicine practitioner. Even if she was sick, he could cure the disease as long as he had herbs, and he could relieve the pain as long as he had his own silver needles. So he replied, "Thank you. We will be careful. You should also take care of yourself, Miss Shinbing." Then he said goodbye to Shinbing and left here with Nye Xiaorong in a graceful manner. Looking at the beach camp getting farther and farther away behind them, Lu Qi and Nye Xiaorong felt a little reluctant. But it was just a slight sigh. Seeing that it was still early, they both wanted to go to a higher place first, preferably to the top of the mountain in front of them, so that they could overlook the entire island. So after some reasonable arrangements and planning, the two of them headed towards the top of the mountain. Staying away from the crowd means losing the security brought by the group. But this is not an insurmountable difficulty for Lu Qi. They had been trapped on the island for more than half a month. Before leaving, Lu Qi had already observed for a long time. The beach they were on was surrounded by mountains on both sides, and there was no more to be seen as far as the eye could see. A few hundred meters in front of the beach, there are high island mountains. Judging from the situation, it would probably take a whole day to climb to the top of the mountain, and we don't even know if the road up the mountain is easy to walk on. Seeing that the beautiful Nye Xiaorong chose to follow him to leave the beach and find a new shelter, Lu Qi was still very moved. But at the same time, he also knew that as a man, being with Nye Xiaorong would involve many inconveniences, and he might have to bear more responsibilities and physical strength. Lu Qi first took Nye Xiaorong to the ancient tree that the two had passed by before, because he had hidden something here. After climbing up and fiddling with it for a while, Nye Xiaorong soon saw him coming down for the tree again, carrying a backpack that was slightly bigger than before. When Nye Xiaorong hurriedly asked him curiously what he was installing, Lu Qi was mysterious and showed it to Nye Xiaorong one by one. Fishing line, fishhook, 2 flares, a heliostat, a flashlight, and several boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, in addition to a few of his own clothes. So you still have these private collections? Looking at the things Lu Qi took out, Nye Xiaorong was surprised and happy. These things are small items, but they are very important. Maybe we will use them, so I kept some for myself when I got to the island. Here, you should be able to use this thing. Don't lose it. As he spoke, Lu Qi handed the daylight goggles with a black leather case to Nye Xiaorong and instructed, "Hee, thank you, Lu Qi." Seeing that it was a brand new mirror, Nye Xiaorong naturally liked it very much. She had been on this deserted island for more than 10 days and had not taken good care of herself. With this mirror, she had the time and mood to dress herself up. Setting out again, shortly after leaving the beach, the two encountered a natural roadblock. This is a cliff layer that extends to the mountains on both sides. If you want to move forward, you must find a way to climb up this 2-meter-high rock wall fault. Only then can we continue to move towards the mountain. In order to save energy, I looked around to see if there was a convenient way to climb up. But the two of them searched around but couldn't find a suitable path. In order not to waste time, Lu Qi decisively proposed to carry Nye Xiaorong up on his shoulders first, and then go up himself with Nye Xiaorong's help. After seeing Nye Xiaorong agreed, the two of them looked for a lower stone wall. "Right here. You step on it, and when I stand up, you can climb up." Lu Qi pointed to the stone wall, bent down, patted his shoulder, and said to Nye Xiaorong. After saying this, Nye Xiaorong was about to leave, but stopped again. Looking at her sexy red dress, she said to Lu Qi awkwardly, "My clothes are not convenient for climbing, but you're not allowed to look at it. You don't have any other clothes in your backpack?" In fact, he wanted to ask this question when the two of them set out. After all, this red long skirt was not convenient for climbing the mountain. Yes, but that dress is a miniskirt. I didn't have time to bring other clothes when a cruise ship crashed. So, seeing Nie Xiaorong in such a predicament, Lu Qi didn't ask any more questions and nodded. "Okay, I'm a gentleman. Don't worry, I won't look around." After saying this, he deliberately turned his head to look at the ground in front of him. "Bring it on." Seeing Lu Qi squatting under the stone wall, Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but sneer. She felt warm in her heart and stopped hesitating. He took a few steps forward, raised his leg, and stepped on Lu Qi's shoulder. "Ouch! What's wrong?" Just after Nie Xiaorong stepped on it, she heard Lu Qi groan, and Nie Xiaorong asked hurriedly, "You better take off your shoes. The heels of your shoes are hurting my shoulders." Nie Xiaorong had no choice but to withdraw her foot and take off her shoes before stepping on it again. "Okay, get up." "Okay, then you hold on." Lu Qi was just about to try to get up, but he found that he could hardly get up. He exclaimed, "Oh my God, you're so heavy. I can't get up." Hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong's face turned red. "You man, you're so useless. You don't even have this little strength. How can I be heavy? Hurry up and use more strength." "Oh, then you are ready." After realizing that he had said the wrong thing and being ridiculed and scolded, Lu Qi gathered his strength again and prepared to stand up. "Hey, get up." Perhaps to prove himself, Lu Qi stood up very suddenly and forcefully, and Nie Xiaorong lost her balance on his shoulder and almost fell down. "Hey, slow down." After the tension subsided, Nie Xiaorong seized the opportunity, reached out and grabbed a protruding stone on the stone wall. He pushed hard with his feet and climbed up the stone wall. But the height is still a little bit off. "Almost there. Hurry up. Give me another push." Hearing this, Lu Qi quickly raised his hands and looked up. Oh my God, this scene. After Lu Qi looked up, he almost fell down due to lack of concentration, because the first scene that caught his eye was Nie Xiaorong's long white legs, which were like two shiny white onions swinging in the air, trying hard to climb up. "Ah, pervert. You big pervert. If you keep looking at me, I will dig out your eyes and throw them on the ground to step on." At this time, Nie Xiaorong glanced at Lu Qi, who was still staring at her skirt, and yelled. After hearing Nie Xiaorong's heart-wrenching confession, Lu Qi came back to his senses. He hurried forward, quickly grabbed Nie Xiaorong's dancing feet, and pushed them upwards. This chassis should be what the village aunties said was good for having children. Lu Qi's eyes were still fixed on the scenery above his head, thinking secretly in his heart. After a long struggle, Nie Xiaorong finally climbed up. She sat down on the ground happily, panting. Then he turned his head and said to Lu Qi Dao, "It's your turn, Lu Dalong." Puff, Big Wolf Lu. This woman, how come she changes her name so quickly? She was still Master Lu just a second ago. Now she calls herself Master Lu. Hearing Nie Xiaorong suddenly calling him like that, Lu Qi, who had already retreated a few meters and was preparing for a sprint, burst into tears and was instantly defeated. "Ha ha, Big Wolf Lu. Don't tell me you're incapable." "Who said I can't do it? Watch carefully." As he spoke, Lu Qi sprinted towards the stone wall. When he was close to the stone wall, he jumped up, landed twice under the stone wall, and then leaped into the air, reaching out to grab the protruding stone that Nie Xiaorong had just grabbed. How about it? With his body still lying on the stone wall, Lu Qi looked at Nie Xiaorong with pride. Seeing Nie Xiaorong's chin raised, indicating for him to continue, Lu Qi then exerted force with his arms, hooked his right leg, and half of his body was already hanging on it. After 2 more consecutive climbs, his thin body easily stood in front of Nie Xiaorong. "Huh, what do you think? I'm awesome, right?" Seeing Lu Qi breathing heavily and still showing off, Nie Xiaorong said bluntly, "Lu Dalong, you look so breathless. Do you want to rest for half an hour? I'll make you some medicine. When you stop panting, we can take action." Hearing this, Lu Qi glared at Nie Xiaorong and continued walking forward without looking back. Chapter 11. No, I don't want to die. Half a day later, looking at the top of the mountain right in front of them, although the two had tried their best, they were still a long distance away. As it was getting dark, the two decided to give up their goal of climbing to the top of the mountain. In order to spend the night safely, they began to look for a suitable shelter. considering that the shelter must not only be able to protect against wind and rain, but also be able to keep out animals and keep warm. The two searched for nearly an hour before they found a suitable place. It was a cave located under a huge rock, with steep slopes on both sides. The narrowest part of the cave entrance is about 2 meters wide. With a little modification, it can have a good isolation and blocking effect and prevent wild animals from entering at night. The two entered the cave and took a look. They were quite satisfied. The space inside was not too big, but there was enough space to accommodate 7 or 8 people. And the ground inside is quite dry, so it shouldn't be too humid at night. At Lu Qi's suggestion, Nie Xiaorong searched the surrounding area and found some soft grass and wood to use as a temporary mattress. He found some dry tree trunks and branches and made a simple gate to block the entrance of the cave. This natural shelter did not take much effort for the two of them. After just a simple tidy up, it was enough to provide a safe home for the two of them. Night falls. Because of the current temperature on the island, it wouldn't be very cold at night, so the two didn't make a fire. After simply eating some wild fruits in their bags to fill their stomachs, the two prepared to rest. Nie Xiaorong made the 2 straw beds very close to each other, with only a distance of 30 centimeters between them, because she was afraid of wild beasts at night and wanted to get as close to Lu Qi as possible. But if they get too close, they are afraid that Lu Qi will turn into another disobedient beast. So she reserved a distance between the grass beds that she thought was safe. Just lie down. The two of them, who were not yet sleepy, started chatting. Perhaps it was because the two of them were alone together that night. So, once Nie Xiaorong opened her mouth, she started to talk a lot. Nie Xiaorong even took the initiative to visit Lu Qi. Where are you from? Do you have a girlfriend? How many have you dated? In high school or middle school? Who did you give your first kiss to? What kind of person do you want to find in the future? Do you want to start a family first or build a career first? How many children do you plan to have? Do you think I'm beautiful? Do you want me to be your girlfriend? Topics like these were thrown to Lu Qi one after another. Lu Qi was completely helpless and could only nod and avoid the topic to deal with the situation. It was midnight, but he still couldn't sleep and tossed and turned. But looking at Nie Xiaorong, who was already sleeping, her delicate face and sexy sleeping posture, especially her long white legs under the moonlight, he suddenly felt that this woman must be a little witch by nature. I think about how no matter it was the chance encounter on the cruise ship, or how he always stood by me on the island, and was even willing to accompany me away alone. These are not normal choices for a woman, but this little witch has always chosen to be with me. Could it be that, at this moment, Lu Qi wondered if she was approaching him intentionally and wanted to take advantage of his kindness? But I'm just a poor guy, just a boy who has just come of age, and she is a successful CEO? Could it be that? Her purpose is to find a young boyfriend and eat her up. Thinking of the questions Nie Xiaorong had asked him just now, Lu Qi made a shameless and bold guess in his heart. But staring at Nie Xiaorong in front of him in the faint moonlight, he couldn't tell how this extraordinary woman could be the CEO of a well-known chain store. Do I look good, Lu Dalong? Why don't you go to bed so late? How about I chat with you for a while? Suddenly, when Lu Qi was staring at Nie Xiaorong's figure in a daze, he heard Nie Xiaorong's voice asking in a low voice. He was so scared that he quickly replied, No more chatting. Go to sleep. Good night, Lu Lang. Nie Xiaorong added with a smile, and Lu Qi couldn't help but shiver all over. I was absolutely sure that she was a little witch. The next morning, the two people who were still sleeping were suddenly awakened by the roar of a wild beast. Lu Qi tried to stand up, but found that Nie Xiaorong had put her 2 long legs on his legs. But he didn't care about all that. He got up, walked to the entrance of the cave, and looked out carefully. At this time, the roar of beasts outside had not stopped yet, and seemed to be getting closer. At this time, Nie Xiaorong also woke up. She quietly came behind Lu Qi and asked in a low voice, Lu Qi, what's that sound? Why is it so scary? Lu Qi turned his head and made a shushing gesture without answering her. At this time, the roar seemed to be getting closer and closer to the entrance of the cave where the two were. Nie Xiaorong was a little frightened and held onto Lu Qi's arm tightly without letting go. About 10 meters away from the cave entrance, a wild leopard was slowly walking towards it. As it walked, it kept making low growls, the sound of which was extremely penetrating and made people tremble with fear. Although Lu Qi had not seen the leopard yet, he had guessed from the cry that it was the roar of a large cat. At this moment, he already felt extreme fear in his heart, because he was unarmed and facing a beast of this level, he might not be able to kill it even if he had a weapon. This beast is much more difficult to deal with than the wild boar. Lu Qi gently comforted Nie Xiaorong and asked her to step back and stay calm. He himself picked up a rough wooden stick. That was a weapon he had reserved when he made a simple cover for the cave entrance yesterday. It is also the only weapon he can find at the moment. Holding the wooden stick tightly and listening to the approaching roar, Lu Qi's forehead was unknowingly covered with sweat. He could even feel his legs trembling. Oh-hoo, oh-hoo-hoo. After another low roar. At this time, the leopard finally appeared. Lu Qi held his breath, and the moment he saw the leopard, he knew that if this guy discovered him now, they would be in great danger today. Maybe this day, next year, will be the anniversary of their death. Turning his head, he glanced at Nie Xiaorong, who was huddled nervously in a corner of a cave, and forced a sunny smile. It seemed that he wanted to use his last way to comfort Nie Xiaorong, who was nervous at the moment. Lu Qi moved his feet lightly and took a defensive posture, but his seemingly cautious action attracted the attention of the leopard. It turned its head, let out a cry, and looked towards the entrance of the cave with its teeth bared. Through the cover of simple branches, Lu Qi could even feel the ferocity in the leopard's eyes. That look is so intimidating. Obviously, the leopard has now discovered Lu Qi in the cave, who is its prey. With a low growl, his eyes filled with aggression, he approached the cave step by step. However, just when Lu Qi was about to burst out his fear and was about to shout out to give himself courage, the leopard that had been approaching with a low growl suddenly stopped and slowly retreated. What's going on? Does it know it's no match for me? Impossible. This is a full-grown leopard. Lu Qi was puzzled and leaned forward to check again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, a snake nearly 2 meters long and as thick as an arm suddenly crawled down slowly from above the cave entrance. The snake's body was black-brown with a blue-white belly. Its 2 eyes were fixed on the leopard that was about to approach the cave entrance, and its mouth kept spitting out scarlet snake tongue. Lu Qi, who was observing closely at the cave entrance, suddenly saw such a huge snake hanging in front of him and was almost scared to death. He quickly retreated and only stopped when he reached Nie Xiaorong. Panting heavily, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fuck, you almost scared my soul away. Lu Qi comforted himself in panic. Nie Xiaorong didn't see the snake and didn't know what was going on, so she asked, "What's wrong, Lu Qi? Are you hurt? Will it break in?" Lu Qi shook his head. "Don't talk yet." Oh, oh. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There was a roar of a leopard outside, followed by a warning hiss of a big snake. The 2 men's scalps tingled at the sound of the 2 wild voices. The sound lasted for 2 or 3 minutes and then suddenly stopped. Unaware of the truth, Lu Qi adjusted his breathing. Then he bravely approached the cave entrance again. What he didn't know was that it was precisely because of the close encounter between him and the giant snake just now that the fear brought to each other when their eyes met was too intense. Not only Lu Qi was frightened and stepped back, but the giant snake was also frightened and bounced away. The direction in which the big snake jumped out was exactly the direction of the leopard that had just approached the cave entrance. Therefore, the leopard with its fur standing on end and the big snake that had bent over to join the game were both frightened and forced to take a defensive stance. Fortunately, both of them seemed to feel the oppression and threat from each other. After a seemingly intense and tense confrontation, they each chose to leave. Call. Seeing that the leopard and the big snake outside had disappeared, Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. The danger is over. After hearing what Lu Qi said, Nie Xiaorong's tension suddenly eased, and she actually burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Lu Qi, why are there so many terrible things happening on this broken island? I want to go home. Seeing Nie Xiaorong crying, Lu Qi felt distressed, just as he was about to go up to comfort her. Suddenly, a small green snake appeared on the stone wall behind Nie Xiaorong. Seeing the colorful little snake, Lu Qi was shocked. Urgent call. Ms. Nie, don't move. Don't move. But Nie Xiaorong was sobbing and complaining, and didn't notice Lu Qi's expression at all. When Lu Qi opened his mouth to remind her again, Nie Xiaorong stomped her feet tenderly. She thought that if she cried harder, Lu Qi would definitely come forward to hug her and comfort her. But she didn't expect that after stomping her feet, instead of getting Lu Qi's concern, she felt a pain in the back of her calf, like being pricked by a needle. She was so scared that she turned her head and saw a small green snake swimming with its slender body and quickly fleeing towards the cave entrance. At this time, Lu Chi quickly stepped forward and stomped hard on the little snake's head. The little snake died on the spot, leaving only the back half of its body still twisting. Ah, snake, it's a snake. At this time, Nie Xiaorong finally reacted. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. She dodged and hid behind Lu Chi. He leaned forward, so nervous that he was speechless. Ah, Lu snake. Ah. Hearing Nie Xiaorong's incontinent words and feeling the painful vibrations on his arm for being pinched and trembled by her, Lu Chi hurriedly hugged her body, which was about to lose control of her bladder, and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Then, he gently patted her delicate and soft back. He looks like an older brother and a good man. After a while, Nie Xiaorong finally calmed down after Lu Chi's extremely gentle comfort. However, Lu Chi has not yet started to feel proud. Then, Nie Xiaorong was seen again. She took 2 steps back and then slumped to the ground. She twisted her body slightly and checked the back of her calf with a painful expression. Lu Chi's heart paused, but he saw Nie Xiaorong screaming and crying again. Obviously, her crying this time was very real and not at all artificial. Lu Chi hurried forward to check. At first glance, I saw a stream of bright red blood flowing from the back of her calf, flowing down her calf to her heel. Because of her fair skin, the streak of blood was really eye-catching. Lu Chi, I was bitten by a poisonous snake. Vidi. Seeing that Lu Chi did not reply to her, she muttered to herself again. Lu Chi, I don't want to die. There's still many things waiting for me to do when I get back. My new company is about to open for business, and I don't even have a boyfriend yet. I don't want to die, Lu Chi, even though Nie Xiaorong kept venting her inner feelings. But Lu Chi still ignored her and immediately took off the belt from his waist and tied it around Nie Xiaorong's calf. Then he squatted down to study the little green snake on the ground. Because just now, after he wiped Nie Xiaorong's wound, he found that the green snake left a neat row of snake tooth marks. In order to verify it, he was squatting on the ground, using a branch to pull out his tongue that was crushed by himself, and watching. When he saw that the dead snake on the ground did have a row of small and dense teeth, he felt relieved. He then looked up and saw that Nie Xiaorong's eyes were red and tears were still in the corners of her eyes. Stop crying. If you keep crying, the swelling will only get worse. Hearing this, Nie Xiaorong glanced at her calf. Although the bitten leg was no different from the other leg, she felt that her calf was about to turn into a thigh. Woo. Dr. Lu Chi, please save me quickly. As long as you can save me, don't let me die here. I will work like a slave for you. Woo, Dr. Lu. When Nie Xiaorong heard Lu Chi say that her swelling would get worse, she didn't dare to cry loudly and could only sob quietly. Being a slave? That doesn't seem bad. At least it can improve my status in her eyes. Why not do it? Then Lu Chi pretended to be in deep thought. Ms. Nie, don't worry. I've seen this venomous snake. Although its venom can be fatal, fortunately, this is a small snake, and the poison won't take effect quickly. It will take at least 3 or 4 days. No, I don't want to die. Lu Chi, Master Lu, you must save me. Okay. To Nie Xiaorong, Lu Chi's fake frightening words sounded like a death sentence for her. In fact, when Lu Chi saw the bite marks and the flowing red blood, he concluded that this was a non-venomous snake. Because most bite marks from poisonous snakes only have 2 holes, while non-venomous snakes have neat bite marks. Chapter 12, The Temptation of Beauty. After taking another closer look at the little green snake, he confirmed his judgment that it was indeed non-venomous. However, on this deserted island, if you are bitten, the injury must be treated promptly. As long as it does not develop inflammation or fever, you should be fine. Seeing Nie Xiaorong's sincere eyes, he couldn't say anything more cruel. After thinking for a while, he said solemnly, "Don't worry, I can cure this snake venom, and you'll be fine. However, I have to pick some detoxifying herbs for you first. During this period, you must follow my instructions and don't make any mistakes that will cause the venom to take effect prematurely. Do you understand?" Woo. Okay, Master Lu Chi. As long as I can detoxify you, I will listen to you. Woo. This guy really cherishes his life. Whereas the aura and airs of a female CEO. Seeing Nie Xiaorong nodding repeatedly and looking obedient and well-behaved, Lu Chi was very satisfied. Okay, stop crying. If you keep crying, Your eyes will get more swollen, and you won't be pretty anymore. Uh-huh. Lucci reached out and gently wiped the tears from Ye Xiaorong's cheek, while gently comforting her. This seemed to work, and Ye Xiaorong stopped crying immediately. Observing the wound again, the blood at the wound still had not changed and had already coagulated. Just in case, he took out a silver needle from his backpack and tested the toxicity of the blood. After a few minutes, there was no change in the silver needle. Lucci finally felt relieved. How lucky that nothing happened. Otherwise, this woman would have really lost her life here today. Thinking this in his mind, Lucci untied the belt on Ye Xiaorong's leg. He has already decided that no matter where he stays overnight, he must sprinkle some wood ash around to prevent insects and snakes. Afterwards, he and Ye Xiaorong carefully walked out of the cave. After exploring the surroundings, the two decided not to delay any longer and continued on their way. Because a lot of footprints of unknown animals were left on the slopes around the cave last night. Judging from the size and depth of the footprints, Lucci concluded that they were very dangerous and quite large. I never thought there would be so many wild animals on this island. At this moment, Lucci felt a little regretful and didn't know whether his decision to leave the beach was right or wrong. Only after he walked out did he realize that the beach was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and protected by a cliff, making it a natural safe place. But it's too late now. How can I go back? Moreover, he believed that it was better to remain independent and sober than to be with a bunch of rabble on a desert island. Individuals are often kind when they are alone, but when they are with a group of people, they will lower their IQ and even become cruel in order to obey and integrate into the group. Turning his head to look at Ye Xiaorong, who was following him, Lucci couldn't help but smile. Now it seems that this social elite beauty is not much different from ordinary girls. They are just as afraid of death, timid and crybaby. The two continued to move towards the top of the mountain. Ye Xiaorong followed Lucci all the way. Although she was always worried that the snake venom in her body would take effect, she had no choice but to trust Lucci. As Lucci walked, he observed every place he passed by to see if there were any suitable herbs, so that he could give Ye Xiaorong a simple treatment on her wounds to reduce inflammation and prevent infection. Although he knew that the snake was not poisonous and the wound would not have much impact on her, he still had to put on an act for Ye Xiaorong. Fortunately, on the way, Lucci finally found some medicinal herbs that could be used to reduce inflammation and relieve pain. So after some tinkering, he applied it on Ye Xiaorong's legs, and then gave her some solemn assurances and comfort. Hearing this, Ye Xiaorong burst into tears of gratitude and took Lucci's hand and was about to give him her precious kiss. Fortunately, Lucci reacted quickly enough. If he was a beat slower, his first kiss would have been gone. However, Lucci didn't know that it was a shy and evasive behavior that ignited the fire in Ye Xiaorong's heart. So, she secretly made up her mind to keep a firm hold on the boy in front of her. The rugged mountain road in the dense forest may seem a short distance, but is actually very strenuous and time-consuming to walk on. In addition, Ye Xiaorong always behaved abnormally during the subsequent trips, which made Lucci speechless. In the following trip, she continued to act pretentiously. Sometimes the toxins in the body have not been cleared. Sometimes I'm too tired, sometimes my feet hurt, and sometimes I feel dizzy, just to win Lucci's sympathy so that he could have the opportunity to get close to and touch him. Because she knows very well that no man can resist the temptation of a beautiful woman, let alone herself, who has a good figure and good looks. However, under her repeated bombardment, Lucci just accepted them all. And looking at his appearance and expression, Ye Xiaorong thought that he was just a blockhead, without any intelligence at all. She even suspected that she was not pretty enough and was not worthy of his attention at all. After failing again and again, Ye Xiaorong was so angry that she no longer paid any attention to Lucci and went straight into a runaway mode, not caring about pain, tiredness, or pretense, and she kept walking ahead of Lucci. Lucci simply couldn't believe his eyes. He had no idea how this woman could change so rapidly. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by Ye Xiaorong's beauty, not to mention that he was a young man full of vigor and vitality. But now this guy's mind is full of getting to the top of the mountain as soon as possible, finding out what's going on, and then finding a stable place to live, fill his stomach, and preferably take a shower. Finally, after the two of them had a lot of emotional tugs and climbs, they finally reached the top of the mountain. When they saw the scenery of the island in front of them, They were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment. Lu Qi, look, there's a lake over there. Nie Xiaorong pointed into the distance and said excitedly. Lu Qi walked up to her. All I saw before me was a huge circular mountain range, and in the center of the mountain range was a lake visible to the naked eye. Perhaps because of the distance, the entire lake was visible. The water was emerald green, clear, and calm. I hope it's as you said. If it's really a lake, then we might be able to survive. But if it's an inland sea, that's another matter. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Qi analyzed. Because he didn't see any springs or waterfalls in the mountains. Although the size and shape of the island exceeded Lu Qi's imagination, it also made Lu Qi realize that islands of this size have more resources and are easier to be discovered by rescuers. Never mind, I just want to go there and take a shower. Nie Xiaorong tugged at Lu Qi's clothes and urged him. Don't be impatient. Although I want to do it, we have to observe everything carefully and make a plan. As he spoke, Lu Qi pulled out a plastic bag from his backpack and took out a thin notebook and a black oil pen, which he had originally intended to use for accounting while working. After flipping through a few pages, he began to draw on his notebook. He wanted to draw the shape of the island he saw before him, and then make a plan. See how to arrange it. Should he explore the entire island first, or find a suitable campsite first? However, when Lu Qi was concentrating on painting, Nie Xiaorong, who was standing by, quietly walked forward and picked up a slightly yellowed piece of paper that had fallen on the ground. As soon as I opened it, a pair of red footprints came into view, very eye-catching, and there was Lu Qi and a name called Lin Yao. After reading the other text messages above, Nie Xiaorong was stunned at first, shocked, and at the same time in disbelief. She didn't believe that there would still be child marriages in today's society. Moreover, there is an agreed time and a marriage certificate signed as evidence. No wonder this guy is so indifferent to me. It seems like he has someone in his heart. Furious, Nie Xiaorong picked up the paper in her hand and was about to tear it up when she stopped. Snort. It seemed as if her reason was pulled back in an instant, and she felt that she couldn't do this. After all, he and I are nothing. How can there be any reason to tear up other people's things? And it's such an important thing. When he reached out his hand to return it to Lu Qi, a trace of resentment arose in his heart. Bang! She slapped Lu Qi's shoulder with the marriage certificate. Hey, Lu Dalong, what era is this? You actually have a child at marriage? Ha ha ha, it's really hilarious. Lu Qi, who was still drawing the picture seriously, was suddenly startled by Nie Xiaorong's slap and saw her laughing at him unscrupulously. Lu Qi hurriedly stepped forward and snatched the thing from her hand. He took a look at it first, seeing that it was not damaged, and then quickly put it away. Lu Dalong, is that true? You really have an arranged marriage. Before Lu Qi could speak, Nie Xiaorong continued to ask, her voice full of surprise and ridicule. Lu Qi looked unhappy. His little secret was discovered, but he didn't know how to explain it. Seeing Nie Xiaorong's expression and eyes still asking questions, he could only bite the bullet and rolled his eyes, then replied stiffly. What's there to laugh at? It's none of your business. That's the only thing my grandfather left me before he died. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Nie Xiaorong and continued to draw the terrain of the island. Oh, are you angry? Hee hee, you are such a stingy person. I'm just curious. But I'm sorry. I don't know anything about your grandfather. My condolences. Although Nie Xiaorong had not stopped sneering in her heart, she still expressed her apologies for the death of Lu Qi's grandfather in her words. Seeing that Lu Qi no longer paid attention to her, Nie Xiaorong did not complain. At this moment, she only regarded the marriage certificate as a token of remembrance left to him by Lu Qi's grandfather. Besides, in today's society, such things are almost unheard of. What's more, now both she and he are trapped on this deserted island. With her charm, how could she not be able to control this little man? But in order to ease the bad atmosphere just now, she took the initiative to open the topic and asked Lu Qi about him with concern. Perhaps it was the current environment and Nie Xiaorong's sudden change in attitude. Standing on the top of the mountain, Lu Qi slowly put down the paper and pen in his hand and slowly told Nie Xiaorong about his life experience and the adventures that brought him here. The mysterious and lush deserted island in front of me is very quiet, without any strong wind. Behind me is the magnificent sea and the calm beach. At this moment, he seemed to have found the best medicine to heal his inner pain, gradually releasing my longing for my parents and grandfather. This was also the first time he revealed his true feelings since leaving the village. And it was to a strange woman. As Lu Qi continued to tell her story, Nie Xiaorong's eyes welled up with tears. She had never expected that the boy in front of her would have such a background. These are my 18 years of life. Miss Nie, now that you know this, will you regret leaving those elite groups with a poor boy like me? If they really have a way to leave here, you will suffer a great loss. Seeing Nie Xiaorong so moved after hearing his story, Lu Qi jokingly asked, "Of course I won't regret it. You were forced to leave that group of people because of me. From now on, you don't need to call me Miss Nie. I'm only 3 years older than you. You can either call me Sister Xiaorong or just call me Nie Xiaorong." This. Faced with Nie Xiaorong's proposal, Lu Qi didn't know how to respond for a moment. Looking at Nie Xiaorong, who was half a head shorter than him and looked petite and cute, Lu Qi suddenly replied, "You look even younger than me. How about this? I'll call you Xiaorong, and you can call me Xiaolu." After a pause, seeing that Nie Xiaorong didn't say anything, he continued, "If you think this is too awkward, then I'll just call you by your name, Nie Xiaorong. Whatever you want." Although Nie Xiaorong is older than Lu Qi was born in the countryside and probably did a lot of dirty and tiring work on a daily basis, so his skin is a little rough and dark. Boys don't like to take care of themselves, not to mention that they can't even take a hot shower on this deserted island. Unlike Nie Xiaorong, who is the boss of a cosmetics company, even though she was trapped on a deserted island, she still has fair skin and looks very young. So no matter how he looked at it, he felt that he was older and more mature than Nie Xiaorong. It would be better for him to practice how to tie his tongue than to ask him to call her sister. After a friendly and sincere exchange, both of them had a deeper understanding of each other. Especially Nie Xiaorong. She was much gentler towards Lu Qi. Looking at Lu Qi, there was also a different feeling in my heart. Although Lu Qi is not a business tycoon or a rich young man. But after listening to Lu Qi's story, she began to have a better impression of his innocent heart. In this way, the two of them sat on the top of the mountain for a long time. "Lu Qi, have you noticed that since we came here, we have not heard any bird calls, let alone any traces of birds, except for the roars of many wild animals on the island?" Suddenly, Nie Xiaorong looked around and whispered to Lu Qi what she had discovered. "I've noticed this before. I haven't seen any birds so far. I think it might have something to do with this island. Since we entered the island, all electronic equipment has failed and we can't determine the direction. In addition, the trees on this island are unusually lush, and there are many plants that I have never heard of or seen before. The cruise ship we are on is heading south, but I don't know where this place is. The accident happened 2 days into our cruise, so judging by the time, we should be getting close to the equator. Maybe this is some undeveloped and unused deserted island. Then do you think there's still a chance that we can be rescued?" "I don't know either." Although he was answering Nie Xiaorong's question, Lu Qi was very puzzled in his heart, because according to his understanding and what he had learned, it was impossible for such a large island to have no birds at all. Moreover, the magnetic field here seems to be very chaotic, and it is completely impossible to use instruments to identify the correct direction. Chapter 13, Bloody Mouth. The entire island was covered with unusually tall and lush vegetation, and there were also unknown plants. Although it was surrounded by the sea, no fish were found in the sea. As a result, the fishing line and hooks that Lu Qi had prepared in advance are of no use to this day. "Lu Qi, look, there's thick smoke on the beach." At this moment, Lu Qi, who was in deep thought, suddenly heard Nie Xiaorong's surprised voice. He hurriedly turned around, came to her side, and looked down. Sure enough, not far from the SOS items that people had piled up on the beach, a pile of firewood was burning and emitting a lot of smoke. "Is there a rescue plane coming?" Nie Xiaorong sounded suspicious, and the two of them hurriedly looked up at the sky again. But there was nothing in the blue sky. "Lu Qi, look over there. There's a small boat in the sea." Nie Xiaorong pointed towards the sea in the distance and said excitedly. Then Lu Qi saw people on the beach below rushing towards the sea like ants. Waving his arms, "Isn't that the lifeboat on the cruise ship?" After careful observation, Lu Qi was not excited, but spoke calmly. Nie Xiaorong then came back to her senses and carefully compared the two small boats on the beach and on the sea in the distance. It really is a lifeboat. Because they were in a position where they could see very far and clearly, they quickly confirmed that the boat on the sea was just an ordinary lifeboat on the cruise ship. But those people on the sea were still waving their hands wildly, jumping and shouting. Lu Qi could only sigh, thinking that perhaps in a few minutes, someone on the beach would be able to recognize him. Why did this lifeboat only show up at this time? It's been more than 10 days. I wonder if there are any survivors on that lifeboat. Nie Xiaorong looked at the lifeboat, drifting on the sea in the distance, and analyzed, her tone full of worry. Lu Qi also looked carefully at the floating lifeboat, hoping to see any survivors. However, after observing for a few minutes, he did not see the figure he expected. Instead, the lifeboat had been stationary nearly 200 meters away from the beach. Look at the depth of the lifeboat. It doesn't seem to be heavy enough to carry all the survivors. And it has been there for so long. It doesn't seem to be moving forward at all. Instead, I feel like it is drifting to the left with the current. Retracting his gaze, Lu Qi spoke to Nie Xiaorong. Then he grabbed a handful of dry soil on the ground and threw it into the air. Although I don't understand why the sea breeze is so weak on this island, it is consistent with the direction in which the lifeboat is drifting. It was just such a small action by Lu Qi that made Nie Xiaorong feel that he was very wise and calm at this critical moment. He doesn't look like a newly grown adult at all, but rather like an experienced middle-aged hunter. At this time, as the two of them carefully watched the crowd on the beach below the mountain, on the hillside behind them, a leopard quietly appeared. Perhaps it smelled a strange scent in the air. The leopard searched, and when it was about to reach the top of the mountain, it stopped behind a huge rock. Now, as long as it gets around the huge rock on the top of the mountain, it will be able to look directly at the two of them. At this moment, the leopard's ears moved, as if it heard the sounds made by the two people, and suddenly changed from a casual pace to a crawling attack posture. He lowered his whole body and crawled toward the side of the boulder. At this time, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong were completely unaware of it. The two people were still standing on the cliff behind the huge rock on the top of the mountain and talking. It is only 5 or 6 meters away from the stone. When the leopard saw the two people behind the boulder, he did not rush out to attack immediately. Instead, he took a few steps back, looked up, and with a whoosh, he leaped lightly onto the boulder. It was obvious that it was trying to find itself a better point for attack. Lu Qi, what should we do now? Go back or keep moving forward? I watched as people continued to rush toward the beach, waving their hands desperately. I could even vaguely hear the shouts of the crowd. This scene also aroused a glimmer of hope of being rescued in Nie Xiaorong's heart. But Lu Qi was much calmer. From where we are now, we can see everything that is happening below. More than 10 days have passed. It is the limit for people to hold out on such a large beach for so long. Without food and fresh water, they will have to leave the beach sooner or later, just like us. We are just the first ones to make plans. Sure enough, just as Lu Qi finished speaking, then the shouting of the crowd below suddenly stopped. No one in the crowd was waving their arms anymore. Apparently, people had discovered that the ship was not the rescue ship they expected. Even though they were so far away, Lu Qi could still feel the loss and despair emanating from the crowd on the beach. Coming back to his senses, Lu Qi looked at the ridge where he and Nie Xiaorong were standing. Standing on this high ridge, he felt that if the mountain under his feet was used as a dividing line, one side of the beach represented despair and hardship, while the other side might be a way out and hope. He didn't want to go back because he knew that the people on the beach were just fantasizing about being rescued and were still struggling. Once you can't hold on any longer, you will definitely catch up with your own pace and choose the path of self-rescue and survival. But what lies ahead and what will I face? Although he didn't know either, but he has the courage to take the lead and the mentality to be ready to challenge. After taking another look at the lifeboat floating in the sea, Lu Qi hesitated. Perhaps it was a woman's natural perception of men. After seeing Lu Qi's eyes, Nie Xiaorong suddenly asked, "Do you want to go on that boat? How did you know I wanted to go on that boat?" Seeing Nie Xiaorong asking him this, Lu Qi looked at her with shining eyes of curiosity. "Hee, from the look in your eyes just now." Nie Xiaorong smiled proudly and replied, "Yes, I really want to swim to the lifeboat to see what's going on. It would be great if I could save anyone. Even if I can't, all the survival tools on the lifeboat are very valuable to us. After all, it's very unlikely to get the tools from those people on the beach, and it will also lead to a direct conflict." After saying that, Lu Qi looked at Nie Xiaorong, pointed at the lifeboat in the sea, and then looked at the topographic map he had just drawn. You see, it has been staying at that location away from the beach for a long time. It is not getting closer to the beach, but has been moving towards the sea on the left side. After bypassing some mountains and cliffs on the left side of the beach below, it is the lowest point of this circular island mountain range. I think if those people on the beach don't have any action to seize the boat, as long as we dare to go to the beach somewhere, there may be a glimmer of hope to seize the supplies on the boat. Yes, Lucci, you're right, haha. If that is the case, we too won't have to worry too much about survival. Let's go. Let's set off now. Nie Xiaorong felt excited when she heard Lucci's analysis and suggestions. I thought what Lucci said was absolutely right, and there was nothing wrong with it. So, I supported it immediately. Don't worry. Let's just rest here and wait and see. It won't be too late to leave later. Having said that, Lucci turned around and walked back, wanting to find a rock to sit on for a while. But Nie Xiaorong was puzzled and asked anxiously, "Why? If we don't leave now, will we still be able to see the lifeboat when we get there?" Hearing this, Lucci chuckled and patiently explained, "Look at the sea breeze here. We are high enough, aren't we? Even at such a high place, there is no sea breeze. Not to mention the calm sea below. Besides, if the people on the beach below take the lifeboat we took earlier, there will be no place for us. Time does not allow us to go, unless we both grow wings. Otherwise, how can we compete with them? So, we can only give up the illusion and wait and see. Then make a decision." Oh, after Lucci's explanation, Nie Xiaorong finally accepted Lucci's advice and became more aware of her own impulsiveness. Suddenly, Lucci, who was about to sit down to rest, turned his head inadvertently and caught a glimpse of the terrifying beast that appeared on the boulder behind Nie Xiaorong. It was a leopard that had already entered an ambush state. From head to tail, its body was more than 2 meters long. Its pair of leopard eyes stared at the two of them coldly, and its mouth slightly grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. Perhaps it didn't expect it, but when it saw Lucci's eyes, its crawling claws suddenly stopped. Eye to eye with Lucci. Perhaps it had never seen the humans in front of it before, and it didn't know whether the two bipeds in front of it were any danger to it, but judging from their size, it knew that Lucci and Nie Xiaorong were definitely the staples on its menu today. Seeing Lucci suddenly become stupid and stunned on the spot, he also stared behind himself. Nie Xiaorong was about to turn around as she spoke, but was stopped by Lucci. "Lucci, what's wrong? Don't move. Nie Xiaorong, listen to me, don't move." Relying on a woman's unique sixth sense, Nie Xiaorong believed Lucci's words and immediately stopped. "Come towards me slowly." Perhaps it was because it saw Lucci was facing it, and his eyes made it feel provocative. The leopard let out a low roar at this moment. At this moment, Nie Xiaorong's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned pale instantly. She finally understood the dangerous message conveyed by Lucci's stiff body language and expression. It turned out that there was a wild beast behind him. Perhaps it is because you have never seen the leopard's terrifying face at such a close distance, and the shock it brings to people. Nie Xiaorong has not yet lost her ability to move. Following Lucci's instructions, she slowly walked towards Lucci. It was just 5 or 6 short steps, and with every step she took, she felt as if she was on the edge of an abyss. By the time she arrived in front of Lucci, cold sweat was already pouring down her forehead. Lucci tightly grasped the only wooden stick in his hand. This was the wooden stick he found on his way to the top of the mountain and used as a walking stick. Even so, his actions were still a joke to the leopard and would not cause any harm to it. As long as it takes a bite, the threat of the stick in Lucci's hand will be eliminated. Seeing Nie Xiaorong finally approaching him, Lucci stared at the leopard while taking off his backpack with one hand and half raising it in front of him as a shield. Nie Xiaorong also turned around slowly at this time. When she saw the huge and terrifying leopard in front of her, her face turned pale and her calves suddenly felt weak. There was nothing in her hands, and fear made her hide behind Lucci unconsciously. "Don't be nervous. It can sense our fear, and the more so, the sooner it will attack." "Lucci, what should we do?" Nie Xiaorong asked in a trembling voice. "Take off your backpack to cover your body, and slowly back away. Don't run in a hurry." Lucci didn't keep his eyes on the leopard, but kept an eye on the leopard's forelimbs. He was also making his own preparations. Controlling her emotions and body, Nie Xiaorong took off her backpack, followed Lucci's instructions, used it as a shield in front of her, and backed away. The leopard was only 5 or 6 meters away from the two men at this time. The reason why it did not launch an attack was perhaps because it was ready at any time at this distance. However, Seeing these two-legged beasts being so fussy and not panicking or running away even though they discovered that it was powerful, it seemed beyond its expectations. There has never been such a bold dish on its menu, so it did not launch an attack. "Oh, this is bad, Lu Qi. What's wrong?" Nie Xiaorong behind him suddenly cried out in surprise, her voice trembling and filled with fear. "There is no road. There is a cliff behind." Hearing this, Lu Qi felt a chill in his heart. Although he didn't know how high the cliff was, he was instantly struck by fear. At the same time, there comes the courage to live in the face of death. In an instant, 1,000 horses galloped in my heart. In just a short period of time, I had already prepared for the worst. "Stop the backward steps. You go first. I'll hold it off." Just a few short words were enough to greatly ease Nie Xiaorong's nervous heart. Lu Qi at this moment is such a man. Although they were just 8 words, they were like a heavy hammer, leaving a mark of security on Nie Xiaorong's heart. "What are you standing there for? Go!" Seeing Nie Xiaorong looking at him in a daze, Lu Qi urged hurriedly, while taking small steps towards her. "Block the possible attack range from the leopard." Hearing Lu Qi urging her, Nie Xiaorong came back to her senses. Oh. After taking a look, Nie Xiaorong continued to take 2 steps back to one side. Perhaps I could feel the panic and nervousness of the 2 people at this moment. The leopard suddenly roared and pounced towards Lu Qi. The sharp claws broke through the air, and the bloody mouth behind the fangs opened mercilessly, intending to break Lu Qi's belly and lock his throat, so as to kill the prey with one blow. "Go! I'm going to fight you." At the critical moment, Lu Qi pushed Nie Xiaorong out, raised his left hand, which was holding the backpack, and held the wooden stick tightly in his right hand. Seeing the bloody mouth coming towards him, he instinctively fought back and stabbed out with a stick. Nie Xiaorong was pushed out and fell to the side of the bush. Before she could get up, she saw the leopard pounce on Lu Qi's face. Lu Qi raised his backpack high in his hand. Then the 2 of them disappeared from her sight and fell towards the cliff at the same time. Seeing Lu Qi falling off the cliff in order to save herself and the leopard, Nie Xiaorong was instantly distracted and didn't know what to do. In an instant, thousands of feelings surged in her heart. There was grief, fear, emotion, and also a sense of anxiety, as if one had lost the most precious thing. Nie Xiaorong hurriedly got up and went to the cliff to check, but the dense green plants blocked her view, making her unable to see the situation below. All I heard was a series of crackling sounds followed by the sound of stones falling. This made her feel even more uneasy and sad. Lu Qi. Whoa. Nie Xiaorong could no longer hold back the sadness in her heart and cried anxiously. Chapter 14, Warming Each Other Up. Boom, bung, swish, swish. While falling at high speed, Lu Qi could only feel his body constantly hitting rocks and vegetation, causes waves of pain all over the body. The leopard, which was holding onto Lu Qi's backpack tightly, was also pulled down along with Lu Qi. Perhaps the leopard also felt ashamed and regretful for this attack. The pain from the violent collision between the rocks and its body during the fall also made it suffer a lot, but it was also trying very hard for a delicious meal. Bang! Finally, after a crash and a cry of pain, Lu Qi felt like he had landed. When I opened my eyes, I saw a small flat area about 4 or 5 meters wide, all rocky. Behind me was a small pile of rocks, overgrown with weeds. Lu Qi was half lying on a pile of rocks, with burning pain in his legs, feet, back, arms, face, head, and seemingly every part of his body. But reason told him that the danger was still there, and he should not let his guard down. He quickly raised his head and looked to both sides, and sure enough, the leopard was the same as him. He fell into a pile of rocks on one side and was struggling to get up. Oops! Seeing the leopard's movements and appearance, Lu Qi knew that he was in danger, because the leopard stood up quickly and did not feel any discomfort. It seemed that the fall and collision had very limited impact on it. It just looked a little unsteady when it got up, but everything else was fine. Shaking his head, the leopard looked at Lu Qi. Seeing the leopard's eyes fixed on him, Lu Qi was terrified and panicked. He had to use his hands and feet to retreat hastily. However, although he retreated very hard on the pile of rocks, he still could not retreat far. In a hurry, he grabbed a stone beside him with his right hand and was about to stand up when he saw a flame distress signal device drop from his backpack on the ground. The red signal cylinder was very eye-catching. Lu Qi quickly grabbed it and held it in his hand. He glanced at the instructions on it and quickly pulled out the cover of the pull ring. Seeing the leopard preparing to attack by crawling, Lu Qi roared at it to give it courage, trying to stop the leopard's attack, and hurriedly pulled the ring on the flame distress signal. Suddenly, a thick smoke came out, and in just a blink of an eye, the hot flames inside spurted out. However, perhaps because Lu Qi's actions showed too much fear, and it was broad daylight, although Lu Qi could feel the heat of the flames signal in his hand, the brightness was not very bright. So the leopard pounced on him ferociously and with disdain, as if it didn't want to leave Lu Qi any chance to resist. It came directly towards Lu Qi's face. The scarlet bloody mouth with sharp teeth is very scary. I'm going to fight you. At this moment, Lu Qi was surprisingly calm for some reason, and he was less panicked than before. Extend a flame, signal straight towards the leopard's mouth. He inserted it into the leopard's mouth steadily, accurately, and fiercely, but unfortunately his own arm was also bitten by the leopard. Then he instinctively picked up the stone in his right hand and smashed it hard on the leopard's head. Asshole, damn, I told you to bite me. Lu Qi went crazy and kept throwing the stones in his hand at the leopard. At this moment, the leopard finally realized what real pain was and loosened its grip on Lu Qi. He howled miserably a few times, retreated in panic, and then suddenly became like a madman, constantly banging against the ground and the stone wall. He looked like a complete loss of his previous beast demeanor, and at this moment he was like someone who had fallen into hot magma, struggling madly in pain. My hand. Looking at his bloody left hand, Lu Qi couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. But the crisis has not been resolved yet, so he dare not be careless. He stood up, picked up the stone in his hand, and was about to walk towards the leopard that was about to fall to the ground. But he saw hot flames and thick smoke coming out of the leopard's mouth. Then it fell headfirst onto the edge of the rock wall in pain and continued to fall toward the cliff below. No more screams were uttered. Hoo. Only then did Lu Qi begin to breathe heavily, and his tense expression gradually relaxed. Lu Qi. Woo. Above, Nie Xiaorong's voice came, because Lu Qi's roar just now made her realize that Lu Qi was still alive. So at this time she kept crying and calling Lu Qi's name. I'm Fina. After taking a few deep breaths, in order to reassure Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi immediately raised his head and replied to Nie Xiaorong in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, Nie Xiaorong was so overjoyed that she almost fell off the platform due to her happiness. Just wait, I'll come down to find you. After hearing what Nie Xiaorong said, Lu Qi sat down on the ground against a rock, tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes, wrapped the wound on his arm with pain, and then he had no strength to move anymore. After more than 10 minutes, Nie Xiaorong finally found a small path down the steep stone wall, and following Lu Qi's faint guidance, she came to the stone platform where he was. When Nie Xiaorong saw Lu Qi's appearance at this moment, her eyes instantly filled with tears, and she couldn't even bear to look at him. Nie Xiaorong couldn't control her emotions and was frightened. Because Lu Qi now looked like a bloody man, from head to toe, there was almost no intact skin on his body. In addition to the blood, there were also conspicuous wounds of various sizes, mixed with mud and sand covering the surface of the skin and tattered clothes. The clothes that were in good condition before were now torn into tatters, and the sleeve on the left arm was completely missing. The bloodstains had not dried yet, and some places were still oozing blood. She couldn't imagine the pain Lu Qi had experienced when he fell from above. Lu Qi, don't scare me. Why are you so badly injured? Nie Xiaorong cried as she hurried forward, squatted down, and asked with concern, but Lu Qi now only felt dizzy and weak. Seeing Nie Xiaorong coming to his side, Lu Qi was very happy, but when he saw the clothes she was wearing, he couldn't help but feel dazzled. Because when Nie Xiaorong came down just now, perhaps because she was in a hurry and didn't pay much attention, her loose clothes were torn in many places. A large area of the chest is exposed. Ahem, he just coughed twice, then lay down quietly against the stone. No, Lu Qi, please don't die. What'll I do if you die? Lu Qi, I'm fine, just scratches. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Hearing Nie Xiaorong's words, Lu Qi endured the pain and fatigue all over his body and comforted Nie Xiaorong. Woo, please don't scare me anymore, okay? I'll take care of your wound first. Just lie there and don't move. Hearing what Nie Xiaorong said, he wanted to say, look, what else can I do now except lying still? But he was powerless to say anything, so he just glanced at this beautiful girl helplessly, wanting her to understand it slowly. Then he narrowed his eyes and stopped talking. Seeing the wounds on Lu Qi's body at such a close distance, Nie Xiaorong was so distressed that she didn't know what to do. After suppressing her anxiety and fear and adjusting her emotions, she began to think of ways to treat Lu Qi's wounds. But the sound of her sobbing and pain never stopped, and Lu Qi could tell that she was just trying to control herself. Nie Xiaorong didn't want to keep crying. But when he thought about how Lu Qi stepped forward to save him and passively chose to die together with the leopard when they fell off the cliff, he was left with injuries. She couldn't help but feel moved and distressed. Swish, swish. In a daze, Lu Qi only heard the sound of cloth being torn. Then he felt Nie Xiaorong moving around on his head and body until he fell into complete sleep. Nearly 2 hours later, Nie Xiaorong was lying sideways, holding Lu Qi. At this time, her loose casual clothes had been torn to pieces, almost like a swimsuit. She wanted to change the only piece of clothing in her backpack, but she felt too tired to move, and Lu Qi's head was resting on her legs. She didn't want Lu Qi to move and hurt his wound. That's all. The two of them slept until late at night. That night the sky was starry, the moon was high in the sky, and the roars of various animals could be heard from the island. Nie Xiaorong woke up suddenly, but seeing that Lu Qi in her arms was still sleeping, she did not move much. He just pulled over the backpack and took out a small bottle, which was half a bottle of drinking water. After opening the bottle cap, he first poured a little bit to the corner of Lu Qi's mouth to moisten Lu Qi's dry skin, and then he took a few sips himself. After screwing the lid back on, she looked around vigilantly, fearing that other wild animals might appear here. However, her worries seemed unnecessary. Nearly half an hour had passed, and there was still no sound of any wild animals around. After calming down, Nie Xiaorong realized that perhaps the place they were in was very special, so no other animals were attracted. The two were now on the gentle platform of a cliff, close to the top of the mountain. There is not much vegetation to block the view, and even at night, few animals come here, because both prey and predators often appear in the jungle. Nie Xiaorong's fair skin also looked bright under the moonlight. Looking at Lu Qi, who was resting his head on his legs, his handsome face under the moonlight is so charming. In life, although I have many suitors and quite a few handsome guys, none of them left any impression on me. But since she met Lu Qi, she was attracted by his sunny temperament at first sight. Lu Qi, do you know? Actually, I approached you on purpose on the cruise ship that day. I watched you from afar in the crowd and just thought you were very sunny. Although there was no starry sky as bright as this night, when you turned around, you were like a star in my eyes, shining so brightly. I don't know where I got the courage from, but I just wanted to get to know you. So I picked up the red wine and wine glass on the table and walked towards you, thinking I must turn myself into a scenery that you will never forget on the cruise ship. So I deliberately tidied up my clothes, but you were like a wooden lump. You were indifferent to my courtesy. You didn't even take the initiative to ask for my contact information. Humph. If another man took the initiative to ask for it, I wouldn't give it to you. Unconsciously, looking at Lu Qi in her arms, Nie Xiaorong began to talk to herself. She knew that today's Lu Qi had truly entered her heart, especially the courage he had shown when he pushed her away without regard for his own safety, and faced the leopard's attack alone, and even had the courage to not be afraid of falling off the cliff. At that moment, she couldn't help but start worrying about Lu Qi. And I'm sincerely worried, perhaps because of the severe loss of blood and water in the body. Lu Qi's lips are always dry. Nie Xiaorong opened the only half bottle of water again and slowly dripped it into Lu Qi's mouth. Ahem. Perhaps he was too sensitive. When the unconscious Lu Qi tasted the water, he couldn't help but cough lightly. Haha, you're awake, Lu Qi. That's great, you're finally awake. Seeing Lu Qi open his eyes, Nie Xiaorong started crying again with excitement. Woo, you scare me to death. I thought you would never wake up again. Woo. Feeling the power of life in his mouth, Lu Qi slowly opened his eyes. Why are you still crying? As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Nie Xiaorong staring at him with tearful eyes. Although it was night, Nie Xiaorong's beauty was still so pleasing to the eye, just like the white lotus in the pond under the moonlight. I am a woman. Women are made of water. Of course I cry when I want to. After hearing Lu Qi's words, she was extremely happy in her heart. She wanted to say that she was worried about you and was afraid that you would not wake up. But the words of concern and care in my heart changed their meaning when they came out of my mouth. Do you have any more water, pretty girl? Give me some, I'm really thirsty. Feeling that his wounds had been treated and seeing the only clothes left on Nye Xiaorong's body, Lu Qi knew that Nye Xiaorong was concerned about him. I imitated her tone and joked. Yes, yes, yes. As he said this, he hurriedly poured the little water left in his hand into Lu Qi's mouth. Only later did she realize that Lu Qi was a very bad guy. But seeing how weak he is now, I have no choice but to let it go and not bother about it. Afterwards, the two of them snuggled together and used their body temperature to keep each other warm. After all, it is still a bit chilly on the island late at night. In this way, he endured until dawn, and when the morning sun first shone on the top of the mountain, Lu Qi woke up. When the first ray of sunlight shone into his eyes after he opened them, Lu Qi felt lucky that he was still alive. Seeing Nye Xiaorong in front of him, who still looked tired, Lu Qi couldn't help but feel grateful. If she had not abandoned him, bandaged his wounds in time, and stayed with him all night, he would not have seen the rising sun at this moment. Lu Qi slowly stood up and saw that his body and head were covered with strips of cloth torn from Nye Xiaorong's clothes. There were still waves of pain in many parts of my body. He couldn't help but cursed. This damn beast. Hiss. I stood up and was about to take a few steps when I felt a sharp pain in my legs. Lu Qi, are you awake? Behind him, Nye Xiaorong heard Lu Qi's sound of pain and woke up immediately. That's great. I'm so happy to see you're okay. Ouch. Nye Xiaorong was so happy that she wanted to stand up. As a result, just when he stood up halfway, he felt a pain in his thigh and fell down again. Seeing this, Lu Qi hurried forward. It's all my fault. It must be because I was resting my head on your legs the whole time, so it felt sore and numb. Hee hee. It's okay. It will be fine in a while. I'm already very happy to see you wake up safely. Nye Xiaorong slowly stood up again, patted her thighs, and walked a few steps forward. When she came to the edge of the cliff, suddenly seeing the scenery below the mountain, he hurriedly shouted, Lu Qi, come take a look. The island is so beautiful today. Hearing this, Lu Qi walked forward despite the pain in his legs. Sure enough, the scenery before him really made him feel extremely beautiful. Chapter 15, You're Amazing. I saw a huge circular island in front of me, like a giant green ring, shrouded in thick white fog, with rolling waves of fog and dense forests looming in the fog. The sea surface in the distance disappeared, completely covered by thick fog, turning into a sea of fog. The tops of the circular mountains are all revealed in the thick fog, like a fairyland, which makes people indulge in it. Could this be an island transformed from an imperial green bracelet that fell from the hand of the Queen Mother to the mortal world? Lu Qi exclaimed, took a few more steps, and looked to the other side. Strange, although it was a bit chilly last night, it didn't rain, and we have been stranded on this island for at least half a month, and this has never happened before. Why is it so different today? Seeing Lu Qi's puzzled thoughts, Nye Xiaorong also said, That's right. How could such a thick sea of fog suddenly appear? But it's a bit similar to the thick fog we saw when we got out of the sea of that huge ocean current on the lifeboat. After hearing Nye Xiaorong's casual remark, Lu Qi's curiosity instantly disappeared by half. No wonder I always feel a familiar feeling in my heart when I look at such a thick fog. I just feel that this island is really mysterious. Putting aside his other curiosities for the time being, he and Nye Xiaorong took the time to appreciate this hard-earned beauty. Gulialu, the two were quietly watching the sea of fog when suddenly a hungry sound was heard. Looking at Nye Xiaorong beside him, Lu Qi knew that the two of them had not eaten enough for many days in a row, and she must be starving. In fact, I've been extremely hungry for a long time. You must be very hungry. You followed me away from the crowd, but you still haven't had a full meal, and you almost lost your life. I'm really sorry. Lu Qi said something embarrassedly, but Nye Xiaorong replied calmly. What's there to be sorry about? This is my own choice. Besides, finding food is the purpose of our coming out here. Those who are left on the beach may not be as good as us at this moment. Nye Xiaorong then asked, But what should we do now? It's so foggy. Will we get lost if we continue on our way? After hearing this, Lu Qi thought for a moment and responded, Let's go find something to eat first. No matter how thick the fog is, it will surely dissipate by noon. It's a pity that we can't go looking for the lifeboat as planned. The fog is so thick that it's hard for us to get down the mountain, and if we wait until the fog dissipates before setting off, it might have drifted far away. Thinking of this, Lu Qi felt heartbroken and angry. Such a good plan was ruined by a hateful leopard. All right, leopard. I wonder how the leopard is doing now. If I had killed it yesterday, maybe we wouldn't have to starve. Um, Hearing Lu Qi's fantastic words, Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. What are you thinking about? That's a full-grown leopard, much bigger than the ones I've seen in the zoo. You're lucky to have survived the attack of such a big beast. Okay, and you're actually thinking about eating its flesh. With a light snort, Nie Xiaorong rudely burst Lu Qi's fantasy. However, Lu Qi ignored Nie Xiaorong's words, limped to the stone platform where the leopard fell, and carefully leaned half of his body out to take a look. But the platform was shrouded in thick fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. But Lu Qi knew in his heart that the damage he caused to it in the last attack yesterday was definitely not small. Hey, what are you doing? Get away from that place. Don't fall down. Seeing Lu Qi standing beside the stone platform in a daze, Nie Xiaorong hurried forward and pulled Lu Qi back. She said angrily, "Haha, it's okay. I'm just observing to see if there's a route down from here. No matter what, we have to go down from here to take a look. If we can find some wild fruits and vegetables, it will help fill our hungry stomachs." Seeing Nie Xiaorong showing concern for him, Lu Qi was very happy. Although he said this, he was still thinking about the leopard in his heart. You must go down from here and take a look, because he knew that he was the one who put the flame distress device into the leopard's mouth with his own hands. Apart from anything else, the temperature of the flame emergency device was high enough to pose a fatal threat to the leopard. Okay then, but now that you're injured like this, can you still move freely? After hearing Lu Qi's explanation, Nie Xiaorong said with concern, "Hee, you see, this injury is nothing to me." As he spoke, he endured the pain and performed a Tai Chi cloud hands movement, wanting to show Nie Xiaorong how strong his body was. However, only he knew the pain of the torn wound. The reason why they endured it was because Lu Qi knew that if the two of them couldn't find food and didn't eat, there would be problems with their bodies. Well, all right then. Now that we've seen the beautiful scenery, let's find a way down a mountain. Okay, let's go. So the two of them packed their backpacks and began looking for a way down the mountain. After nearly 2 hours of groping and searching, the two finally reached the location of the cliff. Because the road was too difficult to walk on, both of them had several new scratches and abrasions on their bodies. Lu Qi's clothes are now in tatters, even more shabby than a beggar's. Moreover, he had cloth strips wrapped around many parts of his body. He walked very carefully along the way, grimacing to endure the pain, and his occasional exaggerated movements were simply too beautiful to watch. Nie Xiaorong had been trying to hold back her laughter all the way to this point. Although she was well protected by Lu Qi, her shoes that were not suitable for climbing were useless. If you walk any further, you'll have to put on flip-flops. Moreover, her delicate and slender body couldn't even withstand the bumpy, rocky road. How far do we have to go, Lu Qi? Why do you have to go half a circle? Otherwise, we should be almost halfway down the mountain. We're here. This should be it. After hearing what Nie Xiaorong said, Lu Qi knew that her physical strength had reached its limit. But fortunately, the two of them finally arrived at the place he wanted to check. Because the fog was still there, visibility was not very good. At this moment, Lu Qi's eyesight, which he was so proud of, could only see clearly within a range of about 10 meters. Don't worry, be careful. There might be danger here. Seeing that Lu Qi was in high spirits and even a little excited when walking, Nie Xiaorong promptly used words to calm him down. Yes, I know. Calculating the time now, it is about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the beasts have either returned to their dens or have not left their dens yet. Lu Qi wrote and directed his own explanation. In fact, he didn't know whether there would be any danger, but he had to say something to comfort Nie Xiaorong, which was actually comforting himself. In this way, Nie Xiaorong followed Lu Qi closely, while Lu Qi picked up 2 stones and walked towards the bottom of the cliff in front. Lu Qi, do you really think that leopard will die here? Nie Xiaorong pouted, thinking that Lu Qi was wasting time. When they were almost at the bottom of the cliff, she couldn't help but ask, "What else? We didn't come here to play. We came here to look for food. Look at this stone wall. Although it is covered with a lot of plants, it is still dozens of meters away from the stone platform above. It fell from above. Even if it didn't die on the spot, it was at least seriously injured. As long as we follow its footprints, we may find it lying on the ground halfway." Lu Qi continued walking forward as he explained. There's so many rocks and plants here, and there are other animals on the island. If the leopard really died here, it would not only be hard to find it, but it might have been eaten by other animals. If the animal that ate it hasn't left yet, then we will be in danger too. Having said that, Lucci stopped and turned to look at Niesharo. Although he felt that this woman was a bit nagging and timid, her caution still aroused Lucci's approval. So the two of them first found two suitable wooden sticks as weapons, and then came to a high ground not far from the cliff, one for easier inspection and the other for waiting for the fog to dissipate. After another hour, the thick fog finally began to dissipate, and the entire situation at the bottom of the cliff appeared in the sight of the two. The two climbed up a huge rock, and as soon as they stood on it, Lucci's heart beat faster at a glance. Because that familiar figure has appeared in his sight, it is the leopard. Look, there it is. Ha ha ha. As expected, my guess was right. Following the direction of Lucci's finger, Niesharo was also stunned. She couldn't believe that Lucci was right. Lucci, did you really kill it? How did you do it? Hearing Niesharo's surprised words, Lucci felt so happy. Ha, great, we have food. Its death is only half due to me. Lucci raised his head and looked at the cliff above, then said, the other half of the credit is given by this cliff. Although I was injured a little, it's worth it compared to what I have gained now. After saying that, Lucci pulled Niesharo excitedly. We don't have to go hungry anymore. Let's go. We need to deal with that leopard as soon as possible, otherwise the meat will go bad and attract other wild animals. Oh. Niesharo, who had not yet reacted, nodded and stretched out her delicate hand, and was pulled by Lucci towards the location of the leopard. At this time, the leopard was lying on a pile of rocks, head down, mouth half open, eyes wide open, and its limbs twisted abnormally, perhaps because of the fall. Not moving at all, obviously dead. Only a little blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Looking closely, he saw that the red flame rescue device was still stuffed in his half-open mouth. The leopard's entire body was almost intact, with only 3 or 4 particularly conspicuous wounds on its head. That was Lucci's desperate masterpiece, which he inflicted on the leopard with just a stone in his hand at the time. You can imagine how powerful he was at that time. When Lucci saw the wound on the leopard's head, he was also surprised at his explosive power at that time. After observing the surrounding situation, Lucci and Niesharo first had a discussion and then began to divide the work and cooperate. Since the leopard was too large and difficult to move, the two decided to deal with it nearby. After exploring the surrounding area, the two chose a slightly higher place where there happened to be a huge rock crevice. Just put some simple cover on it, and it will become a natural shelter. It is not easy to be discovered by humans and wild animals, and even when it is dark, you can rest inside at night. After doing this, I also thought that once I started processing the leopard meat and the blood would definitely attract nearby ferocious beasts. So to be on the safe side, before processing the leopard meat, the two decided to build a fire nearby to drive away the unknown wild beasts that were coming. After another round of searching, the two men collected enough dry firewood and piled it in front of the shelter. After completing the preparations, Lucci realized that he didn't have a fire stick, so making fire became a big problem. Although there is no shortage of dry firewood here, Lucci does not have much confidence in creating a raging fire. Although he knew the principle of making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together, one could imagine how difficult it would be to actually put it into practice. But seeing Niesharo looking at him with admiration, as a man full of vigor and vitality, you can't say that you are not capable. So he found some suitable hay to make tinder, and Lucci began to try to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together for the first time in his life. From Lucci's initial actions, Niesharo might have seen Lucci's experience. She did not laugh at him or say anything sarcastic. Instead, she smiled and said softly, I'm so happy. Lucci, we already have a shelter. Don't worry. I'll go find some hay to use as a bed at night. When I come back, you will definitely be able to light a fire successfully. Seeing Niesharo smile, Lucci's gloom in his heart was instantly swept away. He nodded and instructed, be careful and don't go too far. I'll make you some leopard barbecue when I come back. Hee, great. Come on. Niesharo clenched her fist, made a cheering gesture to Lucci, and then went to look for hay. After seeing Niesharo leave, Lucci adjusted his mentality, thinking about the key points of making fire by rubbing 2 wood together, and started trying again. 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, the skin on the palms of my hand was almost broken, but there was still no change. Damn it, If anyone says that making fire by rubbing two sticks together is easy, I will castrate him. No, we have to think of a way. If you keep rubbing like this, your hand will be broken. After being angry, Lu Chi calmed down for a while, found a wet wooden stick, bent it with a piece of cloth, and tied it to both ends of the stick to make a simple pulling bow. It was after making this small tool that Lu Chi, who tried to make fire by rubbing two wood together again, finally saw a surprise. As he continued to pull, a puff of white smoke suddenly came out from the point where the wooden stick touched the tinder. Great! Haha, it finally works! Not daring to stop, he increased his strength and speed again, and the white smoke became thicker in a blink of an eye. Only when he could clearly see sparks with his naked eyes did he stop, and hurriedly took the tinder under the wood chip and blew it gently. Finally, he succeeded. He finally built a fire. When Ye Xiaorong came back with a bundle of hay, she saw that Lu Chi had successfully lit the 3 fires around them. Wow, Lu Chi, you're amazing, so awesome. Feeling the warmth of civilization, Ye Xiaorong was happy from the bottom of her heart. His eyes were full of admiration for Lu Chi. Hearing this, Lu Chi felt sweeter than eating honey. He proved his strength in front of the beautiful woman. At this moment, he felt even more manly. Ye Xiaorong spread the hay in her hands into the shelter, then came out and dragged the more than 2-meter-long leopard to the open space next to the shelter with Lu Chi. It's finally time to start processing leopard meat. Chapter 16, Fresh Leopard Meat. But when everything was ready, Lu Chi was about to start, but he found that the two did not have any tools to open the belly. This instantly shattered all the passion and motivation in Lu Chi's heart. He was so angry that he just wanted to curse, and in his heart, he cursed the ancestors of Wu Hao and others. Calm down. We'll think of a solution. Seeing Lu Chi's frustrated look, Ye Xiaorong consoled him and then started to search in her backpack. However, apart from 2 thin clothes, there was only a box of cosmetics and a high-end mobile phone in her backpack. Seeing Ye Xiaorong calmly thinking of a solution, Lu Chi also started to act. However, his backpack was too clean. Besides the set of silver needles and the marriage certificate, there was only one piece of clothing. His cell phone that had gone out of power and his hidden flashlight were also missing, probably because they fell when he fell off the cliff. Oh, what should I do? My mind was full of the survival equipment on the lifeboat, including fire axes, sailor knives, flashlights, etc. Oh, I must go to the lifeboat on the sea. If the boat had everything, I could have it all to myself. I thought this in my mind, but the key right now is to solve the current problem. Although there are big rocks everywhere, finding a stone knife is not an easy task even now. There are also requirements for the texture of the stone. Ordinary stones have sharp edges and hard textures. Just when Lu Chi was worried, Ye Xiaorong suddenly took out something that looked like a pencil and said, Lu Chi, look, is this okay? Huh? That's not a knife. What use can it have? After just one glance, Lu Chi waved his hand. Hee, take a good look at it. As she spoke, Ye Xiaorong gently bent the pen in her hand, and the pen magically split into 2. A shiny blade about 4 or 5 centimeters long appeared in front of Lu Chi. This is my eyebrow trimmer. Even though it's small, it should be able to slowly separate the skin and flesh. Eyebrow razor. So delicate. After taking the eyebrow razor from Ye Xiaorong, Lu Chi looked at it carefully. No wonder the blade could be hidden inside. It's too exquisite. You girl stuff is really good. Each one is high-tech. As he spoke, he looked Ye Xiaorong over and over. Let me try first. What's that look? What does it mean? Seeing Lu Chi's eyes, Ye Xiaorong analyzed rapidly in her mind. Girl stuff? High-tech. Umph. You stinky man. Mine are all natural, not high-tech. Ye Xiaorong snorted angrily, touched her chest with one hand, and stomped the ground with one foot. He looked so fierce and aggressive. When she was about to retort to Lu Chi's words after realizing it belatedly, she saw Lu Chi squatting beside the leopard and working seriously. She was so angry that she had to give up. I'll deal with you later. So, he suppressed his inner frustration and stepped forward to help Lu Chi, assisting him in dealing with the leopard. Although the eyebrow knife is small, it is very sharp, beyond Lu Chi's understanding of it. However, due to their lack of experience in slaughtering leopards, after a lot of effort, they finally succeeded in removing the leopard skin. With this leopard skin, I won't have to worry about the cold when I spend the night. Holding the leopard skin that he had peeled off with great difficulty, Lu Chi looked at it again and again with joy. This made Ye Xiaorong very happy. Although it was her first time to kill a living thing, Nie Xiaorong was not afraid at all. It was unknown whether it was because she was too hungry or because she often ate barbecue. There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes when she saw leopard meat. After another period of waiting, Lu Qi successfully emptied all the leopard's internal organs, leaving behind some convenient edible organs. In order to avoid being discovered by other predators, he dug a hole and buried the rest. At this time, the sky had begun to darken. After another round of cutting, smashing, and pulling, Lu Qi successfully removed one of the leopard's hind legs. This is their dinner tonight. After carrying the remaining leopard meat into the shelter, Lu Qi came to the fire, put up the leopard leg meat, and roasted it patiently. In order to cook it faster, he used a knife to cut more than a dozen cuts in the leopard leg meat, which would make it easier to cook. Nie Xiaorong sat aside, tiredly, watching Lu Qi leaning seriously on the big leopard leg in his hand. At the same time, he was still chatting with Lu Qi. More than an hour later, the aroma of barbecue had already wafted into the air. Although there were no fancy condiments, the authentic flavor of the meat alone was enough to make the two of them feel hungry and unbearable. After countless swallows of saliva and agonizing waits, the barbecue in Lu Qi's hand was finally done. Hey, all right, yeah, not bad. After taking a good sniff, Lu Qi waved the barbecue in his hand towards Nie Xiaorong. It's finally done. It smells so good. Nie Xiaorong came closer with a look of joy on her face. After Lu Qi cut off a large piece from it, he handed it to Nie Xiaorong first. Thank you. Well, it's really good. After receiving the hot and fragrant barbecue, Nie Xiaorong first expressed her thanks, then took a deep breath of the aroma, and then began to eat with relish. Delicious, really delicious. Seeing Nie Xiaorong eating and praising at the same time, I was so happy. Lu Qi also cut off a piece of meat and began to enjoy it. Sure enough, the most delicious food often only requires the simplest cooking. Perhaps because they hadn't really eaten enough in many days, the two of them finished the entire roasted leg in less than an hour. Touching his round belly, Lu Qi's fatigue dissipated a lot. After the meal, it was already completely dark, and the only thing we could see in the moonlight were the vague outlines of the treetops in the surrounding woods. Nie Xiaorong sat on the pile of rocks with satisfaction, looking at the starry sky happily. Lu Qi was tired and sleepy. After adding some wood to the 3 fires, he was the first to enter the shelter and lie down. Hiss! As soon as he lay down, he let out a grimacing cry of pain. It turned out that a wound on the back had opened. Nie Xiaorong hurried in to check, and fortunately the problem was not too serious. After some gentle treatment, Lu Qi finally laid down on his side. Seeing Lu Qi lying down, Nie Xiaorong realized that the gap in the boulder, which was more than 1 meter wide, was long but not wide enough. As soon as Lu Qi lay down, the space left for him was enough, but the distance between them was a little too close. Just as she was hesitating whether to lie down and rest, an unknown cry suddenly came from outside. After that, other cries were heard coming from a distance. Without waiting for Lu Qi to speak, Nie Xiaorong lay down without any hesitation, as if he saw through Nie Xiaorong's thoughts. Lu Qi, who was already dazed and sleepy, said, "Don't worry, have a good rest. I won't take advantage of you." After saying that, he gently moved his body to make more room for Nie Xiaorong. But when he moved, he let out a slight groan of pain. This slight sound of pain, although it was made by Lu Qi, but for some reason, Nie Xiaorong felt a pain in her heart. Then there is a feeling of warmth and security. Soon, Lu Qi began to snort slightly. But at this time, Nie Xiaorong was not sleepy at all. Looking sideways, Lu Qi's face flashed in the firelight. "Quite handsome, Lu Dalong." Nie Xiaorong called out softly, but saw that Lu Qi didn't react at all. Huh, am I not feminine? Am I not attractive? Or is this guy not good enough? Nie Xiaorong puffed out her chest proudly, pouted her lips, and said softly to Lu Qi with a fierce expression, "I'm a natural, not a black technology, you bad guy. I'm not going to pay attention to you." Thinking of what Lu Qi said to her during the day, she angrily said to the sleeping Lu Qi. Just like that, talking to herself and looking at the tired and sleeping Lu Qi, Nie Xiaorong didn't know how long she had been looking at him before she fell asleep. The next morning, there was no heavy fog like yesterday. Outside the two people's shelter, 3 fires were already dying, with only a faint white smoke coming out, proving their glorious and immortal achievements last night. Lu Qi opened his eyes and woke up. In his arms was a hot body, clinging to him tightly. It was Nie Xiaorong. At this moment, she not only stretched out her arms to hug himself, but also put her legs on his legs. Her long hair was pressed against his neck, and his gentle breathing could blow Nie Xiaorong's hair in front of him. This woman is like two completely different worlds when she's asleep and when she's awake. Lu Qi wanted to move her away, but he was afraid of waking her up. In order to let her sleep more, he continued to lie there motionless. However, he is now awake and not confused at all. After a few breaths, he felt that his nose seemed to be becoming more and more sensitive. He could smell and feel Nie Xiaorong's hair, body, and even body temperature. Soon, he found himself breathing rapidly. His blood began to flow faster, and his body became hot and unbearable. Nie Xiaorong, who was still sleeping soundly, felt as if there was a hot stove in front of her. I couldn't help wanting to get closer. At this time, Lu Qi couldn't help but move his body. But after such a slight movement, Nie Xiaorong woke up. What's going on? Why am I holding him? Hasn't he woken up yet? Should we look up now? But what if he's already awake? Wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Nie Xiaorong, how come you don't have any self-control at all? This is so embarrassing. Suddenly, just as Nie Xiaorong woke up and her inner drama was still playing out, she suddenly felt something pressing against her abdomen, and it was very hot. Oh no, why can't I control myself? The more I try to control myself, the prouder I become. It's really too painful. She shouldn't have woken up yet. Lu Qi had a complicated expression. He could no longer pretend not to understand the huge physiological reaction. He had already made plans to get up, but when he lowered his head to check if Nie Xiaorong was still sleeping, but his eyes met Nie Xiaorong's as she looked up at him. Suddenly, the air froze. Their eyes met, and neither of them dared to move. The atmosphere was awkward and heated. Nie Xiaorong could even clearly hear Lu Qi's pounding heartbeat. And Lu Qi could also feel the warmth coming from Nie Xiaorong's red face. Good morning. Are you awake? The two of them said a greeting almost at the same time. Then I fell into embarrassment again. But at this moment, Lu Qi's third leg started to act up again, sticking up straight, making Nie Xiaorong realize the seriousness of the problem she was facing. He quickly removed his arms and legs from Lu Qi's body, covered his eyes, and said, "You get up first." Okay." Just after replying, Lu Qi sat up, took another look at Nie Xiaorong, whose whole body was shrunken, then hurriedly stood up and walked out of the shelter awkwardly. After seeing Lu Qi get up and leave, Nie Xiaorong sat up. Touching her throbbing chest, she couldn't help but laugh softly. "Big Wolf Lu, hee." Looking at Lu Qi's back, she was mumbling to herself, her cheeks turning red all the way to her neck. The temperature on the island was cool in the early morning, and the two wanted to find a water source to wash up. But there was no water source nearby. The two were now halfway up the mountain, surrounded by rocks and trees. This made Lu Qi very uncomfortable, and he made up his mind to find an ideal shelter of his own on the island. But the most urgent task now is to deal with the remaining leopard meat first. Otherwise, it will go bad soon. After making a plan, he explained it to Nie Xiaorong. Nie Xiaorong also knew that so much meat must be processed, otherwise it would rot before being eaten in a few days. What are you going to do? Because she didn't know much about this, Nie Xiaorong didn't know what to do. So he hoped Lu Qi could tell her the plan. Hearing this, Lu Qi naturally felt extremely superior, and he poured out all the knowledge he knew. In the wild, meat is usually preserved by dehydration, refrigeration, disinfection, smoking, etc. We don't have salt or refrigeration conditions, so we can only use dehydration and smoking to preserve the leopard meat. Let's divide the work. This job takes a lot of time and energy. Lu Qi briefly explained the method of preserving meat, and then began to tell Nie Xiaorong what needed to be done. Let's go find some firewood and branches first, and then you will be in charge of grilling the food this morning. I will be in charge of dehydrating and smoking the leopard meat. In addition, the leopard skin must also be processed, because it will become our important long-term material. Hee. Okay, I don't know much about this, so I'll listen to you, and let's take action. After hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong smiled happily, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Qi became more appreciative and gentle. Soon the two found a large amount of wood nearby. Since they had eaten too much last night, Lu Qi only cut a small portion of the leopard meat this time and gave it to Nie Xiaorong, who was responsible for grilling it. He cut the remaining meat into long strips. leaving only 3 leopard legs undivided, because he planned to smoke dry the surface of these 3 leopard legs, smear them with wood ash, and try to preserve the freshness of the leopard meat inside, so that the two of them can eat fresh leopard meat in the next few days. Chapter 17, The Old Monkey. Just do it, even if the tools are not suitable, but the passion is unstoppable. After nearly 3 hours of hard work, all the leopard meat was finally cut by Lu Qi and put on the smoking grill. At this time, Nie Xiaorong's barbecue breakfast was just finished. After gnawing away in a fairly polite manner, Lu Qi burped and looked towards the big lake in the center of the island. Since the smoking would take a long time, he didn't plan to wait here. He really wanted to know whether it was a lake or a sea. I also wonder if there are any fish in there. But what he was thinking about more was the lifeboat and the supplies on it that he saw on the top of the mountain yesterday. However, the experiences and fatigue of the past 2 days, as well as the injuries of varying degrees in his body, are bound to affect his long journey. So after discussing with Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi decided to go down the mountain alone to check the situation of the large lake in the center of the island. And by the way, see if there are any drinkable fresh water resources along the way. Of course, he also urgently needs a stable and safe shelter. Before leaving, he gave Nie Xiaorong some specific instructions. Let her see to it that the fire is burning and smoking. He would try to get back before dark. Then be careful on the road and stay safe. Nie Xiaorong kuoren duweridli. Well, you should also pay attention to your surroundings. If there is any danger, light that pile of firewood and hide in the shelter. Pointing to a pile of firewood next to the shelter, Lu Qi gave his final instructions. After saying that, he took only a carefully selected stick as a weapon for self-defense and walked down the mountain alone. Looking at Lu Qi's back, Nie Xiaorong prayed in her heart that he could come back as soon as possible. Not long after leaving, Lu Qi walked into the most wooded area of the inner islands, because the trees here were obviously more lush than those on the top of the mountain and the outer islands. Moreover, Lu Qi discovered that even if they were the same species of trees, the ones here were taller and more lush than those in other places. The vegetation on the ground was also very dense, and many of them were species he had never seen before. It was not visible when standing on the top of the mountain, but now that he had just reached the height of the inner ring island, the forest in front of him had already shocked Lu Qi's eyes. But what bothered Lu Qi the most was that there were so many lush trees, shrubs, and grasses that there was almost no path to walk on. Suddenly, Lu Qi looked up at a thick tree. This was a tree species that Lu Qi had never seen before. The trunk was very thick, and it would take 3 people to hug it. After looking for a long time, Lu Qi was just about to say how could the baobab tree from the African continent appear here. But when he saw its dense crown and fine leaves, he denied his guess. Lu Qi walked for another dozen meters in the silent forest, and he discovered many new species. One of the blood-red trees was very eye-catching. It was particularly lush, with many branches extending to the ground and piercing into the soil, a bit like a banyan tree. But the difference is that its trunk is seeping with red liquid, covering the entire trunk of the tree. It looks very scary at first glance. The ground was also covered with bushes and weeds. The height of the weeds was enough to cover Lu Qi. Many bushes could be called small trees in Lu Qi's eyes. At this time, wildflowers began to appear in the grass in front of him. Even the smallest wildflower was no taller than his knees, and most of the wildflowers were about the same height as him. Flowers of various styles and colors make people feel very unique. Just as Lu Qi was in the middle of it, suddenly, a butterfly flew up from the bushes in front of him. Yes, it was a butterfly, but this butterfly was too big, and its wings were like 2 fans. But before Lu Qi could recover from his shock, a large group of butterflies suddenly flew up from the surrounding grass. There were dozens or even hundreds of butterflies, flapping their wings and blowing the grass leaves high off the ground into oblivion. Is this a fairyland or just my own fantasy? Lu Qi couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen these butterflies before. The size of these butterflies made him feel like he had come to a new world. Walking here, I always feel like I've become a dwarf, and everything around me is so big. This place is even more primitive and unique than the primeval forest. Lu Qi exclaimed. At the same time, he felt that with his slow progress, he would not be able to reach the big lake in a short time. Because this road is too difficult to walk on, there are obstacles everywhere. Crack! As I was walking, there was a sudden crisp sound under my feet. When he looked down, Lu Qi almost fell down in shock. It turned out to be a white dry bone. Bending down and taking a closer look, Lu Chi did not recognize what animal the bones belonged to. He only saw that the bones had been here for a very long time. That's why he broke it so easily. There were many similar broken bones scattered on the ground near the dry bones. Lu Chi was very curious about who these bones belonged to. So he looked around carefully again, and he suddenly became nervous because the lower he went, the more white bones he would see on the ground. But almost all of them were the skeletons of animals large and small, and there were no familiar human bones. Moreover, these bones were much larger than the animals he had seen. It was not until he walked a few dozen meters that he smelled a pungent, fishy smell. Following the pungent smell, Lu Chi discovered a fresh animal corpse. It looked like a torn wild boar carcass, which was already highly decomposed and perhaps had been eaten after death, so some parts of its remains were severely damaged. After seeing the scene clearly, Lu Chi hurriedly took a detour to leave here. At this moment, he was very alert to this inner ring island. Gah! Suddenly, a scream came from the bushes near him. The sound is very sharp. Lu Chi was stunned on the spot. When he thought that it must be some kind of wild beast, he quickly squatted down, trying to stay calm and listen carefully. Roar! At this time, a roar of a beast was heard from a farther place, and then the sound of rapid running was heard from the bushes, and it ran past the bushes in front of Lu Chi in a flash. Crouching low, through the gaps in the grass, Lu Chi seemed to see a huge bird flapping its short wings passing by in front of him. Its two claws were very thick, and it looked like a large version of an African secretary bird, as tall as a person, but the wings of that bird were a bit funny, very short and clumsy. After it ran quickly for about 4 or 5 breaths, another black shadow also flashed through the grass not far in front of Lu Chi like lightning, chasing the large-sized secretary bird in front. Because of its fast speed and dark fur, Lu Chi only knew that it was a 4-legged beast. Seeing this scene, Lu Chi's heart beat faster, and he didn't dare to stand up at this time. Only after he could no longer hear the sound of their footsteps did he try to get up. However, as soon as he stuck his head out, he heard a shrill scream in the distance. Frightened, Lu Chi quickly squatted down again. The scream only lasted 3 or 4 times, and the forest fell into silence again. Shit, this is too crazy. It looks like my plan needs to be shelved or even abandoned. If he was the one being chased just now, he might have died by now. After experiencing what happened just now, Lu Chi looked at the only self-defense weapon in his hand, the wooden stick, and had already made plans to evacuate. He didn't want to continue wandering around in this completely unfamiliar jungle, become a dessert for these powerful beasts on the island. After all, you only have one life. Even the leopard that was killed was purely due to my good luck. If I had encountered on a flat terrain, the fate of myself and the leopard would have been reversed. After thinking clearly about the environment and danger he was in at the moment, Lu Chi decided to return the same way and leave here. However, as soon as he turned around, an old, thin monkey covered with brown-gray hair appeared in front of him. It was not very big and squatted on the ground. Compared with Lu Chi, who was 1.87 meters tall, it was only as tall as his calf. The old monkey had lost some hair, as if it had just completed a long journey through mountains and rivers. Its back was hunched, and it looked a little tired. Although the old monkey was not strong and seemed very old, its eyes were extremely sharp. When it saw Lu Chi, it seemed as if it had discovered a new world. There was an obvious light in his eyes, showing shock but also a hint of humanity. "Oh, you naughty monkey, you scared me to death." Frightened Lu Chi patted his chest lightly and said jokingly, "Let's go. It's dangerous here, go." Seeing that the old monkey was still standing in front of him without moving, Lu Chi quickly waved at it, trying to scare it away. After all, there were large predators in this place. You must never make any mistakes or be careless. At this time, the old monkey seemed to understand Lu Chi's words. He leaped toward the tree next to him and jumped up. After a few climbs, he reached the tree trunk more than 10 meters high. However, at this moment, Lu Chi, who was about to leave, suddenly discovered that the old monkey was wearing a very inconspicuous black collar around his neck, which made Lu Chi stop immediately. Looking at the black collar, it is obviously a human product and usage. Are there other humans on this island? Lu Chi was puzzled. After the old monkey ran out of 4 or 5 trees, he stopped again. Lu Chi watched it suddenly stop and look at him. And while looking at him, it was scratching its ears and gesticulating something. This made him even more confused. Monkey, what do you mean by this? Is the child having difficulty? You want me to rescue you? Although Lu Chi didn't know what the old monkey meant. But for safety reasons, he didn't dare to stay any longer. I said goodbye to the old monkey and then prepared to return the same way. But at this time, seeing that Lu Chi ignored him and was about to leave, the old monkey screamed a few more times in the tree and jumped a dozen times and came to the big tree above Lu Chi's head again. There was another round of gestures and monkey calls, obviously expressing something. Shoo, shoo, stop yelling, you stinky monkey. What are you yelling about? Shut up right now. The old monkey's roar at this time scared Lu Chi so much that he was frightened, fearing that its roar would attract other wild animals. He was so angry that he quickly communicated with the old monkey using sign language and verbal accusations. Wah, wah. Fortunately, the old monkey seemed to notice the unhappy expression on Lu Chi's face and finally stopped barking. He pointed his finger in the direction he had just walked and barked at Lu Chi twice again. At this time, Lu Chi also understood that the old monkey really needed his help, and it was obvious that he wanted him to go with it. Hey, you're such a smart guy. People wearing rings really understand human nature. Are you planning to take me somewhere? Looking at the old monkey, Lu Chi pointed in the direction it was going and said. This time, the old monkey jumped happily in front of Lu Chi, turned around excitedly for a few times, and looked at Lu Chi expectantly. Well, you naughty monkey, let's go. But I don't have much time to play with you. I will go back after helping you solve the problem. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Chi muttered to himself to the old monkey. So, under the guidance of the old monkey, Lu Chi followed it and continued to walk forward. During the process, Lu Chi also carefully discovered that the direction the old monkey was leading him to was actually a winding path. Although no one had walked on it for a long time and the road was overgrown with weeds, it was indeed a path. And the journey was surprisingly quiet, without encountering any danger. Soon, the old monkey jumped down from the tree in front of a small hill, looked back at Lu Chi who was following him, and continued to run up the hill. Who? Are we there yet, old monkey? Listening to his own panting, he felt that his physical fitness was really poor, not even as good as that of a little monkey. Lu Chi asked loudly to the old monkey running up the hillside, then took a few deep breaths and continued to follow. After climbing up the grass slope, a flat grassland appeared in front of us. What is this place, old monkey? Not seeing the old monkey, Lu Chi called out softly. Wah, wah. At this time, the old monkey poked his head out from behind two huge rocks at the end of the grassland and called out twice. Lu Chi looked in the direction of the sound and saw two nearly 2-meter-high stones under the rock wall at the end of the grassland. It is covered with weeds, and the rock walls on both sides of the stone are also covered with lush green shrubs. At this time, the old monkey jumped onto one of the rocks and looked at Lu Chi. When Lu Chi walked forward, he discovered that behind the two stones was a pitch-black cave. Old monkey, what did you bring me here for? What kind of cave is this? Lu Chi first looked around, then looked at the cave in confusion and asked. But the old monkey jumped towards the cave and ran in. Hey, you old monkey. Seeing the old monkey enter the cave, Lu Chi hesitated for a while and then followed him. The entrance to the cave was not very big, and he, who was 1.87 meters tall, had to bend over to enter. As soon as he entered the cave, the light suddenly dimmed, and Lu Chi could not see the situation inside the cave at all. After about a minute, Lu Chi finally had a clear view of everything in the cave. You old monkey, this can't be your cave. Looking at the spacious space in the cave, Lu Chi joked. The stone cave is about 40 to 50 square meters. The most conspicuous part is that under the stone wall in front, there's a flat stone bed, about 50 to 60 centimeters high, but there are no signs of artificial polishing or carving around the stone bed. When Lu Chi looked towards the stone cave on the left, his eyes widened. I saw that the ground here was flat and dry, with some rough firewood neatly piled up. This is firewood cut down by humans. Lu Chi looked at the old monkey and said excitedly. At this point, he could already confirm that someone had lived here before. But I saw the old monkey walking towards the cave on the right with a sad look on his face. A simple piece of rough wood was placed on two stones to make a rough wooden table, with 4 wooden blocks on both sides. A faint light shone down from the dark ground nearby. Lu Chi could see clearly that it should be the place where a fire was lit for warmth. Just then, ding-dong. A clear and pleasant voice came into Lu Qi's ears. He quickly looked up towards the place where the sound came from, and a bright light was reflected from there. Water. It's actually water. There's actually water here, huh? This made Lu Qi so happy that he didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to go over and see what was going on. After taking 2 steps at a time, Lu Qi just came over, but when he looked up, he saw the old monkey squatting on the rough wooden table with his head lowered, looking down with a look of loss on his face. So he walked around the rough wooden table and took a look. As soon as he walked around the rough wooden table, Lu Qi was startled because there was a human corpse lying on the ground. Chapter 18, Strange Island Record. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he carefully examined the bones on the ground. At this moment, the old monkey was also looking at the corpses on the ground and whimpering sadly. You look so sad. This must be your former master, right, old monkey? No wonder you have that collar around your neck. Hey, don't be sad. We will all have this day. I will take off the collar for you in a while, and then you'll be free forever. Seeing the sad old monkey, Lu Qi said to himself. While squatting down, Lu Qi gently brushed away the thick layer of dust attached to the skull. Hey, what is this? Just when Lu Qi was curious about the identity of the owner of the corpse, he saw a metal protrusion on the right side of the corpse. He hurriedly peeled off the dust on it and found out it was a dagger. Ah, great, this is good stuff. As he spoke, Lu Qi picked up the dagger on the ground. The dagger was 30 centimeters long, and the handle was crafted with exquisite patterns, perhaps because it had been abandoned here for too long. Even after Lu Qi wiped it several times, some rust could still be seen on the blade of such an exquisite dagger. Old monkey, it seems that this knife may be older than you. It seems that this must have been a personal item of your master when he was alive. The knife belongs to me now. Do you have any objection? Oh, I forgot. You can't speak either. Well, silence means agreement. Lu Qi spoke to himself as he thrust the dagger into his waist. Woo 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 woo. At this moment, the old monkey suddenly raised his head and whispered something to Lu Qi. No one knew what it meant. Hey, you naughty monkey, what do you mean? Objection is useless. From now on, it is mine. It is mine. Lu Qi looked at the old monkey and spoke in a strong tone. Then, Lu Qi checked around the corpse again, but found nothing else. However, just as he was about to get up, he discovered that the color of the bones on the chest of the corpse was obviously darker than that of other bones. Out of curiosity, Lu Qi peeled off the dust on the bones and confirmed that what he saw was indeed correct. As a descendant of traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Qi quickly came to his own conclusion. Old monkey, it seems your master died of poisoning from a chest injury. But how did he come to this island? Thinking about it, Lu Qi stood up and continued to look inside the cave. There was a small puddle under the rock wall about 6 or 7 meters away from the corpse. The stone wall above the puddle was very damp and covered with moss. There was not much water stored in the puddle, which was about 1 meter in diameter. All of it dripped from a protruding rock on the top. But this also made Lu Qi excited. It was not easy to find such a natural fresh water source on this deserted island. He took a few steps forward, squatted down, and scooped up a handful of water from the puddle. Lu Qi couldn't help but take a sip. Wow, it's really good, so cool. This water is comparable to groundwater. If I can't find other water sources on this island, this may be an important resource for my long-term survival. I really don't know how those people on the beach managed to survive until now without fresh water. Thinking of this, Lu Qi quickly took out a flattened, empty bottle from his backpack. This bottle was picked up by him on the beach before. Now it finally comes in handy. After blowing hard into the bottle, the flattened bottle recovered with a snap. What a pity, there's only one bottle. Otherwise, I could have filled a few more. If I take this back, that woman will be so happy. As he spoke, Lu Qi filled the bottle in his hand with water. After screwing on the bottle cap, he put it back into his backpack. After getting up, he discovered that there was a long and concave stone trough on the stone wall about 3 or 4 meters away from the puddle, with several pottery bowls neatly placed inside. Judging from the shape, it should have been handmade by the previous owner. Lu Qi walked up, picked up one, and wiped off the dust, revealing the original black color of the ceramic bowl. Old monkey, your former master also knows this skill. Could it be that he is also from Dragon Country? Holding the ceramic bowl that looked pretty good in his hand, Lu Qi looked at the old monkey who was still standing there sad, and said something. Seeing that the old monkey ignored him, Lu Qi didn't say anything else and continued to wander around in the cave. Hey, what is this? When I came to the flat stone bed, I saw a piece of rotten wood beside some hay and tattered cloth. But next to the piece of wood, there was a protruding square. This immediately attracted Lu Qi's attention. He knew by feel that there must be something under the dust. With curiosity, he gently brushed away the thick layer of dust on it. Sure enough, just as he expected, it is a leather notebook, which appears to be well preserved without any moisture or damage. This made Lu Qi feel very surprised. Carefully pick him up from the stone bed and wipe him gently. At this time, the old monkey also saw the leather notebook in Lu Qi's hand. Its eyes lit up, and it jumped onto the stone bed, looking at Lu Qi and the leather notebook in his hand. Old monkey, judging from your behavior, this leather notebook must have been a very important thing to your previous owner. Seeing the old monkey's expression, Lu Qi couldn't help but be a little curious about the contents. He opened it carefully. On the first page, a few big words were written prominently on the yellowed paper. Strange island record. Then at the bottom, there are 4 small words. World War II veteran. World War II? He was a figure in World War II? World War II started on September 1st, 1939, and ended on September 2nd, 1945. It has been at least 70 years since then. Lu Qi pondered, racking his brains to dig out the little historical knowledge in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and looked at the old monkey. You old monkey, what era of monkeys are you from? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a monkey live so long? Looking at the old monkey in front of him and the look it gave him, Lu Qi took a step back in disbelief. Oh, wow. The old monkey called out to Lu Qi a few times and gestured with its nimble little hands. Looking at the old monkey's actions, Lu Qi immediately understood what it meant. Do you want me to continue looking through the book in my hand? He turned another page. Haha, old monkey, this is you back then. Lu Qi looked at the notebook in his hand. On it was a picture of a man and a little monkey on his shoulder. Below is still a sentence. My first friend on the island, the little monkey. After taking a look at the corpse on the ground, Lu Qi already knew that the man on it should be the original owner of the corpse. But he still felt mixed emotions. If I were living alone on this deserted island, would there be a day like this? Old monkey, your master is very handsome. Lu Qi, oh wow. The old monkey was still communicating with Lu Qi in monkey language that he could not understand. At this time, Lu Qi no longer had the mood to tease it. Instead, he sat down on the stone bed and carefully looked through the book in his hand. The third page contained some words written by the original owner. Lu Qi read them very carefully. The beginning recorded that he was a fighter pilot of a certain country. While performing a maritime reconnaissance mission, he encountered strong air currents and storms, causing his plane to crash into the sea. He then accidentally came to this island. The subsequent pages are all about the original owner's daily discoveries and explorations on the island, and he named the island Strange Island. I read all the contents in one breath. There were many detailed records about the flora and fauna on the island and the many dangers. There were also some magical discoveries made by the original owner about the island. Among them, there are 3 aspects that are most attractive to Lu Qi: maps, records of things, and 3 other important records of the original owner's psychological process. The first was when he felt there was no hope of rescue. The second was when he ran out of bullets in his pistol and began to get his own food completely. The third time was the last page with records in the notebook. What? When seeing the last recorded page, Lu Qi suddenly paused and widened his eyes in disbelief. It's dead. Then you are. Lu Qi raised his head and looked at the old monkey. It turns out that this page records the original owner's emotional breakdown because the little monkey was attacked by a wild beast and fell off a cliff. So he went to avenge the little monkey. The remaining few pages of the notebook had no records. I never thought that there are so many magical and terrifying things on this island. Old monkey, it seems that you survived a disaster. Alas, it's a pity for your master. He even lost his mind and avenged you because of your loss. Hey, that's not right. Seeing you so sad for the original owner, could it be that you came back and appeared in front of him before he was seriously injured and died? Did you watch him die? Having said that, Lu Qi couldn't help but pause and look at the old monkey. Perhaps it was some kind of emotional and spiritual resonance. The old monkey continued to feel sad at this moment. Nearly 2 hours later, Lu Qi finished reading all the contents in the notebook and closed it carefully. At this moment, he had a lot of feelings in his heart. But what touched him most was the question of how to survive on this deserted island. It seems that water, shelter, food, and other things are important, but what really makes a person lose his mind and breaks the last straw in his heart is often the loss of the person who accompanies him. Because what is more terrifying than death is endless loneliness and solitude. You can imagine how important it is to have a companion on this mysterious island. At this moment, Nie Xiaorong's figure suddenly appeared in Lu Qi's mind. Although he was not sure that his choice to leave the crowd was right, but after reading the records in the original owner's notebook, he was sure that it was a great blessing for him that Nie Xiaorong chose to follow him. Okay, old monkey, don't be sad. The dead cannot be resurrected. Since you were so sad for the original owner, I can help you bury him properly. After saying that, he reached out and touched the old monkey's back. I'm now homeless. You can follow me from now on, or continue to live in this cave. In short, we now have a companion. Seeing that the old monkey just shuddered and did not resist his touch, this made Lu Qi's love for the old monkey grow even more. The old monkey seemed to be enjoying this long-lost feeling. Perhaps once upon a time, his original owner had often stroked him, cared for him, and interacted with him in this way. After comforting the old monkey for a while, seeing that it was still early, Lu Qi started to clean up the corpses on the ground. First, I went out and found some large plant leaves. Then he began to clear the dust from the bones on the ground and carefully wrapped each bone in leaves. He did not feel afraid during the whole process. In addition to learning Chinese medicine from his grandfather, he also often attended funerals of elderly people in the village who passed away. What's more, what is in front of me is just a skeleton. But after picking up the last of the corpse, Lu Qi couldn't help but look at those blackened bones a few more times. I couldn't help but feel curious about the poison the original owner was poisoned with. What kind of venom could cause such consequences? After packing up the original owner's body, Lu Qi buried it on a flat ground not far from the cave. Fortunately, with the dagger and some stone tools used by the original owner of the cave, he was able to dig out the pit. The old monkey silently guarded beside the original owner's corpse, watching Lu Qi do everything very quietly. It seemed to be saying goodbye to its original owner in this way of silent waiting. Lu Qi also took in the whole scene and let the old monkey guard it like that, until he watched himself completely bury the original owner's body and build a small stone tomb. After doing all this, Lu Qi walked up to the old monkey, squatted down, and gently stroked the old monkey's back. Then he took out a dagger and slowly cut off the black leather collar that had been worn very finely around its neck. At this moment, Lu Qi felt the old monkey's body trembling from his hand. Although it was only for a moment, it was so obvious. When Lu Qi looked down at the old monkey, he found that the old monkey was also looking up at him. Okay, old monkey, from today on, you are a monkey that is free forever. Go. This forest and this island will be your home from now on. Patting the old monkey on the back, Lu Qi said with emotion. The old monkey may have also sensed the meaning of Lu Qi's words. He jumped onto the big tree next to him with a few leaps and ran wildly in excitement. Hey, okay, old monkey, I should go back too. It's almost dark. If I don't go back now, that woman will definitely be worried and anxious. Lu Qi listened to the cry of the old monkey coming from the woods in the distance. He did not linger any longer. After putting the notebook into his backpack, he turned around and walked back. The contents of the book were priceless to him. They saved him a lot of exploration time and avoided many unknown crises. Before leaving, he looked in the direction of the cave. He had already made up his mind to bring Nie Xiaorong over, and the two of them would settle here temporarily. After all, there is fresh water to drink here. Even if there is not much water flowing out of the rocks, it is enough for two people to drink. Due to the unfamiliarity with the environment and the difficult road up the mountain, after more than 2 hours of traveling, Lu Qi finally returned to the cliff. At this time, there was still a wisp of blue smoke rising from there, and the aroma of bacon was floating in the air. It seems that Nie Xiaorong's barbecue work has not been finished yet. Coming to the smoked meat rack, Lu Qi first checked the smoked leopard meat. After nearly a day of smoking, it was about 70% done. He believed that after tonight, they would be able to finish smoking all the leopard meat tomorrow morning. Nie Xiaorong, I'm back. Not seeing Nie Xiaorong near the smoking grill, Lu Qi shouted loudly towards the shelter in the crevice of the boulder. Yes. After shouting 3 times in a row, there was still no response from Nie Xiaorong. This made Lu Qi worried instantly. I hurried to the shelter to check the situation, but I still didn't see Nie Xiaorong. Chapter 19. First kiss is gone. After calling out many times, Nie Xiaorong still did not appear. At this time, Lu Qi began to feel something was wrong and started to worry about Nie Xiaorong's safety. Where could she have gone? The grill and the leopard meat were still there, and even her backpack was still in the shelter. So where could she have gone? So Lu Qi started looking around. After searching for a while, I finally saw traces of human carving at the bottom of a cliff. It was a symbol, painted on a large rock. Lu Qi walked to the symbol and turned around to see the location of the shelter. What is this woman doing? She's afraid of getting lost, so she left a mark for herself. It looks like she must have gone in this direction, but why would she leave alone? With curiosity, Lu Qi continued to search forward, and sure enough, he found another symbol carved on a stone about 10 meters away. Although Lu Qi was less worried about Nie Xiaorong at this moment, he was curious about her again. As we continued walking forward, there were fewer and fewer rocks below the cliff, but more and more pebbles and grass appeared. Then he keenly noticed that there were some animal feces and footprints scattered on the ground. Oh no, why are there so many animal feces and footprints here? Lu Qi, who had just put his mind at ease, started to worry again. I hurriedly continued to search forward quietly. After passing through some bushes again and bypassing some huge rocks. At this time, a small steep slope appeared in front of Lu Qi, but he stood behind a big rock and did not dare to take another step forward. Because on the steep slope, not far in front of him, there were 3 wolves that seemed to be underage. Yes, it's a wolf. With just one glance, Lu Qi confirmed their identities. In addition to their appearance, she and Nie Xiaorong had heard their howling sounds in the middle of the night before. Moreover, these guys were also recorded in the leather notebook found in the cave and the record of Strange Island. Oh, right. The Strange Island records record that their numbers are extremely small, and they are sea wolves that are not afraid of swimming. The original owner has only seen them 2 or 3 times since he came to this deserted island. What a coincidence. I actually met 3 of them today. It looks like their nest and parents are not too far from here. I had to be careful. Suddenly, Nie Xiaorong's cry for help came from behind the hillside, like a pig being slaughtered. Even the lion roar technique is no more than this. Help! Go away, go away! Her voice will not only make Lu Qi lose his composure. At the same time, the 3 sea wolves on the steep slope were startled. But they did not run away, but walked up the steep slope cautiously. Help me! Go away, you beast! Nie Xiaorong's voice continued to sound, and Lu Qi suddenly became excited when he heard this. I can't keep calm anymore. Holding a wooden stick in one hand and picking up 2 stones on the ground with the other, he shouted with murderous roar and went towards the 3 sea wolves on the steep slope. Since they were minors, the 3 sea wolves did not look very big, so Lu Qi dared to be so brave. As soon as the 3 sea wolves walked up the hillside and saw Nie Xiaorong shouting, they were filled with joy and their bodies went wild. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, a 2-legged warrior suddenly appeared behind him. The voice of this biped is a little excited and dangerous. The 3 sea wolves noticed this at the same time. Just as they were about to take a defensive stance, they saw the 2-legged beast throw a stone at them. Bang! The stone hit the soul of a sea wolf hard. Perhaps it felt the horror of the force. It howled and fled to the other side of the steep slope. In a hurry, the other 2 sea wolves followed closely. Lu Qi was overjoyed when he saw this scene. But before he reached the steep slope, he heard Nie Xiaorong roaring like a lion again, with despair in her anger and misery in her despair. Because at this moment, Nie Xiaorong was soaking in a small puddle of water about 4 or 5 meters wide behind the steep slope. Judging from the terrain, it should be a puddle formed by rainwater. There's a circle of large and small stones and green grass around the puddle. And on the stone next to the puddle, there was a big green lizard whose name I couldn't tell. It was at least 1 meter long from head to tail, and it was shaking its head and looking around as if trying to get closer to the edge of the puddle. In the puddle, Nie Xiaorong was topless, wearing only a pair of panties. She could only scream like a lamb to be slaughtered. In desperation, she even scooped up a handful of water and splashed it at the big lizard on the opposite side of the puddle, trying to scare it away. However, the big lizard pretended not to understand her at all, and instead became even more excited and continued to walk towards the puddle. At this moment, 3 sea wolves suddenly jumped out from the slope on her right, completely scaring her. Her throat was almost broken from her shouting. In terror, her long legs trembled and her buttocks sat down in the puddle. She could only use the word, to express her despair and resistance. She never thought that she just found a rain puddle and wanted to wash herself quickly, but she would encounter so many wild animals. The sudden appearance of the green lizard and the 3 sea wolves was enough to dismember him several times. She felt terrified and helpless when she thought about how she would be washed and eaten before she died. Perhaps the 3 sea wolves also had a flash of light in their eyes when they climbed over the slope and saw Nye Xiaorong and the green lizard. However, since the bipeds that suddenly appeared behind them had frightened them and had not given up chasing them, the 3 sea wolves only looked greedily at Nye Xiaorong, who was soaking in the water when they ran through the puddle, and then continued to slip away to the other side. What's going on? Woo, great. Let's go, let's go. Seeing that the 3 sea wolves did not stop but just looked at her with lustful eyes, Nye Xiaorong felt relieved. I felt like I was reborn instantly. He hurriedly crawled towards the puddle where the clothes were placed. As soon as he got up, he quickly grabbed his clothes, twisted his buttocks wildly, and ran and crawled up the slope he came from. Huff, 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 huff. At this time, Lu Qi was holding the wooden stick tightly and climbing up from the other side. As soon as he reached the slope, before he could stand firmly, he saw an almost naked woman appearing from the other side, also panting. It was the wet Nye Xiaorong. Ah! The panicked Nye Xiaorong looked back as she ran, fearing that the 3 sea wolves would turn around and chase her. Panting heavily, "Ah, it's you, Lu Qi," with a clang. As soon as Lu Qi saw Nye Xiaorong's face clearly, she rushed over and bumped into his arms. Fortunately, Lu Qi took a step back and was able to withstand Nye Xiaorong's impact and avoid falling. Wow, woo! Nye Xiaorong raised her head and looked at the familiar face. Before Lu Qi could say anything, she hugged Lu Qi tightly like an octopus and burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Lu Qi, you're back. You scare me to death just now. Wow. Woo woo. As Nye Xiaorong was hanging on him, Lu Qi had no choice but to hold her tightly with both hands. I was forced to truly experience the pleasure of having a warm, soft, and beautiful girl in my arms. Stop crying. It's safe. It's safe. You, why don't you put on your clothes first? Holding back the heat in his heart, Lu Qi stammered. However, Nye Xiaorong didn't seem to want to pay attention to Lu Qi's words. She hugged Lu Qi's neck tightly and didn't want to let go. Lu Qi was also at a loss at the moment. Being inexperienced in the world, he had to look up to prevent himself from peek at the scenery in front of him. He held Nye Xiaorong in his arms for a while, until he felt his arms ache. Nye Xiaorong stopped crying. She reached out to wipe the tears from her face, but saw that Lu Qi was still hugging her tightly, with his head tilted up and looking away. So she stretched out her hands, clamped Lu Qi's face, and turned his head back to look at her. However, when Lu Qi turned around, Nye Xiaorong saw that he had closed his eyes again. In an instant, an inexplicable anger of love and hate rose from his heart, and he completely forgot about the fact that he was still shirtless. He kissed Lu Qi's lips forcefully. Forehead. Lu Qi, who was kissed forcefully, opened his eyes in shock, but he only saw Nye Xiaorong's beautiful eyes slightly closed, with her long eyelashes hiding the shyness in her eyes. My first kiss. It's gone, and it was taken away by this woman. After a while, Nye Xiaorong blushed and said, Lu Dalong, why don't you let me down? After she finished speaking, she heard the sound of Lu Qi swallowing his saliva. Although she did not look up at Lu Qi, she knew that Lu Qi was looking at her at the moment. Shy and flustered, Nye Xiaorong slowly freed one hand and casually placed it in front of her chest. However, it seemed to have no effect because she knew that she could not hide her proud capital with just one hand. Just like that, with Nye Xiaorong's tacit consent, Lu Qi looked directly at the beauty in his arms. I want to get dressed. Please put me down. After Nye Xiaorong's reminder, as soft as a mosquito's voice, Lu Qi finally came back to his senses. Gently put the beauty in his arms down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Nye Xiaorong quickly turned around, leaving only her beautiful back to Lu Qi. Then, under Lu Qi's gaze, he calmly put on the clothes in his hands one by one. Lu Qi, do I look good? Nye Xiaorong, who had not yet turned around, was about to put on her last shirt when she suddenly asked Lu Qi behind her. After hearing this, Lu Qi quickly regained his composure and seemed a little overwhelmed. Nice! Hearing Lu Qi's words, Nye Xiaorong felt extremely sweet in her heart, and even her previous fear disappeared. Let's go. There's a big lizard here, and 3 wolves passed by. They almost scared me to death. With a red face, Nie Xiaorong said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, etc. Lu Qi took 2 steps forward and looked at the puddle below. This is actually a natural rainwater collection pit. How did you find this place? Lu Qi asked as he observed the huge pit in front of him. What? This is a rain puddle. I thought it was some underground spring. Hey, is the big green lizard gone? Nie Xiaorong also turned around and looked towards the puddle, but did not see the lizard. Look at the ground. There are so many animal footprints. This is obviously the recognized drinking place for all the animals around here. Didn't you observe carefully before going into the water? Fortunately, I came early. If I had come a little later, there might be more large beasts coming here to drink water. Woo woo woo. Stop scaring me, okay? Let's go. Hearing Lu Qi's words, Nie Xiaorong became nervous again. She hugged Lu Qi's arms tightly with both hands, not wanting to let go at all. It hurts, be gentle. Lu Qi looked down at the pain in his arm. It turned out that it was this woman's restless hand that was pinching and pulling him hard, and it happened to be the place where his arm was scratched. After hearing what Lu Qi said, Nie Xiaorong finally let go and looked at Lu Qi with an innocent face. I didn't mean it. Let's go. We really can't stay here any longer. After looking at the sky, Lu Qi took Nie Xiaorong and quickly left the puddle. When the two returned to the shelter, the sun had just set. Under Lu Qi's command, the two hurriedly picked up some dead wood and branches from the surrounding area, added some new firewood to the barbecue fire, and then hid in the shelter. In the shelter, after eating some leftover roasted leopard meat from the morning, Lu Qi leaned against the stone wall behind him to rest. Looking at the person in front of them, neither of them spoke first. When Lu Qi recalled the previous scenes, he suddenly felt his heart beating faster. Plop, plop. In the small shelter, Nie Xiaorong was about to hear it. In order to hide his inner embarrassment, Lu Qi turned his back to Nie Xiaorong. However, as soon as he turned his body, he heard him groaning in pain with his mouth wide open. What's wrong, Lu Qi? After hearing Lu Qi's cry of pain, Nie Xiaorong hurriedly moved forward, held Lu Qi's arm and asked, Maybe the wound on the back hasn't healed yet. It just split open. The grinning and painful expression made Nie Xiaorong feel very distressed. Take off your clothes quickly, so I can see if it's serious. While speaking worriedly, he had already started to lift up Lu Qi's clothes. Seeing this, Lu Qi had no choice but to cooperate obediently. Nie Xiaorong's exclamation came from behind. What's wrong? Lu Qi asked. Nie Xiaorong didn't know how to answer, because when Lu Qi took off his clothes, the scarlet color that came into her sight almost made Nie Xiaorong unable to believe her eyes. It turned out that the wound on Lu Qi's back that he had bandaged before showed no signs of healing. Instead, it was constantly oozing blood, and the blood had soaked the cloth on his back and dyed it red. She originally thought that the bloodstains on Lu Qi's clothes were left when he fell off the cliff before, but now she realized how badly Lu Qi was injured because of her. Are there any wounds that are bleeding? Seeing no reply from Nie Xiaorong, Lu Qi asked again. Well, it's all my fault. I hurt you so badly. Here, Nie Xiaorong's reply and apology. As a descendant of traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Qi already knew what was going on. He knew that it was because he didn't rest well, which led to the infection of the wound. He had to get medical treatment in time. If he continued like this, it would not be a good thing for such a situation to happen on this deserted island. Although he knew his situation, he still comforted Nie Xiaorong. Don't worry, they're just scratches, not deep. Just help me clean them. Luckily, I still have a few anti-inflammatory pills in my bag. After taking them now, I will recover as long as I have a good rest. Really? Lu Qi nodded. Okay, I'll help you clean it up. Then, Nie Xiaorong took out her only clean clothes from her backpack and wiped the blood from the wound on Lu Qi's back. She also used up the half bottle of clean drinking water that Lu Qi had brought back for her. Hearing the sound of Nie Xiaorong wiping him and sobbing in pain behind him, Lu Qi was secretly delighted, because he hasn't felt this kind of care for a long time. Chapter 20 Transformation. Does it hurt? Looking at the bright red scratches on Lu Qi's back, Nie Xiaorong asked softly. It doesn't hurt. Humph. You're so stubborn. You're too chauvinistic. You're injured like this, and you still say it doesn't hurt. Hearing Lu Qi say it didn't hurt, Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but confront him. It was a little painful at first, but since you were worried about me and accompanied me, I feel much better now. Hee hee, really? Am I that amazing? Hearing Nie Xiaorong's happy laughter, Lu Qi suddenly grinned and replied, Hiss you. If you scratch my wound with your nails on purpose, I will lose half my life, even if I don't die. You are repaying kindness with enmity. Humph. I thought you were going to continue to be stubborn. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. I thought you really cared about me. It turns out you asked me if it hurts just to make fun of me. You feel the pain now? I thought you were made of iron. Don't be so chauvinistic in the future. Okay. That's more like it. After Nie Xiaorong finished speaking, she stroked Lu Qi's back from top to bottom with her jade hand again, but this time she did not touch any wounds, and then uttered a few more words. You're really strong. Feeling an itch on his back, Lu Qi quickly shrank back. Just when I was about to say something, I heard Nie Xiaorong say, Okay, we're done cleaning up. Here, take this medicine. After turning around carefully, he saw the anti-inflammatory tablets handed to him by Nie Xiaorong and reached out to take them. There's only a little water left. Eat it quickly. Nie Xiaorong gave the last sip of water in the bottle to Lu Qi and urged him to take the medicine quickly. Seeing the pill in his hand, Lu Qi naturally understood how precious it was on the deserted island. Although he felt reluctant, he still swallowed it in one gulp. After all, how can we survive without a healthy body? Then he drank the last bit of water in his hand. After that, the two of them lay on their sides and prepared to rest. More than an hour passed. Nie Xiaorong suddenly asked, Lu Qi, when you hugged me today, my behavior didn't mean that. I was just angry that you would rather hold your head high than even look at me. Oh yeah, is it true what you said about me being pretty? Lu Qi? Then, when she looked at Lu Qi carefully, she found that Lu Qi had begun to make a slight snoring sound. Luke Dallon, you bastard. After holding it in for a long time, Nie Xiaorong slowly loosened her fist. It didn't wake him up. After pouting and trying to resolve the little resentment in her heart, she lay down and listened quietly to Lu Qi's snoring. Snort. Under the moonlight, he looked at Lu Qi's face vaguely and couldn't help but hum from time to time, protesting Lu Qi's stupidity and lack of understanding of romance. Outside the shelter, thin clouds obscured the moon, a light breeze blew across the island, and thick smoke filled the night sky, driving away mosquitoes and wild animals. From time to time, the sounds of various animals can be heard in the distant forest. On the beach before, some people have already started to rest at this moment, but some are sitting together, lying quietly, or talking in low voices. People are now haggard and in tattered clothes. They have waited for so long, but no rescue has come. This has made many people begin to realize that if they want to survive here, they must rely on themselves. Two of the women were lying back to back, looking haggard like most people, and they had no idea how long they could hold on here. The two women were Shun Bing and her good friend Leah. Sister Shin Bing, I'm so hungry. If this continues, I feel like I'm going to die here. Leah said weakly and sadly. Shin Bing turned her head slightly and glanced at her. At first, she just wanted to use Leah, but she didn't expect that the two of them would end up like this and become each other's only support. Moreover, the strong side that Leah showed after coming here made Shin Bing look at her with admiration. I originally thought that Leah came from a prominent family, was very delicate, and must be a gold digger who loved money like her life. But unexpectedly, Leah always showed a side that surprised her here. In order to maintain her innocence, she resolutely rejected some malicious temptations and tried her best to help those in need within her ability. This made this talented girl, who had grown up in hardship and was a voracious writer, feel a little surprised. Originally, she just wanted to win the favor of the tall, rich, and handsome man by sacrificing Leah in exchange for advancement in her career. But now it seems that she has had a change of heart. He no longer looked down on Leah, but began to truly regard her as a sister in his heart. Hearing Leah's words, Shun Bing comforted. Don't talk nonsense. We must leave here tonight. Waiting for rescue is hopeless. We can only rely on ourselves to survive here. Hearing Shun Bing's words, Leah's eyes lit up and she sat up straighter. Sister Shin Bing, if we leave here, we will have neither tools nor the ability to hunt. Will things be the same as now? What are you still worried about now? Staying here will only lead to starvation and death. Leaving here will also lead to starvation and death at worst. What else do we have to worry about? Speaking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Shun Bing's mind. That was Lu Qi. Thinking back to when Lu Qi and Ye Xiaorong were leaving, I went out of my way to try to keep them. But not much time has passed yet, and what Lu Qi said has come true. Sure Hao, Zhang Libo, and others not only tyrannically controlled the only tools for survival, but also continued to control the food people obtained. They said it was for the good of everyone and for the fairness of everyone. However, they themselves put in the least work but gained the most. Several people did not hand over the food they obtained immediately and were beaten up in public. He also slandered those people, saying that they had broken the rules set by everyone and only cared about their own survival, not caring about the lives of others, and labeled several people as selfish. Although such ridiculous excuses and actions cannot be supported by any legal principles in the eyes of many rational people. But for those people who have no ability but still want to get some food, Sure Hao and his men's actions are somewhat immoral and overbearing. But at least they can get some food for free and don't have to starve to death. They're still willing to rely on the hegemony of Sure Hao and his gang, just to be able to live a miserable life. These people were just fantasizing that as long as they could hold on until rescue arrived. They're successful because they're all superior people in the outside world and have a lot of assets of their own. Once they escape from the sea of suffering here, they can still live a comfortable, happy, and carefree life. Sister Shunbing, do you still remember Dr. Liu? He and Miss Nye have been gone for so long, and I don't know how they're doing now. When Miss Nye discovered Sure Hao's evil deeds, she came back to expose him in public, but Sure Hao bit back. Alas, if we had recognized the ugly faces of Sure Hao and his men earlier, we would have left with Dr. Liu at that time. Leah thought back to what happened back then and hated herself for not making a choice earlier. Hearing Leah say this, Shunbing felt a surge of regret in his heart. Turning my head, I looked at the other side of the beach, where there was a blaze of fire. The lifeboat that had lost power was quietly parked on the beach under the illumination of the fire. Sure Hao, Zhang Libo, and others sat around the campfire in groups of 3 or 4, talking and laughing. Among the scattered crowd, there were a few resentful eyes looking at them from time to time. Those people are the ones who have made contributions to the beach. They usually get the most food, but every time before they are full, Sure Haoji's followers ask them to hand over the food for unified distribution. But no matter how much food they harvested, what they were allocated was always just a little, just enough to keep people from starving to death. Even though they are the ones who have contributed the most, they do not get the respect they deserve, just because they are honest and kind. At this moment, everyone was very disappointed and planned to stay away from these people. Next to the lifeboat, 4 people were sitting together. They looked comfortable and did not look haggard at all. One of them was Zhang Libo. He was half lying on a wooden stake, his eyes slightly closed, and a small wooden stick in his mouth. At this time, I heard another person beside me say, "Brother Zhang, why don't we see Wu Hao anymore?" Hearing this, the people around him also said, "That's right. He was sitting next to me before, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye." At this time, Zhang Libo said lightly, "Didn't he say he had a stomachache in the afternoon? I guess he must have gone to the toilet and will be back soon." After he finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at the 3 people from the side, and seeing that they did not arouse any suspicion, he continued to pretend to rest, humming a little tune. But the other 3 people didn't know that Zhang Libo was just covering for Sure Hao. The reason for doing this is that the 2 of them have the same secret that they cannot tell. Because at this time, in the dense forest, not far from the beach, a man and 2 women came here quietly more than 10 minutes ago. The man was Sure Hao. There is no doubt that the 2 women were the ones who had previously exchanged their bodies and beauty for food. One of them is named Han Lu, and the other is Qiujie. Both of them are gold diggers who had managed to get on the cruise ship with great difficulty. The reason they came on the cruise ship was to find a rich husband. Although the 2 girls are not particularly good-looking as women, they have breasts that they are proud of. So in the eyes of many men, she can be regarded as a sexy beauty. As soon as Sure Hao and the 2 girls arrived here, they immediately hugged them and laid down in the grass. The large patch of grass on the ground was enough to prove that this was not their first time here. "Brother Hao, you won't get the best results if you're impatient. Don't be impatient." "That's right, Brother Sure Hao. You're always like this. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. We don't want to go back so soon." Hearing what the 2 girls said, Sure Hao blushed and said shamelessly, "Don't worry. You will definitely have a great time tonight." Hearing this, the 2 girls smiled at each other, then leaned playfully into Sure Hao's arms. "Brother Hao, you can't lie. Last time, I hadn't even enjoyed myself yet, but you ran back because of something. Don't worry, my dear Lou. I have Jean Libo to cover for me tonight. Nothing will happen. We just need to try our best to be happy. Let me make it clear first. You two won't make me anxious, and don't be jealous. He. Sure House said with a wicked smile. Although it was not the first time he went out with the two girls, it was the most proud and enjoyable moment in his life. Looking at the eyes of the two women, full of charm, and the proud figures that cannot be blocked, Sure How couldn't hold back the heat in his heart any longer and went forward. The next day, before dawn, people on the beach were still fast asleep. But at this time, two figures tiptoed to the lifeboat. Although it was the late night, they still covered their faces under the moonlight so that others would not recognize them. The two of them carefully walked past the place where Jean Libo and other four were resting and walked straight toward the lifeboat hatch. After arriving at the cabin door, one person was responsible for guarding it while the other quietly slipped in. After a few minutes, the man who went in came out with a fire axe and other things in his hands, and then the two of them quietly left the beach. After walking away from the beach, the two came to a big tree. As soon as they stopped, they saw 9 people walking out from behind the tree, 7 men and 2 women. Did you get the stuff? One of the tall men asked the two of them. Here, there's the rope. One of them stepped forward and showed the item he was holding. Another person said, I don't know where they put the crew knife. I looked for it carefully, but couldn't find it. Oh, what a pity. Without that thing, many things we can do will be much more difficult. The tall man sighed and continued. No matter what, we have to leave here immediately. These people are not worth our efforts. We worked so hard all day, but the food we brought back was taken away by those bullies before we were even full. They said it was a fair distribution, but they embezzled a lot of it. And those who were allocated food not only did not thank us, but sometimes they kept complaining about the incompetence of those who went out to find food, and each one was more sarcastic than the other. Now, let them rely entirely on those bullies. That's right. I don't want to do this kind of thing where I have to serve others and still get nothing done. If we weren't waiting for rescue, we should have left long ago. Why should we endure this humiliation? Who says it's not true? Those people who stay behind are all good at talking and scheming. Each one is more evil than the other. On the contrary, we have done so much, but we still don't get any benefits. The tall man and the 2 men behind him took turns expressing their inner dissatisfaction, and then looked at the 2 men in front of them. Let's go. Then, led by the tall man, several people headed towards a mountain. Because there are cliffs on both sides of this beach, the cliffs are low and the rocks are standing, the sea is very deep, and you can't see the beaches at both ends at a glance. So the direction they chose to leave was still the same route Lu Chi took when he left. Sister Shun Bing. Do we really want to go with them? The 2 women behind the crowd were Shun Bing and Leah. Chapter 21, Fight. Looking at the people who had left, Shun Bing glanced at the beach again, and then replied to Leah. If it's just the 2 of us driving here, our ability to survive will be too weak. I have been observing these people for a long time. They're the most diligent and capable in finding food on the entire beach. The reason why they left here is because they paid the most but did not get the proper treatment and recognition. Leah, if we don't follow them, do we have any other choice? And now, these people have taken away the important tools on the lifeboat. That way they will have a greater chance of survival. What are you still worried about? Hurry up and catch up, or they will go far away. This is because I have seen through their purpose, so I have this opportunity now. After hearing Shun Bing's words, although Leah still had a lot of worries in her heart, she still followed Shun Bing's footsteps. Chase after the people in front. On the beach, people who have just woken up have gotten up one after another and started to busy themselves with their own affairs. Even though 9 people were missing, they were barely noticeable in the crowd of nearly 100 people. But just when it seemed like nothing had changed, suddenly, a man ran out of the lifeboat in a hurry. Oh no, Brother Zhang, several tools are missing. Zhang Libo and his 3 friends had just woken up and were sitting together talking when they suddenly heard the man's words behind them. He stood up quickly, walked to the lifeboat in a few steps, and asked the man how it was possible. He opened the boat door and got in. Naturally, he didn't believe what the man said, so he had to go in and see for himself. The other 3 people had also arrived at the boat door, whispering to each other while looking inside the boat. Soon, Zhang Libo walked out of the boat with an extremely ugly look on his face. Brother Zhang, what tool is missing? A man guarding the door asked hurriedly when he saw Zhang Libo coming out. But Zhang Libo ignored his words and looked sharply at the crowd around the beach. After a few breaths, he said, "The important axe, rope, and several rescue flares were missing." As soon as these words came out, the people around him became very angry. Ah, someone must have done this on purpose. It must have been done by those guys who hated us and refused to accept the result. Could it be that the doctor named Lu came back last night and stole it? Several people were talking to each other, each expressing their own guess. At this time, Zhang Libo's eyes rolled around, as if he had thought of something. He said to one of them, "Big Beard, go check the number of people on the beach now. If there are not enough people, see how many people have left the beach. Xiaodong, you, and Sanhai go see if those people we taught a lesson to are still on the beach. Remember, if you don't see anyone, don't make a sound." After explaining this to the three people, Zhang Libo said to the last person, "I'm going to go out for a while, and we'll be back soon. You stay here and don't go anywhere. This boat is our only important supply now." "Okay, Brother Zhang." So Zhang Libo quickly ran towards a dense forest. He was just going to inform Shihao. And somewhere in the grass deep in the dense forest, the green grass on the ground was pressed into a pit, like a huge eagle's nest. Shihao inside was lying shirtless, hugging people on both sides, and beside him, two delicate bodies were snuggled up together, and under the three people were several messy clothes. Shihao was the first to wake up when he noticed that it was already dawn, although he felt his arms were a little numb. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw two delicate beauties hugging each other, and he didn't feel any discomfort at all. With a hint of excitement on his lips, he first kissed Han Lu's lips, then turned his head and kissed Xiao Jie's red lips. The two girls woke up instantly after being attacked by Shihao without any reason. Seeing that it was already dawn, the two of them first shyly joked with Shihao, and then hurriedly picked up the clothes beside them and put them on. But Shihao would never let them put on their clothes so easily. Just when the two of them were using clothes to cover their breasts, Shihao waved his hand, and without saying anything, he pulled the two girls towards him. "Oh, Brother Hao, you were so mean. We two sisters served you last night, but you're still not satisfied." "That's right, Brother Hao. Look, it's already daybreak. We haven't been home all night. If we don't go back now, we will definitely be discovered by others." Being needed like this by Shihao, the two girls pretended to be shy and said to Shihao. But Shihao wouldn't care about what they were worried about. After a night's rest, he was full of energy again. Looking at the two women in front of him with envy, he suddenly became distracted. Just as he was about to transform into a hungry wolf again and pounce on the two lambs in front of him, a hurried voice came. Shihao, where are you?" Without seeing the person but only hearing his voice, Shihao knew that the person was Zhang Libo. So he immediately stood up, quickly put on a piece of clothing, and replied in the direction where Zhang Libo's voice came from. "I'm here." In a blink of an eye, Zhang Libo ran out from the side of the bushes, panting. As soon as he arrived, he saw Shihao putting on his shoes, while Han Lu and Xiao Jie were tidying up their thin clothes. Seeing Zhang Libo appear, Han Lu took the initiative to greet him. "It's Brother Bo. Brother Bo, it's just dawn now, and Xiao and I haven't eaten yet." However, Zhang Libo ignored her. After taking a few deep breaths, he said to Shihao, "It's bad, Shihao. When I woke up this morning, my tools were stolen. I asked them to check first, and then I came to inform you." "What? Who is so bold as to steal so blatantly?" "Those are important tools for everyone's survival." When the words came to his lips, he wanted to say that those were important props for him to establish his authority. But because the two women were also present, he immediately changed his words. As he spoke, he pulled out a knife from his waist, which was the crew knife. Seeing Shihao holding a crew knife in his hand and a fierce look in his eyes, Han Lu and Xiao Jie couldn't help but take a step back. "Fortunately, I brought it with me last night to protect it from wild animals. If I had put it on a lifeboat, it would have been stolen." Holding the knife tightly in his hand, Shihao was ready to teach the thief a severe lesson. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked Zhang Libo, "And what about the flint? Is it lost?" "I have the flint with me all the time, so no." "That's good." Shihao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Libo's answer, because although the flint may seem small, it was the biggest contributor to their survival. "Let's go. Go back immediately. This incident may be another good opportunity for us to strengthen people's hearts." After saying that, he asked the two girls to go back to the beach by themselves, while he and Zhang Libo rushed to the beach first. As soon as he returned to the beach, the bearded man saw Shihao and Zhang Libo and hurriedly trotted towards them. I checked. 9 people are missing, 7 men and 2 women. The men are mainly those people. Sure enough, originally, I just wanted to teach those self-righteous guys a lesson, but I didn't expect that they would dare to steal together and run away. It seems that we were too kind, which gave them the opportunity to steal. After a pause, Sherhao's eyes turned fierce, and he said to Zhang Libo, "Leave a brother behind to explain the situation to everyone else, and we'll go after them. Maybe we can catch up with them." "Yeah, ok." After saying that, Sherhao waved his hand and led a few people to chase after the enemy in the forest. After Zhang Libo gave some instructions to the bearded man, he and a few other people went in the direction of Sherhao. Soon, Sherhao and his companions reached the 3-meter-high cliff in the forest. "Brother Hao, should we continue the pursuit?" A man next to Sherhao said. "They have known about this cliff all along, but no one has ever crossed it. In order to wait for rescue, everyone never thought of leaving the beach. But now, more than a month has passed, and when several people who have lost hope of rescue come here again, the thoughts were the same, and there were no more worries. Chase, I want to see how far they can run. Now is the time to get a comprehensive understanding of this broken island." "Okay, then let's keep chasing." After saying that, the man was the first to rush towards the cliff, completely obeying Sherhao's orders. Although he was quite skilled, he still couldn't rush forward all at once. Finally, with the help of several people, they all climbed over this natural cliff. Everyone keep moving forward. Looking at the footprints left on the ground, they should be heading towards the top of the mountain. Based on the footprints left by those people, Sherhao concluded that they were heading towards the top of the mountain. He had already made up his mind that if he could catch up with those people, he would rob them completely and then teach them a lesson. Of course, imagination is always beautiful. The road up the mountain was rugged and extremely difficult. As an urban elite, Sherhao was already panting and sweating profusely before he had even climbed far. Zhang Libo and others who caught up were also sweating profusely and kept complaining. Finally, as it was getting dark, the group of more than a dozen people decided not to pursue the enemy anymore, because none of them had ever walked on the island at night. So under Sherhao's organization, more than a dozen people searched for some dry firewood in the surrounding forests. Then we chose a flat place and prepared to light a bonfire. "Wait a minute, Bogo." Just as Zhang Libo was about to light the bonfire, one of the men suddenly stood up and shouted to the crowd, "Look over there on the mountain. There's a fire." Everyone looked in the direction the man pointed, and sure enough, they saw a flickering fire somewhere on the mountain. Sherhao and Zhang Libo looked at each other and smiled. They did not expect that the dawn of victory would appear at this last moment. "Sherhao, how are you going to deal with those people?" Seeing that everyone was looking at them, Zhang Libo asked Sherhao what was in his mind. Sherhao did not hesitate and said, "Take back their tools, confiscate all their supplies, and give them a good lesson. If they're determined to leave, let them go and let them fend for themselves. In addition, the 2 women must be left behind and taken back." When talking about the 2 women, Sherhao raised the corner of his mouth and revealed an evil smile, as if he already had a way to punish the 2 women in his mind. Therefore, according to Sherhao's plan, everyone set out on the pursuit again. He chased after the fire on the mountain with all his might. At this time, there is a flat forest some distance from the top of the mountain. A group of 9 people were sitting around a fire, talking and laughing, because they had been rushing to climb the mountain during the day, and because of her and Shun Bing, everyone kept stopping and walking. I have no idea who the people I am walking with are. At this moment, under the light of the fire, Leah could see the faces of everyone at the scene clearly. It turned out that these people were men who had been bullied or targeted by Sherhao, Zhang Libo, and others on the beach. These people did not join the team created by Sherhao, nor did they get close to them, nor did they deeply cooperate with their wishes. The reason they stayed on the beach was simply to get a chance to be rescued. But now, not only are they being bullied, but even their efforts are not respected by those who benefit from them. More than a month passed, and the chances of being rescued gradually vanished. They had given up hope and knew they had to rely on themselves and could no longer be controlled or bossed around by others. How can you survive if you can't even fill your own stomach? Among these people, judging from the way they spoke and acted, they were almost all led by a man named Chen Ziqian. He was the organizer of this event because he was fed up with Sherhao and his gang being manipulated, as well as those people on the beach who were arrogant, only knew how to eat and drink, and only knew how to preach and blame others. Therefore, a few days ago, He had already won over those who had the same experience as him and were willing to leave. Like himself, they are also honest and hardworking people who rely on their own strength to work hard in real life. When he expressed his wish, these people agreed readily. Everyone, you've worked hard today. Now, since there is no suitable place and not enough time to build a shelter, everyone will have to make do with it tonight and camp on the spot. At this time, Chen Ziqiang looked at the few people and spoke. Hey, Brother Chong, you are being too polite. We came here with you voluntarily. No one owes anyone anything. We are all capable people. We should help each other more in the future. Only then can we survive on this island. After hearing what Chen Ziqiang said, one of them immediately said that this was nothing. Another person also spoke up. Brother Chong, we have only come here after a day's journey and haven't even reached the top of the mountain. I wonder if those people will organize people to chase us if they find out that we stole the axe and other items. After these words were spoken, several men who were still talking in low voices stopped talking. My eyes involuntarily turned to the only two ladies in the crowd, because of their presence, today's progress was very slow. Perhaps it was due to the unfamiliarity with the woods and the ruggedness of the mountain road, but no one could deny the current facts. Among the few people, Shun Bing and Leah also noticed the gazes of the others. But she also knew that no matter how much she explained, it would be difficult to change their views of the two of them. Besides, following them out today was just a delaying tactic, because her real purpose was to find Lu Qi. The reason why she followed these people was, firstly, because according to her observation, these people had the ability to obtain food and the strength to protect and take care of the two women, and secondly, these people were relatively honest and decent. Seeing that everyone was looking at the two women, Chen Ziqiang also knew what they were thinking. But although he didn't say it, Chen Ziqiang was very happy in his heart that two beauties took the initiative to join their team. After all, we are all grown men, so there is no reason for us to reject beautiful women. Chapter 22, Battle of Clash. He immediately replied, You all saw with your own eyes what Sure Hao and his men did on the beach. Although he advocated justice and fairness and gained the support of most of the incompetent people, he was lazy and always took the food and resources we obtained for his own enjoyment. We had to report to him to use the tools we wanted. I've never been so cowardly in the company. When Chen Ziqiang said this, he was obviously a little emotional, and the others were naturally infected by his words. And those old guys and those incompetent people can only talk, but can't do much. The key is that they praise Sure Hao very much, but they belittle those of us who really put in the effort. They really don't know what's good for us. Yeah, Brother Chong is right. Brother Chong, we should have done this a long time ago. Only by leaving those lazy people behind can we live better. Yes. As they were talking, Sure Hao's voice suddenly came from the slope in front of him. Ha ha, I finally found you. Then they saw Sure Hao and 7 or 8 other people coming out from the woods on their left. Ah, it's Sure Hao and the others. How is that possible? When everyone saw the person coming, someone said in disbelief. Chen Ziqiang looked at Sure Hao, who suddenly appeared, his expression obviously nervous. He never expected that this guy would actually catch up with him and chase him for such a long distance. Knowing that the other party had ill intentions, Chen Ziqiang also noticed that Sure Hao and the others were exhausted and out of breath after climbing up the mountain. So I thought of letting everyone escape to the other side to avoid unnecessary conflicts, because they had rested for so long and had the energy to run. Unexpectedly, when he just said, Don't panic, follow me, he saw a group of people appearing behind him, led by Zhang Libo. Oh shit, I'm so tired. This mountain is so damn steep. As soon as Zhang Libo appeared, he was breathing heavily and uttering foul language, but he stared at Chen Ziqiang and others with vicious eyes, as if he wanted to eat them. Anyone who sees him can tell that he is angry at the moment. Brother Sun, what should we do now? We are surrounded. A man named Li Ning beside Chen Ziqiang asked in panic. Why are you panicking? The worst that can happen is that we can just fight with them. Hearing this, the man named Li Ning's eyes lit up. He thought he had heard it wrong, but when he thought about it carefully, what else could he do? At this time, Sure Hao, who had recovered his breath, raised his voice and said, You guys are so bold. You even dare to steal our life-saving tools. You really don't take me, Sure Hao, seriously. Tell me, who was the one who started this? Sure Hao also knew that these people dared to do this and were ready to tear each other apart, so he did not catch everyone and talk about it. Instead, he asked the leader and directed the conflict to the most important person among them. After hearing Sure Hao's words, Qin Ziqiang cursed Shi Hao's ancestors for more than 10 times in his mind. He was not stupid, so he naturally understood Shi Hao's intention. But he didn't want to sit there and wait for death, so he took a step forward and replied, Shi Hao, stop talking about morality and ethics here. It's fine if you're lazy and gluttonous, but you're actually forming gangs to suppress those of us who are capable of earning food. You're also instigating others to criticize us. Do you really think we're stupid? I endured it and gave in before because I didn't want to stay on this broken island, but now I don't want to be bullied by you, my grandson. Qin Ziqiang was also a smart man. He knew that Shi Hao was holding it in, so he started out by being very rude and unfriendly and directly confronted Shi Hao. Oh, so you were the one who caused the trouble, Shi Hao said as he looked at Qin Ziqiang, because he didn't expect that among these people there would be someone who would dare to stand up and confront him directly. He would usually face this kind of person squarely, because he knew that the other person, like himself, was someone who could control people's hearts. Look at the clothes you're wearing. You're probably just a company employee or a cruise ship waiter at best. Haha, you want to be a king with this outfit. You can fool a few of them, but you can't fool most of us. After Shi Hao said this, he stared at the others and continued. These tools are what we all need to survive. But you, under his instigation, ignored the lives of so many of us and secretly took these tools away. Are you still men? Are your lives important, and our lives and the lives of so many people on the beach not important? At this time, Shi Hao was filled with righteous indignation. He tried his best to use his eloquence to distract and undermine the hearts of the people who were with Sun Haishan. Seeing Shi Hao's hypocritical performance, Shen Bing and Qin Ziqiang both greeted Shi Hao's mother in their hearts. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this guy before. He was full of justice, but in fact, he was only calculating for his own benefit. Shi Hao, stop sowing discord and bragging about yourself. We have seen everything you said and did. We are no match for you in saying one thing and doing another. You said that they are our tools, but how many times have you let us use them? Others have to register and report their use, but you use them as you please. I'm afraid you have already regarded these materials as your own personal property. That's right. You two-faced fellow, every time we work the hardest, the food we get is not enough for us to eat. But you always stand out and pretend to be a good person after we get the food, and even snatch the fruits of our labor. And you call this shamelessness for everyone. In the end, what you give to others is not enough for you to take for your own pleasure. Behind Qin Ziqiang, Li Ning also stood up and spoke. The other people were also experienced people, and they also understood that what Qin Ziqiang and Li Ning said was true. They were also unwilling to associate with Shi Hao and others. He was even more unwilling to continue working for Shi Hao and his men. So no matter how Shi Hao puts on a show, they all maintain the same attitude as Qin Ziqiang. Seeing this, Shi Hao's face turned pale and his expression began to change. Hand over your tools. Since you all don't want to stay on the beach, I'll grant your wish. You can leave now. Perhaps he still had a trace of civilization and law in his heart. So Shi Hao did not hurt anyone out of impulse. However, Zhang Libo on the other side said something that poked a hornet's nest, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Shi Hao, why waste time talking to them? Just fight. Since these people are so ignorant, I have to teach them a lesson. I have to climb such a long way to catch up with them. My brothers and I will never let them have an easy time. Brothers, go ahead. Beat them up. Before Shi Hao could stop him, he saw Zhang Libo and his men rushing towards Qin Ziqiang and his men, their faces full of anger. Zhang Libo and his men alone were enough to deal with 7 people. Seeing Zhang Libo so arrogant, Qin Ziqiang and his men all yelled and rushed forward with their weapons. Some carried sticks, some held stones, and some were barehanded. In just one encounter, one person was injured. He was hit on the side of his face and ear by a stick by mistake, and blood immediately flowed from his ear. Great! You dare to resist and kill me? Brothers, do it! Teach them a lesson. Seeing that his men were beaten as soon as they started, Shi Hao was forced to change his plan and said to the people behind him. Suddenly, there were more than a dozen people against 7 people, and the battle became more and more intense. Everyone screamed and rushed towards each other, especially Qin Ziqiang and his 7 men. They knew that they were outnumbered, so they shouted loudly every time they attacked to boost their momentum. Only Shi Hao did not take any action. He turned his gaze to Shun Bing and Leah, who were hiding behind the tree. Seeing the frightened looks on the 2 girls' faces, Shi Hao couldn't help but smile and walk towards them leisurely. When Leah saw Sure Hao walking towards them, she no longer cared about being afraid, but bravely stepped forward and warned him. Sure Hao, what are you doing? Don't come over here. We have no grudge against you. Seeing Leah say this, Shin Bing glanced at her. She really didn't expect that Leah would have the courage to stand up and face Sure Hao in such a tense and dangerous time. At this moment, she had a completely new understanding of Leah. Leah's courage also completely shattered Shin Bing's inherent impression of her and reached a new height. No gracias? Miss Shun Bing, and Miss Leah, you two are so beautiful. Sure Hao, never said that we have any grudges. But then again, who bewitched you two beauties to follow them out here? Look at this wilderness. How dangerous it is. Sure Hao looked at the two girls with lustful eyes and continued walking towards them while speaking. When seeing Sure Hao was about to approach her, Leah became a little scared and couldn't help but step back. Seeing this, Shun Bing stood in front of Leah and looked at Sure Hao with a stern look. Sure Hao, it's our freedom to choose who to go with. It's not your turn to worry about it. Hey, Miss Shun Bing, since you chose this path yourself, why did you insist on running onto the pirate ship? Could it be that they bewitched you or forced you? Or did you voluntarily join the bandits? Sure Hao was not angry at Shin Bing's words. Instead, he retorted with a smug look on his face. But he did not stop. He had already come in front of Shun Bing and Leah, looking at the two women's bodies with naked eyes. Although it was dark, the two women's curvy figures looked particularly charming under the firelight. You, don't slander me. Sure Hao's words made Shin Bing unable to answer for a while, because she could neither say that she was bewitched nor that she did it voluntarily. She had to avoid Sure Hao's questions and warned him not to slander her. Slandering me? Miss Shun, these people today don't take me, Sure Hao, seriously at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have opposed me. Even if they wanted to leave, they could have done so, but they didn't. Instead, they chose to secretly take away what we shared. Tell me, how can I not be angry with such behavior? Why? You have been defending them all the time. Are you in a relationship with one of them? Or are you two in a relationship with all of them? Ha ha ha. You bastard, if you dare to slander me again, believe it or not, I will fight you to the death. Being slandered and framed by Sure Hao without any bottom line, Shin Bing naturally could no longer control her inner emotions. She grabbed a stone on the ground and looked at Sure Hao with wide eyes. Ha ha, is your defense broken? Could it be that I was right? Sure Hao looked at the two girls with disdain. Suddenly, he looked at them and threatened them. Since you can get along well with them, why can't you get along well with me? As long as you are willing to serve me, I can guarantee that you will have food and drink. You won't be hungry. Isn't this better than following them? Bah, how shameless. Who wants to be friends with you? Don't you see what kind of person you are? Do you want to take advantage of us? Hearing Sure Hao's words, Leah couldn't help but choke. At this moment, she was really disgusted by Sure Hao. Although he always talked about fairness and justice, he kept slandering and spreading rumors about the two of them. His purpose was just to make them surrender and fulfill his own private desires. Shin Bing also saw that Sure Hao had bad intentions at the moment. After exchanging a glance with Leah, she signaled Leah to run up the mountain. However, how could Sure Hao, who had been on guard for a long time, let her little trick succeed? She grabbed the clothes on Shin Bing's back and pulled them hard. After a ripping sound, Sure Hao easily tore apart Shin Bing's high-end, light blue short-sleeve shirt, revealing her tight bra and beautiful white back. And Shin Bing fell to the ground due to the tearing. Seeing this, Leah hurried forward and tried to help Shin Bing up. But Sure Hao didn't give them the chance to get up again. After smelling the piece of cloth torn from his hand, Sure Hao deliberately made a sound of intoxication. This smell is really intoxicating. You are indeed a beauty. He took another puff and continued. Miss Shun, instead of serving them, why don't you treat us equally? Serve us too. What do you think? Then we can also enjoy the sexual happiness brought by the beauty. After saying that, he pounced on Leah, who was about to help Shin Bing up like a hungry wolf. This time, he made his hands into claws and went straight for Leah's back. It was obvious that he wanted to attack Leah's chest directly from behind and pick her up to control her. When Shin Bing stood up, she just saw Sure Hao rushing towards her from behind Leah, but she had no time to stand up to stop him. In desperation, she screamed, pulled Leah towards herself, and pulled Leah into her arms, and they both fell to the ground at the same time. Sure Hao, if you dare to come over here again, after we leave this island, Jiangchen Group will definitely launch the most brutal revenge on you. Don't think that we are so easy to bully now. Shin Bing fell back holding Leah and quickly got up, then looked at Sure Hao and warned him again. I saw that she was holding a stone tightly in her hand, ready to fight to the death. Hearing this, Sure Hao paused. Although he was surprised by Shin Bing's reaction and felt a little afraid because of what Shin Bing said just now, he reacted immediately. He smiled and said, Ms. Shin Bing, you haven't realized your current situation yet, have you? This kind of threat has no effect on me now. Ha! To tell you the truth, you were the first to cross my bottom line today, so don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he pounced on Shin Bing again. Just come back with me, Miss Shun. As long as you two follow me in the future, I promise to make sure you have enough food and clothing. At this moment, seeing Sure Hao grabbing towards him, Shin Bing didn't care too much. He raised a stone in his hand and threw it towards Sure Hao's face. Chapter 23. Bold and Careful. Bang! Bang! The stone flew towards Sure Hao's face, but Sure Hao just turned sideways and easily avoided the attack. Because Shin Bing is just a woman, with her strength, even if she really hit Sure Hao, it would probably be of no use. So Sure Hao revealed an even more contemptuous and evil smile at this time. He took a few steps and came in front of Shin Bing, grabbing Shin Bing's arm. Shin Bing only felt a pain in her arm, and then she fell into Sure Hao's arms. Haha. Well, you are indeed very feminine. Beautiful women are just different. Sure Hao hugged Shin Bing tightly with one arm, then took a deep breath into Shin Bing's ear, his words full of frivolity and complacency. Let me go, you bastard. Shin Bing tried hard to break free, but her strength was too little and she couldn't get rid of Sure Hao's arms. Seeing this, Leah turned around and wanted to attack Sure Hao, but was stopped by Shin Bing's words. Because she now regarded Leah as her sister, she didn't want her to be in danger, so she shouted, Leah, leave me alone, just go away. Hearing Shin Bing's words, Leah naturally knew her intention and paused, but she still rushed towards Sure Hao. Let's go together. I can't leave you alone to be bullied by him. Sure Hao, you bastard, I will fight you to death. Leah rushed over, holding up a stone she had picked up, and stared at Sure Hao with an angry expression. But Sure Hao smiled contemptuously. When Leah rushed him, he raised his foot and kicked out. You don't know your own limitations. Bang! After kicking out, Leah screamed in pain and flew backwards. Seeing how cruel Sure Hao was, and how he didn't show mercy to Leah even though she was a girl, Shin Bing was also burning with anger and felt full of strength. In that instant, a woman's self-defense technique popped into her mind. Then she raised one foot and stomped her heel hard on Sure Hao's instep. Before Sure Hao could even scream out in pain, Shin Bing suddenly slammed the back of her head back against Sure Hao's nose. You stinky woman. Sure Hao screamed and released the arms that bound Shin Bing. But when Shin Bing tried to escape, she did not run away in time. Instead, she turned around quickly and kicked Sure Hao in the crotch, which could have killed him. With one kick, she felt like she had hit the bull's eye. Then, a logical scene appeared. Sure Hao was seen bleeding from his nose, hunched over, and holding his lower body in pain with both hands. Damn, you stinky woman. I will definitely destroy you. Sure Hao's screams of pain were soon heard by others. Although they were still fighting desperately, Chen Ziqiang and his 7 men were at a disadvantage due to their lack of numbers and were besieged by Zhang Libo and other people. At this moment, most of the 7 people were injured, with blood on their faces, bodies, and hands in different places. The conspicuous blood made the air smell of blood. But even so, the 7 of them had no intention of giving up resistance. But when they heard Sure Hao's voice, while everyone's attention was diverted, Chen Ziqiang and the other 6 people gathered to one side. Zhang Libo saw Sure Hao lying on the ground in pain and came over to check on him. What's going on? It's those 2 women. Hurry up, take some people and tie them up. Don't let them get away. However, when Zhang Libo looked around, the 2 women were nowhere to be seen. You 2 come with me. The rest of you will teach those guys a lesson, then take away all their supplies, including their tools. You must bring all of them back to the beach. Once we capture those 2 women, we will definitely reward you all. Don't worry, Bo. A man in the crowd turned around and called back. Then Zhang Libo and 2 men were seen running towards a dense forest on the left. The aura was as if his wife was dating someone else, and he was about to go up to the man with a knife and have a good talk with him to teach him a lesson on how to behave. At this time, Chen Ziqiang also saw the opportunity. He saw two backbones of the group. One fell to the ground, and the other went to chase Shin Bing and the other. He made a decisive decision. Run. Let's go. So the seven of them ran towards the woods on the right. Although a group of people behind them wanted to chase them, in the darkness and away from the light of the fire, the seven of them quickly got rid of those people's pursuit. However, the seven people at this time had abandoned their weapons and even their personal belongings beside the fire, became the spoils of Shi Hao and others. Half an hour later, Shi Hao, supported by the two, was sitting by the fire to rest. Beside him, there were 4 or 5 people lying scattered around. Like Shi Hao, they were all injured, but Shi Hao's injuries were internal, while these people had obvious external injuries. One of them was seriously injured, having been hit in the calf with an axe by Chun Ziqiang and his gang. Although the wound had been treated and bandaged, blood was still oozing from the wound. Shi Hao looked at that man, feeling somewhat guilty, but more of hatred towards Chun Ziqiang and Shun Bing. He knew that in such an environment, with such serious injuries, it might be difficult to survive. But now he was powerless and could only comfort his injured brothers while making big promises to them, promising them that they would have food to eat and women to accompany them when they returned to the beach. At this moment, in front of these dozen people, he no longer had his previous righteous words and fair and just personality, and instead regarded all of these people as his brothers, ready to share the good and bad times with them. He claimed that as long as they continued to stay with him, food and women would be readily available to them. At this moment, Zhang Libo and 2 other people came out from the direction they had chased before. In the light of the fire, his face was full of loss and anger. "Brother Bo, where are those 2 women?" Seeing Zhang Libo coming back, a man sitting next to Shi Hao stood up and asked. Although Shi Hao didn't say anything, he cursed in his heart. What an idiot. Didn't you see Zhang Libo's expression? And you're asking so impatiently. Sure enough, after hearing what the man said, Zhang Libo glanced at him unhappily and then sat down opposite Shi Hao. Those 2 women were so cunning. I don't know where they hid. We chased them for a while and then lost sight of them. I fell several times while searching for them. What a damn bad luck. Zhang Libo said this to himself, which was considered as an explanation and account to everyone. Then he looked at Shi Hao and asked, "Did those people run away too?" Shi Hao nodded and pointed at the man lying on the ground. "One of our brothers is seriously injured. We must hurry back as soon as possible. If we continue like this, he will be in danger." Hearing this, Zhang Libo hurriedly looked at the man, seeing that what Shi Hao said was true. So, at the urging of the 2, more than a dozen people packed up the luggage and supplies scattered on the ground, and then carried the man to the beach at the foot of the mountain overnight. After all, the anti-inflammatory drugs that Lu Qi had not taken were on the lifeboat on the beach, and there was an old nurse in the crowd who had some knowledge of first aid. After Shi Hao and others left, the forest here returned to silence, and the roar of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. Not long after, 2 graceful figures slowly appeared, and the person walking in front was Shun Bing. "Sister Shun Bing, you are really good." "Sister Shun Bing, do you think they will come back? Or should we just leave here?" Behind Shun Bing, Leah first praised Shun Bing happily, then paused, and just after she finished saying these worried words, she heard a sudden cry from the forest behind her. Although she didn't know what animal the sound was, as a woman, Leah was still startled. He hurriedly ran to Shun Bing and grabbed her close. "Haha, you. How come you become so timid again? You're not afraid of a beast like Shi Hao, but you're afraid of the cry of a small animal. Be brave. They've all gone far away. We still have a chance to reignite the fire while it's still there. With the protection of the fire, we can spend the night safely. Otherwise, we'll have nowhere to hide. With our physique and strength, we'll be bullied by a small wild boar if we meet one." "Haha, Sister Shun Bing, you are really talking nonsense. You are still making such a joke at this time." Seeing Leah laughing out loud because of her amusing herself, Shun Bing felt a lot more relaxed. After all, it is at this time that we need to be strong and optimistic. She has always been a top student in school, and she is cautious and competitive by nature and good at observing people's words and expressions. Therefore, during the escape, just now, Shun Bing did not panic. She made good use of the cover of night. She did not run far and quietly circled back with Leah. He hid in a bush and quietly observed Shi Hao and others until he saw them pack up all the supplies and carry a man away. During this period, their conversation and even Zhang Libo's return and dejection were all seen by the 2 of them. "Leah, The mentality of everyone on the island has begun to change. Like us, they no longer have hope for rescue after waiting for such a long time. People are starting to think about how to survive. As Shun Bing walked, he lowered his head and looked carefully at the bloodstains on the ground. Then he said, "Sure, Hao is a very good person who can deceive people. He talks about fairness and justice, but he is actually selfish. And judging from what happened tonight, he is becoming more and more unethical and evil-minded. He even has no respect or courtesy towards us. This is extremely dangerous for us. So, in the days ahead, we have to be more cautious." After Shin Bing finished speaking, he hurried to the previous fire, squatted down, and checked the fire. Fortunately, the fire is not out yet. "Come on, bring those firewoods next to you." As he spoke, Shin Bing bent down, gently put a handful of hay he had prepared as tinder into the fire, and then blew on it continuously. After a few breaths, and through Shun Bing's efforts, a spark suddenly appeared among the flickering firelight, successfully igniting the hay that Shun Bing had prepared. Seeing this, Leah also came over to help and handed the dry firewood in her hand to Shin Bing. With the cooperation of the two, the fire was reignited. Just when Leah was happy, Shin Bing poured a basin of cold water on her. "You are too happy too early. Help me to divert the fire to another place. This is not the first choice for us to spend the night." Hearing this, the excited Leah was stunned and asked in confusion, "Sister Shin Bing, why do we have to go somewhere else? Isn't this place quite flat and spacious?" Seeing Leah looking at him in confusion, Shin Bing immediately tapped her forehead with a thin wooden stick in his hand. "Think carefully with your clever little brain. On this deserted island, with no cell phones and no signal positioning, how did Sure Hao and his group find this place so accurately? Moreover, once they showed up, they surrounded us from both sides. How could they not give us any chance to escape?" After hearing Shan Bing's suggestion, Leah suddenly realized, "Oh, Sister Shan Bing, are you saying that the reason they were able to find us so accurately and surround us was because the two fires exposed our position? Oh no, why didn't I think of that? Hurry up. Let's go to another place." Seeing that Leah hit the point, Shun Bing smiled knowingly. Then, together with Leah, they successfully led the fire to a place not too far from here. After checking and confirming, the fire would not be noticed by people below the mountain, and it was also close to the rocks, suitable for staying overnight. The two of them then felt relieved and started the fire again. It was during this process that Leah realized belatedly that Shun Bing was bold, careful, and extremely smart. As soon as she sat down by the fire, she asked a question that surprised Shin Bing. "Sister Shin Bing, tell me, before you came out this time, did you already know that Shin Ziqiang and the others wouldn't have to worry about solving the problem of the fire source?" "Hey, Leah, how come you're so smart all of a sudden? Is it because I hit you with the stick just now? It seems that I have to hit you from time to time in the future so that you can become extremely smart. Maybe you can even use your wisdom to lead me away from here." "Huh? Sister Shin Bing, stop laughing. Tell me, is this right?" In fact, Shin Bing was quite surprised when she heard Leah ask this. Based on her understanding of Leah, it would take a long time for this girl to think about the problem. So this was also an important point why she found her and wanted to use her before. But now, both of them were wanderers in the world, and Shin Bing had already regarded her as one of his own, without any selfish intention to use her. Seeing that Leah was waiting for her answer, Shin Bing stopped joking and said to her seriously, "When we were trapped on the beach just now, I saw Chun Ziqiang smoking alone among the crowd of more than 100 people. I saw him smoking secretly for a week, and then I never saw him again. I guess he ran out of cigarettes and thought that the lighter in his hand might become an important item that everyone coveted, so he hid it. Later, Shurhao schemed against Dr. Liu and Miss Nya, who had their life-saving tools taken over in that way, and also drove them away from the beach. So Chun Ziqiang should have paid more attention to the lighter in his hand. In addition, Shurhao and others deliberately suppressed Chun Ziqiang and his group, which made them dissatisfied. So when I overheard him chatting with several other people, I decided to leave there with them. These people are honest and capable of obtaining food. It was not until today that I confirmed my guess. When Chun Ziqiang asked everyone to look for firewood separately, he pretended to drill wood to make fire, but he actually used a lighter. I saw it with my own eyes." Chapter 24, Stone Cave. Leah listened to Shun Bing's words carefully. Her eyes sparkled, and she looked at Shun Bing as if she was looking at a man she liked. "Oh, wow. So that's how it is, Sister Shunbing. Your observation, memory, and insight abilities are truly amazing. No wonder you were able to successfully establish your own company solely with your own talents. I admire you so much. Hey, I remember the last time you said the word admiration. You were praising your dream lover. What? It's only been a few months, and you're already thinking of me as your little fangirl. You're praising me? How come I've never heard you praise me before? Sister Shinbing, why do you only know how to bully me? Okay, let's talk about something else. Well, then tell me, what do you want to talk about? At this time, Shun Bing saw that Leah was so interesting, so she naturally opened up. After all, she had just experienced that storm, and she also wanted to use such topics to ease her inner emotions. But I gradually discovered that Leah's problem seemed to be a bit off the mark. Hee, Sister Shun Bing, do you know whose name you have mentioned the most since we were trapped on this island? I don't know. It should be your name. Humph. No, you rarely call me by my name, okay? You always call me this guy or that guy. Oh, why didn't I feel that? Also, your purpose this time is to find that Dr. Lu, right? Forehead. Sister Shinbing, which Lu Chi do you think's handsome? It's okay. Sister Shinbing, is Nye Xiaorong pretty? When asked this question, Leah carefully observed Shinbing, but Shinbing did not notice. Her? She's just SOSO. I don't think she's as pretty as you. TSK. Sister Shunbing, you are not telling the truth. Nye Xiaorong has such fair skin. If she wasn't pretty, would Dr. Lu be so close to her? Hearing this, Shunbing lowered his eyebrows and eyes, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Although it was only for a moment, Leah saw it all. Sure enough, a woman's sixth sense is extremely accurate. Hey, why are you saying this? It's none of my business. Hee. Although Nye Xiaorong is a bit pretty, I think you, Sister Shinbing, are more attractive in front of a man. As long as you show a little bit of your feminine charm, you can definitely control him and kill her in seconds. Leah, you're so talkative. Why are you suddenly talking about these topics? Sister Shinbing, come on. From now on, I will be your loyal fan. What fans? What fuel? Seeing Shun Bing looking at her, her expression changed from sunny to cloudy. Leah stopped when she saw that things were going well and said hurriedly, "It's to find Dr. Lu. Come on, Sister Shinbing. I believe you can definitely control him." After saying that, Leah clenched her fist and made a cheering gesture. Shinbing looked at Leah helplessly, still thinking about her words. Later, she realized that Shunbing's eyes were wandering and her expression was uncertain. Leah knew that what she said was very scientific and well-founded. But her secret laughter reached Shun Bing's ears, and Shun Bing came back to her senses. Okay, you bastard. It turns out you were just trying to trick me and make fun of me. As she said that, she stood up and started scratching Leah's laughing spots all over her body. Next to the fire, the sound of two girls laughing could be heard. After a relaxing and pleasant chat, Shun Bing and Li Kaya snuggled together under the light of the fire and fell into a deep sleep. On the second day, as soon as the sun shone on the island, Leah and Shinbing woke up. As the first ray of sunlight shone towards the top of the mountain, Leah and Shinbing packed their simple luggage and climbed towards the top. Shinbing's purpose was very simple. He just wanted to go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery of the entire island and find out what kind of island he and others were on. On the other side of the mountain was shrouded in a light and thick fog, and Lu Chi and Nye Xiaorong had just woken up from their sleep. Nye Xiaorong stood up first, half-knelt, and stretched her waist, exposing her exquisite curves in front of Lu Chi. Turning her head, she saw Lu Chi staring at her blatantly. Then he snorted and rebuked. "What are you looking at? Humph. Pervert." Lu Chi was not angry about this, because he had already figured out this woman's temper. If she really cared about these details, she would definitely be more cautious in front of him. So he gently opened his sleepy eyes and decisively said something that women love to hear. "You have such a beautiful figure, and the space in this shelter is so small. If I don't look at it, wouldn't it be a pity and a waste? Then I'll let you watch it alone every day from now on, okay?" Hearing Lu Chi's nonchalant words, Nye Xiaorong laughed at first, then asked jokingly. When Lu Chi heard this, he knew that this woman was about to transform into a witch again. It was early in the morning, and he was a man full of vigor and vitality. If he was teased by this woman again, wouldn't he be even more uncomfortable? So he quickly put away his expression and said seriously, "Please move aside and let me go out to see how the leopard meat is being smoked and whether it has been taken away by wild animals." However, Nie Xiaorong stood at the entrance of a shelter and refused to give way to him. She puffed out her chest and refused to give up until she got the answer she wanted to hear. "Lu Dalong, don't change the subject. Answer me now. I'll be watching over you alone every day from now on, okay? If you don't answer me, you'll never get out of here." Forehead. Lu Qi had never expected this. His injury had not healed yet, and he finally had a good night's rest. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was forced to admire her figure. How could she get herself into trouble again? This little witch is so moody. Okay. Comrade Xiaonya, there are only two of us here. Even if you want others to see it, they can't. I am the only one who can see it. You. Although she heard what Lu Qi said, Nie Xiaorong looked extremely unhappy because she felt that Lu Qi was not serious at all and had no patience when talking to her, and his words were particularly perfunctory. "Humph, I'm ignoring you, Big Wolf Lu." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the shelter, leaving Lu Qi confused. Shaking his head, Lu Qi also walked out of the shelter. He first went to the grove, and then went to check the bacon on the grill. The fire had long been extinguished by then, and only a wisp of blue smoke was coming out of the fire. On the smoked meat rack, strips of smoked leopard meat were neatly arranged. Looking at the smoked meat, Lu Qi couldn't help but pick up a strip and moved it away. Seeing the smoked meat in his hand, he exclaimed, The skin is tender, the inside and outside are consistent, and the color is bright. It's really good." Lu Qi couldn't help but stuff a small piece of bacon in his hand into his mouth. The taste is mellow, not greasy, and not too lean. I never expected it. I was able to make bacon so successfully the first time. This knowledge was not learned in vain. However, when Lu Qi was immersed in his own achievements, Nie Xiaorong was looking at him with disdain. When she saw him coming back from the grove, she picked up a piece of black smoked meat from the grill and stuffed it into her mouth. He ate it with a look of enjoyment on his face, and her stomach suddenly began to churn. He didn't listen to what Lu Qi said at all. As the president of a cosmetics company, although she knew that smoking was a way to preserve fresh meat, she still felt uncomfortable when she saw Lu Qi eating so heartily in the morning. "At least wash your hands first." But Lu Qi didn't notice Nie Xiaorong's abnormality and continued to talk. "We use cypress wood from the forest to smoke it. This can effectively prevent mosquitoes and flies. It can be stored for at least a week in this hot summer. This bacon is enough for the two of us to eat for a week. Oh, by the way, as far as I know, smoked meat has many benefits. I heard from the old people in the village that smoked meat has the effects of stimulating appetite, removing cold, and helping digestion." Lu Qi was chewing bacon while talking, and when he didn't get a response from Nie Xiaorong, he turned his head to look. But she saw Nie Xiaorong squatting on the ground in front of her, retching for some unknown reason. So he hurried forward, supported Nie Xiaorong, and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Come here, let me take your pulse." As he was about to take Nie Xiaorong's pulse, but when Nie Xiaorong smelled the bacon in his mouth, he began to dry heave again. "Stay away from me, Big Wolf Lu." Hearing this, Lu Qi finally realized that it was he who disgusted this woman. Ha! Suddenly, Lu Qi burst into laughter. He was not embarrassed at first, but was secretly happy that he had found something that could make this woman hate him. After laughing, he deliberately put his mouth close to Nie Xiaorong and said, "It tastes great. Why don't you try it too? I'm sure you'll like it." As he spoke, he drew out the words, and the smell of bacon in his mouth hit Nie Xiaorong in the face. "Oh, ugh. Lu Dalong, you are so disgusting. Oh, ugh." While retching, Nie Xiaorong hurriedly fled. Seeing Nie Xiaorong twisting her body and fleeing in panic like a snake, seeing an eagle, Lu Qi decided in his heart that when she gets witch syndrome in the future, he would punish Nie Xiaoma in the same way. But as a man and a doctor, he also realized his own problem, and he knew very well that illness comes from the mouth. "I touched the wounds on my body and found that many of them had scabs. Looks like it's time to set off for that cave. After all, there's a source of drinkable water there. With water, the two of them can solve the problems of cooking, washing, and drinking." After looking at the rising sun, Lu Qi decided to pack up his things and head to the cave he had discovered earlier. He told Nie Xiaorong his thoughts. Although Nie Xiaorong was still sulking about what happened just now, when she saw Lu Qi taking action, she had no choice but to help. After the two of them filled their backpacks with bacon, there was still a lot left. As there were no suitable storage bags, Lu Chi had to take out his only pair of washable pants, tied up the legs, and used it as a temporary storage bag. Finally, he had managed to pack all the bacon in when both trouser legs were filled to the brim. Then the two of them left here without eating a single bite of food, taking advantage of the coolness of the early morning and heading towards the cave. Lu Chi held a wooden stick in one hand for self-defense, and with the other hand he occasionally had to take care of Nie Xiaorong because the inner ring island was really difficult to walk. Seeing that Lu Chi was carrying a backpack, a trouser bag, and a leopard skin that was not yet dry on his back, and that he had to distract himself to take care of himself, Nie Xiaorong finally put away her dissatisfaction. She knew that the man in front of her was a good man, and because of her following him, she had added a lot of burden to him. If I weren't there, he would have an easier time living on this island. So she secretly decided that she must do more for Lu Chi in the future. Although I'm just a weak woman, there are still many things I can share and help Lu Chi with. Almost 3 hours passed. Lu Chi finally brought Nie Xiaorong to the cave they had discovered before. Is this the place you're talking about, Lu Chi? It's right here. As soon as she arrived outside the cave, Nie Xiaorong first confirmed with Lu Chi and then looked at the surrounding environment curiously. Outside the cave entrance is a flat ground with lush green grass. The cave entrance is hidden behind two huge rocks. The surrounding forest trees are tall and lush, and the forest under the trees is full of wild grass and flowers. Nie Xiaorong was very happy because this environment fulfilled her childhood fantasy of a magical forest. Lu Chi carried all the supplies on his back into the cave and found a flat and dry place to put them down. Then he sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, his forehead covered with sweat from exhaustion. Afterwards, Nie Xiaorong appeared at the entrance of the cave, but she showed no intention of coming in. It turned out that she saw two small spiders on the spider webs on both sides of the cave entrance and was so scared that she didn't dare to come in. Lu Chi, come here quickly. There's a spider here. Lu Chi lubed Dalong. However, Lu Chi didn't want to get up or talk. Seeing that Lu Chi ignored her, Nie Xiaorong had no choice but to bite the bullet, muster up her courage, and continue walking inside with her head lowered. It was not until she saw the whole thing and a small puddle inside that Nie Xiaorong realized why Lu Chi brought her here. It is indeed much safer and more comfortable than other places. There's just too much dust in this cave. I think I need to take good care of it. So he grabbed Lu Chi, who was still gasping for breath, and asked him to start cleaning the entire cave with him. As a last resort, Lu Chi was forced to open the business. After another round of hard work, nearly 2 hours passed. Seeing everything the two had cleaned up, Nie Xiaorong felt that the cave looked pretty good. At this time, both of them were already starving. Since there was no stove to cook, Lu Chi had to take out some smoked leopard meat to fill his stomach, but Nie Xiaorong repeatedly refused to eat it directly. At this time, Lu Chi remembered the rough pottery jar made by the previous owner of the cave. So after another effort, he succeeded in starting a fire. He found a clay pot, filled half of it with drinking water, and put some cuts of bacon in it. He even picked a few edible wild vegetables outside the cave, washed them, and put them in. Although the food was very simple, after the agonizing wait, Nie Xiaorong found it very delicious. Even the last bit of soup had to be shared with Lu Chi. After eating and drinking, Lu Chi walked towards the stone bed in the cave. After working hard for the whole morning, he could finally have a good rest, so he lay down on it. Since there was water, Nie Xiaorong took advantage of Lu Chi's deep sleep. First filled a small basin with water to wash her face, then quietly filled another basin with water and slipped out of the cave. Chapter 25, Waking Up. It was noon. In the shade on the top of the mountain, Shun Bing and Liu were sitting back to back, admiring the scenery on both sides of the ridge. The top of the mountain seemed not far away, but it took them more than an hour to finally reach it. However, they were too tired, so they had to sit back to rest, and they had been sitting there until now. Sister Xinbing, what kind of island is this? How come it's such a huge, circular island? The mountains are so high. Ouch, my legs are almost cramped from walking. At this time, Leah stood up and looked at the scenery in front of her. She never imagined that the island they were trapped on was so huge. I guess everyone on the beach still has no idea of the real environment they are in. Leah, look, the beach we were on before is just a small corner of this island. Leah looked in the direction of Shun Bing's finger, and it was the beach where they had been waiting for rescue. Seeing people walking on the beach like ants, she couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the scope of vision needs to be expanded with feet. When you live on the beach, it doesn't feel small or crowded. But when I walked to the top of the mountain and looked around, I realized that my vision was too narrow before. At this moment, Shen Bing had to start re-examining herself. Thinking back to when Lu Qi and Nye Xiaorong chose to leave the crowd, he had stepped forward to stop them. Now it seems that maybe I was too cautious. Sister Shinbing, come and take a look at the lake in the center of the island. It's so magical. This island is surrounded by mountains, and I didn't expect there is such a beautiful lake in the center. Retracting her thoughts, Shinbing came to Leo again. Looking at the beautiful lake at the foot of the mountain, she couldn't help but say, I wonder where Dr. Lu Chilu and the others have gone. We can only rely on ourselves now. Sister Shinbing, is there anyone accompanying Dr. Lu? You should first think about where Chun Ziqiang and the others are going. Have you heard them say it before? After all, there are many of them. If we can find them and follow them, at least we will have some security, right? Hearing this, Shinbing sighed and looked at Li seriously. You guys, you will feel safer if you follow them, but more people doesn't mean you're safe. Besides, the 7 of them are all men. Although they were honest and upright compared to Sure Hao when they were on the beach, the situation is different now. They have left the beach and Sure Hao suppression and formed a small group. If we continue to follow them, they will become the next Sure Hao sooner or later. Why, Sister Shinbing? Aren't they all very nice people? Leo was puzzled and continued to ask. Shinbing picked up her bag and said, Because we are 2 beautiful women. Sister Shinbing, are you worrying too much? Can this be a reason? At this time, Shinbing no longer answered Leo's words. He picked up his bag and headed towards the lake in the center of the island. Hey, Sister Shinbing, wait for me. That Lu Qi, Dr. Lu, is also a man. Aren't you afraid that he will become the next Sure Hao? Seeing Shinbing looking for a suitable mountain road to leave in the direction of the lake, Leah chased after him and continued to ask questions in her mind. Seeing this, Shinbing had no choice but to respond to her confusion and said, I never said for sure that he wouldn't become the next Sure Hao. The reason why I wanted to find him is very simple. First, he's a doctor. Second, it's because of my intuition. My intuition tells me that he is a man I can trust. After that, Shinbing began to look for a way down the mountain seriously, while Leah kept asking questions behind him. Intuition? Sister Shinbing, is this your explanation? Sister Shinbing, you are still not telling the truth? Hey, Sister Shinbing, wait for me. Seeing that Shinbing no longer paid attention to herself, Leah hurriedly followed. On the beach, after last night's chase and fight, Sure Hao, Zhang Libo, and others successfully recovered the life-saving tools and also obtained some personal supplies. However, neither of them could be happy at this moment, because at this moment, in front of them, there's a man lying, the man whose leg was injured by the axe, and he had lost his young life. Behind the 2 men, a dozen men stood there quietly without saying a word. Other people on the beach also gathered around and saw a young life lost. They were also plunged into a sad mood. They were all elites in society and valued their lives more than anything else. But suddenly someone died so fragilely, and everyone found it hard to accept that this was reality. Of course, what they didn't know was that with the scarcity and lack of food and supplies, people's mentality has begun to change, and various human natures and extreme thoughts have gradually emerged. This tragedy and reality will soon continue on the beach. In the stone cave, it is cool and comfortable. When you wake up, Lu Qi felt relaxed all over. This was the first time in more than a month that he slept so soundly and comfortably. Nye Xiaorong. Lu Qi stretched his body and called out Nye Xiaorong's name. After getting no response, he looked around and saw that Nye Xiaorong was not in the cave. So he walked out of the cave. After coming out of the cave, Lu Qi looked around but still couldn't find Nye Xiaorong. So he picked up a wooden stick that he had carefully selected and prepared and headed towards the direction where the footprints were left. The road in the forest is very difficult to walk on, with tree trunks, bushes, and weeds almost covering the entire forest. There was no road at all, so Lu Qi could only lower his head to look for some paths that were easier to pass. He had planned to discuss with Nye Xiaorong after waking up to explore the lake on the island together, but when he woke up, he did not see Nye Xiaorong. 10 minutes later, Lu Qi suddenly heard humming sounds coming from the forest ahead. After careful confirmation, Lu Qi recognized the voice as Nye Xiaorong's. Then, he quietly walked toward the place where the sound came from. He planned to teach this woman a profound lesson with his actual actions, because she actually dared to run out alone and even dared to sing a little tune so recklessly, without any sense of danger at all. Isn't it a naked provocation to the beast to walk so high profile? It's a complete humiliation to the beasts. So, after searching for more than 10 meters, Nie Xiaorong's figure finally appeared in front of Lu Qi. At this moment, she was squatting, picking mushrooms on the ground with one hand and holding a basket with the other hand. Hey, hand-woven baskets. Chapter 26, A Profound Lesson. When Lu Qi saw the woven basket in Nie Xiaorong's hand, he was also surprised for a moment. I didn't expect that Nie Xiaorong, as the founder of a company, actually has this skill. Although the weaving is not so perfect, it is at least a practical tool. Peeling aside the grass, quietly approaching, he tiptoed behind Nie Xiaorong. Lu Qi suddenly roared, imitating the roar of a wild beast. Then he let go of the wooden stick in his hand, leaped out, and picked up Nie Xiaorong from behind. Ah! In Lu Qi's arms, Nie Xiaorong was so frightened that she screamed, and then, like a doe that had completely lost her mind, she kicked up and down with all four legs, bared her teeth and claws, and kicked around randomly. The basket in her hand was thrown to the ground, and the mushrooms and some wild vegetables inside were scattered all over the ground, until she touched Lu Qi's arms with her hands and tried to break free from the restraints. Only then did she regain some of her sanity. Roar! However, Lu Qi was still trying hard to pretend in her ear, shaking Nie Xiaorong's body, but Nie Xiaorong already knew that she was being fooled. So he stopped struggling, and just as Lu Qi held him tightly, he burst into tears in midair. "Aw!" she cried and beat her big hands on her chest with her small fists. "You stinky man, let me go." Whoa. Lu Qi was stunned. "Hey, I was discovered." So I quickly let go of her hand and was about to explain to her. But Nie Xiaorong turned around in a flash, crying bitterly, with gongs and drums beating loudly. The pink jade fist hit Lu Qi's chest with perfect skill. Lu Qi suddenly felt like his chest had turned into a cowhide drum. "Stop fighting for a moment." Used. However, his efforts to explain something were in vain. Even though he kept backing away, he was still possessed by Nie Xiaorong and was venting his anger on her. Whoa. Only after Nie Xiaorong got rid of the fear in her heart did she throw herself into Lu Qi's arms again, crying with tears streaming down her face and heartbroken. Oh, hey. Seeing Nie Xiaorong stop hitting, Lu Qi finally sighed and felt a numbness in his chest. I was annoyed and thought, what the hell did I do? Woo, why are you scaring me? I'm most afraid of being scared by others. When I was a kid, I fainted because of someone wearing a mask. After I woke up, my dad stayed with me for 3 days before I dared to go out. Woo, you big bad guy. You really scared me to death just now. Woo. Oh, I didn't mean to. You did it on purpose. I just want you to understand. Woo, you're so mean. You almost scare me to death. Hey, I'm sorry. Stop crying. Wow. Hearing Lu Qi say sorry, Nie Xiaorong cried even more sadly. Okay. Cry. 3 minutes later, Nie Xiaorong stopped crying. After shyly leaving Lu Qi's arms, she quickly turned around and wiped away her tears, then picked up the basket on the ground and began to pick up the scattered mushrooms and wild vegetables. At this time, Lu Qi also tactfully helped to pick it up. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little quiet, he took the initiative to interrupt and said, "There are quite a lot of mushrooms here. It looks like we can improve the food tonight." But Nie Xiaorong still ignored him. "When I woke up and saw that you were not there, I hurried out to look for you. This place is really too dangerous, and there are many large wild animals. You shouldn't have come out alone, and you were not on guard at all, humming a song with your head down. If I had come later, if you were really targeted by a wild animal, it would have been too dangerous. You'd better be more cautious in the future, and at least tell me before you leave." After listening to Lu Qi's explanation, Nie Xiaorong stopped what she was doing and looked at Lu Qi. I feel inexplicably warm and happy in my heart. At the same time, I also had a more objective understanding of what happened just now. I knew that Lu Qi was doing this for my own good, to teach me a lesson. Then he thought of himself crying in Lu Qi's arms just now. Her cheeks flushed as she replied to Lu Qi. "Okay, I'll pay attention next time." Then the two of them turned around and walked back. However, when they had just walked about 10 meters, they suddenly heard a monkey's cry from the woods on the right. Very sharp, very loud. The two of them quickly squatted down and hid in the bushes. Oh, What is this? It sounds like a monkey's cry. Nye Xiaorong whispered. Lu Qi immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It seems to be that old monkey. It sounds very anxious. Is there an animal chasing it? Oh, oh, oh. As soon as Lu Qi finished speaking, the old monkey's voice came again from afar. This time, it was obviously more anxious than the last time, and the voice was also a little clearer than the last time. Immediately, Lu Qi felt a bad feeling in his heart. A sense of crisis suddenly came over me. Oh no, we have to get out of here quickly. There must be danger approaching. The old monkey must have discovered us. It's giving us a warning. Is there any danger? No way. After Lu Qi finished speaking, he didn't wait for Nye Xiaorong to say anything. He grabbed her hand and quickly rushed towards the cave. A few minutes later, the old monkey's voice kept coming from the woods behind the two of them, sometimes slow and sometimes fast. Lu Qi also noticed that as long as the two of them paused for a moment, the old monkey would scream loudly and anxiously. In some of the screams, he could even clearly hear the old monkey's harsh roar. It was like he was trying to drive something away, just when the two were about to run back to the cave. At this moment, a furious roar of a beast suddenly came from the dense forest behind him. Roar! This rough and wild voice was full of shock. It tore through the space and reached Lu Qi's ears, and his heart suddenly tightened. There seemed to be an indescribable feeling of shock in this voice. However, the old monkey was not frightened by the roar. Instead, it made more chaotic noises. Ugh. It seemed to be jumping around on the tree, more cheerful than before. After a few blinks of an eye, the old monkey's voice gradually faded away, and Lu Qi realized that the danger should be over. When the two returned to the cave entrance, Nye Xiaorong felt her heart still pounding, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Lu Qi saw her fear and stepped forward to comfort her. Then, the two of them divided the work. Lu Qi made a fire, and Nye Xiaorong began to make food using the mushrooms and wild grass they picked mixed with smoked meat. After successfully making a fire, Lu Qi was not idle either. Because of the thrilling experience on the way back, he had to worry more about the safety of the two. As for the old monkey, Lu Qi was not worried, because he was sure that the guy must have been following him secretly before, and he had discovered the danger in the distance. So he warned him and kept harassing and driving away the unknown beast. The last roar of the beast was probably because the old monkey was so annoyed that it finally had to leave. Chapter 27. Hallucinogenic Mushrooms. Although I'm very grateful to the old monkey, but he used a dagger he had found to chop some firewood and vines. I plan to use these materials to reinforce the entrance of the cave and make a sturdy wooden door. This way, even at night, it can prevent the invasion of wild beasts and provide more security for the two of them. By the time Lu Qi finished these tasks, it was already getting dark. He had originally planned to prepare a bow and arrow for exploring the lake, but because it was getting late, he had to wait until tomorrow to think about it. Looking at the wooden door he had installed in the stone cave, Lu Qi suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. At this time, a fresh fragrance wafted over. Just as I sniffed the fragrance in the air, I heard Nye Xiaorong's voice behind me. Lu Qi, come and eat. It's just cooked. Lu Qi turned around and walked towards Nye Xiaorong, who was sitting by the fire. When I came to her side, I saw the steam coming out of a large earthenware pot on a simple stone stove, where leopard meat, wild vegetables, and mushroom stew were bubbling. Lu Qi couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Nye Xiaorong laughed happily when she saw this. Seeing Lu Qi's impatient expression, she picked up the simple wooden spoon in her hand and served Lu Qi a bowl of soup. She also handed Lu Qi a pair of wooden chopsticks she made herself. Hey, you did this. Looking at the chopsticks in his hand, Lu Qi asked in surprise. Of course. How is it? Not bad, right? Not bad, not bad. When did you finish it? While you were taking a nap. And here's this. As she spoke, Nye Xiaorong shook the wooden spoon in her hand again, indicating that it was also the result of her labor. Oh, that's great. I didn't expect you to be so good at hands-on work. Not only can you knit, but you can also make these practical tools. That's amazing. Hee hee. I just like to be praised by others. Give me more praise in the future. Although I'm a girl, I'm not a delicate princess. So, don't look down on me in the future. After hearing what Nye Xiaorong said, Lu Qi finally understood Nye Xiaorong's intention. It turned out that she wanted to prove that she was not as delicate as Lu Qi imagined, nor was she a vase who was just pretty. Seeing her constantly proving herself, Lu Qi also had a deeper understanding of her. I couldn't help but give Nie Xiaorong a thumbs up, expressing my recognition of her work. After finishing one bowl, Lu Qi felt that he was still not full, so he asked Nie Xiaorong to serve another bowl. Soon, the two of them finished a pot of leopard meat, wild vegetables, and mushrooms. It's delicious. I didn't have such a big appetite before. As he spoke, Lu Qi once again gave Nie Xiaorong a thumbs up to express his affirmation and appreciation. Seeing Lu Qi's praise for her, Nie Xiaorong's face was full of smiles, and she didn't even want to stop smiling. He even took the initiative to take over all the tableware so that Lu Qi could rest first. Lu Qi couldn't refuse the invitation, so he went to the stone platform and lay comfortably on the leopard skin. Looking at Nie Xiaorong's busy figure, he suddenly felt that such a godlike life of poverty was pretty good. There is no mortgage, no traffic, no intrigue, no workplace competition, and busy life and work. It seems that such a life can be considered a kind of happiness in some ways. Recovering his mind, Lu Qi, who had nothing to do, took out the record of the strange island left by the original owner of the cave and started reading it. Because I haven't read all the contents in detail yet, I plan to go to the lake in the center of the island tomorrow to find out. So he really wanted to check the record of the strange island before leaving to see if there were any records about the lake by the original owner. Soon, when he was halfway through reading, Lu Qi discovered that there were indeed many records about lakes. Moreover, the more he looked at it, the more Lu Qi felt that if he wanted to go there, he had to prepare well. Because the records mention many large beasts that roamed there, and there are fish in the lake. There are fish. Seeing this record, Lu Qi was very excited. You know, when more than 100 people were on the beach, they put so much effort, but no one caught a fish, and they didn't even see the shadow of a fish. Unexpectedly, there were fish in the inner lake around the island. As long as there are fish, we don't have to worry about food. Restraining his inner excitement, he continued to look. The original owner drew a lot of pictures on this strange island record, most of which were pictures of animals. However, before he knew it, he suddenly noticed that the picture in his hand was distorted. And the more you look at it, the more realistic it feels, until finally, the black and white patterns all turn into color. Lu Qi smiled and was about to ask Nie Xiaorong to come over and take a look, but when he looked up, the cave in his eyes seemed like a fairyland, colorful, and he was sitting on a dragon chair in the fairyland. The leopard skin under him turned into scattered fine clothes and delicious food, and the notebook in his hand turned into a well-behaved cat. In front of him, the spacious palace hall began to change again, turning into a galaxy, and the name Nie Xiaorong that had appeared in his mind had long since disappeared. Because Lu Qi was staring at the other side of the Milky Way at this time, he saw a fairy there who was also looking at him lovingly. Beauty, fairy, Gulme, come here. In the cave, Lu Qi was completely unaware that he had been poisoned by food. Instead, he kept making strange movements, waving his arms and looking at Nie Xiaorong opposite him. The uncontrollable expression on his face expressed his happiness at the moment. Looking at Nie Xiaorong again, she was also behaving strangely and laughing. She was seen dancing with a clean clay pot in her hand, her rosy cheeks filled with a charming smile. Her body was 10 degrees softer than usual at this time, and the black artificial porcelain pot in her hand instantly improved by 10 degrees. It was as if it really had a value comparable to the magical weapons and spiritual instruments in the heavenly palace. Handsome guy, Menglong, you are so handsome. In Nie Xiaorong's eyes, Lu Qi at this moment was actually a dreamlike handsome man. She gently put down the clay pot in her hand, swaying left and right as she walked towards her dream lover. When Lu Qi saw his fairy flying across the Milky Way towards him, he happily threw the kitten in his hand away. He flew up and headed towards the flying fairy. In reality, the two were only a few meters apart, but in Lu Qi's eyes, it seemed like they had been flying for several minutes before he embraced the flying fairy in his arms. At this moment, their eyes were blurred. They were the most beautiful existence in each other's eyes and hearts. Inside the cave, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong stood facing each other. Lu Qi embraced Nie Xiaorong's slender waist with one hand and held Nie Xiaorong's hand with his other hand. The two touched each other, their eyes were drawn, their breathing was rapid, and their heartbeats and body temperatures continued to rise. However, they did not talk and laugh like normal couples, but just looked at each other lovingly, until Nie Xiaorong could no longer control her infatuation, and she gently stood on tiptoes and kissed Lu Qi. Faced with the fairy throwing herself at him and offering him a kiss, Lu Qi couldn't resist at all. I couldn't help but enthusiastically respond to Nie Xiaorong's passionate kiss. Perhaps due to her physical condition, Nie Xiaorong's illusion was much deeper and more real than Lu Qi's. She was completely obsessed with the person she was kissing and intoxicated by it. Lu Qi was also gradually infected by the enthusiasm of the fairy in his eyes. Under her crazy enthusiasm, he had no choice but to retreat to the stone platform covered with leopard skin. Nie Xiaorong's passion became even more intense at this time. A passionate kiss could not express 1/10,000th of her inner impulse and happiness. Instead, she completely lost her mind and fell in love. She kept tearing off Lu Qi's clothes. She wants to be by the Milky Way with her dream lover, admire the starry sky, take off her skirt, lie on the bed with a smile on her face, and do all kinds of things. She just wanted to give her pure and innocent body to the man in front of her at this moment. Faced with the enthusiasm of the fairy in his eyes, Lu Qi looked dumbfounded, but he was extremely happy in his heart. I really want to be a young emperor dressed in fine clothes and riding a horse, but I have no experience. As time passed, the two people who were inseparable became entangled with each other. Lu Qi, who had experienced the emperor's lovemaking and sexual pleasure, seemed to have undergone a transformation at this moment. It is like a wild horse running free from its reins, galloping across the endless grassland. It was unknown how much time had passed before he and the fairy in his eyes finally broke free from the illusion and fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 28: Poisonous Mushrooms. After a night, on the second day, until noon, in the cave, the two were naked, snuggling together, and still sleeping, until an ignorant monkey outside the cave kept screaming, and its annoying sound woke Lu Qi up naturally. The moment he opened his eyes, Lu Qi thought he was dreaming. He hadn't woken up from the dream yet. I rubbed my eyes gently and looked carefully. A white, fragrant body suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was Nie Xiaorong. I saw that she was sleeping soundly at this time, with one arm and one leg resting on me, and her body was pressing down on one of my arms. What happened? Lu Qi's heart was beating like a drum. Thinking back to what happened last night, his face suddenly turned red. It can't be true. He didn't believe it, so he pinched his face. It hurts. It seems that what happened last night was true. What can I do? Will this woman chop me up when she wakes up? At this moment, looking at Nie Xiaorong, who was entangled with him, Lu Qi tiptoed like a thief, tried to separate himself from her safely. However, the hateful Lao Lu outside the cave in trance quickly shattered Lu Qi's plan. Because the wooden door that Lu Qi made yesterday blocked the entrance to the cave, the old monkey couldn't enter the cave, so he kept roaring impatiently outside the door. Oh my God, what the hell are you yelling about, you old monkey? Shut up now. After taking a look at the entrance of the cave, Lu Qi's heart was filled with anger. After cursing under his breath, he wanted to continue to take away Nie Xiaorong's long legs that were resting on him. However, when his hand grabbed Nie Xiaorong's delicate legs, he felt that he was being locked in his heart. When he moved his gaze to look forward, he saw Nie Xiaorong's seductive eyes wide open, looking at him. Forehead. You're awake. When Nie Xiaorong opened her eyes, she saw the naked Lu Qi and heard Lu Qi's voice. She thought it was an illusion and blinked her eyes hard. Luda, vu. However, just as Nie Xiaorong was about to use the lion roar technique, Lu Qi covered her open mouth. He then rode on top of her, controlling her, and explained, "You don't get excited yet. Listen to my excuse? Oh no. Listen to my explanation. Okay." Being subdued by Lu Qi like this, Nie Xiaorong felt a little scared, but when she saw Lu Qi's sincere expression, she suppressed the fear in her heart. He blinked gently as a response to Lu Qi. Seeing this, Lu Qi gently moved his hand away from Nie Xiaorong's lips. After getting off Nie Xiaorong, he pulled up a piece of clothing beside him and covered Nie Xiaorong's chest with it. Last night, the mushrooms we ate were poisonous. Maybe we were poisoned. That's why we had hallucinations. After saying this difficult first explanation, Lu Qi observed Nie Xiaorong's expression. Seeing that she was not staring at him intently, he continued, "As soon as I woke up, I know what happened last night, and the visions were all too real. They were probably caused by the mushrooms we ate. But I will be responsible for you." Looking at Nie Xiaorong, who was silent beside him, Lu Qi didn't know what to say. He reached out and gently wiped the tears from her eyes. Then he picked up his clothes and prepared to get up. But at this moment, Nie Xiaorong suddenly threw herself into Lu Qi's arms. Lu Qi was about to say something, but his mouth was blocked by Nie Xiaorong's sexy red lips. After a deep kiss, Nie Xiaorong looked at the man in front of her, panting. She just wanted to engrave the face of the man in front of her deeply in the deepest part of her heart and never forget it. Because she had already fallen in love with Lu Qi. Aren't you angry about what happened last night? Faced with Nie Xiaorong's enthusiasm, Lu Qi had a silly look on his face and was just about to ask Nie Xiaorong the questions in his mind. However, Nie Xiaorong put a finger on his lips and immediately interrupted his chattering. In a flash, Nie Xiaorong's kisses fell on Lu Qi's mouth, face and body like raindrops. Lu Qi reacted belatedly and finally understood Nie Xiaorong's feelings for him. At this time, Lu Qi, who had been completely aroused by Nie Xiaorong, was no longer shy. He turned around passionately, suppressed the charming Nie Xiaorong, and transformed himself into a handsome young man chasing the wind on a horse. It was just a pity for the old monkey outside the door, who kept screaming at the top of his lungs for nearly 2 hours, until its voice became hoarse and it was almost out of strength. Only then did they hear Lu Qi's angry curse coming from the cave. "You old monkey, you're just bored. You have been yelling for so long. Aren't you tired?" Then, the wooden door of the cave was opened by Lu Qi from the inside. Oh. Seeing that Lu Qi opened the wooden door at this time, the old monkey called out twice in reproach, and then walked straight towards the cave. As soon as it entered the cave, it turned its gaze, took a quick glance, and then jumped towards the puddle in the cave. When they came to the water hole, a monkey worshipped Buddha and drank the water in the hole in big gulps. "Oh my God, I forgot this has always been someone else's territory. Look how thirsty this old monkey is." After saying this, he saw Nie Xiaorong walking towards him with a blushing face. At this time, she had already put on her clothes and walked to Lu Qi and whispered, "Are you hungry? Let me cook something to eat first." "Hungry? Of course I'm hungry. If I don't eat something, my body will fall apart." After saying that, without caring that the old monkey was beside them, he suddenly kissed Nie Xiaorong on her blushing face. "Oh, you're so mean. Ha. You were the one who kissed me before. How come it's bad now that I just kissed you?" As he said this, he was about to kiss Nie Xiaorong again. At this time, the old monkey, who couldn't bear it any longer, roared twice, interrupting the interaction between the two, and jumped straight out of the cave. "Hey, old monkey, this cave is mine from now on. If you come here to drink water again, remember to be polite, okay?" Looking at the old monkey leaving, Lu Qi said something shamelessly. Then he started cooking with Nie Xiaorong. "You are so shameless. Look at what you said. This old monkey is too noisy. Isn't this for the sake of our future sexual happiness not being disturbed? Humph. I didn't see you being bothered by its barking before. Bad boy." Due to the incident with hallucinogenic mushrooms, Lu Qi's plan to explore the lake was disrupted again. But yin and yang go hand in hand, and when there is bad, there will be good. During the more than 1 month of getting along, although the two had feelings for each other, they had never confessed their feelings, let alone cross the line. But after having a delicious meal, everything went smoothly. Not only did he skip the confession stage, he also tasted the forbidden fruit and crossed the line. Chapter 29, Self-Defense Weapons. It was past noon, and Lu Qi, still unsatisfied, walked out of the cave and looked around, but there was no sign of the old monkey. This guy really doesn't take this place seriously. Just drink and leave. He muttered a few words of reproach to the old monkey, but when he thought of the warning the old monkey gave them in the forest that day, Lu Qi suddenly had an idea. Since the records of strange islands stated that there were many dangers in the lake, would it be better and safer if I could take the old monkey with me? After having this idea, Lu Qi kept an eye on the figure of the old monkey. "Hey, I almost forgot to prepare a self-defense weapon for myself." Turning back to the cave, Lu Qi took the dagger with him. He planned to make a hunting bow and arrow for self-defense. So after explaining things to Nie Xiaorong, he prepared to go out to look for materials. Before leaving, Nie Xiaorong gave him another sweet kiss. Then Lu Qi walked out of the cave again in high spirits. The cave was surrounded by dense and tall forests, so there was a lot of wood suitable for making bows and arrows. After some twists and turns, Lu Qi quickly got the materials he wanted. There were 2 thick reddish woods. Lu Qi didn't know what kind of tree they belonged to. The wood was hard but very tough. It was about the thickness of his forearm. Lu Chi planned to use one to make a bow body and the other to make a spear for self-defense. He then cut many straight branches to make bows and arrows. After returning to the cave, Lu Chi began his production in an orderly manner based on the knowledge in his mind. The only dagger he had was very useful. In order to make his tool both beautiful and durable, Lu Chi first used the dagger to peel all the materials, then roasted and polished the bow body, and then used a large stone to press it into a satisfactory shape. Then he quickly processed more than a dozen wooden arrows. In order to prevent them from deforming, he baked them in a shape over and over again. He also made feathers at the tail of the arrows to allow the wooden arrows to fly more steadily. But when it came to the arrowhead part, Lu Chi fell into trouble for a moment because he had not yet found a suitable and satisfactory material to equip his wooden arrow with a sharp arrowhead. He thought of polishing it with stone, but that was too labor-intensive and prone to damage. He thought of using animal bones, but the bones he had seen were no longer tough after a long time, and the leopard's bones had been buried and abandoned by him, and it would take a long time to go back and find them. Just when Lu Chi was having a headache about this, Nie Xiaorong walked to Lu Chi's side excitedly and asked Lu Chi curiously about his thoughts. When asked about the predicament Lu Chi was facing now, Nie Xiaorong suddenly had an idea and thought of something that might be suitable. When Lu Chi heard the news, he was naturally curious about what she would do. As a result, Nie Xiaorong searched her backpack for a long time. After a few breaths, Nie Xiaorong came to Lu Chi with the thing in her hand. Here, take a look at this. Can it be made? Nie Xiaorong spread out her jade hands, and 3 empty brass bullet shells suddenly appeared in Lu Chi's eyes. Bullet shell. Seeing the bullet shell in Nie Xiaorong's hand, Lu Chi quickly said its name. Where did this bullet casing come from? Lu Chi asked in confusion. Hee, it can be used. Of course. Tell me quickly, where did you get these 3 bullet shells? Do you have any more? Seeing Lu Chi's delighted expression, Nie Xiaorong was very happy and quickly told him how she got the 3 bullet casings. It turned out that she had accidentally found it on the ground while picking those mushrooms. She was also shocked at the time, thinking that there were other people on the island, or that this was some mysterious military island. But when she remembered what Lu Chi had told her, that the original owner of the cave was a veteran of World War II, she felt relieved because the cave was not far from where she had picked mushrooms. Perhaps those 3 bullets were left by the World War II veteran pilot. Hearing this, Lu Chi carefully checked the empty shell in his hand and saw the number P181-39 engraved on the bottom of the shell. Although Lu Chi didn't know what the first number meant, the second number should be the year the bullet was produced. 1939. It seems that this is indeed the bullet shell abandoned by the World War II veteran. It's a pity that there are only 3 empty shells. It would be better if there were more. Then I can make more sharp arrows. Nie Xiaorong was very curious about how to make arrowheads with empty bullet shells, but Lu Chi said it was very simple. I saw him first find a small hard stone as a hammer, then take the bullet shell to another large stone and quickly smash one of the empty shells with the stone hammer in his hand. After another round of knocking, the flat bullet shell was completely flattened, and then the bullet head was rubbed on the stone, and soon one side was formed and became sharp. After polishing the other side in the same way, a sharp metal arrow is formed. Seeing the metal arrow in Lu Chi's hand, Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Then, while Nie Xiaorong was cooking, Lu Chi quickly turned the remaining 2 empty bullet shells into sharp metal arrows. After carefully installing the 3 metal arrowheads on the front end of the smoked wooden arrow, 3 sharp arrows took shape. Lu Chi looked at the sharp arrows he had made with joy and couldn't wait to try them out. Just as he was about to complete the last step of attaching the bow to the wooden bow, Nie Xiaorong reminded him that the food was already cooked. At this time, Lu Chi was already hungry, so at Nie Xiaorong's call, he happily went to enjoy the food first. But when he picked up the meal that Nie Xiaorong had served him, he checked it for a long time, fearing that there might be those intoxicating hallucinogenic mushrooms in it. What are you looking at? Do you think I would put that mushroom in there again? I didn't check it carefully yesterday and ate it by mistake. After saying that, Nie Xiaorong snorted and walked aside in an angry manner. Lu Chi was at a loss as to what to do and could only smile and prepare to go over and coax her. Perhaps it was because the 2 of them had had physical contact that at this moment, even when the 2 of them were closer and standing together, the air was filled with ambiguity. Although Lu Chi had no experience in coaxing women, he was able to coax Nie Xiaorong's cheeks blushing and she forgave him with just a few words. Then the two of them sat together and began to enjoy the food. Although the food was still simple, the two of them enjoyed it more than before. Half an hour later, it was getting dark. While he could still see, Lucci rushed to complete the final production process of the wooden bow. But because the wood was very hard, he had to use a lot of strength in his hands and feet to finally complete it. Looking at the bow and arrow in his hands, knowing that all the materials were obtained from the existing environment, Lucci really wanted to know how powerful this bow and arrow was. In order to know the answer, he immediately took them to the woods outside the cave and prepared to test them. Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but run over to take a look. Chapter 30, Thunder and Fire. In order to prevent any loss or damage to his only 3 arrows, Lucci specially found a shrub with soft wood as a target for test shooting. Under Nie Xiaorong's expectant gaze, Lucci stood about 10 meters away from the bushes, ready to draw his bow and shoot an arrow. But he seemed to have overestimated his own strength. He could only pull half of the wooden bow he made. This made Lucci very embarrassed for a moment. Seeing Lucci's embarrassment, Nie Xiaorong did not make fun of him. Instead, she cheered and encouraged him like a little girl. After pulling the bow to its maximum length with all your strength, a whoosh sound was heard. The sharp arrow in Lucci's hand flew out quickly and shot towards a bush. Zhang! In just a blink of an eye, the sharp arrow pierced into the selected bush. Ah! Ha ha! I did it! I did it! Hee hee, not bad. Lucci, with his bow and arrow, will I be able to taste more delicious food in the future? Seeing that Lucci's arrow had such an effect, Nie Xiaorong was very happy and asked Lucci jokingly, "Of course, with this weapon, we will definitely be able to harvest other prey in the future." After saying that, Lucci clenched the bow in his hand, because he knew that the arrow he had just shot had almost exhausted all his strength. If I really went out hunting or encountered an attack from a wild beast, with my physique and strength, I wouldn't have the chance to draw a bow and shoot an arrow. When it comes to that kind of crisis, maybe all you can do is pick up your bow and run away. Oh, no, I need to work on my body. Just start with 50 push-ups a day. Just as he was thinking this, Nie Xiaorong came over and pulled him toward the stone cave. "What's the matter, Nie Xiaorong?" As soon as he entered the cave, Lucci asked in confusion. However, Nie Xiaorong directly blocked the cave entrance with a simple wooden door and turned to Lucci. "From now on, you are not allowed to call my name." "Ah, why? What do you call me then?" "Wife, honey, it's all right, but don't call me by my name, I don't like it." "Well, this." Seeing Lucci hesitant and unwilling to speak out, Nie Xiaorong's face immediately turned angry. Although she knew that she was older than Lucci, they were now physically intimate. On this deserted island, she already regarded him as her closest person, and she really liked Lucci in her heart. So if she wanted Lucci to be closer to her, she would naturally change the way she addressed him. However, although Lucci did not explicitly reject such a request, he just couldn't say it out loud. Perhaps he felt that the two of them had not gone through the legal marriage procedures, so calling her wife or dear was as difficult as tying his tongue. You don't like me." Looking at Lucci, Nie Xiaorong suddenly burst into tears, and a crystal tear slid down her cheek while she spoke. Just staring at Lucci, waiting for his answer. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm just not used to that kind of address for the time being. I always feel it's a bit tongue-twisting. I will definitely call you Yi every day in the future. Stop crying now." Really, seeing that he had settled the woman's mood with just one sentence, Lucci continued to affirm while the iron was hot. "Of course, you are so pretty." As he spoke, he reached out and wiped away the tears from her face. However, at this moment, the expression on Nie Xiaorong's face changed, and a hint of favored shyness appeared on her face. Continue to lean towards Lucci's arms. Feeling Nie Xiaorong's body temperature and enthusiasm, Lucci quickly reached out to support Nie Xiaorong's shoulders. "It's not even dark yet. Our plan to explore the lake has been delayed for a few days. We have to go early tomorrow to see what's going on." However, facing Lucci's words at this time, Nie Xiaorong turned a deaf ear to it. She just admired Lucci's face with her seductive eyes, saying nothing and getting closer and closer. It's like appreciating a plate of dessert before eating it. When Lucci was about to say something, Nie Xiaorong's red lips had already pressed against his. Then, he had no choice but to let Nie Xiaorong control him under her. Although the wounds on Lucci's body have healed, the scabs and scars left behind are still there. But in Nie Xiaorong's eyes, These scars were filled with heartache and love. Then she turned the emotion in her heart into thunder and struck Lu Qi. After the two of them had sex, only then did Nie Xiaorong contentedly snuggle in Lu Qi's arms and fall into a deep sleep. Looking at the beauty sleeping in his arms, she was so fascinating. Not only did she take away his first kiss, but she also took away his virginity. Thinking back on the day's experience, Lu Qi couldn't help but sneer. Could it be that in your previous life, you were a wounded fox demon, and I was your savior? Otherwise, how could I meet you again in this life? And why would you willingly fall in love with a poor boy like me who has nothing? Lu Qi held Nie Xiaorong tightly in his arms again and gently closed his eyes. Nie Xiaorong, Nie Xiaomo, Li Tluich. However, when Lu Qi closed his eyes and said the name he liked to call, Nie Xiaorong in his arms showed no emotion, but hugged Lu Qi happily with a smile on her face. The next morning, the air was filled with white fog. After waking up, the two of them ate a little, packed up and prepared themselves, and planned to set off for the lake. Lu Qi originally planned to take the old monkey with him, but after looking around, he could not find any trace of it. In the end, he had to give up. The cave is located in the middle of the inner islands surrounding mountains. Going upwards, there are only lush forests, low shrubs, and rocks. Although there are trees, their number is less than 1/3 of that at the foot of the mountain. The area from the cave to the lake is all covered by dense forest. Although the huge lake in the center of the island seemed not very far from where the two were currently, it was actually very difficult to walk there. Various animals and dangers kept appearing along the way, so Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong had to walk very carefully. Lu Qi, why are there so many lush trees on this island? Many of the tree species are ones I have never seen before. Look at the wild grass and flowers on the ground. They are much more lush than those outside. Looking at the tall trees around her, and some tree species she had never seen before, Nie Xiaorong was very puzzled. Lu Qi was also confused, so the two of them had to keep moving forward. But at this moment, Nie Xiaorong suddenly pointed to a tree in front of her and said, Lu Qi, look, there's a wild fruit tree here. Ha! There are so many fruits on it. Hearing this, Lu Qi looked in the direction Nie Xiaorong pointed. Sure enough, a lush fruit tree appeared about 8 or 9 meters in front of the two of them. Seeing that the tree was really full of green apples, Lu Qi couldn't help but feel happy. It had only been a short time since he came out, and he made this discovery. It seemed that he would have to add another kind of fruit to his meals in the future. Nie Xiaorong excitedly took Lu Qi's hand and ran towards the fruit tree. Chapter 31, The Poisonous Apple Tree. When Lu Qi came to the tree and looked at the green fruits on the tree, he suddenly thought of something. He quickly stopped Nie Xiaorong from reaching out to pick the fruit. Wait, don't touch its fruit yet. Hearing this, Nie Xiaorong, who had already stretched out her hand, hurriedly stopped and retracted her arm. She was puzzled by Lu Qi's obstruction and asked, What's wrong, Lu Dalong? Is there a problem? Lu Qi pulled Nie Xiaorong back a few steps and got out of the area covered by the fruit tree. Don't go near this tree. Its leaves, branches, and fruits all contain corrosive juice. Then Lu Qi asked Nie Xiaorong to carefully observe the fruits on the tree, while he quickly took out the strange island record in his backpack and started looking through it. Soon, when he turned to one of the pages, he suddenly stopped and looked at the big tree and the pattern of leaves and fruits on it. He was more certain that the fruit tree in front of him was the species recorded on it, the poison apple tree. After he finished showing Nie Xiaorong the contents in his hand, Nie Xiaorong looked towards the bottom of the fruit tree with fear because only under the tree was there no living weeds. Only a few bad fruits are scattered on the ground. Moreover, there are no signs of insect infestation on the branches and leaves of this tree. In order to verify the authenticity of the record, Lu Qi bravely picked a fruit from the tree and wanted to cut it open with a dagger. But just after it was picked, the white juice in the fruit dripped from the broken root, and one drop of it happened to fall onto Lu Qi's shoes. Then a small hole was quickly dissolved on the back of his shoe. He also felt a heat on the instep of his feet. It's actually true. How can there be such a tree in the world? Seeing that the juice of this fruit was so corrosive, Nie Xiaorong was immediately frightened and stepped back repeatedly. Lu Qi also quickly threw away the green fruit in his hand. I really don't know how many trees like this there are on this island. If other people find this, I don't know how many people will die. Looking at the big tree in front of him, Lu Qi couldn't bear to see the tragedy happen. So he picked up some rubble and placed a large skull on the ground under the big tree. hoping to remind people who came later and attract their attention. Lu Qi, thanks to you, otherwise I would have been in danger of my life just now. Hey, you're welcome, little witch. I can't just ignore you when I see you're in danger. However, we're indeed lucky this time. Among the only plants recorded in this strange island record, there's a record of this tree. Fortunately, I just saw it and have a deep memory of it, so I was able to avoid the tragedy just now. But the original owner probably gained some experience at a loss. You should read the contents here carefully later. You will learn more about them so that you can live on this island. As he spoke, Lu Qi handed the strange island record in his hand to Nie Xiaorong. After seeing Nie Xiaorong put it into her backpack, he took her hand and continued to move forward. Being valued by Lu Qi like this, Nie Xiaorong was overjoyed. Although she was trapped on this deserted island, the care and consideration shown by Lu Qi and the safety and attention he gave her were enough to make this successful person, Nie Xiaoma, feel happy. Following Lu Qi, the two encountered many minor setbacks before they finally reached the lake on the island. However, near the lake they were approaching was a swamp that was 100 meters long. There were also some white bones exposed inside, which are the corpses of animals. It was obvious that this swamp was very dangerous. After seeing clearly the environment he was about to face, Lu Qi decisively changed his route, planning to take a detour and not wanting to risk going into the swamp. Just as the two of them were about to reach the lake after bypassing the swamp, they heard the sound of quarreling coming from the lake ahead. Suddenly, the two who thought they had heard wrong looked at each other. After confirming from each other's expressions that they had not heard wrong, they were both surprised and happy. But he soon calmed down again. Let's first find out who the other party is. Lu Qi gave a reminder first, and after seeing Nie Xiaorong nod, he led her and quietly moved forward. After climbing up a slope, the two quietly hid behind a row of dense grass. At first glance, the huge lake appeared in the eyes of Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong like a magnificent mirror. Most of the edges of lakes are the edges of forests, but the edge of the lake in front of the two was just a low stone bank with many large and small stones on it. At this time, there was a man and a woman on the shore, and from their expressions you could tell they were arguing. The man was sitting on a rock with a handbag beside him. The woman was standing next to him, with long hair down to her waist and a short white dress. They were talking to each other. Because of the distance between Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong, they could only see them arguing, but they were not clear about the specific content of the argument. Lu Qi, have you seen these two people on the beach before? Looking at the two people in the distance, Nie Xiaorong's first thought was that they might be the ones who escaped from the beach. But Lu Qi shook his head, indicating that he had no impression of them. Could they be the survivors from other lifeboats? If that's the case, it means there are other people nearby. After saying that, Nie Xiaorong stood up and greeted the two of them. But when she tried to move, Lu Qi held her down with one hand. Chill, don't move, where are you looking? Looking in the direction Lu Qi pointed, they saw a wave quietly running towards where the two of them were hiding. Then, when he was about 10 meters in front of the two, he slowly crawled down, peering at the two people by the lake. Sea Wolf. It's Sea Wolf Lu Qi. Chill. Keep your voice down and don't talk yet. When she saw the sea wolf appearing in front of her, Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but speak out, but her lips were covered by Lu Qi. He quickly hissed a reminder. The two people hiding in the bushes did not attract the attention of the sea wolf in front of them. Just when Lu Qi was wondering curiously, he saw two sea wolves appear on the stone shore of the lake on the left and right sides of the two men. 5 wolves in total. It looks like this is a family pack. Could it be that their target of hunting is that man and woman? Thinking of this, Lu Qi couldn't help but be shocked. Wolves are animals that are well known for their unity and ferocity. It would be really unfortunate for that couple to be besieged by these 5 sea wolves on the edge of this flat lake. Brother, there's a wolf. There's a wolf. Because the woman was standing, her sight was higher and she could see farther. When she first spotted the sea wolf not far in front of her, she shouted out loudly. At this moment, the man also stood up from the stone tremblingly and picked up a wooden stick beside him to defend himself. It was when he stood up that Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong were surprised to find that the man was injured. Chapter 32, The Jean Brothers and Sisters. He limped forward 2 steps with his right foot, standing in front of the woman and looking at the 2 sea wolves approaching from the right. But before the man could defend himself, the woman's scream rang out again. It turned out that 2 sea wolves were also found on their left side. Brother, woo-woo. There are two wolves behind us too. Perhaps feeling the pressure of fear, the woman clung to her brother. Her white dress could not cover her trembling legs. Looking at the clean white uppers of her feet, one could tell how well this woman was protected by her injured brother. Otherwise, even if she ran a few steps in the forest, her shoes would probably get dirty. Hurry! Hyunju, go away. Leave me alone. Hurry! At this moment, the man saw that the situation was critical, so he shouted to his sister. No, I won't leave, brother. I can't leave you here alone. As she spoke, she stepped forward, lifted up one of the man's arms, supported his back with her other arm, and hurriedly ran towards Lu Chi and the other man. However, due to the lack of vision, neither of them noticed that there was a sea wolf lying in ambush in the direction they were escaping. Seeing the four sea wolves approaching on both sides, the woman almost fell down with the man in a panic. Lu Chi, what should we do? They are in too much danger now. While looking at the two people in the distance, Nie Xiaorong reached out to Lu Chi and pulled his arm. I want Lu Chi to think of a solution quickly. But facing the siege of 5 sea wolves, Lu Chi was a little troubled. If I take action now, I will be the only one who can help. Facing the siege of 5 sea wolves, the two women can only do nothing. The injured man, supported by his sister, was soon leaving the rocky area on the lakeshore. But at this moment, the sea wolf hiding in the grass has already made a crawling attack posture. Just then, a breeze blew. The grass in front of him swayed, revealing the heroic figure of Lu Chi drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. His target was the sea wolf that was preparing to crawl and attack. Zheng! Whoosh! An arrow was shot out. The sharp arrow flew fast, and the sea wolf just jumped up at this moment. The sharp arrow flew past with a whizzing sound. Ouch! Ouch! Suddenly, as soon as the sea wolf landed, it screamed and shook its head wildly. It turned out that Lu Chi's arrow hit the sea wolf's ear. Thanks to the sea wolf's jump, the arrow that had originally missed the target hit its ear on the back and went straight in. After landing, the sea wolf kept howling in pain. At the same time, he was also shaken head violently by the intense fear. The sudden scene also frightened the brother and sister who were fleeing here. He stood there, obviously still not reacting. When the 4 sea wolves on both sides saw the sudden appearance of Lu Chi and Ye Xiaorong, especially the sudden cry of pain from their companions, the 4 sea wolves realized the danger of these two-legged beasts. They immediately turned around and fled to the sides. The injured sea wolf shook off the arrow in its ear while running away and howling in pain. Watching the cunning sea wolf quickly flee the scene, Lu Chi, who was about to draw his bow and reload his arrows, sighed and had to put the bow and arrow away. It seems that my previous preparations were not in vain. Facing Nie Xiaorong, Lu Chi shook the bow and arrow in his hand and said proudly, Hee, of course I'm proud of you. Nie Xiaorong was not stingy and gave him a big thumbs up as a compliment. And when the brother and sister saw Lu Chi and Nie Xiaorong, finally, she was so happy to see the savior. The woman happily hugged her brother and cried and said, Woo, we are saved, bro. Comforting his sister, the man looked at Lu Chi. He looked at it as if he was thinking. In fact, Lu Chi and Nie Xiaorong were also confirming the identities of the siblings in their hearts. Almost at the same time, both sides were sure that they were not from the same lifeboat, so they greeted each other. Hey, hello, little brother. Did you escape here from the cruise ship as well? The man took the initiative to ask Lu Chi. Seeing that the other party had a leg injury and had difficulty walking, Lu Chi took the initiative to say hello to him. He let down his guard and walked toward the two of them with Nie Xiaorong. After arriving in front of the two people, Lu Chi finally saw their faces clearly. The two of them looked quite similar. The woman was about the same age as Lu Chi, probably around 18 or 19 years old. She has a beautiful appearance and extraordinary temperament. Fair skin, long black and shiny hair that reaches her waist, and a height of 1.7 meters, which is very sexy. She was wearing a white one-piece dress with pleated lace, which completely revealed her long legs, making her look very girlish. As Nie Xiaorong and the woman's brother were present, Lu Chi only glanced at the woman politely. The man was as tall as Lu Chi, and if it weren't for the injury on his leg, he would definitely have the temperament of a soldier. Just from the clothes they were wearing, it was clear that the brother and sister were definitely wealthy people, and Lu Chi noticed at a glance that they were wearing watches of the same brand on their wrists, but with different styles. The man now looked very bad, and his lips were dry. Lu Chi could tell at a glance that he had lost too much blood. As soon as he came up, Lu Qi introduced himself. My name is Lu Qi, and her name is Nia Xiaoma. Oh, not Nia Xiaoro. We are both tourists from the cruise ship. May I know your names? My name is Kim Kaiser, and this is my sister, Kim Hyunju. After hearing Lu Qi's introduction, Nia Xiaorong looked at him reproachfully. After learning their names, she asked them, "Why are there only two of you? Where are the rest of the people on your lifeboat?" Hearing this, the brother and sister looked at each other with complicated expressions. It seems like there is something unspeakable. Finally, under Nia Xiaorong's urging, the man replied, "Our lifeboat was docked at a beach on an outer island. In fact, there were two other lifeboats that landed there almost at the same time as us." Hearing that there were three lifeboats, Lu Qi and Nia Xiaorong perked up immediately and waited attentively for him to continue. Ahem, ahem. At this moment, Jean Kai's, who was about to continue speaking, suddenly coughed lightly. Hearing her brother's cough, Jean Xianju supported him and said with concern, "Brother, please sit down and have a good rest first. I will tell the two benefactors." Seeing how much Jean Xianju cared about her brother, Lu Qi and Nia Xiaorong were moved by her behavior. When Kim Hyunju helped her brother find a rock to sit down, blood flowed out from the wound. Kim Kai's was in constant pain. Only then did Lu Qi notice how serious the injury on his leg was. So he decisively took out the silver needle he carried with him from his backpack. When Jean Kai's saw the silver needle that Lu Qi suddenly took out, he asked in surprise, "Brother Lu, you also know acupuncture? Are you a Chinese medicine practitioner?" Hearing this, Lu Qi did not rush to answer him, but asked him to sit still and not move. Then he took out the silver needles and began to quickly insert acupuncture into his calves and thighs with a very skillful technique. After just a few breaths, more than a dozen silver needles had pierced Jean Kai's legs. And just after Lu Qi finished inserting the silver needle, the three of them miraculously discovered that the bleeding from Jean Kai's leg wound had stopped. But Lu Qi did not stop there. Instead, he bandaged Jean Kai's and asked him about the cause of his injury. Because Jean Kai's leg wound was deep and serious, he had no other medical supplies and could only use local materials for simple treatment. Chapter 33, Helpful. At this time, Jean Kai's also completely relaxed in his heart. He told him about the situation of his brother and sister and the injury on his leg. Half an hour passed. After listening to Jean Kai's story, Lu Qi and Nia Xiaorong looked at each other in disbelief, their eyes full of shock. At the same time, they were also glad that they did not experience what their brother and sister had experienced. It turned out to be the beach where King Kaiser and his companions were, because three lifeboats landed there at the same time. In the first week, people still abided by the constraints of social order and the rule of law, and were looking forward to and waiting for rescue. But after a week, after losing hope of rescue, food and water still became the most important supplies for people's survival. Some people even took out their most valuable and important things to exchange, but still couldn't get any food. So hundreds of people were crowded onto the same beach, and chaos soon ensued. In such a chaotic situation, some people have completely disregarded the existence of order and law. In order to survive, they even crossed the moral bottom line and did many evil things. Looting, burning, terror, and death shrouded the beach. Many people had lost their lives by now, and the remaining people who could escape had already fled the beach in all directions. While escaping, the brother and sister also saw many dead people. They died in different ways, which at one point made them lose the courage to live. But the arrival of a crisis made Jean Kaiser realize that if he wanted to survive, he had to make changes. Otherwise, they will be the next to die. It was the fourth day after they escaped from the beach. When my sister was looking for food in the forest, she was accidentally discovered by several men. The leader saw that my sister was very beautiful and wanted to take possession of her. Fortunately, Jean Kaiser arrived in time. In his impulse, he used a stone to kill the man in a few strokes. When the man's companions saw this, they all chose to flee indifferently. At that time, his sister was so scared that she couldn't walk, so he carried her on his back for a long time. But when the two were about to reach the lake, they were suddenly attacked by a wolf, and their calves were bitten severely by it. In desperation, he used stones to repel the wolf, but he didn't expect that the guy didn't really leave, but called for reinforcements. Fortunately, Lu Qi and Nia Xiaorong appeared in time. This is what happened just now. After understanding the general situation, Lu Qi and Nia Xiaorong also sighed. He felt fortunate for the decision he and his partner had made. But at the same time, he was also wondering whether such a tragic incident would happen on the beach where he was standing now. For the safety of several people, Lu Chi carried Jean Kai's into the dense forest and chose a safe place again. Then he quickly let Jean Kaiser rest and took out the bacon from his backpack and shared it with a brother and sister. When Jean Kai's and Jean Xianju saw the smoked meat that Lu Chi took out and learned that it was leopard meat, the brother and sister looked at Lu Chi with shining eyes. Although they often ate delicacies from land and sea in the past, they now praised the smoked meat jerky sent by Lu Chi. It's delicious. Brother Lu Chi, you are so amazing. You can even hunt leopards. While eating the bacon in her hand, Jean Xianju happily praised Lu Chi. This was the first sentence she said after meeting Lu Chi. Nie Xiaorong, who was standing by, saw that Jean Xianju was eating so anxiously and hurriedly reminded her. Sister Hyunju, I have more here. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Here, drink some water first. After saying that, she handed a water bottle from her backpack to Kim Hyunju. Taking the bottle of water, Jean Xianju smiled at Nie Xiaorong, said thank you, then opened it and took a sip. Hey, this water is so sweet. Is this spring water, Sister Rome? Yes. Drink slowly. On the side, Jean Kai's became even more curious about Lu Chi and the others when he heard Nie Xiaorong say that the water in the bottle was spring water. Before he could speak, Jean Xianju handed him the bottle of water and said, Brother, you should drink some too. This water is cleaner and more delicious than any other water we've drunk recently. In the past few days, the brother and sister had hardly had a drop of clean water. Taking the water from his sister, Jean Kai's hands trembled slightly. Seeing that the three people were looking at him, he first took a sip and then drank it in big gulps as if he had found a treasure. If he hadn't seen the three people staring at him, he would have drunk all the water in the bottle. Brother Lu, you are really capable. In such a difficult environment, you can still obtain so many life-saving material resources. And you also have such high medical skills. It is really lucky for us to meet you. At this time, Jean Kai's had already determined that Lu Chi and the other man in front of him were capable people. Then I saw the bow and arrow made by Lu Chi, the dagger on his body, the smoked meat, and the clean mountain spring water. There's even more magical medical skills like silver needles. He has already determined in his heart that if he can follow Lu Chi, perhaps he and his sister may still have a hope of survival. However, although his idea was good, Lu Chi did not take the initiative to offer to live with them, because only he himself knows his own abilities. The reason why the leopard died was not because of its strong strength, but because of its good luck. Besides, the smoked meat they had in stock was only enough for him and Nie Xiaorong to eat for a week or two. If there were two more people, it might not even be enough for a week. The most crucial thing is that Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianju didn't understand Jean Kai's injuries, but Lu Chi, as a doctor, understood that his leg injury was very serious. The bite from a sea wolf had caused him serious and fatal injuries. If there were medicines and equipment, he might be able to give his best treatment, but it might be difficult for such a large wound to heal on its own in this deserted island. Although the brother and sister have shown goodwill towards Lu Chi, but Lu Chi understood that this kind of thing was of no use to him now, but a burden. Secondly, he did not completely believe what the brother and sister said. Nie Xiaorong was different. As a kind-hearted girl, she felt very sympathetic after listening to the brother and sister's experiences. Not only did he take out the water, he also gave all the bacon he had with him to the brother and sister. Although she did not discuss it with Lu Chi, she still wanted to help Jean Xianju. Brother Jean, you think too highly of me. I was lucky to get these supplies. In order to survive, I almost became a meal for the leopard. Fortunately, there was a cliff that saved my life. In response to Jean Kai's praise, Lu Chi did not become complacent, but instead gave a brief account of his life-threatening experience. Nie Xiaorong glanced at Lu Chi because she knew that what Lu Chi said was actually the truth. Lu Chi fell off the cliff because of me, and he has scars all over his body. After hearing what Lu Chi and Nie Xiaorong said, Jean Kai's asked hurriedly, Oh, Brother Lu, is your injury serious? Although he looked concerned, he could sense in his heart that Lu Chi was being polite and intentionally keeping a distance. And from Nie Xiaorong's words, he also understood how much Lu Chi valued Nie Xiaorong. If a person is not willing to risk his life to save another person, then either they are related by blood or they have feelings for each other. Chapter 34, Nie Xiaorong's Virgin Heart. Maybe they are heroes of justice, But in this deserted island, being a hero without the society, rule of law, and group light, in Gene Kaiser's cognition, that is stupid. Because you only have one life. It's okay. My injuries have healed after many days of recuperation. After a pause, he continued, Brother Gene, we came to the lake this time to explore the environment and catch some fish. It's getting late now. You two brothers should rest here. Xiaorong and I are going to the lake first. Seeing Lu Qi suddenly said he wanted to leave, Jean Kai's didn't know how to keep him. Besides, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong had already left food for them and helped him bandage his wounds, so he couldn't find the right words to say. I had to be polite. Oh, it's us who delayed your plan, Brother Lu. Thank you again, Brother Lu, for your help before. As he said this, he wanted to stand up, but was stopped by Lu Qi. Don't get up. Be careful with your wound. In such a critical situation, anyone would have taken action. Try not to move around now and have a good rest. Hearing this, Jean Kai sat up and lay down again. Well, Brother Lu, go get busy while it's still early. I hope you can gain something. After saying that, Lu Qi signaled Nie Xiaorong to leave with him. Watching the two of them go away, Jin Kaiza sighed softly. Jean Xianju just glanced at Lu Qi and the other two who were walking away, then retracted her gaze and squatted down, guarding her brother with concern. After all, now he is his only relative, the most trustworthy and reliable person. Looking at his innocent sister, Jean Kai's felt very uneasy. He was worried that he couldn't protect her. Brother, here you go, eat more. Seeing Kim Hyunju handing over the bacon in his hand, Kim Kai's did not take it. He looked at Kim Hyunju seriously and said, Hyunju, my brother is incompetent and didn't have the ability to protect you. Now he is badly injured. Alas, brother, don't say that. Your leg injury will definitely heal. From now on, I will be the one to protect you. Now you need to eat more to replenish your energy and have a good rest. Here, eat it quickly. Not wanting to make his sister sad, he had to take the jerky from Hyunju. Xianju, we have to find a way to get Brother Lu to take us in. Otherwise, it will be a big problem whether we can spend the night safely. Brother, look, Brother Lu Qi and Sister Xiao Rong are such nice people. When they come back, of course they will be with us. They will definitely not abandon us. Kim Hyunju picked up the bacon in her hand and looked at Kim Kai's. He said that since Lu Qi generously shared the bacon with him, he would definitely come back after they finished their work. However, facing his sister's naive idea, Jean Kai's shook his head and said, Hyunju, you are too naive. They left these things behind just because they sympathized with us and did something kind. Don't ever imagine that they will come back. What good will it do them? It will only give them 2 more mouths to feed and 2 more useless companions. At this moment, Jean Kai's no longer cared about his sister's emotions, but woke her up with a serious tone. Hearing this, Kim Hyunju calmed down and analyzed her brother's words rationally. At the same time, Nie Xiaorong, who had just left, followed closely behind Lu Qi. She asked Lu Qi in confusion, wondering if they were not planning to go back after they finished fishing and if they were really going to leave them there. After all, he is an elite in the business world. Nie Xiaorong had already seen the clues when Lu Qi took the initiative to leave. So I raised my question at this time. Seeing that Nie Xiaorong had seen through his thoughts, Lu Qi no longer concealed his thoughts and replied directly. With my current abilities, I can't protect them, and will only bring more and greater burdens to us. His injuries are too severe, and without medicine and equipment, I can't heal him. Considering our current situation, it's better to do good and leave when we are better than to save face and act like a hero. But you really have the heart to leave them there to fend for themselves. Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but say. At this time, although Lu Qi understood that Nie Xiaorong was just being too kind, he still responded to her without hesitation. How can you be sure that what they say is true? How can you be sure that they really want to be with us? How can you be sure that there are no companions or enemies of theirs nearby? I risked my life to save them once, and I bandaged their wounds. Did I charge them? No. We also left them food and water. Isn't it enough to do all this for 2 strangers? Forehead. Nie Xiaorong did not expect that Lu Qi, who had always had a good personality, would suddenly speak to her in such a tone. But after listening to Lu Qi's words, she still couldn't accept it all at once. But the caution and carefulness shown in Lu Qi's words made her feel a little safe. Oh, you have a point. Hearing Nie Xiaorong's mosquito-like reply, Lu Qi also sighed softly. Although his reason made him make such a choice, at this moment, his heart was also struggling. The two came to the edge of a forest near the lake again. Lu Qi first observed carefully. After making sure there was no danger around, he and Xiaorong chose a suitable place for fishing. He took out the fishing line and hooks he had hidden away, hoping to catch some fish. After taking out the fishing line and hook, Lu Qi stared at it in a daze for a few seconds. He suddenly thought that perhaps this thing could also be used to suture the wound on Jin Ki's leg. But he didn't make it public, as he still wanted to accomplish the purpose of his trip. Thinking of the mention of fish in this lake in the strange island record, his interest was immediately piqued. He first found a wooden stick to make a fishing rod, then took out the worms he had prepared long ago as bait. After some preparation, I started my fishing plan in earnest. However, after waiting for half an hour, and almost 2 hours, they still didn't catch a single fish. During this process, they didn't even see the shadow of a fish in the water. This made Lu Qi look gloomy, and Ye Xiaorong couldn't wait any longer. It was already afternoon, and if they didn't set off to go back, they might not be able to reach the cave before dark. Did I see it wrong? It's clearly recorded in the strange island record. Unconvinced, Lu Qi quickly took out the record and started to check it. When he turned to the page with the record of fish again, after careful inspection, he found a few small words in the upper left corner. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a date, June 15th, 1940. Could it be that the original owner discovered that there were fish here on this day? Then why is it that after observing for several hours, there is no sign of any fish? Or is it that after all these years, there's suddenly no fish here? Impossible, absolutely impossible, on this deserted island with no people. The fish should only be increasing. Calculating the time, there are still 3 days until the middle of this month. Why not try again in 3 days? In the end, Lu Qi sighed helplessly, packed up his things, and set off with Nie Xiaorong to go back. Chapter 35. Come and hold your brother down. With a small bag in a bow, an arrow on his back, and a wooden spear in one hand for self-defense, Nie Xiaorong said again after they set out. Lu Qi, why don't we go check on them? It would be a bit bad to just leave like this. Seeing Nie Xiaorong say this again, Lu Qi's already hesitant heart was shaken, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still replied, they should have left long ago. If we don't go back, we'll have to spend the night outside when it gets dark, which is very dangerous. Humph, you are such a heartless guy. Miss Jean is so pretty and lovely. How can you bear to abandon them and leave them alone? Oh, Lu Qi looked at Nie Xiaorong in surprise. I can't understand where this woman got such a kind heart. How could a woman say that her man makes other women worry? Shouldn't she be wary and jealous? Seeing Lu Qi's eyes, Nie Xiaorong glanced at Lu Qi, then dodged in time and looked away. It's right in front. I respect your opinion, so let's stop by and take a look. After saying that, Lu Qi walked straight forward without waiting for Nie Xiaorong to say anything more. Is it just ahead, right here? Perhaps her attention was not on the road. Nie Xiaorong did not realize she was distracted until she heard Lu Qi's words. So I quickly followed. But when the two were about to reach the place where the brother and sister had rested before, but then I heard the sound of Kim Hyun-ju crying. Woo-woo, brother. What's wrong with you? Wake up, brother. Woo-woo. At this moment, Kim Hyun-ju was shouting and crying anxiously because of her brother's sudden coma. But no matter how she cried or called for her brother, he didn't give any response. After getting up, he was just thinking about leaving to the lake to seek help, but when he turned around, he saw Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong appear in front of him again. This scene made Jin Xianju very happy. She looked at Lu Qi excitedly, ran forward excitedly, and grabbed Lu Qi's arm. Then sadly, Woo-woo, brother Lu Qi, you're finally back. Come and see my brother. He fainted. This sudden scene caught Lu Qi off guard. I thought they should have left here long ago. I really didn't expect that. Nie Xiaorong also gave Lu Qi a reproachful look. Her eyes seemed to say, I told you to come earlier, but you still acted so self-righteous. Then she stepped forward and comforted Kim Hyun-ju. Lu Qi only then reacted and rushed to Jin Ki's side. He skillfully placed one hand on Jin Ki's wrist, took his pulse, and then observed the injury on his leg. After confirming the diagnosis, he withdrew his hand. Sister Xianju, don't be sad yet. Your brother fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss and physical weakness. As he spoke, Lu Qi glanced at Nie Xiaorong again, and when he saw her pouting and looking at him, he continued. His current condition is not optimistic. The wound must be sutured in time. He also needs to rest for a while before he can recover. Brother Lu Qi, please save my brother. Lu Dalong, don't just talk the talk. What are you waiting for? Suture is wound quickly. Ni Xiaorong also urgit Lu Qi anxiously. Completely forget what Lu Qi said before. What do you use to suture it? Do you have a needle? Do you have thread? Do you have anesthetic? How many normal people can stand it without anesthesia? Besides, there is no disinfection treatment for the wound. Even if it is sutured, it will be infected to a great extent. Oh! Nie Xiaorong suddenly fell silent. After hearing the conversation between the two, Kim Hyun-ju cried even more sadly. Seeing Jin Xianju crying, Lu Qi felt bad. Finally, he sighed. Hey, Brother Jin, you have to hold on. I can only do my best to treat you. Hearing this, before Jin Xianju could wipe away her tears, she saw Lu Qi swiftly take out the fish hook and fishing line from his backpack. This method suddenly came to his mind when he was fishing. Lu Dalong, what are you doing? Seeing Lu Qi take out the fishing line and hook, Nie Xiaorong asked in confusion. The conditions are really limited. Let's just sew up the wound first. Otherwise, if the wound gets infected, he won't last more than a week. Sister Hyunju, come and help me lift your brother to the ground and lay him flat. Put a piece of wood across his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. Without anesthetic, he will wake up quickly from the pain. Seeing hope, Kim Hyunju nodded repeatedly. Oh, okay, Brother Lu Qi. As they were talking, the two of them had already lifted Jin Ki's to the ground. Jin Xianju also knew that Lu Qi wanted to help her brother, so she cooperated very well. After completing all the preparations, Lu Qi let out a long sigh, then used a dagger to cut open Jin Ki's trouser legs, exposing his entire calves. Why is it so serious? When the trouser legs were cut open and the wounds were exposed, Nie Xiaorong's expression turned from surprise to discomfort, and she said in shock. Kim Hyunju was also so shocked by her brother's injuries that she was speechless, but the self-blame in her heart continued to surge. If it wasn't for protecting me, my brother wouldn't have been injured like this. Lu Qi took a calm look and prepared to start suturing. He also wanted to sew it up as quickly as possible, while Jin Ki's was still unconscious, so as not to cause him more pain. Under the gaze of the two women, Lu Qi began to sew up the wound. After the first injection, the two girls turned their heads away at the same time. But Lu Qi didn't want to delay even a second. The second needle, the third needle. Suddenly, Jin Ki's woke up, his hands clenched into fists, his body shrank in pain, and Lu Qi quickly pressed down on his injured leg, preventing him from retracting it. Otherwise, if he pulled it blindly, the fishing line would definitely tear the wound again. Because a wooden stick was placed in Jin Kaiser's mouth in advance, there were no bite wounds after he woke up in pain. Hyunju, quickly hold down your brother. Hearing this, Kim Hyunju hurried forward to her brother. Brother, be patient. Brother Lu Qi is stitching your wound. Don't move. At the side, Nie Xiaorong also endured the discomfort and stepped forward to hold down Jin Ki's other leg for fear that he would move around due to the pain and hurt the sutured wound. Seeing this, Lu Qi also gave the two of them a look of praise for their performance. Brother Jin, you must hold on. Otherwise, once the wound gets infected, your life will be in danger. After saying that, Lu Qi did not delay any longer and continued to inject another shot. Faced with the pain in his legs, how could this rich young man who had never experienced hardship continue to endure it? After a few more injections, Jin Kaiser fell in a coma again. In an instant, Lu Qi no longer had any psychological burden. The two girls were amazed by his skillful technique. Because the wound was caused by the bite and tearing of the sea wolf, the wound area was very large. It took nearly 100 stitches to suture all the wounds. After cutting the fishing line with a dagger and rebandaging it, Lu Qi then sat down beside him. After taking a long breath, he was about to look up, but he stumbled and almost fell. Chapter 36, Working Like a Horse. He knew that this was because he had been squatting for too long and had been concentrating for a long time. So he sat there motionless, recovering his strength. Seeing that Lu Qi was sweating profusely, Kim Hyunju took out a clean light pink dress from her handbag. Then he hurried forward, wiped the sweat off Lu Qi's forehead with the clothes in his hand, and sincerely thanked him. Brother Lu Qi, thank you so much. She wanted to say something more, but her eyes were blurred by tears and her voice was muffled by excitement. Her long hair hung down from one shoulder, black and beautiful. Her curved eyelashes set off a pair of charming eyes, and there was still a little bit of baby fat on her fair face. Lu Dalong, are you stupid? You are so absorbed in watching. Nye Xiaorong, who was standing by, saw Lu Qi staring at Jin Xianju and said angrily, "Ah, oh, Sister Hianju, don't be like this. Your brother's wound has been sutured. As long as he rests well and doesn't get infected, he will slowly get better." At Nye Xiaorong's urgent reminder, Lu Qi quickly regained his composure and said comfortingly, and at the same time, he couldn't help but reach out and wipe away a crystal tear on Jin Xianju's cheek. Facing Lu Qi's outstretched hand, Jin Xianju did not dodge at all, but cried even louder. Because since they and their brother and sister were stranded on this deserted island, Lu Qi was the only person who gave her security and warmth. On the side, Nye Xiaorong, who was a little jealous at first, saw Jin Xianju suddenly crying so hard. She put all the blame on Lu Qi. He glared at Lu Qi fiercely again. Lu Qi, hey. After resting for a few minutes, Lu Qi hurriedly stood up and took a look at the setting sun in the sky. He knew that they couldn't delay any longer. If they didn't set off in time, they would definitely not be able to return to the cave. Jin Ki's is in poor health and needs a safe place to rest for a while, and also needs clean water. Although the lake is surrounded by islands, it is actually filled with seawater. Strictly speaking, it should be considered a lagoon on an island. Even if we find a base nearby, there is no clean drinkable water. Therefore, Lu Qi decided to set off for the cave in time. After discussing with Nye Xiaorong, as expected, Lu Qi took on the task of working like a slave. At the moment when he was struggling to carry Jin Kaiser on his back, he only wished that he could be stronger. Following Lu Qi, Nye Xiaorong finally understood what Lu Qi had said to her. If you are unable to protect others, then don't be too kind. At this moment, seeing Lu Qi panting and walking in front with difficulty, Nye Xiaorong felt both distressed and helpless. I can only blame myself in my heart. Sister Xiaorong, what is your relationship with brother Lu Qi? I see that you care about him a lot. Seeing the expression on Nye Xiaorong's face constantly changing, Jin Xianju couldn't help but ask. Him. I don't care about him. Look at his body, so weak. Now is the perfect time for him to exercise. Nye Xiaorong answered Jin Xianju's question tactfully, but did not say what the relationship between the two was. This made Jin Xianju look at the two of them with an amused expression, and at the same time, she became even more curious about Lu Qi. After more than 2 hours of difficult journey, when the sun had completely set, Lu Qi and Nye Xiaorong finally brought Jin Ki's and Jin Hyunju back to the cave. Wow, how'd you find this place? It seems that this inconspicuous place actually hides such a big cave. It's amazing. As soon as she arrived at the cave, Jin Xianju couldn't help but be shocked and said in surprise. He even forgot that his brother was still on Lu Qi's back and had not been properly settled. It was not until Lu Qi's rough breathing reached her ears that she came back to her senses. He hurriedly rushed over with Nye Xiaorong to help Lu Qi place Jin Ki's on the stone bed. Ouch, my waist. Nye Xiaomong, water, quickly give me a bowl of water. Hoof, hoof, hoof. At this moment, Lu Qi sat on the ground, leaning against the stone bed. He didn't want to move at all. He gasped and spoke to Nye Xiaorong as best he could. Oh, I'll go right away. Knowing that she was in the wrong today, Nye Xiaorong responded quickly, hurriedly took a fired pottery bowl, and ran towards the puddle in the cave. After filling up a bowl of water, he drank a few sips before passing it to Lu Qi. Here, drink slowly. Lu Qi took the bowl feebly and drank the whole bowl in one gulp. Jin Xianju was also very thirsty, so Nye Xiaorong quickly served her a bowl. However, after drinking only a few sips, she quickly walked to her brother with a bowl of water and carefully fed the water in the bowl into her brother's mouth. Perhaps it was the coolness of the spring water that took effect. Jin Ki's, who had only drunk a few sips of water, quickly woke up. Hyunju, are you okay? Where are we? The first thing Jin Ki's said when he opened his eyes was to express his concern for his sister. Brother, we are with brother Lu Qi and sister Xiaorong. This is the cave where they live. Then, Jin Ki's turned around and saw Lu Qi and Nye Xiaorong. Brother Lu, thank you. We brothers and sisters have caused you trouble. Ahem. As he spoke, Jin Ki's began to cough lightly. Lu Qi also hurriedly interrupted him and told him to have good rest. Because they had expended a lot of energy on the way back, They were all very hungry and were already starving. After a short rest, Lu Qi went to make a fire. Nie Xiaorong also worked hard to prepare food for cooking. They had previously placed the smoked leopard meat in a hidden place in the cave. But Nie Xiaorong still took out some smoked leopard meat in front of the brother and sister. After Lu Qi successfully started a fire, Nie Xiaorong began to boil water and cook food, including smoked meat and picked wild vegetables. While Nie Xiaorong was cooking, Lu Qi went out again, groping in the dark, and picked a lot of soft branches around. When he came back with a bundle of soft branches, Nie Xiaorong had already cooked the food. So the four of them began to enjoy this rare delicacy. Because he was too weak, Jean Kai's was unable to get up, but even so, with the help of his sister, Jean Kai's managed to eat 2 full bowls. Perhaps this was the most delicious meal he had eaten since arriving on the island. Brother Lu Qi, sister Xiaorong, this food is so delicious. We haven't eaten anything so delicious since we arrived on this island. Kim Hyun-ju shed tears of happiness while eating. Soon after eating, at Lu Qi's request, Jean Kai's lay down quietly and soon fell asleep. Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianju sat by the fire and chatted until late at night. Because the stone bed was occupied by Jean Kaiser, Lu Qi had no choice but to pick up some soft branches from outside and spread them on another dry ground to make a simple bed. He lay down on one side tiredly, leaving a large space for the 2 women. After lying down, listening to the conversation between the 2 women, he soon fell asleep. Chapter 37, Searching for Herbs. Just when I was about to fall asleep, I heard Jean Xianju preaching to Nie Xiaorong. It is said that the 2 siblings were from the capital city. Their mother died when they were young, and their father was the only one who had to manage the family business and take care of them. Perhaps I heard this news before falling asleep and learned that Kim Hyun-ju had the same fate as me. So soon after he fell asleep, he saw his mother, father, and grandfather in his dream. In the dream, when Lu Qi shouted to prove to his parents and grandfather that he could take care of himself, he saw the smiles on his parents' faces and the kind and lovely look of his grandfather. In fact, Lu Qi had been slowly transforming after coming to this island without even realizing it himself. Become mature. Day 2. When Lu Qi woke up, he had to pee urgently, so as soon as he opened his eyes, he wanted to go outside to relieve himself. But just as I was about to get up, I suddenly felt a pain in my back and it felt like there was a foreign object under me. When he turned his head, he saw that there were just a few stones. Then he realized that there were 2 beautiful women standing close to him. Obviously, I had laid enough straw beds, and when I slept, I only occupied one corner. But now when he woke up, he found that Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianju were close to him, and the other side of the straw bed was empty. Thinking about his experience yesterday and the choice he made, he could only accept it. Why? With a light sigh, Lu Qi stood up helplessly and walked out of the cave. In order to stop himself from suffering from sleeping, he decided to make a separate bed for each of them after he got up. This way I can have a good sleep every day. Just do it. While the 2 girls were still sleeping, Lu Qi took the dagger and went into the forest. Using local materials was the best approach he could think of. Nearly 2 hours had passed, and Lu Qi had gone back and forth at the entrance of the cave many times to carry things, and had obtained a lot of wood and branches. He was thinking of using stones as supports and thick wood to build the bed frame, then drilling small holes on it with a dagger and inserting short wooden sticks to make the bedboard, and finally covering it with soft branches or leaves as a mattress. It would be best if he could hunt more and get a few animal skins to make the mattress. However, just when Lu Qi prepared all the materials and was about to start making it, Jean Xianju suddenly ran out of the cave, calling Lu Qi anxiously. "Brother Lu Qi, something bad has happened. Please go in and see my brother." "What's wrong?" "My brother is shaking all over and talking nonsense." Seeing that Jean Xianju did not cry this time, Lu Qi temporarily put down his work and hurried into the cave. When Lu Qi came in front of Jean Kai's, he saw the problem at a glance. But in order to avoid any accidents, he still took the patient's pulse, and the result was the same. "Your brother's condition is not optimistic now. He has a fever, and it is getting worse. His wound has also started to get infected. Alas, it seems that it cannot be avoided." After a pause, Lu Qi took out an anti-inflammatory pill from his backpack and handed it to Jean Xianju. "Sister Xianju, give this medicine to your brother and take both pills together first. Then take 2 more pills 2 hours later, 3 times a day. I'm going out to try my luck and look for some herbs that can treat your brother's leg. I may not be back so soon." Knowing that Lu Chi was going out to collect herbs, Nie Xiaorong put down her work and followed Lu Chi out. But Lu Chi rejected her because collecting herbs was not an easy task. Besides, Nie Xiaorong didn't know what herbs looked like, so she couldn't help. And the Jin Kai Zhe brothers and sisters also need someone to take care of them. After being rejected, although Nie Xiaorong looked unhappy on the surface, she knew in her heart that since Lu Chi did not take her with him, he must have his own ideas. Seeing that Lu Chi was about to leave, she immediately ran to him and was about to give him a kiss, but then she remembered that Jin Xianju was behind her, so she didn't feel like it and just said to Lu Chi, "Be careful on the road." Nodding, Lu Chi did not delay any longer. He knew that Jin Kai's was in danger, and he could not delay any longer. After taking a look at the two girls, he turned and left with his empty backpack on his back. Looking at Lu Chi's back, Nie Xiaorong now perhaps understood to some extent why Lu Chi didn't want to have too much contact with the Jin brothers and sisters yesterday, because the impact and burden it brought to him was indeed too great. "I gave Jin Kai's acupuncture, bandaged him, sutured his wounds, bandaged him again, carried him all the way his bed was occupied, and went to chop soft wood and grass to make a bed. When I woke up, I found myself squeezed on the ground by two women. I didn't even have a sip of water after waking up. I was busy for 2 hours getting wood to make a bed. Now I have to set off again to look for herbs." Nie Xiaorong realized it belatedly and shook her head, sighing in her heart. It's still better to be alone together. After whispering softly, she turned around and Kim Hyun-ju appeared behind her. "Sister Xiaorong, what world are you talking about? Are you worried about something?" Nothing. I just said that the world outside is very dangerous." "Ha, let's go back." Nie Xiaorong's heart was beating fast, and her face flushed, but she still agreed casually. "Sister Xiaorong, will Brother Lu Chi be okay if he goes out alone?" "Probably not. He is very smart and capable. He is the most responsible man I have ever met." Looking at the direction where Lu Chi left, Nie Xiaorong couldn't help but praise him. "Oh, Sister Xiaorong, what is your relationship? Do you like Brother Lu Chi?" Seeing Nie Xiaorong's expression and words revealing her admiration for Lu Chi, Jin Xianju immediately understood something and asked, Well." Seeing Kim Hyun-ju looking at him with wide eyes, waiting for his answer, Nie Xiaorong was shy and hesitated. She didn't know what to say for a moment and wanted to give a vague and ambiguous answer. But I also felt that it was inappropriate. If I didn't acknowledge our relationship, how would I have the nerve to be close to him in the future? We are very good friends. He is handsome and capable. Of course I like him. "Oh, I understand, Sister Xiaorong. No wonder you slept so close to Brother Lu Chi last night." Jin Xianju looked at Nie Xiaorong with a smirk on her face, then turned around and went back to the cave. "Haha, you girl." Lu Chi was walking alone in the forest. The trees on the island were tall and lush, and there were weeds and shrubs everywhere. He had no choice but to clear a path as he walked. Perhaps it was because of the island, Lu Chi walked very far away, and after 2 hours, he still had no results. However, he did not give up because there were many kinds of herbs that could be used to treat Jin Kai's, and he had encountered many herbs on the island many times, so he firmly believed that he would find it. Chapter 38, Second Brother's Gaze. Another hour passed, and when the sun was high in the sky and approaching noon, Lu Chi finally found the 2 medicinal herbs he needed on a slope. And the quantity of one of the herbs is quite large. He climbed up the slope, took off his backpack, and quickly put all the good herbs into the bag in the dense bushes. After walking for such a long time, it was finally worth it to find the right herbs here. However, just as Lu Chi was concentrating on picking herbs, he suddenly heard the sound of a group of bees flying. Lu Chi looked up and found a huge, unknown beehive hanging on the ancient tree trunk above his head. The 1-meter-wide beehive was covered with densely packed poisonous bees as big as little fingers. Lu Chi reacted and hurriedly stepped back, fearing that he would disturb the densely packed guardians above. If I piss them off and get targeted by them, I might lose my life here today. But people tend to be more unlucky at this time. As Lu Chi was retreating, he accidentally stepped on empty air and fell backwards. However, since it was a slope, he rolled down the slope for several times. Fortunately, he was stopped by a big rock. "Oh my God, this damn beehive and sloped land." Lu Chi cleared the weeds and leaves off his face and head and was about to get up when he heard a burst of shouting and cursing in the distance. Hey, someone. Why is there someone else here? The moment he heard the sound, Lucci hurriedly hid himself behind a large rock beside him. At this moment, two people ran over from the woods below the slope, panting. Each of them carried a package on their back and held something in their hands. Due to the distance, Lucci could not see their appearance clearly. A few dozen meters behind these two men, there were 5 or 6 men chasing them. Each of them held a wooden stick and cursed as they ran. "Asshole, stop right there. Put your stuff down, and I'll spare your life. Stop, you two beasts." Amid the cursing, 6 men ran past the bottom of the slope one after another, chasing after the 2 men in front. Seeing this scene, Lucci was filled with emotion. Judging from their appearance, these are upper-class celebrities, but now they have become rude and unruly in their behavior and words for a little material survival. After a few people ran over, Lucci finally stood up from behind the stone on the slope. Originally, he didn't want to care too much about this kind of thing. But what he lacks most now is supplies and tools. I don't know if these people will catch the people and how they will deal with them. So, driven by curiosity, he plucked up the courage and followed the group in the direction they left, wanting to see what was going on. Little did he know that it was because of his curiosity this time that he almost couldn't go back. Perhaps the 2 people in the front were hindered by the supplies on their bodies, so they insisted on running for several hundred meters after passing the slope. Then he was caught up by the 6 men behind him. When Lucci arrived behind them, he saw the 2 men being beaten by 6 people. Miserable cries for mercy kept coming out of the 2 men's mouths, but the 6 people ignored it. Perhaps in order to save their lives, the 2 men finally stopped begging for mercy and began to fight back. But this action completely ignited the anger in the hearts of the 6 people. "You're actually trying to resist. You're courting death. Damn it. How dare you steal our things and even resist? Beat them to death. Tell the truth. Where's the other guy? Tell me now. Where did he go? Hey, you're quite stubborn. You still won't tell me, right?" Then, the 6 men continued to swing the sticks in their hands, hitting the 2 men mercilessly. Ah! Fight them. Under the brutal attack of 6 people. Even if the 2 wanted to resist, facing the powerful siege of 6 people, it didn't take long for Lucci to see them fall in a pool of blood due to exhaustion and serious injuries. Their faces and bodies were covered with bruises from being beaten, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. It was not until this time that the 6 people saw them fall to the ground and stop moving, and then they stopped hurting the 2 men. The 6 people took back all their supplies and took away the 2 people's original belongings. One of them even took away the shoes of a person on the ground before leaving. Unaware of the situation, Lucci saw this cruel scene. At this point, he had already concluded. These people on the island no longer care about the lives of others. Moreover, supplies are what these people value most, because whoever has more supplies is more likely to survive and live well. Seeing the 6 people preparing to go back the way they came, Lucci lowered his head and hid behind a bush. However, at this moment, behind him, a familiar groan suddenly came. When I heard this voice, as a traditional, good kid who grew up in the countryside, I felt it was so familiar. "Second brother." Lucci didn't dare to say anything. He just uttered these 3 words. Then I saw a big pig's head popping out from the grass 5 meters behind me. There was still some dirt on the pig's mouth. The fangs on both sides were sharp, and the bristles behind the neck were like a row of sharp steel needles. In an instant, Lucci's mind emerged the night when he first arrived on the island. The scene of the ferocious second brother attacking the entire beach and rushing towards him emerged. Then he stood up suddenly involuntarily, trying to escape instinctively, but he tripped and fell directly into the bushes in front of him. Although Lucci was extremely nervous, he knew in his heart that if he was entangled by this ferocious medium-sized, even-toed ungulate animal, he would definitely be skinned alive, even if he didn't die. However, perhaps because the encounter between the 2 was too dramatic, second brother probably didn't expect that there would be a Lao Lu hiding here. Before he could react, just then, Lao Lu, who had fallen into the bushes in front of him, suddenly turned into a 2-legged beast and ran wildly to one side. Lucci stood up and ran, but at this moment, he was seen by a small man among the 6 people. "Brother Chong, look, there's the other guy who escaped." The 5 people looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough, from the look of Lucci running wildly, it was obvious that he was the person they were looking for. At this moment, the 6 people cannot be said to be about to transform into the equally ferocious second brother, but they look very much like the enraged second brother. They were all furious and started chasing in the direction of Lu Qi's escape, determined to kill him in a pool of blood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 men, armed with wooden sticks, chased after Lu Qi along the route he had just taken. Hee. At this time, the big wild boar that had just poked its head out of the bushes felt the tense atmosphere. Its hair stood up instantly, its back slightly arched, and its eyes widened like burning charcoal, revealing a primitive wildness and vigilance. After humming a few times, he retracted his head into the grass and disappeared. Chapter 39, Escape. Whoosh, whoosh. Oh my God. Lu Qi ran 100 meters with his legs dancing wildly, but he heard the cursing and threatening voices of 6 people coming from behind. When he turned around, he saw 6 people chasing after him. Damn it, why are you chasing me? You're not going to steal my supplies too. At this moment, Lu Qi's heart was filled with the same rage as his. What's going on? I just came out to pick some herbs. But no matter what, he knew that he absolutely could not stop at this moment. If these crazy guys really catch up with me, losing supplies would be a small matter, but losing my life would be a big deal. After figuring this out, Lu Qi didn't dare to relax for a moment. 200 meters, 300 meters. He thought he was running fast enough, but the sound coming from behind always broke his fantasy in time. Keep him sane. At the same time, he was thinking about how to escape. When you're about to return to the previous slope again, Lu Qi saw from a distance the beehive with a diameter of 1 meter on the tree on the slope. Got it. With a flash of inspiration, Lu Qi looked again at the 6 persistent lunatics behind him. Come on, if you dare to chase me, I will make you pay for it. Then he rushed up the slope again. Brother Chong, he's going uphill. Hurry, we can't let that guy escape. Boy, where are you running to? Behind him, 6 people were chasing him madly. Oh my God, are they all so physically fit? Are they all wealthy businessmen who work in high-end gyms? I turned around and saw several people coming quickly. Lu Qi had no choice but to run and climb at the same time. By the time he climbed up the slope, the 6 people had already caught up to the foot of the slope. Ho, what the hell, these beasts? They can run so fast. Not daring to delay, Lu Qi turned his head to look around, quickly picked up 2 stones, and threw them at a tree 5 or 6 meters high. He easily hit the 1 meter wide target, but he was not reassured and threw another piece. Then he turned and ran. At this moment, the way he ran was just like Sun Wukong, who appeared out of nowhere and ran through the dense forest. As for the 6 people, after Lu Qi ran out 100 meters, they screamed in agony. Their voices were deafening. Brother Chong, be careful. What kind of bee is this? It's so big. Everyone run. Damn, you idiot. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Far away, Lu Qi, who was sitting on a rock, gasping for breath with his mouth wide open, heard the screams of several people. How can I describe his expression as just exhausted? He felt tired, upset, and happy at the same time. Let you guys chase me. Afternoon. Outside the cave, Nie Xiaorong was sitting at the foot of a tree in a daze. Kim Hyunju was guarding her brother in the cave and kept wiping the sweat from Kim Ki's forehead with a piece of cloth. Apparently, it was King Kaiser whose situation wasn't getting any better. Hyunju, brother, I'm here. Kim Hyunju suddenly heard her brother calling her and quickly stood up to answer. Water. I want to drink water. Kim Hyunju then realized that her brother's lips were dry. She immediately felt guilty and quickly picked up a bowl of water beside her, then scooped a spoonful of water into his mouth with a wooden spoon. After watching her brother drink several sips in a row, Kim Hyunju finally breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing Jean Kaiser's depressed face, tears immediately blurred her eyes. Brother, it's all my fault. You got hurt so badly. Ahem. Hyunju, don't say that. You're my only sister. Mom passed away early, and Dad has been busy with his career. Although our Jean family is wealthy, I know that even if you have no worries about food and clothing, you are still unhappy in your heart. Brother, woo, Hyunju, you have grown up. I want to protect you forever, but now I am in trouble again. Seeing his crying sister, Jean Ki's felt heartbroken. Reaching out to wipe away the tears on her face, he comforted his sister. Brother Lu is a good man. He has both ability and medical skills. If I can't make it this time, you must listen to me and follow him, ahem. Woo. Brother, stop talking. You'll be fine. Brother Lu Qi has gone to pick herbs for you. He will be back soon. You will be fine, brother. Woo woo. What? Hearing his sister so sad, Jean Ki said nothing more, but just sighed. At this moment, the brother and sister who had fallen into silence suddenly heard Nie Xiaorong's happy voice coming from outside. Haha, Lucci, you're back. After a few breaths, Lucci's figure was seen coming in from the cave entrance. Woo woo, brother Lucci, you're finally back. Lucci didn't expect that as soon as he entered the cave, Jin Xianju would throw himself into his arms like a pigeon, because he didn't understand that in Jin Xianju's eyes, his figure who had just returned was like a ray of light, instantly illuminating her heart and the world in her eyes. Sister Hyunju, I'm dirty. However, Jin Xianju still hugged him tightly, as if she was afraid that he would run away. In fact, it was because Lucci was now her last hope and the last life-saving straw. It was not until Nie Xiaorong appeared behind Lucci that Jin Xianju let go of Lucci awkwardly and asked anxiously, Brother Lucci, have you found the herbs? Looking at Kim Hyunju's expectant face, Lucci naturally didn't want to joke with her anymore. Of course, I gained a lot from this trip. Woo-woo. Brother Lucci, you are so kind. Does that mean my brother can be saved? That depends on the situation. However, your brother's problem isn't too serious right now, so he should be fine. Thank you, Brother Lucci. After hearing Lucci's words, Jin Xianju was deeply moved, because when her brother fell, her sense of security was shattered. At this moment, she expressed her gratitude to Lucci and was about to kneel down. Sister Hyunju, what are you doing? Seeing this, Lucci quickly supported her, and Nie Xiaorong also came forward, helped Jin Xianju up from the other side, and comforted her. Hyunju, don't be like this. Lu Dalong is a very kind person. He is also a very good doctor. Your brother will be fine. The two of them comforted her, and this made Kim Hyunju regain some sanity. Hyunju, Jin Ki's was lying on the stone bed. When he saw Lucci coming back, he hurriedly called his sister's name and struggled to get up. But he was injured in the leg and had a high fever. Seeing this, Lucci stopped him in time. Jin Xianju walked up to her brother, and Jin Ki's prompted her to pour water for Lucci. She just reacted. He quickly filled a bowl of water and walked in front of Lucci. Only then did she notice that Lucci was sweating profusely and his clothes were covered in mud. Chapter 40, Jin Ki's ferocious roar. When I first saw him carrying a bag on his back, but Nie Xiaorong had already walked up to Lucci and helped him take off the backpack. Seeing this, Jin Xianju hurriedly picked up a piece of her clothes and wiped the sweat from Lucci's forehead. Also when wiping, Lucci blocked the way. Sister Xianju, it's a pity to dirty your clean clothes. I'll just wash my face in a moment. After being rejected by Lucci, Jin Xianju did not get angry, but took the initiative to get some water, with a piece of white cloth that should have been torn off her clothes, and handed it to Lucci, asking him to wipe his sweat. Thanks. After seeing Lucci take it, Jin Xianju breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lucci happily and asked, Brother Lucci, with the herbs, what else can I do for you? Ahem. When Jin Ki's heard his sister urging Lucci so anxiously, he coughed lightly. Xianju, can't you let Brother Lu rest for a while? He must have walked a lot this time. Oh, seeing that his sister was so ignorant of the ways of the world, Jin Ki's hurriedly gave her a lecture and sighed helplessly. Brother Lu, Xianju is ignorant. Don't blame her. You have been out for so long for me. You must have worked hard. Take a rest first. Hearing this, Lucci glanced at Jin Ki's. After hearing his words, Lucci felt that all his physical fatigue had dissipated a lot. This is more effective than Kim Hyunju's throwing herself into his arms just now. Nie Xiaorong also cast an admiring look at Jin Ki's. Brother Jin, we are all people who have fallen on hard times. It is normal for us to help each other. Sister Hyunju is also worried about you and is thinking about you. I completely understand how she feels. How can I blame her? After hearing what Lucci said, Jin Ki's put his worries aside and looked at Jin Hyunju lovingly. At this time, Nie Xiaorong came over quietly, holding a bowl of cooked food, and handed it to Lucci. Eat quickly. You must be starving after a tiring day. Well, hey. Taking the ceramic bowl from Nie Xiaorong, Lucci chuckled and began to eat with big mouthfuls. Seeing how happily Lucci was eating, the Jin siblings felt ashamed, and they also admired and were grateful to Lucci and Nie Xiaorong from the bottom of their hearts. After dinner, Lucci began to process the herbs. Some of the herbs he collected were for internal use, while others were for external application. Soon, under the curious gazes of the two girls, Lu Qi completed the processing of the herbs. One bowl had the herbs crushed into juice using stones, and the other bowl had them boiled in water to make soup. Although the soup tasted bad, Jean Kai's did not hesitate at all. He drank it all in one gulp when Lu Qi brought it to him. But that bowl of crumb juice became a hurdle for Jean Kaiser, because when Lu Qi just peeled off the bandage on the wound, he found that the wound that had been sutured before had begun to become slightly inflamed. When asked, Kim Hyunju was found to have given his brother the anti-inflammatory medicine she had left for him on time. When everything was revealed, Lu Qi finally relaxed. Phew. Fortunately, the situation is not too bad. Luckily, I harvested enough herbs today. Then Lu Qi looked at Jean Kai's meaningfully, smiled warmly, and reminded him, Brother Jean, it will hurt a little. Please don't scream. Brother Lu, just apply the medicine. I didn't even scream when that beast bit me. Your herbal medicine won't be as dangerous as that sea wolf. You seem to be making a lot of sense. Lu Qi didn't delay any longer. He grabbed the prepared bowl of medicine and decisively applied it to Jean Kai's wound. Then he quickly applied a handful of it evenly to the sutured wound. However, as soon as a handful of herbs arrived, a piercing, hot, stinging pain spread from the calf to the thigh, and then from the thigh to the heart, as if tens of millions of fire ants were biting the nerves in the thigh, and all the nerves connected to the heart at the same time. Under the gaze of the two women, Jean Kai's whole body twitched, and he looked at Lu Qi with an incredible expression, holding his breath, and said, Brother Lu, what kind of medicine are you picking? The two girls looked at Jean Kai's instantly flushed face and twisted expression. Although they knew that this herb must have extraordinary effects, they could not understand Jean Kai's current feelings. Lu Qi smiled warmly again and reminded, Brother Jean, the effect of this medicine is estimated to last about 24 hours. You must hold on. But your wound is already showing signs of inflammation. I estimate it will last for 7 or 8 hours, even without the effect of the medicine. Okay, Brother Lu, I will definitely be able to hold on. As he spoke, Lu Qi had already smeared the entire bowl of herbs on his wounds and around his calves. After getting up and preparing to turn around, another sentence came. As long as you stick with it for 3 courses, the wound will almost heal. 3 courses of treatment. Hiss. After saying this, Jean Kai's could no longer control his expression and hissed fiercely. Then he gritted his teeth and tensed all his muscles to fight against the severe heartburn pain in his legs. Nie Xiaorong and Jean Xianju now understood the meaning of Lu Qi's previous reminder. He had some blaming thoughts, but he couldn't show any obvious blame towards Lu Qi. I can only look at Jean Kaiser with a distressed face. Lu Qi took the opportunity to hide away, came out of the cave, leaned against a big tree, and took a rest. The reason why he didn't go in a rest was because he was very clear about the power and effect of that herb. It is a kind of herb that is very effective for lacerations. Although ordinary people can tolerate it, the tingling and burning pain will continue to exist until the wound shows signs of healing and the medicine cannot reach the flesh directly. Only then can the feeling be alleviated. Therefore, at this time, it is better not to go in, as it will be quieter and more comfortable outside. Just like that, 2 days passed. With the effect of the herbs and Jean Kaiser's strong perseverance, his wounds gradually began to show signs of healing. On the morning of the 3rd day, there was heavy fog. Lu Qi walked out of the cave early in the morning and checked his equipment and tools. Because today is the day recorded in the strange island records as the day when fish were caught, and it happens to be the middle of this month, he's going to set out to the lake again to try and see if he can catch any fish. Since the Jean brothers and sisters joined them, their previous stock of smoked leopard meat and wild vegetables has been stretched to the limit. Seeing Lu Qi getting up early in the morning and preparing to go out, Nie Xiaorong felt extremely guilty. She has clearly realized how ridiculous and stupid her original idea of doing good was, because she simply doesn't have the ability to take care of herself, let alone take care of others. Instead, Lu Qi has been involved and has been paying double the price. In order to travel faster and also to verify something, he did not bring anyone with him this time and wanted to go alone. Looking at Lu Qi's back as he walked out again, she stood outside the cave and silently shed tears of heartache. Sister Xiaorong, why are you crying? At this time, Jin Xianju walked to Nie Xiaorong's side, saw her looking at Lu Qi and shedding tears, and asked in confusion, "It's okay. I'll go wash up first, and you can go out and pick some wild vegetables later." "Yes." "Okay, Sister Xiaorong." After saying that, Nie Xiaorong turned around and went back into the cave. Jin Xianju looked in the direction where Lu Qi left. "Sister Xiaorong, I envy you so much." Chapter 41. Encountering the Old Monkey Again. In the forest, Lu Qi walked quickly alone. At this moment, when he had been away from the cave for an hour, suddenly he realized that something was following him. But when he looked back, he saw nothing. This made Lu Qi feel vaguely uneasy. "I can't go on like this. If the hidden dangers are not eliminated, even if I really get to the lake, I will be uneasy, let alone concentrate on fishing." So he walked while paying attention to what was happening behind him. A few minutes later, no one or any animal was seen. Lu Qi's forehead was sweating a little, and he tightened the longbow in his hand. He wondered if it was because he had a weapon in his hand that the people following him were hesitant and did not dare to show up. Lu Qi, who was ready to shoot an arrow to defend himself at any time, had no intention of returning. Instead, when I saw the lush weeds in the forest ahead, which could cover me, he broke into a run, galloping towards the jungle, his intention obvious. However, after he had walked breathlessly through the jungle and wasteland, he was hiding under a tree and looking back secretly. After waiting for a long time, no figure showed up. "Damn, what on earth is this thing? It's so sneaky and hard to find." As he muttered to himself, he couldn't help but bite the ground. At this moment, a peach-like pit suddenly fell from the sky. When I looked up, "Old monkey, why is it you? Why are you here?" After asking 3 times in a row, the old monkey still squatted on the tree, ignoring Lu Qi and eating the wild fruit in his hand. "Hey, old monkey, did you hear what I said?" As soon as he finished speaking, another fruit core was thrown down. "No, the thing following me should not be this guy." Little did he know that at this moment he was complaining to the old monkey and talking to himself. A black shadow in the distance appeared out of nowhere behind a bush, following the scent and heading towards here. "Oh, oh, oh, oh." Suddenly, the old monkey's eyes lit up. He stood up and jumped onto the tree trunk above his head, as if he had sensed the danger. Lu Qi's heart tightened, and he quickly squatted down to hide. "Oh, woohoo." The old monkey suddenly screamed at this time. Only then did Lu Qi realize that there was definitely danger approaching, because the old monkey had made the same sound as a warning last time. Seeing this, Lu Qi quickly crouched down and quickly moved away from here. However, a few minutes after he escaped from there, the old monkey kept following his route in the forest behind him, making anxious monkey calls. Panting, Lu Qi seemed to understand why this happened. "Smell. It must be because of the smell I left behind that attracted the things behind me to keep chasing me." Guessing this, Lu Qi didn't dare to delay and left the place. However, he seemed to be a bit unlucky today, because the old monkey's warning sound kept coming from the forest behind him, and it lasted for almost an hour without interruption. "Damn, what the hell is this? It's so difficult." Lu Qi was also a little annoyed at this time, but the beast that the old monkey was afraid of was probably not something he could control at will. What's more, the old monkey was obviously warning himself in its own way. As for why the old monkey did this, Lu Qi could only attribute its behavior to the fact that it was protecting its original owner, but now it was using it on itself. Including this time, he had been protected by the old monkey's advance warning twice. While running away, Lu Qi was grateful for the old monkey's actions in his heart. The smell, the smell, the smell. He kept repeating these 2 words in his mouth, urging himself to come up with a suitable way to deal with this crisis. However, he rejected all the methods he could think of. Because the several methods he thought of could not avoid the loophole of smell, it was impossible to cause harm to the thing behind him, and he did not have the supplies or enough time to prepare. What should I do? If I don't get rid of the trouble behind me, my mission today will probably be delayed. And if that guy followed me all the way back to the cave, it would be even more trouble than it was worth. Suddenly, Lu Qi saw a hill about 13 or 14 meters high appearing in front of him, and a large rock protruded from the top of the hill facing Lu Qi, and the edge of the rock was almost perpendicular to the road he was going to take. Seeing this, a plan instantly came to my mind. He ran to the ground under the rock, panting heavily. After looking up, he decisively took off his clothes and put them on the ground. He took out a piece of bacon from his backpack and put on his clothes. After doing this, he quickly went around to the other side and climbed up the hill. 2 or 3 minutes later, not far away, as soon as the old monkey's figure appeared on the branch, it jumped a few times and flew over from the tree. Watching it flying through the woods at high speed, Lu Chi had an urge to become a monkey. Oh my god, if I could move around the jungle so freely, I would be awesome. Old monkey, looking at your skills, I will just call you Monkey from now on. You don't look old at all. At this moment, Lu Chi was lying quietly on top of the rock, his whole body covered by 2 green branches. His eyes were fixed intently on the distance. Feeling the tension in his heart, Lu Chi said to himself again, "You naughty monkey, what kind of dangerous thing did you bring to me? Why don't you show up?" Just as he finished speaking, a huge black creature appeared on the ground in the distance. It was walking towards here, sniffing and looking around. Black bear. Oh my god, how can there be such a big black bear? Seeing a black bear more than 2 meters long appear in his field of vision, Lu Chi was shocked. Most of the black bears he had seen were in the media, and the only time he saw one with his own eyes was in the zoo when he was a child. But now he was being tracked by a huge black bear he had never seen before, which made Lu Chi sweat profusely. However, just when he was surprised, but he saw that the black bear was actually standing in the bushes, looking straight in his direction. Oh my god, I forgot that this big black bear has this skill. If I remember correctly, this guy is also an expert at climbing trees. I was thinking about climbing up a tree and shooting from a high altitude, but now it seems that doing so is no different from seeking death. He looked again at the black bear, which was 3 meters tall when it stood up. Lu Chi seriously doubted whether there had been nuclear radiation on the island, and whether the animals on the island were all mutant species. Why were they so big? Stunned to the extreme, the old monkey's scream sounded again. Oh, woohoo! At this time, it also came to a big tree next to where Lu Chi dropped his clothes, but after calling a few times, it suddenly stopped. From Lu Chi's perspective, it seemed that the old monkey was looking for him, as he saw its eyes constantly scanning the ground below. Appeared particularly anxious. But Lu Chi couldn't reveal his hiding place at this time, because he wanted to give the big coal a warning. A warning to stay away from yourself. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Call. I sighed softly, still thinking about Plan B and Plan C after failure. At this time, he could see that the big black bear was actually walking straight towards the clothes underneath him. Chapter 42. Great strength makes miracles come true. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The big black bear suddenly stopped. Shit, why did it stop? After cursing in my heart. Then the big black bear continued to take steps forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With just 3 steps, it had already approached Lu Chi's clothes. It was not until then that Lu Chi saw the huge head of the black bear clearly. There were several striking scars on the face of this black bear. Every scar should be a reminder of the glory it once faced in battle. At the same time, these scars also make it look more fierce, wild, and domineering. At this moment, the big black bear seemed a little cautious. Perhaps this caution simply comes from its perception of danger. It turned its head and looked around, as if to confirm whether there was any dangerous figure. After a few breaths, it stretched its neck, stretched out its head, and sniffed the clothes on the ground with its long nose. A series of soft humming sounds came from his mouth. It seems to be saying, "That's the taste." When the black bear smelled the bacon on the clothes, it seemed to relax its vigilance for a moment. It just rolled up its bare lips and immediately put the bacon into its mouth. He started eating with a smacking mouthful. At this moment, Lu Chi was standing upright on the rock above, staring at the black bear below. At this moment, he was slowly raising a large round stone in his hands and aiming it at the big black bear below. Then he smashed it on the back without hesitation. Boom! Roar. This is a bare roar of pain. It immediately echoed throughout the forest. The old monkey fled away to a distance of more than 10 trees. Lu Chi even felt like his eardrums were shocked. But he still suppressed the fear in his heart, stood on the rock above, and also roared. He threw down a second big rock, which also hit him right in the chest and back. Lu Chi had his own ideas for doing this. First, he was warning the big black bear not to follow him anymore. The second reason is to use this seemingly powerful expression to leave an impression of being scary and difficult to mess with in the big black bear's mind. Really, his method worked. Lu Chi won the bet. although his actions just now would most likely anger the black bear. But perhaps the power of the two stones was too heavy and too strong. Even though there were only 2 hits, they were enough to cause certain damage to the big black bear when they were smashed from that height. In the eyes of the big black bear, being suddenly attacked by this crazy biped made it feel extremely painful and threatened. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the continuous screams of pain, it looked up at Lu Qi in horror. Then he ran towards the forest behind him. Run, big coal ball. Standing on the rock, I watched the big black bear twisting its fat buttocks wildly and running toward the forest in the distance. Lu Qi felt relieved, and the gloomy expression on his face suddenly turned bright. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, Lu Qi wanted to call him Old Monkey, but the naughty monkey had already disappeared into the woods, without a trace left. Hey, this monkey, why is he always so weird? He just leaves after he's done his job. He doesn't even give me a chance to express my gratitude. After escaping the danger from the big black bear, Lu Qi adjusted his mood, went down the mountain to pick up the clothes on the ground, and continued to walk towards the lake. Half an hour later, Lu Qi finally reached the edge of the lake. This time he deliberately chose a spot on the edge of a lake next to a forest. The reason for this choice is that he thinks it will be safer. Because of what happened to the Jean brothers and sisters at the lake, he understood that the wider the area, the more dangerous it is. Besides, he came to the lake mainly for fishing, and the best place for fishing is not on the open lakeside. And it was the edge of the lake where he was now, with lush aquatic plants and shady trees, whose projections in the lake provided a cool environment for the fish. Looking at the huge inland lake in front of you, you can't help but stop and stay. The scenery is so beautiful. The entire lake and the surrounding woods are still shrouded in mist, giving it a fairyland-like feeling. Lu Qi first looked around and confirmed that there was no danger. Then they prepared the fish hook and fishing line, and the fishing rod was still a local island specialty, a long wooden stick. With anticipation, I cast my club, then sat quietly by the cool lakeside. The fishing started in earnest. Even so, Lu Qi still remembered to stick his head out every few minutes to check whether the surrounding environment was safe. Because he was alone, he was very careful. Half an hour passed. At this moment, the thick fog on the lake and the mountains surrounding the island gradually began to dissipate. But what Lu Qi didn't know was that the entire beach side outside the mountains surrounding the island was still covered with fog. And after a few months of observation, all the people stranded on the desert island will find that this day, in the middle of each month, is a special day. Because on this day, there will always be thick fog outside the entire island. And going fishing on this special day will become a secret for Lu Qi. It was almost past noon, the lake was calm, and the white mist had completely dissipated. Only the mountains and forests were still filled with thick fog. Just as Lu Qi was sitting there bored, chewing a piece of smoked leopard meat, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly moved. Rise! Moment! Lu Qi pulled the fishing rod in his hand, and his whole body jumped up like a spring, pulling the fishing rod upwards violently. Yo! He really took the bait. Huh. Oh my gosh. What a strong force. Because he was too excited, before he could even stand firmly, the fish in the water pulled the fishing line hard, and Lu Qi almost fell into the lake. In the first confrontation, Lu Qi almost suffered a loss. So he could no longer care about being happy, and he had to use all his strength. Want to pull the fish out of the water. However, after a strenuous struggle, he still failed to pull the fish out of the water. What the hell? Could it be that they hooked a crocodile? How can they be so strong? They pulled it for so long, but they didn't even see a hair. It's still hiding in the water and won't come out. Ha. The heavy breathing never stopped. 5 minutes passed. Lu Qi finally felt a slight looseness on the fishing rod. Monster, why don't you show yourself to me right now? Finally, after he used all his strength and chanted this spell, a large fish about 70 to 80 centimeters long jumped out of the lake, pulling the fishing line. Oh, it's so big. Oh my God, is this fish really a spirit? Seeing the big fish jumping out of the water, Lu Qi couldn't believe his eyes. The depression, boredom, and loss in my heart disappeared in an instant. He held the fishing rod tightly in his hand and did not dare to let go at all. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, all my efforts will be wasted. But it's okay. Facing such a big fish, the fish hook and fishing line are very powerful, and the homemade wooden fishing rod in hand is also good and very sturdy. Chapter 43, The Fish That Became a Spirit. Another 3 minutes passed. The battle between the mermaid and the fish finally ended when Lu Chi roared and successfully pulled the fish ashore. Ha ha! Ouch, you legless beast! You've exhausted me to death. Bang! As he spoke, Lu Chi picked up a stone beside him and smashed it on the fish's head. Yo-ho, you're still moving. Bang! 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 After seeing the fish under him finally become obedient and stop moving, Lu Chi stopped and ruthlessly released the stone in his hand. He also didn't like blood, but he had to do it in order to avoid starving. Looking at the big fish lying obediently beside him, Lu Chi was filled with passion. After removing the fish hook from its mouth, he put on the bait and threw it into the lake again. His mood at this moment was completely different from before. Sure enough, a few minutes later, he confirmed his idea. It seems that good luck is also related to mood, because the fishing line tightened again, and then there was another struggle, pulling and fighting. Lu Chi once again used his great power to chant the spell. With a loud bang, he saw the previous scene again. The water rippled, and a larger fish jumped out of the water. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Oh my god, these fish are really spirits. In this way, after more than 3 hours of fishing, there were already 5 such big fish lying neatly and obediently in front of Lu Chi. Looking at the big fish on the ground in front of him, Lu Chi was extremely excited. But at the same time, he also thought of a problem. If I catch some fish, I can't just beat them to death like this. How to keep it fresh if you can't finish it right away? Thinking of this, Lu Chi quickly looked towards both sides of the lake. After some observation, a plan came to my mind. He put down the fishing rod in his hand and walked toward the lakeside about 6 or 7 meters to the right, because there happened to be a shallow pit there. After some observation, he walked towards the forest behind him. After a while, when Lu Chi returned again, he was holding a bundle of branches and leaves in his arms. He first threw the branches and leaves in his arms into the shallow puddle, and then jumped in himself. Then he rolled up his sleeves. First, thick branches were inserted into the water one by one near the shore, and soon a 3-meter-wide wooden fence was formed around the shallow pit. Then, small branches with leaves were woven and wrapped around the wooden fence, and the fence was instantly turned into a wooden partition wall. Finally, a circle of large stones were piled up outside the partition wall for reinforcement, and mud was used to camouflage the wall in the later stage. In this way, a simple and sturdy artificial fish pond is completed. He was going to put all the live fish he caught later into the pen. After all, fresh fish were good fish and tasted better. After doing this, Lu Chi cast his rod and started fishing again. 2 hours later, Lu Chi successfully sent 4 large and fresh fish into the fish pen. At this time, it was already late, so Lu Chi put away the fishing rod. Carrying 5 fish in front and back, he happily headed towards the cave. Outside the cave, it was getting dark. Nie Xiaorong, who had already cooked the food, waited and waited. Lu Chi hadn't come back yet, and she was pacing back and forth with an anxious look on her face. As the CEO of a company that is about to go public, this was the first time she showed such concern for someone, and it was for a man who was 3 years younger than her. Inside the cave, the Jean brothers and sisters, who had eaten, were also waiting for Lu Chi to come back, because they knew that Lu Chi went out to get them food. Seeing Kim Hyunju sitting beside him, looking at the entrance of the cave absent-mindedly, Jean Ki's asked, "Sister, what do you think of Brother Lu?" Seeing that Jean Xianju was still in a daze, he spoke again. "Younger sister? Ah, brother, what did you say?" Hearing this, Kim Hyunju came back to her senses and asked hurriedly, "Hey, girl, I can see that you are very worried about Brother Lu." "Hmm? No, brother. Why are you asking this? He has Sister Xiaorong worried about him. Besides, Brother Lu Chi went out to get food for us. Isn't it normal for me to worry about him?" Kim Hyunju responded naturally at first, but after hearing the meaning behind her brother's words, she hurriedly explained. But as a brother, Jean Ki's naturally understands his sister's heart. Seeing how distracted she is, as her brother, I certainly can't just lie there and watch. So, for the happiness and well-being of my sister, he continued, "Although you are still young, I can see that since we met Brother Lu and Miss Nia, although they have not done anything ambiguous in front of us, they definitely have a good impression of each other." Jean Ki's words completely attracted Jean Xianju's attention in just a moment. She sat up straighter, wanting to continue listening to her brother's opinions. And this favorability is still growing. "Miss Nia is just as beautiful as you. What's more, she is older than you. and she knows how to take care of people better. As he spoke, Jean K.I.'s raised his chin and pointed to the clay pot on the stone stove next to him. Kim Hyun-ju naturally understood what her brother meant. But unfortunately, every time she wanted to take action, she was always clumsy and had no idea where to start. They were used to a life of luxury and would never do such rough and tiring work. Adding a little more firewood to the fire is a big help. But what she didn't know was that Nye Xiaorong and she actually started from the same level. It was only after she got together with Lu Qi that she slowly learned how to cook under Lu Qi's guidance. She knows a little. Which point, brother? Seeing his sister asking so attentively, Jean K.I.'s knew that the time had come, so he spoke his opinion directly. If you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. But brother, you know my ability. How do I catch it? Hey brother, why are you saying all that? Are you trying to make fun of me, Humph? I'm not going to pay attention to you. At this time, Jean Xianju reacted and looked at her brother with a smirk on his face and said angrily, I haven't finished what I said yet. Although Miss Nya executed that sentence very well, I am an experienced person and a man. So, I naturally know that although that sentence is correct, it is not the most important thing. Do you want to know my secret? Brother, just tell me what you want to say. I'm listening. Hey, forget it. Seeing your reluctant expression, I won't say anything. Jean K.I.'s pretended and turned his neck to look towards the entrance of the cave. You, ouch, sister. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts, sister. A burning pain instantly came from Jean K.I.'s waist. So you going to tell me or not? Jean Shinju's beautiful big eyes stared fiercely at her brother, who deserved a beating, and gnashed her teeth and said, I'm telling you, let go of your hand first. After hearing this, Kim Hyun-ju released her hands from Kim K.I.'s waist. Oh, you girl, you really scared me to death. Seeing Jean Xianju raised her hand again, he hurriedly said, I'm telling you, come closer and listen. That's more like it. So Kim Hyun-ju turned her head and tilted her ear. Although it is said that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. This is very important, but the 3 steps I summarized are more suitable for you. I think this is more important. Chapter 44, Return of the Hero. After saying this, Jean K.I.'s looked very proud, waiting to be praised by his American father, but he grinned and said, Miss, my dear sister, what I said is true. I am not lying to you. This is my manly philosophy, pure and simple. The pain in his waist made Jean K.I.'s want to scream, but he didn't dare to. I had to hold back my internal injuries and explain painfully. I'm not going to pay attention to you. How can a brother talk like that? Jean Shinju's face turned cold, and she sat sideways, no longer paying attention to Jean K.I.'s. Hey, your pinching strength is getting stronger and stronger. How come you only know this one move from childhood to now? As long as it works for you. Unable to hold back, Kim Hyun-ju angrily retorted. Hey, you only know how to bully me. You don't have to listen to what I said. Anyway, you are an adult now. You can have your own thoughts and opinions. In this deserted island, your father is not here, and your eldest brother is like a father. This is the only thing I can help you with. The rest you have to learn on your own. Seeing that his sister was listening attentively, but not saying anything, Jean K.I.'s secretly showed a hint of pride. In short, it's not a bad thing for a woman to be diligent, and it's even better if she can make the person she likes happy. Well, I guess Brother Lu should be back soon. But to be honest, I really admire Brother Lu. He is able to survive on this island like a duck in water. Your brother doesn't have such ability. After saying this, Jean K.I.'s gently moved his injured leg, trying to find a comfortable position for himself, and no longer paid attention to Jean Xianju. At this time, Kim Hyun-ju was still digesting her brother's words. Unconsciously, a blush had crept onto her cheeks. After feeling the warmth on her face, Kim Hyun-ju said, Brother, did your future sister-in-law also capture your heart in this way? Hearing Kim Hyun-ju's sudden question, Jean Kaiser panicked at first, then sighed softly. Oh, so what? Your brother can't go back now. Hee, you deserve it. Jean Xianju walked out of the cave, her pretty face slightly red. I saw Nye Xiaorong still looking in the direction where Lu Qi left. She also walked up. Sister Xiaorong, please go back and sit for a while. I'll wait for Brother Lu Qi. Nye Xiaorong looked at Jean Xianju, who was walking towards her, and seemed to notice something different in her eyes. But I couldn't describe the feeling. I just felt that this girl seemed to have suddenly grown another year older. Finally, As the two of them waited anxiously, Lu Qi's 1.87-meter tall figure appeared. At this moment, in the eyes of the two girls, he was like a hero returning home bathed in the sunset. Lu Qi, he's back. Brother Lu Qi, Brother Lu Qi. You are finally back. After seeing Lu Qi's face clearly, the two girls ran towards her recklessly. At this time, Lu Qi's forehead was sweating. He was carrying a load made of a wooden stick on his shoulders, with a total of 5 big fish hanging in front and back, each of which was 70 to 80 centimeters long. He was carrying a bow and arrow on his back, one hand holding the load on his shoulder, and in the other hand holding a pointed self-defense stick. Oh my God, what a big fish. Wow, Brother Lu Qi, you are amazing. You caught so many fish. Seeing the fish that Lu Qi was carrying, the two girls were amazed. They hurried forward to help Lu Qi take it down, but were stopped by Lu Qi. Don't take it. It's too heavy for you to lift. I'll carry it back. Having said that, he walked straight towards the cave, and the two women hurriedly followed. After entering the cave, Nie Xiaorong and Jin Xianju helped Lu Qi take down the 5 big fish. Seeing Lu Qi coming back, Jin Kai's sat up despite the pain and greeted Lu Qi. Great, Brother Lu, you're finally back. If you don't come back, they will run out to look for you. As soon as Jin Kai's finished speaking, he saw the two women walking towards Lu Qi. One holds rice, the other holds water. Lu Qi was so moved by the service and the enthusiastic scene that he felt full of energy. All the fatigue in his body disappeared in an instant in this enthusiasm. Just after talking to Jin Kai's and checking his leg injury, Nie Xiaorong brought some wild fruits she had picked outside for Lu Qi to taste, and Jin Xianju also brought a freshly wet towel for Lu Qi to wipe his sweat. Hey, delicious, delicious. Hee hee. Thank you, thank you. Seeing the treatment and enjoyment Lu Qi received, Jin Kai's standing next to him was filled with envy and jealousy. Brother Lu, you are such a blessed man. Seeing Lu Qi immersed in it, he couldn't help but say something. Oh, haha, Brother Jin, look at what you said. I'm just a nobody. How can I have such blessing? Lu Qi hurriedly replied jokingly, and then checked Jin Kai's leg injury. When the bandaged wound was exposed, Lu Qi smiled slightly. Because the wounds have indeed improved a lot, there is no inflammation, and many wounds have begun to heal, but the whole leg is still a little swollen. Brother Lu, my leg is injured? Brother Jin, your leg injury has started to improve. If you continue to apply the herbs 2 or 3 times, it will be completely healed. Do you need that many more times? Hearing Lu Qi's words, Jin Kai's was happy, but at the same time, he was a little afraid of the piercing pain. Brother, look at you. Brother Lu Qi took great pains to find the medicine for you, and you think it's too much. Jin Kaiser glanced at his talkative sister. Stop talking. That's not what I meant. Haha, I know. You're just afraid of the pain. You're just afraid that we'll laugh at you. You, on the side, Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong were laughing happily at their conversation. That night, Lu Qi changed the herbs for Jin Kai's again. Although Jin Kai still felt pain, it was much less than before. He admired Lu Qi's medical skills even more. That night, after Lu Qi washed up, Nie Xiaorong called him out of the cave to discuss something. When he walked out of the cave, Jin Xianju turned his head and saw the two of them. She remembered what her brother said during the day, and couldn't help but mutter to herself. If you want to capture a man's heart, does that really work? 2 hours passed. Seeing the two people coming back after discussing the matter, Jin Xianju kept looking at Lu Qi. In the firelight, Lu Qishang looked so handsome and elegant. Moreover, during the days on the island, his skin and muscles gradually became more masculine, darker, and stronger. After seeing the two of them coming back, Kim Hyun-ju stopped what she was doing. Jin Xianju came close to Nie Xiaorong and asked in a low voice, Sister Xiaorong, what did you discuss with Brother Lu Qi? Are you afraid that I would hear you? Why did you take so long to come back? This, I can't tell you, it's a secret. When Nie Xiaorong suddenly heard Jin Xianju's question, she had no idea how to answer her and could only lie and say it was a secret. Humph, stingy. Jin Xianju snorted and thought to herself, I will never tell you my secrets in the future. Hee hee. Are you angry? Please don't be angry. Tonight, I'm waiting for you to tell me jokes and coax me to sleep. TSK. You're so stingy, I won't tell you. I'm going to tell Brother Lu Qi. Haha, really? He's been tired all day. Look at him. He's even fallen asleep. Just tell me. I won't treat you unfairly. After saying that, Nie Xiaorong forcibly pulled her to lie down on the wooden bed next to Lu Qi. When Jin Xianju looked over, she found Lu Qi lying down and snoring softly. This made Kim Hyunju feel very disappointed. Chapter 45, Kim Hyunju's plan. Because of the 5 big fish Lu Qi brought back. So for the 4 of them, they don't have to worry about food for the next 3 or 4 days. However, what Kim Hyunju did not expect was that. The next day, after waking up and washing up, I heard Lu Qi was going to the lake to fish again. Upon hearing this, Kim Hyunju's depressed mood changed in an instant, and she hurriedly said, I want to go too, brother Lu Qi. After seeing his sister's actions, Jean Ki's immediately supported her. Brother Lu, Xianju has been wanting to go out for a walk these days, but it's a pity that my legs are not very convenient. Today, I hope you can let her go out with you to relax, so that she can learn some survival and food acquisition skills from you. I will feel more at ease if she follows you and you take care of her. Hearing this, Lu Qi couldn't help but look at Nie Xiaorong. Nie Xiaorong bit her lower lip, as if to say, Why are you looking at me? Don't you know whether I should bring it or not? However, before Lu Qi could speak, Kim Hyunju hastily added, Brother Lu Qi, I will never hold you back or cause you any trouble. Please don't reject me, okay? As she said this, she ran to get her small bag, picked up the water bottle on the wooden table, and put it in it. I can also bring you some water. Oh, and I can get you your bow and arrows, too. As he said this, he ran to the wall of the cave entrance, took down the bow and arrow hanging there, and put it on his back. Then he looked at Lu Qi infatuatedly, waiting for him to agree to his request. Brother Lu, Xianju is in your hands now. Please. Seeing his sister being so sensible, Jean Ki's couldn't believe his eyes. Of course, he had to continue to support her. Well then, all right then. Lu Qi was too embarrassed to refuse, so he agreed. However, when Ye Xiaorong heard Lu Qi say, okay, her expression instantly turned from sunny to cloudy. Originally, after the secret discussion with Lu Qi last night, she was in a good mood, and she also promised Lu Qi not to go out with him and not to cause trouble for him. But she didn't expect that this guy would turn around and agree to the request of another woman. How could she tolerate this? Sister Xiaorong, do you want to go with us? Suddenly, Kim Hyunju's words came. Nie Xiaorong was stunned on the spot. Jean Kaiser thought, Sister, isn't your question a bit silly? A bit redundant? Nie Xiaorong replied, I won't go. The road is not easy to walk on. And if there are too many people, he won't be able to take care of it all. Jean Kaiser thought again. Hey, smart, really smart, sister. You can use the tactic of playing hard to get to such an extent. I really admire you. It seems that with your IQ, I don't have to worry about taking over our father's group alone in the future. Sonia Xiaorong could only watch Lu Qi and Jin Xianju leave together with a wry smile on her face under the gaze of the 3 people. Outside the cave, when seeing them off, Nie Xiaorong made a gesture to Lu Qi, saying, I have clairvoyance and will always be watching you. As a warning to Lu Qi. Lu Qi was not an ignorant person, so he blew Nie Xiaorong a kiss in return and said goodbye. Looking at the 2 people's departing backs, Nie Xiaorong said in a tender voice, that's more like it. You're a sensible kid. On the road, the 2 walked leisurely, one in front and one behind. Seeing the tall and straight Lu Qi in front of him, Jin Xianju took the initiative to talk to Lu Qi and asked him about his fishing skills and what happened to him fishing yesterday. When faced with questions raised by the beautiful Kim Hyunju, Lu Qi patiently answered them one by one. In this way, soon, Lu Qi had forgotten some of the reminders and instructions. I became intoxicated unconsciously. He led Kim Hyunju along the path that was difficult for her to walk. He pulled Kim Hyunju up the slope that she couldn't climb. Kim Hyunju said she was tired, so he stopped to rest. Kim Hyunju wiped the sweat off his face, and he looked very happy and did not refuse. Even when Jin Xianju was talking to him and looking away, Lu Qi would secretly compare her with Nie Xiaorong in his heart. Especially Kim Hyunju's delicate cheeks with a little baby fat, paired with her expressive eyes and long black hair. Lu Qi always feels that he can't help himself when facing Kim Hyunju. After realizing Lu Qi's attitude towards her, Jin Xianju was extremely excited. Approach like possess. Only by getting close to the other person can you make him fall in love with you and finally achieve your goal. It seems that the 3-step strategy her brother taught her is indeed useful. Before, Lu Qi felt that the trip was boring, But today he didn't feel boring at all. Listening to Kim Hyun-ju sharing her life as a rich girl, Lu Chi was also amazed. What Lu Chi is good at showing off and sharing are his medical skills and interesting stories about his medical practice. And this is exactly the blind spot of knowledge that Kim Hyun-ju does not have. When Jin Seon-ju heard Lu Chi say that he shared the burden of medical treatment for his grandfather, she could only look at Lu Chi with admiration. He, brother Lu Chi, you are so amazing. I want to learn medicine from you in the future. Can you teach me? Well, this is a little difficult. It's not suitable for a rich lady like you to learn. I'm afraid you won't be able to learn it. Seeing Lu Chi's refusal, Jin Seon-ju acted coquettishly and grabbed Lu Chi's hand. With a delicate expression, Grandma pleaded, Brother Lu Chi, if I want to learn, I will learn. Lu Chi, he didn't expect that Jin Seon-ju was so good at dealing with things. He was completely controlled by her. Feel the smoothness and tenderness of Kim Hyun-ju on your hands. Lu Chi's words are inconsistent with his heart. Okay, I'll teach you. But you have to be obedient and start from the most basic knowledge. The subsequent teaching will depend on your performance. Okay, brother Lu Chi, let's make a deal. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. As he said that, he pulled Lu Chi's hand and insisted on bumping thumbs with him. Lu Chi, on the other hand, happily let him do whatever he wanted. After touching his thumbs, Lu Chi was about to withdraw his hand and continue walking. Jin Seon-ju held his hand tightly without letting go, walked in front, and pulled Lu Chi in the opposite direction. He completed the first steps his brother taught him like a duck to water, with big strides. Brother Lu Chi, how far is it? We should be almost there. It's almost there. Slow down. At this moment, Lu Chi was being stupid, and he also understood that he was being led by someone. And she is a beautiful and pretty lady from a wealthy family. For a moment, he felt flattered. Finally, after a safe and pleasant journey, the two finally came to the lake again. As soon as he arrived here, Lu Chi went to check his artificial fish pen without saying a word. Hey, not bad. You're all here alive and well. As he spoke, Lu Chi took off his backpack, pulled out a bag from it, and poured everything inside into the water. At this time, curious Kim Hyun-ju also followed, but I just happened to see Lu Chi pouring something into the water. Chapter 46. Such a beauty should only exist in heaven. Brother Lu Chi, where did you catch so many bugs? When Jin Seon-ju saw Lu Chi pouring out a lot of white and fat bug from the bag, she looked frightened. It can be seen that she was really frightened. Seeing this, Lu Chi quickly explained, I caught this from a rotten log on my way back yesterday. I wanted to fry it at home, but we have neither oil nor seasoning, so I brought it out today to feed the fish I raise. When Jin Seon-ju heard Lu Chi talking about the fish, she took a closer look and saw 4 fish as big as the ones she brought back yesterday huddled together in the puddle below. Oh, stop fighting over it. Brother Lu Chi, could it be that you also caught these 4 fish yesterday? Seeing the fish in the water fighting for the food that Lu Chi had just poured in, Jin Seon-ju asked happily. Yes, these 4 were caught yesterday. They are placed here to keep them fresh. The 5 we brought back are enough for us to eat for the next few days. Wow, Brother Lu Chi, you are so amazing, and you are so thoughtful. It seems that I really have a lot to learn from you. Jin Seon-ju's words made Lu Chi feel relieved, so he boasted that he must let Kim Hyun-ju try the joy of fishing today. Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-ju was naturally extremely happy. But after the two of them prepared everything and fished for nearly 2 hours, Lu Chi's face turned pale and he said nothing, because he didn't catch a single fish in more than 2 hours. Faced with Jin Seon-ju's patient waiting, Lu Chi only felt a sense of awkwardness floating in the air. Sister Hyun-ju, today why don't we just leave it at that? Anyway, the fish we brought back will be enough for us to eat for a few days. Oh, I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. As Lu Chi was talking, he was also thinking, why is it that this situation happened today? The weather is clear, and it's the same time and place. So why can't he catch any fish today? Seeing Lu Chi so depressed and frustrated, Jin Seon-ju naturally would not just go back. She smiled, having already prepared herself, and then said to Lu Chi, Brother Lu Chi, it would be so boring to just go back like this. The weather and the lake are so nice. Since we are here, even if we don't gain anything, we should at least be in a good mood. Hearing this, Lu Chi became even more depressed. After taking a look at Jin Xianju, he sighed and started packing up his fishing gear. Seeing that Lu Qi ignored her, Jin Xianju stamped her feet and was about to say something stupid when she thought of something. Suddenly, a wicked smile. She took off a valuable watch and threw it into the shallow water of the lake. Then I heard her anxiously say, "Oh, brother Lu Qi, my watch fell in the lake. Woo! Hurry up. Help me pick it up. It's something my mother left for me." Hearing this, Lu Qi, who was still packing up his fishing gear, saw Jin Xianju standing by the lake looking at the lake water on the shore below. She looked so anxious, and when she heard that it was something her mother left for her, Lu Qi instantly lost her composure. So he put down what he was holding and jumped into the water without hesitation. Fortunately, the lake water was clear, and Kim Hyunju had only deliberately dropped the waterproof watch into the shallow water by the lake. So after Lu Qi jumped down, he fished out the watch within a few breaths. "Huh, we found Sister Hyunju." Holding the watch, Lu Qi said happily and looked up at Jin Xianju. However, when he looked up, the scene before him was something he would never forget, because Kim Hyunju quietly took off the short dress she was wearing at some point. Wearing only a sexy swimsuit, she stood on the lakeshore in front of Lu Qi. Without the cover of clothes, her long hair looked silky soft against her skin, swaying gently in the breeze. The sexy swimsuit she was wearing seemed to be tailor-made for her, fitting the curves of her body perfectly, with every inch of her body outlined. The color of the swimsuit is soft pink, like a lotus just blooming out of the mud, and it is particularly eye-catching beside this tranquil lake. Looking closely at her face at this moment, it looked as if it was carefully carved by the most skilled craftsman. The delicate skin is like a freshly peeled egg, with a faint pink hue. "Brother Lu Qi, do I look good?" As she spoke, her eyes looked at Lu Qi shyly, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Every blink of those long eyelashes seemed to gently pluck Lu Qi's heartstrings. Kim Hyunju stood there quietly with her feet together, as if she had merged into one with the lakeshore. Her figure is elegant and light, and her slightly sideways posture reveals her perfect waistline. Her slender waist is not thick enough to be held in one hand, but it contains a kind of tenacious strength. Seeing Lu Qi looking at him in such surprise and obsession, Kim Hyunju was already extremely happy. She raised her head slightly, her eyes revealing an indescribable shyness and desire. She gently raised one hand and pushed the hair that fell on her cheek behind her ear. This simple action carries with it an indescribable charm, as if time has stopped for her at this moment. The lake breeze blew quietly, lifting her long hair, and the hair danced in the air like a lively painting. At this moment, in Lu Qi's eyes, she is not only a beautiful scenery, but also a fairy lost in the world. She seemed to come from a dream, with a mysterious glow and endless tenderness. At this moment, Jin Xianju turned this ordinary lakeshore into a fairyland in an instant, making Lu Qi sigh. A beauty like this should only exist in heaven. How many times can we see her in the world? Hee, brother Lu Qi, do I look good? Hearing Lu Qi's mumbling, Jin Xianju asked again. "It's beautiful, so beautiful." Hearing this, Jin Xianju blushed slightly, took a few steps forward and jumped down. "Hey, be careful, Hyunju." With a plop, Jin Xianju jumped into the deep lake behind Lu Qi. "Hyunju, I haven't explored this lake thoroughly yet. Come back soon. Be careful of danger." "Brother Lu Qi, you didn't see it, but I checked it a long time ago. The lake here has always been very quiet, and there is no other danger in the water." "Hee, do you want to come in? This is much more comfortable than the swimming pool on the cruise ship." At this time, Jin Xianju was paddling the surface of the lake and looking at Lu Qi temptingly. Seeing this, Lu Qi first looked around and saw that there was no danger around. "Put down the watch I picked up." Then, he walked towards Kim Hyunju, who was in the water. Now, time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the only sounds in the world were their laughter and the sound of the water splashing on the lake. Their hearts blended with each other in this body of water, and every glance conveyed endless love. After an unknown amount of time, they grew tired of swimming and floated together on the surface of the lake. The clouds in the sky drifted slowly, reflected in the lake, intertwined with their figures. Chapter 47. That Boy. 2 hours later. In the forest, Lu Qi and his friend were walking and chatting as they returned to the cave. From Kim Hyunju's joyful expression, it can be seen that she is in a very good mood at the moment. because she had successfully completed her first step, approaching Lu Qi. And Lu Qi's response also made her flattered. Very happy. Because it was still early, Kim Hyunju was not in a hurry to go back, and Lu Qi was happy to walk with her. Lu Qi, who originally boarded the cruise ship to heal his heartache, ended up stranded here. He thought he would be heartbroken, but what he didn't expect was that it was because of his accidental drifting here that his heartache was truly healed bit by bit. It's not only because of the unique environment here, but also because of everything I encountered and every person I met here. Although being alone on the cruise ship became his way to resist and adjust his heartbreak, after having friends around him, he felt very fulfilled and happy, even though he was the one who was willing to give the most voluntarily. Brother Lu Qi, I'm a little tired. Let's go over there and rest for a while. Jin Xianju, who was following Lu Qi, suddenly pointed to a place in front and said. In fact, at the place she pointed to, there was a very special-looking tree. Although it was not very tall, its trunk, as thick as an oil barrel, gave a very shocking visual feeling. Moreover, there were wild flowers everywhere around the tree, which looked very comfortable. Faced with Jin Xianju's request, Lu Qi naturally would not refuse, because it was still early to go back. After walking for dozens of meters, the two stopped in front of a small slope and quietly admired the scenery in front of them. On one side of the small slope is the strange and thick tree. When they got closer, they could see clearly that the trunk of the tree was covered with densely packed bumps, one bundle closely packed together. Around the slope, there are various wild flowers in full bloom. Brother Lu Qi, this tree is really strange. The trunk is full of bumps, very similar to the Rus reticulata in my family yard. But the entire crown of this tree is completely different. From a distance, I thought its crown was full of leaves, but when I got closer, I saw only thorns. It's really strange. I've never seen this kind of tree before. I don't know what kind of lacquer tree you're talking about, but its thorns are very unique, just like soapberry thorns. Brother Lu Qi, what is a soapberry thorn? Jin Xianju asked hurriedly. Because I was exposed to Chinese medicine since I was young, my grandfather often took me to the mountains to collect herbs. One time, I happened to come across a soapberry tree, and its trunk was full of thorns like these. My grandfather said that the thorns could be used as medicine, and later I also learned and mastered the method of using that thing as medicine. As he was talking, Lu Qi had already come under the tree. He took another careful look and even took out a dagger to slice it for observation. However, after the operation, he looked a little depressed. But although the thorns of this tree are very similar to those of soapberry, their color, length, and hardness are completely different. Hey, Brother Lu Qi, stop looking at it. What's so good about it? Look at how pretty the wild flowers on the ground are. I want to pick a bunch and bring them back for Sister Cheryl. She will definitely like them when she sees them. After saying that, Kim Hyunju began to fly around the tree like a butterfly, looking here and there. Whenever she saw a beautiful wildflower she liked, she would stop and smell it. As long as it smelled good, she would definitely collect it diligently. Lu Qi looked at the thick, strange, and prickly tree in front of him with a look of surprise on his face. He climbed up the tree trunk with a dagger in his hand, then carefully moved his body on the treetops and cut off all the dark brown thorns he could find. Because he had tried it with a dagger and found that these dark brown spikes were very hard, and even with Lu Qi's own strength, he couldn't cause much damage to them by scratching and cutting them with the dagger. This made Lu Qi excited immediately, because when he encountered some small animals recently, he didn't dare to use the 3-gun shell copper arrows he had made before. Because it was too precious, he only used it for self-defense. But now, with these hard thorns, we can use them as arrowheads for wooden arrows. You can also use these spikes to make some defensive spears for the two girls. On this deserted island full of dangers, it is very important to have a weapon for self-defense. I didn't make it for Nie Xiaoron before because I couldn't find the right materials. Now that I have these spikes, I can start making them for a few people. Hey, Brother Lu Qi, why are you still climbing up the tree? It's so dangerous. Come down quickly. Jin Xianju, who was originally excited, turned around and found that Lu Qi was gone. When I looked up, I found that Lu Qi had actually climbed up the tree. This made the romantic Kim Hyunju angry instantly, and she said angrily, but how could she know that Lu Qi's thoughts and what he was going to do were matters concerning their safety? After hearing what Jin Xianju said, Lu Qi did not explain much, but just said that the thorns he collected would be of great use. Hearing this, Jin Xianju could only snort and then give up, she continued to pick wild flowers. After a long time, the two set off again. Lu Qi was carrying a simple bag made of tree bark, which was filled with dark brown thorns. Kim Hyunju was holding a bunch of beautiful wild flowers, humming a little tune and smelling them all the way, thinking about Nie Xiaorong's happy expression when she saw the flowers after returning. However, there are unexpected changes in the world, and people are subject to misfortunes and blessings at any time. The two were walking happily in the last second, but in the next second, the two of them were in crisis. They saw 6 men walking towards them on the road about 30 meters ahead of them. When Lu Qi saw the 6 people also saw them. At this moment, Lu Qi felt as if time had stopped for a moment, and there was a smell of gunpowder in the air. After recognizing the other person, Lu Qi grabbed Jin Xianju, who was still enjoying the bouquet, and ran towards the woods on the left without saying a word. Why are they here again? Hyunju run. After Jin Xianju was grabbed by Lu Qi, she felt a sharp pain in her arm, and the wild flowers in her hand fell to the ground instantly. My flowers. Brother Lu Qi, why are you running? All my flowers have fallen. However, before Lu Qi could answer, she heard several people shouting in the distance. It's that guy from last time. Everyone, chase him. This guy actually brought a woman with him. Haha. Brothers, we must not let them escape this time. The leader of the 6 was the man called Brother Chong by the other 5. His real name is Sun Chong. He was originally a small contractor who worked on a project. However, due to the project failure, he lost his wife and his men and became a penniless and desperate pauper overnight. However, fate was kind to him. He met Li Fei, the son of the Li group, who pitied you and asked you to be his full-time driver and gave you a decent job. This person is very good at winning people's hearts and is also quite loyal to the brothers who follow him. With just one eye, he recognized Lu Qi as the kid who escaped that day and caused several people to be stung by king bees and become unrecognizable. Chapter 48, Rolling and Smashing. At this moment, his other eye was still swollen, and the 2 or 3 big lumps on his forehead had not yet disappeared. Looking at the other 5 people, the situation was exactly the same, with scars on their mouths, faces, necks, and arms. It can be seen how effective and ruthless Lu Qi's strategy was that day. Just after Brother Chong gave the order, the 5 people happened to see Lu Qi pulling a woman in a white miniskirt and rushing into the woods. Even though the 5 of them had not fully recovered, the humiliation they had suffered that day was instantly ignited. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they chased after Lu Qi frantically. They vowed to make Lu Qi pay a heavy price. Brother Chong, these guys are too cunning. They seem to be running towards the mountain. We can't outflank them. Sun Chong took the lead and chased in the front. He looked at Lu Qi pulling the woman and running desperately, turned his head and shouted to the people behind him. Then chase him as hard as he can. I don't believe he can outrun us with a woman. After saying that, Sun Chong worked even harder and increased his speed. The trees around were lush and green, and the sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows. Lu Qi dragged Jin Xianju along the rugged mountain road, and the sound of footsteps and breathing was particularly clear in the silent woods. Brother Lu Qi, why are they chasing us? Seeing Lu Qi desperately dragging her along, Jin Xianju was full of doubts. But Lu Qi didn't have time to explain too much to her at the moment, so he just replied, I saw them kill someone. Now, they probably not only want to kill me, but also want to steal my things. Hearing Lu Qi's shocking answer, Jin Xianju's hair stood on end. She turned her head to look behind her and ran even harder. Seeing that his words had worked, Lu Qi began to rack his brains to think of a way to escape. Although he had a bow and arrow, facing 6 strong men, he had to give up this unrealistic fantasy. Since he had acquired the bow and arrow, he had never practiced properly, so he didn't know if he could hit the target. Even if he could, it was impossible for him to kill 3 people with just 3 arrows. Even if he had this ability, he could not get over the bloody and cruelty of killing, and he could not withstand the tremendous psychological pressure after killing. Seeing the 6 people behind him getting closer and closer, Lu Qi's heart suddenly became flustered, and he couldn't help but hold Jin Xianju's hand tighter. Brother Lu Qi, you hurt me. Sister Xianju, if I fall into their hands, I will die. But if you fall into their hands, you will live a life worse than death. Do you understand? Lu Qi's words were urgent and blunt. Jin Xianju naturally understood Lu Qi's concerns and said no more. Damn it, This road is too difficult to walk on, with constant ups and downs. If we keep going like this, they will catch up with us sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Chang's angry shout was heard from behind. Boy, you can't run away. If you stop now, maybe we can spare you, but if you don't obey, you will die. Faced with the threat from behind, Lu Qi just sneered and ignored it. In his mind, various methods were flashing rapidly at this moment. Taking advantage of complex terrain, dispersing the enemy, finding a safe shelter, making effective tools, and waiting for the right opportunity. However, after thinking about it, he couldn't find a solution that he could use immediately to deal with the current predicament. After climbing up a small hill again, two small paths appear in front of us. They were obviously formed by the frequent trampling of wild animals. Sister Xianju, hurry up. Run towards here. Don't look back or stop. The sooner you get back, the better. I will be back. Brother Lu Qi, hurry up. Jean Xianju's eyes were full of reluctance, and she was unwilling to leave alone. But under Lu Qi's firm and serious gaze, she still obediently ran toward the road. At this moment, in a desperate situation, Lu Qi ran towards another upward road, deliberately breaking some branches of the bushes around him while running, leaving obvious footprints on the ground. He quickly tore off a piece of cloth from his upper body and hung it on a bush along the route he was running. This is to attract those who are chasing after you. Sure enough, his arrangement was very successful. After Sun Chang caught up first, he chased in the direction of Lu Qi without hesitation. Damn it, I'll see where you can run to. You caused me and my men to suffer so much that day. Today I will make you suffer the most to vent my hatred. Sun Chang chased and threatened Lu Qi in front of him. But soon, Sun Chang found that the woman in front of him was gone. Although he knew in his heart that the woman must have separated from Lu Qi, it didn't matter. As long as they could catch the boy in front, they would have a place to vent their anger. Who? Lu Qi was already exhausted and out of breath, but he still didn't dare to stop for a moment. After he arranged for Jean Xianju to leave, Lu Qi felt more at ease when he saw that there were still 6 people chasing him. Without Kim Hyunju's burden, even if he couldn't outrun these 6 people, they would be exhausted if they wanted to catch up with him with his current physical strength. The route he was taking now was completely different from the way back to the cave. Looking back again, Lu Qi secretly made up his mind to teach these 6 people a lesson they would never forget. Thoughts are flying. He now missed his second senior brother, the group of sea wolves, the big black bear, and even the king bee whom he had met before. As long as he could meet any of them again, he would dare to rush up and divert the trouble to someone else. But those are all impossible at the moment. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Qi seemed to have an idea in his mind. It seems that the only geographical advantage I can take advantage of right now is this. Panting heavily, Lu Qi climbed up the steep slope. Without Jean Xianju's concern, Lu Qi's speed was almost the same as the 6 people behind him, and he kept a proper distance. Damn it, is this kid so stubborn? Why does he only know how to run to higher places? Ouch, I'm so tired. Sun Chang couldn't help but curse, and the brothers behind him also cursed Lu Qi with bared teeth, as if they couldn't run fast if they didn't curse. You little bastard. Stop right there. Otherwise, boom, boom, boom. Sun Chang was still running and cursing at the top of his voice, but was suddenly reminded by someone behind him. Brother Chang, be careful. When Sun Chang looked up, he saw a huge round rock rolling down the slope towards him. This bastard actually dared to play dirty. Facing the boulder that was about to hit him, Sun Chang reacted quickly, and when the time was right, he jumped to the left. The boulder rolled down to his original position with a whoosh. A scream came from behind. It turned out that Sun Chang and the person who warned him behind him dodged, but one of the 4 people behind him was hit hard on the shoulder. I don't know if it was the collarbone or the shoulder blade that was broken. The man immediately fell to the ground in pain, rolling and wailing. Let you guys chase me. Hearing the wailing of the man behind him and the cursing of the other 5 people, Lu Qi suddenly felt relieved and laughed loudly. But facing Lu Qi's counterattack, Sun Chang did not give up. He left only one person to take care of the injured person and continued to chase Lu Qi with the other 4. Boom, boom, boom. Mel, here we go again. When he heard another stone rolling down from above, Sun Chang shouted to remind his brothers behind him. This time, the 4 of them dodged to the sides in time and were not hit by the stones. Chase, this blind boy must be buried here today. Chapter 49. Kim Hyun-ju's worry. Let's look at Lu Chi again. While his hands and feet were climbing the slope, his eyes were never idle. In addition to paying attention to the road under his feet, he was also constantly searching for large round stones. As long as they looked like they could roll, he would not let go of any of them. Fortunately, the other stones can't talk. Otherwise, they would have to learn from the four people chasing behind and scold Lu Chi for his arrogant behavior. Who are you looking down on? Can't we smash people to death? But in Lu Chi's eyes, the big and round stones were his first choice. Because compared to the throwing of small stones, such big boulders could roll faster, roll farther, and hit with greater force. It was more likely to make the people chasing behind give up and give up chasing him. However, Lu Chi soon found that he was too confident. Because there were few boulders and those guys had learned to be smarter, their dodging skills became more and more skillful. This made Lu Chi very angry, and he picked up a small stone on the ground and threw it at them. Ah, damn my head. Unexpectedly, with the attack of a large boulder, the small stone he threw casually actually hit someone. This surprised Lu Chi. Therefore, those stones that Lu Chi had not taken a fancy to before and even wanted to complain about him were now accepted by Lu Chi. He picked them up when he saw them and threw them away. In places with a lot of stones, he didn't even need to run anymore. He just played the target shooting game. At first, Lu Chi wanted to explain to them while fighting back, because after all, they were the ones who misunderstood him last time. But Sun Chong and others not only did not listen, but instead shouted at him, which made Lu Chi completely give up the idea of explaining. Throwing for a while and running for a while, the other three also tasted the pain of being hit by stones. It was not until Sun Chong was hit by a stone that he stopped chasing. Asshole, I'll remember today's account for you. Don't let me bump into you again. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. But what responded to him was still a dense rain of stones, whizzing. Get out of the way. Sun Chong was teased by Lu Chi twice in a row, but he had no way to deal with Lu Chi. This made him so angry that he had no place to vent. Lu Chi was so tired that he couldn't even utter a word, because his lungs could only fully support his breathing at this time, and he had no energy left to speak. Seeing Sun Chong and others turning away cursing, he sat down and gasped for air wildly. After a long time, Lu Chi stood up and spat fiercely in the direction where the people below were leaving. What a bunch of beasts. They wrongly accused me and refused to listen. Now you are behaving yourself. Ouch. Oh my God, huh? After taking a long breath, Lu Chi picked up the bark bag on the ground and rushed towards the cave. But for safety reasons, he was afraid of being followed by those people. So he kept changing directions and hiding his body on his way back to eliminate any chance and possibility of being followed. In the afternoon, it was almost dusk. Lu Chi finally arrived near the cave. As soon as he appeared, he saw Nye Xiaorong running towards him. Has Kim Hyun-ju come back? However, when she saw that Lu Chi was alone, she looked at him in confusion. No, didn't she go with you? What? She hasn't come back yet. Oh no, could she be lost? After Lu Chi put down the bark bag in his hand, he hurried away again with only the bow and arrow in his backpack. Nye Xiaorong wanted to go and help look for it, but was interrupted by Lu Chi with a no. Because it's getting dark. If we lose one, we can't lose another one. Seeing Lu Chi's anxious expression and turning away after speaking, Nye Xiaorong could only shout. Then you have to be more careful about your safety, Lu Chi. I'll wait for you to come back. When Jean K.I.'s saw Nye Xiaorong coming back with a melancholy look on her face, he asked her if Lu Chi had come back. Seeing Jean K.I.'s asking this, Nye Xiaorong naturally refused to tell the truth. If she told him, wouldn't that make him worry so much? An Xian entrusted her sister to Lu Chi's care, but when it was almost dark, her sister disappeared and he ran back. What kind of nonsense is this? As a result, when Jean K.I.'s heard Nye Xiaorong say that they had not returned, a hint of a smile flashed across his face. My sister is really good. Is she going to defeat Brother Lu today? If so, I really underestimated Hyun-ju. I thought she would back off after hearing my dirty tricks. Now it seems that my sister is really a decisive lady who will not give up until she achieves her goal. After a long time, the forest began to darken. Lu Chi became more and more worried and could even clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Thump, thump. Kim Hyun-ju, you can't be unable to find your way back, right? Please don't let anything unexpected happen, or how am I going to explain this to your brother? Unable to bear the worry in his heart, Lu Chi did not care about any danger and started shouting loudly while walking. Kim Hyunju, where are you? Kim Hyunju, Kim Hyunju. But his shouts did not travel far in this dense and deep forest before they were swallowed up by the layers of dense forest. Half an hour, then an hour passed. Logically speaking, this was the last place where they separated, but he still hadn't found Kim Hyunju. Kim Hyunju, where are you? While Lu Chi was desperately looking for Jean Xianju was sitting alone by the lake where she and Lu Chi went fishing during the day, hiding in a rocky corner and crying quietly. Why was she here? It turned out that she was reluctant to throw away the bouquet of flowers she had collected with great effort. But after she found the bouquet of flowers and wanted to continue on her way, she saw from afar that the 6 people chasing Lu Chi were coming down the mountain. She quickly hid herself and didn't dare to say a word. Until 6 people walked past not far in front of her. 2 of them were supported and limping. Hearing them all covered in dirt and cursing, she had to admit that this girl was really brave, but her train of thought was a little strange. All for that bouquet of flowers. If Lu Chi knew why she did this, I wonder what he would think. At this moment, Jean Xianju knew that Lu Chi must be safe, so she thought about looking for Lu Chi first and then going back together. But in the end, she didn't find him and she got lost. As it was getting darker, she didn't dare to venture forward in the forest alone, so she had to walk towards the lake. He returned to the place where they were fishing again, thinking that if he stayed here, Lu Chi would see him if he came here again tomorrow. After all, there were a few fish raised by Lu Chi here, so he would have something to eat even if he was hungry. Just looking at the increasingly dark sky, the fear in Jean Xianju's heart gradually intensified, although she kept cheering herself up and encouraging herself to be strong. When the sounds of animals in the forest came, her fragility finally turned into tears and surged out. Chapter 50 Rescue. After a long time, Lu Chi had already arrived at the place where he had picked flowers and thorns during the day. After patrolling around the tree, Kim Hyunju was not found. Where on earth did this woman go? I told her to go back first. Oh, what should I do now? After walking a few dozen meters further, Lu Chi had already decided to give up and was ready to go back. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered a shining red light coming from the woods in front of him. What is that? After walking a few more meters forward, Lu Chi then saw the light in the forest ahead and exclaimed, "It's a fire? Could it be the lost Kim Hyunju?" Out of curiosity, Lu Chi quietly rushed over in the dark. At this moment, 6 men were sitting together by the fire in the distance. One was lying down, one was half lying down, leaning against a rock, and the other 4 were sitting together, staring closely at the opposite side of the fire, because there were 2 women sitting there who were tied up by them. The 2 girls were beautiful and fair-skinned, but they both looked a little weak at the moment, and their complexions were not very good. They both sat together with their hands tied behind their backs. When the 4 men stared at the 2 with malicious eyes, the 2 women naturally knew what they wanted to do. One of them was afraid. "Sister Shunbing, they are not from our beach. I have never seen them on the beach before. Well, these people are all injured, and their eyes reveal a strong sense of hostility. We may be in big trouble. We must quickly find a way to escape from here." Shun Bing observed the surrounding environment and the conditions of the 6 people calmly. Yes, the 2 girls were Shun Bing and Leah, who got separated after leaving the beach. The 2 of them originally wanted to go to Hubo to find some food and wash off the dirt on their bodies. But soon after leaving the lake, they ran into these 6 ferocious men. They were none other than Sun Chong and the other 6 people who had been taught a lesson by Lu Chi. When the 6 people saw Shun Bing and Leah, their eyes widened. Even a guy with a broken collarbone felt that his pain was reduced by half. But because we're not sure whether these 2 women have other companions nearby. So at the beginning, Sun Chong politely asked the 2 girls and politely asked them to join their team. But when Shin Bing declined his request, several people's faces changed immediately. The 2 girls wanted to escape when they saw the situation was not good. However, how could they, who had not had a full meal for several days, outrun Sun Chong and his men? He was caught by Sun Chong before he ran more than 10 meters. Then they tied up the 2 women forcibly. Shin Bing immediately resisted, shouted for help, and sternly warned them that her companions were nearby. That's why they didn't touch Shan Bing and the other person when they tied them up. However, at this time, night has come, Except for the two people lying there seriously injured, the gazes of the other four were becoming more and more aggressive. Shunbing also sensed the danger coming. My thoughts were racing, thinking about ways to escape. And at this moment, Lucci had also quietly arrived nearby. In the light of the fire, when he saw the person in front of him clearly, he was also shocked. Why are these 6 bastards here again? Hey, Shunbing, Leah. How could it be them? Why did these 2 women leave the beach? And how did they fall into the hands of these people? Seeing the scene before him, Lucci knew that Shunbing and Liu would definitely not be able to escape. But what can I do now? If I try to rescue him by myself, wouldn't that be courting death? If they were left alone, they would both be in great danger. What should I do? Hey, I haven't found Kim Hyunju yet, and yet something like this happens again. Lucci clenched his fists and thought about how to solve the problem. In front of the fire, Sun Chong looked at Shunbing and Leah from time to time. At this time, a man next to him said, Brother Chong, these 2 women said they had companions nearby. But up until now, we haven't seen anyone come to look for them. Do you think these women are lying to us? That's right. If there really were companions, they would have come out to look for them long ago. I thought I could get some supplies, but after waiting for so long, I didn't even get a hair. Sun Chong listened to the 2 people beside him, but did not say anything. In fact, he was also thinking about grabbing more things. But now his mind has begun to change. Now he is no longer thinking about material things, but the 2 beauties in front of him. Seeing Sun Chong staring at the 2 women like lambs, the 2 men naturally knew what was going on in Sun Chong's mind. One person continued, Brother Chong, don't hold it in if you want to. It's so late, and there's no one else here. If you don't want the brothers to watch the battle, take one out and finish the work before coming back. If they really have companions, if there are few people, leave the supplies with us. If there are many people, we can just give them some food. Hee hee. That's right, Brother Chong. The brothers are toasting to you. You pick the first one. I'll take the remaining one. Anyway, I won't think too much about it now. I just want to live a comfortable life here. When Sun Chong heard what the 2 said, his face changed, and he said to them in a loud voice, Do you really think you can do whatever you want on this island? Look at us now. Who doesn't want a woman? Don't you want a woman who is willing to follow you? If you have to use such coercive means, what will happen even if you get her now? Will they be devoted to you and never leave you? After hearing this, the 2 of them were instantly like being poured with a bucket of cold water, and they sobered up a lot. I also gained some new insights into this guy Sun Chong. Shunbing and the other person, who had never looked at Sun Chong directly, turned their heads and looked at Sun Chong at the same time. I have to say that Sun Chong's words just now did make Shunbing feel a little surprised. People always say that you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. But the bastard who tied her up suddenly said something like this, which really made Shunbing helpless. When she looked at Sun Chong, she was wondering in her heart whether this guy kidnapped them both for money or for sex. But when the 2 girls looked at Sun Chong also noticed their eyes. So I said, As long as you 2 are obedient, we won't hurt you. You won't even have to worry about food and drink in the future. We 2 brothers are not well educated, and we can't speak nice words, so don't be afraid. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the 2 women. Seeing Sun Chong coming, Leah was frightened and kept moving back. Shunbing remained seated, watching Sun Chong approach. Seeing this, Sun Chong ignored Leah and walked to Shunbing, squatted down, and helped her untie the rope on her hands. He looked at Shunbing and said, You can rest now. As for your friend, if she is really too sleepy, you can help her untie the rope. After saying that, Sun Chong returned to his seat and sat down. Shunbing had no idea what Sun Chong's purpose was. The 2 people beside Sun Chong were also a little puzzled, but they were learning Sun Chong's methods of controlling women. Chapter 51, Tacit Cooperation. Brother Chong, if this happens, will they run away? Meeting. Then you still. For a woman to run in the forest at this late hour, do you think she can survive until the next day? Sun Chong did not hide his true feelings when he said this, but shouted loudly. He was talking to the people around him, and also to Shunbing and the other 2. At this moment, although Shunbing could not make an accurate judgment on Sun Chong's behavior, but she didn't believe what Sun Chong said just now. He gave up his guard against the 2 of them so easily. If he wasn't trying to trick a 3-year-old child, then he had the IQ of a 3-year-old child. The latter is obviously not. But there is one thing she is clear about. That is, this is definitely not a safe place. Even though the 2 of them are not in danger of their lives now, potential danger and harm to them may occur at any time. After figuring this out, Shun Bing comforted Leah. The two of them talked quietly. Shun Bing did not hide anything and directly untied the rope tied around Leah's hands. Because she knew that if Sun Chong was worried, he would not untie her, let alone say such things. After a while, after learning about Shun Bing's plan, Leah was no longer afraid. She sat obediently with Shun Bing and cooperated with Shun Bing's every word and action, because only by letting these people relax their guard can they have a chance to escape. Otherwise, facing the surveillance of several men, even if you make careful plans, you will not be able to run far and will be caught. At that time, there will be no trust as there is now. You all escaped from the cruise ship too? Shun Bing looked at Sun Chong and asked. The reason why she asked these questions was very simple, just to gain a little more trust. Of course, don't you? So how many of the lifeboats you have seen land on the beach of this island? 3, right? At least that was the number on the beach we were on before. But seeing how unfamiliar you are, I should say 4 now, because you must have gotten off another lifeboat. Humph, you're quite an interesting person, but you're really thoughtful. No wonder you're the boss of these perverts. When Shun Bing said this, Sun Chong was first a little surprised by Shun Bing's boldness, and then he felt very comfortable with Shun Bing's words. However, the two people beside Sun Chong immediately widened their eyes and said, "You stinky woman, do you know how to talk? What's wrong with us? If you dare to say that to me again, I will kill you tonight." However, Shun Bing ignored his threats. Instead, he continued to say to Sun Chong, "The guests who can get on that cruise ship are either rich or noble, or they are people with ability, strength, and power. Seeing that you have a group of younger brothers now, I guess you must be at least a powerful person. I never thought that you would take a fancy to us sisters." Having said that, Shun Bing observed Sun Chong without showing any expression and saw a hint of satisfaction on Sun Chong's face. Who doesn't like to hear such praise? Sun Chong used to be a servile person, but now he is praised by others like this, and the person who praises him is a beauty, which makes him feel very happy. He also felt a little proud of his previous decision on his attitude towards the two women. When the two people beside him heard Shun Bing say this, they looked at Sun Chong with admiration. Their jaws almost dropped. Only exclaimed in my heart, "Brother Chong is really good. With just these 2 simple moves, this woman is full of praise for him and is completely infatuated with him. Isn't this much better than the 2 of us who always try to force our way through? No, I have to learn it myself, and I have to learn it well." Just when Shun Bing and Sun Chong were chatting enthusiastically. At this time, Leah said with a tangled expression, "Sister Shun Bing, my stomach hurts so much. I feel so uncomfortable. I want to go to the toilet." Her voice was not small, and Sun Chong and others could hear it clearly. Hearing this, Shun Bing replied directly, "Then go ahead. Come back soon." Leah didn't expect that Sister Shun Bing would be so decisive. She was taking it too lightly. Didn't she agree to let her cooperate in escaping together? How can I let myself go alone? But, Sister Shun Bing, I'm scared alone. Can you accompany me? Faced with Leah's wonderful cooperation, Shun Bing was overjoyed. This girl is so good and talented. But she still didn't agree in time, but looked at Sun Chong. "Brother Chong, can I go with her to relieve herself? I was tied up by you before, and I have actually wanted to relieve myself for a long time. It's so dark, I won't take her far out. Just the bushes in front will do." After that, she waited for Sun Chong's decision. At this time, Sun Chong also calmed down. It was not that he was worried, but he suddenly felt very worried. But in order to show his generosity, he did not stand up, but gestured to the man next to him. "Xiao Chun, you go with them and keep an eye on them for their safety." Upon hearing what Sun Chong said, the man named Chun beside him immediately understood and replied, "Brother Chong, rest assured, I'll take care of this little thing. I'll definitely keep them safe." Seeing this, Shun Bing thought, "This Sun Chong is really an old fox. He doesn't want to lose face, but he can monitor me. It seems that I am still naive." But she had to get up now, so she helped Leah up, and the 2 of them walked in front. When the man surnamed Chun was about to catch up, Sun Chong said, "Wait, Xiao Chun, take this and come back in 20 minutes. Don't be too far away from them." As he said this, he threw a wooden stick beside him to Xiao Chun. "Understood, Brother Chong." After taking the wooden stick thrown by Sun Chong, he followed the 2 women. Good opportunity. Far away. When Lu Chi saw this scene, I suddenly felt happy in my heart, as I was just wondering how to start. Isn't this the best opportunity? Shinbing took Leah and told her, "Remember to run faster and don't separate. As long as we run out of their sight, it will be difficult for them to catch us in this dark night, even if they want to chase us." "Sister Shinbing, this guy is following us. What should he do?" "I have a solution. You just need to follow my orders and run." "Yes, I understand, Sister Shunbing." Seeing the two of them whispering in front of him, Xiao Chun yelled angrily, "What are you talking about? Hurry up. Don't delay me from going back to rest." Hearing this, Shinbing quickly turned around and said, "Brother, just move forward a little bit. Don't be mean to us. My sister has diarrhea. We can't get too close to them." "Stop talking so much. I won't fall for it." After walking nearly 10 meters, Xiao Chun said, "Okay, here it is. Come on, don't play any tricks." Shinbing took a look and realized that he had only walked less than 20 meters. Moreover, the area was too flat and there was not much grass to cover his body. So she bravely replied, "Can you learn from Brother Chong's generosity? Look at how many blades of grass there are here. Can they cover our shame? Or have you never seen a woman using the toilet in your life? Pervert brother." You, in the distance, because Shun Bing did not lower her voice and it was night, even by the fire 20 meters away, Sun Chong and others laughed out loud when they heard this. Hearing his elder brother and brothers making fun of him, Xiao Chen also wanted to get angry. But when the words came to his lips, he forced them back. "I had to add a sentence viciously. I won't bother with you, woman, but if you dare to irritate me like this again, you'll be in trouble tonight. Hurry up." Chapter 52, A Deep Hug. After walking more than 10 meters, Shun Bing and Leah had to stop on the spot due to the threat from the man named Chun. Walk towards the grass and trees nearby. However, what they didn't know was that a pair of eyes were staring at them from behind the bushes next to them. When the two girls walked behind the bushes, Shun Bing saw that the man was still staring at them. At the moment, he didn't care whether it would anger the other party or not, and directly said, "We're gonna poop, bro. Are you still going to watch?" After saying that, both girls were prepared for the guy to lose his temper. However, the man did not do that this time. Instead, he glared at Shin Bing and turned away tactfully. Shin Bing and Leah looked at each other, walked to the bushes behind, and pretended to squat down. However, at this moment, Lu Chi suddenly appeared behind them. He quickly covered the two girls' mouths with his hands, hugged them tightly, and whispered in their ears, "Shen Bing, Leah, I'm El Uchi." Lu Chi's action was so unexpected that it scared the two girls out of their wits, but his words brought them back to their senses. This extreme stimulation made the two girls so excited that their bodies trembled slightly. But Lu Chi didn't dare to be careless at this time, and whispered, "You two have to cooperate and steady the guy in front of you. I'll knock him out, then I'll take you away." Seeing that it was Lu Chi, whom they had been looking for a long time, suddenly appeared like a ghost. The shock and surprise on the two girls' faces could not dissipate for a long time. His eyes were full of disbelief, but then turned into an ecstatic look. At the same time, nodded repeatedly. After confirming that the two recognized him, Lu Chi gently let them go without waiting for them to calm down. Then he looked at the man from the side and approached him. Seeing this, Shun Bing quickly suppressed the shock and surprise in her heart, watching Lu Chi moving quietly. However, the man Xiao Chun seemed to have a premonition that something was wrong, because after Shin Bing and Leah squatted down, no sound was heard. Just as he was about to turn around, Shun Bing's voice came out. "Leah, hurry up. I'll go out and wait for you." Hearing this, the man surnamed Chun did not turn around, and Shin Bing walked towards him. But when she walked past Lu Chi, she gave him a look and a gesture. Although Lu Chi was puzzled by this woman's actions, he knew that Shun Bing had just resolved the crisis. After seeing Shun Bing's actions, Lu Chi instantly understood her intention. At this time, Leah, behind him, also acted out her fake act and made a sound of urination. Now the man was even more certain that nothing bad had happened. At this time, Shun Bing had returned to his side and deliberately stood in front of him to attract his attention. "How did you finish so quickly?" When Xiao Qin saw Shin Bing standing in front of him, he stared at Shin Bing and asked rudely, "Why, does it take a long time to pee? Then your sister won't come over yet?" Shin Bing glared at him at first, then responded unceremoniously, "Your diarrhea will be gone in a minute or two." Forehead. Xiao Chun was speechless for a moment, but he was still very unconvinced by Shin Bing's unfriendly response. He looked at Shun Bing viciously, and this was exactly what Shin Bing wanted. In order to protect Lu Chi, fearing that he might make some small noise, Shin Bing actually hummed a song under the gaze of Xiao Chun. Let me slowly approach you. Let me slowly approach you. Stretch out your hands, and you still have me. Give you my fantasy and my blessing. The sunshine of life is the warmest. Let me. Seeing that Shin Bing was so bold, not only did she not have the intention of sneaking away, but she also dared to hum the song in front of him so calmly. At this moment, this Xiao Chun man really looked at Shun Bing with a new eye. However, just as he reached out to do something to Shin Bing suddenly said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" This question went straight to the depths of the man's soul and stopped him from making any impolite moves. Behind the bushes, Leah looked at Lu Qi, who had quietly come behind the man. She saw that he was less than 1 meter away from the man and was holding a stone high in his hand. "Why are you asking this? Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" Looking at Shin Bing, the man said with a smile. But he heard the answer he had been waiting for all his life. "If you really don't have a girlfriend, of course, I'd be willing." Boom! The sound of hitting watermelon was heard. The man, surnamed Chen, instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Lu Qi appeared in front of Shin Bing. He looked like a hero. He was holding a round stone in his hand, and the stone just hit the back of Chen's head. When the stone hit him, Lu Qi felt like he was not a human being. He was too cruel, but there was no other way. What if he was too gentle and failed to knock him out? Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? So in this case, Lu Qi would not hesitate. "Hurry, follow me." Looking at Shin Bing in front of him, Lu Qigong spoke softly, but what he received was a deep hug from Shin Bing. When the delicate body threw itself into his arms, Lu Qi didn't understand what was going on and just thought that she was frightened. After all, as a woman, encountering such a person and such a thing, she would definitely be quite frightened. So Lu Qi hugged her gently and comforted her. Okay, don't be afraid. I'll take you away from here now." In fact, when Shin Bing saw Lu Qi, her strong heart instantly became fragile. In her mind, the words, "If you don't have a girlfriend, of course I would agree," were meant for Lu Qi to hear. It's a pity that Lu Qi couldn't understand her play at all. After a few breaths, Shin Bing let go of Lu Qi, and then took Liu with her, and the three of them hurried away. However, Sun Chong and others soon discovered something was wrong. 10 minutes passed. When Sun Chong and his companions found the unconscious man named Chun, Lu Qi and Shin Binglia had already run far away. In the darkness, they could not chase them at all, which was the result Lu Qi had expected. But soon, Lu Qi found out that he was too naive, because in the distance behind him, 2 strong lights soon appeared, shining towards them and the surrounding areas. "Oh no, it's a flashlight, hide quickly." As soon as the 3 of them hid, the flashlight shone past them. "They actually have 2 flashlights?" Lu Qi was shocked. At this moment, Shun Bing also saw that Lu Qi was holding a flashlight in his hand, but he hadn't turned it on yet. "You have it too?" Shin Bing asked, puzzled. "Yes, such a strong light should be from the supplies on the lifeboat. The flashlights they hold are the same as mine. I originally thought that we could open it and use it if we move away from it, but now it seems that I thought too much. Once we open it, they will be able to find us directly." "Lu Qi, Sister Shun Bing, since they know the direction we're running in, why don't we hide first and run in the opposite direction after they pass by?" "That's a good idea." So the 3 of them found a secluded place and hid there. Chapter 53, Outspoken. 3 or 4 minutes later, the flashlight in the distance came towards them. 3 people, led by Sun Chong, walked and cursed. "Damn it, if I catch these 2 women this time, I will strip them naked and teach them a lesson." "That's right, Brother Chong. You trusted them so much that you untied them so that they could have a good rest, but they actually dared to play tricks and even knock Xiao Chun unconscious. Damn it." But only Sun Chong remained silent and rushed to the front with a flashlight. The 3 of them were in a hurry. The strong light of the flashlight was searching the ground ahead, and soon they went around the path next to them. "Go! Be careful!" At this time, Lu Qi hurriedly took the 2 women away and fled towards the lake. This time, their escape direction did not arouse suspicion from Sun Chong and others, because they would never have thought that 2 women would be so brave as to turn back and flee in another direction. After a long time, the 3 of them finally escaped to the vicinity of the lake, and then stopped. Shun Bing and Leah were so tired that they could not walk anymore. It was not easy for the 2 girls to stay in the forest until now, after leaving the beach. Lu Qi couldn't even imagine what kind of food they would find in the forest to fill their stomachs. At this time, they were far away from danger, and Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Being near the lake, Lu Qi was familiar with the surrounding environment. The night light around the lake was also brighter than that in the forest. Let's just stop here. It should be safe here. Hearing this, Shen Bing and Leah also sat down, ready to take a good rest. But their eyes were always on Lu Qi, never leaving him for a moment. Lu Qi kept observing his surroundings and was also surprised by the sudden appearance of the two women here. So when he saw that their breathing had calmed down, he asked, "Why are you two here? When did you leave the beach?" "Us." Shen Bing hesitated to speak, but Leah beside her suddenly became sad and cried while speaking. "Woo woo woo. Lu Qi, we have been looking for you so hard. Since you left, Sure Hao and his gang have really been, just as you expected, lazy and greedy, and they have formed cliques. They abuse their power for personal gain and even target those who have the ability to get food, trying to use their strength to conquer those people who are willing to give for them. And every time, they take away the fruits of others' labor." Woo woo. Listening to Leah's story, Lu Qi was a little angry. "We fled the beach with those people who were bullied by them. When we left, they stole some survival tools. So that night, after we left, Sure Hao led his men to chase us all the way. In the end, we were caught by them and almost lost our lives. It was during the fight that we got separated from the others. I'm so grateful that Sister Shinbing took care of me along the way. Otherwise, I would have fainted from hunger several times." Listening to Leah talking about their experiences, Lu Qi also felt distressed. He really didn't know how they had been able to endure these hard times recently. Gulp, gulp. As she was talking, Leah's stomach started growling with hunger. It was obvious that she was starving. Lu Qi quickly took off his backpack to check, but found that the bacon inside was gone. "I only found a small half bottle of drinking water and hurriedly handed it to Leah. Leah said thank you, took the water and drank a few sips. Wow, this water tastes so good. Sister Shinbing, come and try it." Shinbing took the water bottle and took a few sips, and the bottle was empty. "Lu Qi, why are you there so late?" Although Shinbing had been trying hard to find Lu Qi's whereabouts, when Lu Qi appeared in front of her, Shinbing still couldn't believe that this was actually happening, and he would be able to successfully rescue the two of them as soon as he arrived. "I got separated from a friend during the day, and I was looking for him. I happened to pass by there and saw you two tied up and sitting by the fire. When I was worrying about how to rescue you, I saw you two and that man walking out. Lu Qi, we finally found you. Sister Shun Bing has been thinking about you and talking about you ever since you left the beach." "Thinking about me, missing me?" Hearing Leah suddenly say this, Shin Bing looked at Leah reproachfully, blaming her for being too talkative. Lu Qi looked at Shin Bing with a questioning look on his face. Seeing Lu Qi's gaze, Shun Bing lowered her head shyly and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Don't listen to her nonsense." It would have been fine if he hadn't explained it. Once he had explained it, Lu Qi immediately recalled. "At that time, Shin Bing came out personally to stop me. Could it be that she was not worried that I couldn't protect myself if I left the beach, but that she liked me?" When Lu Qi was recalling the scene at that time, Leah continued, "Of course, Sister Shun Bing said that you are capable and upright. You also have good medical skills and more." Leah stood up and sat next to Lu Qi, whispering in his ear. This scene made Shin Bing anxious and shy, worried that this guy would speak without restraint and say something he shouldn't. You know, ever since she and Leah left the beach, she has really treated her as a sister. After spending so many days together, they naturally shared many thoughts and secrets with each other. "Leah, what are you talking about? Come here." Shin Bing was talking about Leah, but her eyes were observing Lu Qi. She just wanted to find some clues from Lu Qi's expression. However, after hearing the secret told by Leah, Lu Qi couldn't help but laugh. This made Shin Bing, the beautiful lady, confused. When had she ever told Leah anything funny? It seemed like she hadn't. Then he saw Lu Qi looking at him at the same time. That means that the secret that Leah told Lu Qi must be related to herself. After confirming this, she finally couldn't stand the secret behavior of the two in front of her and angrily said to Leah, "What on earth are you trying to slander me for? I'm going to punish you." As she spoke, she stood up and walked towards Leah. "Lu Qi, everything I said is true. You can't fail to protect me. I'm sharing my life with you." As she was talking, Shun Bing had gently grabbed one of Leah's ears. "Ouch. Sister Shin Bing, what are you doing? I didn't say anything bad about you. Is it Lu Qi?" Seeing this, Leah hurriedly asked Lu Qi for help. "Stop playing dumb with me, you bastard. I didn't say anything that Lu Chi would laugh at me. Tell me, what bad things did you say about me? Lu Chi, Lu Chi. Leah grabbed Lu Chi's hand and hurriedly called for help. Seeing this, Lu Chi had no choice but to help her out. Chapter 54, Desperate Resistance. Okay, Leah didn't say anything to you, but I still feel a little unsafe here. We should keep our voices down. Hearing this, Shunbing finally let go of Leah. However, Leah hurriedly turned to the other side of Lu Chi, took Lu Chi's arm, and stuck out her tongue at Shunbing. Sister Shinbing, I don't have to be afraid tonight. Finally, there's a man who can protect me. Shinbing, this girl is definitely doing this on purpose. She is just making fun of herself. Otherwise, how could she say something that was the same as what she was thinking? She must have guessed it after I told her some private things about Lu Chi. Ahem. Okay. Both of you stop messing around for now. The two girls saw that Lu Chi looked serious and had a hint of worry on his face. Only then did they remember what Lu Chi had said just now, that he stayed until dark in order to look for a friend. He immediately put away his smile and asked earnestly and curiously, "Is the person you are looking for a man or a woman? What is she wearing? What is her name?" After Lu Chi explained the general situation to the two girls, Shun Bing and Leah finally understood. No wonder the 6 people who tied me up looked like that. Each of them looked like they had a boil on their head. They really deserved it. Lu Chi, you were so awesome. You were able to fool the 6 of them all by yourself. You even beat them like pigs. It's so satisfying. Facing the two girls' words, Lu Chi had a calm face. He was thinking about going out to look for them again. If he continued to take them with him, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. But after hearing what Leah had just said to them, he couldn't leave the two girls here. As if she could see what Lu Chi was worried about, Shin Bing said bluntly, "You are worried about the safety of me and Leah. It's okay. We can take care of ourselves. We have been through so many days. We are used to it. You go first. Thank you for saving us." That's right. Sister Shinbing is right. Lu Chi, you should go find your friends first. We will take care of ourselves. Thank you for saving us. When Lu Chi heard what the two women said, he felt very relieved. Of course, he couldn't just leave them in the dark night. Let's go. Follow me to a place where I can fill your stomachs first. Is there anything to eat? When Lu Chi suddenly said this, the two girls looked at each other, not wanting to believe if they had heard it wrong. Really, Lu Chi, do you really have food for us? Leah asked Lu Chi with a questioning and expectant look. Seeing Leah's expression, Lu Chi naturally would not joke with them. Replied seriously, "Of course it's true. Come with me." Seeing Lu Chi take the lead, the two women looked at each other from behind with disbelief in their eyes. You know, the life they have been living recently is the most miserable and pitiful in their lives. It's like they are hovering on the edge of life and death. From the past life of fine clothes and delicious food, all of a sudden, it became a life of desperate struggle, where the sky was used as a blanket and the ground was pawn shop, with one meal, starved for 3. And now, Lu Chi's words can save the two from danger and life and death. Who wouldn't be excited? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow me. Lu Chi turned around and saw that the two girls were not catching up, so he quickly reminded them. The two girls came to their senses and replied excitedly, Okay. Then he happily followed Lu Chi. By the lake. At this time, the lonely and helpless Kim Hyunju was hiding in a groove in a rock, crying. As the night grew darker, the former rich girl was now like an unwanted orphan, abandoned here. Wait for the arrival of death. Woo-woo, brother, Lu Chi-woo. But no matter how she cried, all she got in response was the silence of the night and the howling of terrifying wild beasts in the distance. Therefore, she did not dare to cry loudly or make too much noise. She thought that she could spend the night here safely, but the animals that came out to look for food at night did not want her to stay here without any worries until dawn. If she could spend the night here safely, wouldn't that be the greatest humiliation for these nocturnal animals? Ouch! In the distance, suddenly the howl of a sea wolf pierced the night sky. In an instant, Kim Hyunju felt like her heart was about to jump out. It was because she had such a deep impression of those beasts that she and her brother Jean K.I.'s had encountered sea wolves 2 or 3 times after leaving the crowd, but they had suffered losses every time, and now her brother couldn't get off the ground or walk because of the bite of the sea wolf. If Lu Chi hadn't appeared in time, they might have become the meal of the sea wolf. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Kim Hyunju was asked 3 questions in a row, and she was obviously extremely panicked at this moment. Without any weapons, she could only grab 2 stones beside her and hold them tightly in her hands. Ouch! Ouch! The howling of sea wolves was getting closer, and it seemed that there were more than just 1 or 2 of them. Perhaps knowing that she couldn't escape, Kim Hyun-ju was ready to fight to the death. Because sea wolves have a very strong sense of smell, her scent must have been discovered by them long ago. But they did not rush over directly because she has not yet taken the initiative to expose her specific location. Only at this moment did she realize her mistake, which was that she did not listen to Lu Qi and should not have gone back to pick up the useless flowers in her hand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put myself in such a dangerous situation now. Suddenly, there was a distinct noise about 10 meters away from where she was. Jin Xianju looked over and her breath stagnated, and she found that it was the figure of a sea wolf. This is bad. Kim Hyun-ju was extremely nervous. Her heart beat rapidly, and it seemed like it was about to jump out. But at this moment, she also knew that she had to be strong in order to force back the sea wolf. Although I didn't see any companions from it just now, I must not wait for it to get too close. So she picked up 2 stones on the ground, roared, and rushed out of the stone trough. "Ah, bastard, get out of here!" As she spoke, she threw the stone in her hand towards the sea wolf. Bang, bang, bang. There were several crisp sounds in succession, and, as expected, it did not hit the target but was thrown to the ground next to the sea wolf, making several crashing sounds. Although the stone did not hit the sea wolf, it gave it a fright, and it instinctively took a few steps back. Then, just as he stopped, Kim Hyun-ju threw the second stone at him. As expected, it did not hit the target, but fell on the rocky shore and bumped a few times. At this moment, behind the sea wolf, another sea wolf jumped out from some bushes. As soon as the sea wolf appeared, it bared its teeth at Kim Hyun-ju, and also frightened Kim Hyun-ju so much that she started to cry. "Don't come over here! Don't come over here!" Perhaps it was because Jin Xianju picked up the wooden stick on the ground while roaring, and this wooden stick was the self-defense stick that Lu Qi prepared for her during the day. The 2 sea wolves did not dare to attack rashly after seeing Kim Hyun-ju pick up the stick. After all, when they saw the 2-legged beasts, they were actually still afraid in their hearts, because they had not seen many humans on this island before. Brothers and sisters, please remember to give me a free follow-up and do the data. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 55. Kim Hyun-ju is lost. However, the appearance of this 2-legged beast now aroused their interest because they instinctively sensed her fear. Judging from the body movements of the 2 sea wolves, they should be communicating. A moment later, 2 sea wolves were seen groaning, separating to the left and right, and circling towards the 2 sides of Kim Hyun-ju. Seeing this, Kim Hyun-ju began to swing the stick in her hand, and the sea wolf retreated a few steps but continued to wander around. Perhaps he was afraid of Kim Hyun-ju's height, or perhaps he was afraid of the stick in her hand. The 2 sea wolves did not show any signs of attacking, but kept wandering around. After a long time, until the 3rd sea wolf appeared, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. At first, Kim Hyun-ju didn't understand why the 2 sea wolves were just wandering around her, but not attacking her. Now, she finally understood that they were waiting for reinforcements. When the 3rd sea wolf appeared, the previous sea wolf lowered its head and approached Kim Hyun-ju. Seeing the sea wolf coming from the right, Jin Xianju swung the stick and took a few steps towards the sea wolf, while waving the stick in his hand and shouting loudly. "Asshole, get out of here! Do you really think I'm easy to bully? If you dare to come forward again, I'll fight you." On the brink of survival, Kim Hyun-ju suppressed the fear in her heart and erupted in a different kind of anger. The sea wolf that wanted to move forward suddenly stopped and stared at Kim Hyun-ju fiercely, still testing her with his teeth bared. Seeing that Jin Xianju neither retreated nor showed fear, it twisted its head slightly. At this time, the other 2 sea wolves seemed to have received some kind of signal and came forward at the same time. "Father, brother, Lu Qi, Sister Xiaorong, please take care of yourselves." Seeing the 3 sea wolves surrounding and besieging her, Kim Hyun-ju's heart went cold. She silently said goodbye to the person she was worried about at the moment, then tightly grasped the wooden stick in her hand, ready for the final fight to the death. In the moonlit night, the eyes of the 3 sea wolves stared at Kim Hyun-ju like the god of death, emitting a creepy cold fluorescence. Sure enough, just as the 3 sea wolves were ready to pounce on their prey, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, a strong light shone from more than 10 meters behind them, which was extremely dazzling. The 3 sea wolves, and Kim Hyunju are all illuminated clearly. The moment Kim Hyunju saw the strong light coming, she saw a white blur in front of her eyes, which was extremely dazzling, and she quickly put her hands in front of her eyes to block it. But in her heart, she was ecstatic because she knew that this was a human product and someone had come. The moment the dazzling light appeared, the three sea wolves immediately tucked the big wolf's tail between their hind legs and turned to look behind them. In the bright light, a bang was heard. Then a sharp arrow whizzed out along the light and shot towards one of the sea wolves. Almost at the same time, a wolf howled, "Uh-oh!" The other two sea wolves turned around and ran away, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The bright light moved quickly, shining on the screaming sea wolf. I saw that the arrow was inserted horizontally into the waist of the sea wolf, and the blood of the sea wolf was dripping from the arrowhead along the arrow body. The sea wolf's eyes also revealed fear and pain. Hit, shot Lucci. Ha ha, you're so awesome. In the darkness, Leah happily held Shun Bing's hand. Shun Bing, holding a high-intensity flashlight, looked at Lucci and said excitedly. But when she turned around, she saw Lucci took out an arrow, drew the bow, and aimed the arrow at the suffering sea wolf on the ground in front of him. But just as he was about to let go and shoot the second arrow, he saw the sea wolf running towards the forest with the arrow piercing its body. Seeing this, Lucci put away the second arrow, picked up the flashlight in Shun Bing's hand, and looked in the direction where the sea wolf escaped. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly trotted towards the lakeshore. Kim Hyunju on the shore saw her savior running towards her with a flashlight. Only then did she let go of all the fear in her heart. For a moment, she felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, until that person ran up to her and called out her name. Kim Hyunjo. It's really you, haha. Ha. I finally found you, Sister Hyunju. Lucci. You are Brother Lucci. It's me, Sister Hyunju. With a cry, Kim Hyunju fell to the ground on the rocky shore, crying loudly. Before Shin Bing and Leah could go there, they heard a girl's heart-wrenching cry suddenly coming from the lake. That voice, full of vented emotions and extreme grievance, made the two women feel the same way. It seemed that the crying also expressed the suffering they had endured in their hearts for many days. Lucci hurriedly stepped forward and helped Jean Xianju up. Woo, Brother Lucci. Wow. As soon as she was helped up by Lucci, Jean Xianju snuggled into Lucci's arms, wrapped her arms around his waist, and hugged him tightly, and then cried even more sadly. She couldn't even finish a sentence. Lucci also tactfully turned off the light in his hand. Under the moonlight, Shun Bing and Leah only saw a slender woman hugging Lucci tightly. But knowing what she had just experienced, although he was jealous, he still did not go up to disturb them. After a long time, seeing that Jean Xianju in his arms had calmed down a lot, Lucci patted her back gently and said, Sister Xianju, don't cry. You are safe now. Everything is fine. Brother Lucci will avenge you now. After hearing Lucci's words, Jean Xianju did not let go immediately, but waited for a moment before letting go of Lucci. She lowered her head, not wanting Lucci to see her crying. He lowered his head to tidy himself up, then slowly raised his head. Looking at Kim Hyunju in front of him, Lucci's eyes lit up. He had never seen a woman who was more beautiful and charming after crying than before crying. It's absolutely beautiful. For a moment, I didn't know what words to use to describe it, and suddenly a poem popped in my mind. The lotus in the pond after the rain. The fragrance is soft in the evening when the wind stops. How could a fairy from heaven come to the mortal world? Brother Lucci, how did you find this place? After wiping away her tears, Jean Xianju looked at Lucci and asked, How did you get here? Do you know that I have run almost all the roads I've walked during the day? Me? I'm lost. In response to Jean Xianju's question, Lucci asked back unhappily, and there was obviously a hint of resentment in his tone when he asked this question. Jean Xianju naturally heard it. She didn't explain too much, just said something timidly, then turned around and picked up the bunch of flowers from the ground behind her, which were already a little withered. Isn't this the bunch of flowers you picked this afternoon? Did you get lost while looking for these flowers? Jean Xianju lowered her head and said nothing. Lucci now understood the general reason of the matter and couldn't help but sigh softly. Hey, you little girl, do you know how dangerous the situation just now was? As he spoke, Lucci took a step forward and gently held Jean Xianju in his arms. Facing Lu Qi's active hug, Jin Xianju felt extremely happy at the moment, as if the big hands holding her were like angels' wings. All the bad emotions in Kim Hyunju's heart disappeared in an instant. Sister Xianju, come here, I will introduce two friends to you. Hearing this, Jin Xianju quickly came to her senses. Friends? When she heard that Lu Qi brought two friends with him, she hurriedly asked, Brother Lu Qi, what friends? So, Lu Qi waved towards the distance and said, Shun Bing, Leah, come here. In the darkness of the night, Shun Bing saw Lu Qi waving to the two of them, and after hearing Lu Qi's call, she pulled Leah and walked towards the two people on the shore. Seeing two women walking hand in hand, Kim Hyunju seemed a little flustered. She never expected that there was someone else. Didn't the two of them see all my actions just now? Oh my, this is so embarrassing. Brother Lu Qi, why didn't you tell me earlier that there was someone? You made me look bad in front of others. Although Kim Hyunju knew that it was nighttime and that no one could see her crying from a distance, she still felt very embarrassed, and her face was blushing. When Shun Bing and Leah approached in the night, Jin Xianju could see clearly that the friends Lu Qi brought were also two beautiful women. Chapter 56, Roasting the Wolf at Night. In order to hide her embarrassment, Kim Hyunju took the initiative to say hello. I thought they would laugh at me, even if not in words, then in expressions. But what she never expected was that, as soon as the two girls came up to him, they actually took the initiative to give him a warm hug. Sister, my name is Shunbing. You were really brave just now when you faced 3 sea wolves alone. Shunbing gently patted Jin Xianju on the back to express her appreciation for her bravery. Leah also hugged Jin Xianju and said, Sister, my name is Leah. You are so awesome. It's okay now. Don't be afraid anymore. Kim Hyunju's heart, which had just been healed by Lu Qi, was melted again by the two girls' warm actions, and her eyes were filled with tears again. At this time, Shun Bing and Leah were also amazed at Kim Hyunju's beauty. She was simply a tearful beauty. She looks so pretty even when she cries. No wonder Lu Qi held her for so long before letting her go. After the 3 girls met and got to know each other, Lu Qi hurriedly said, Let's go. Sister Xianju, I'll take you to get revenge. Hearing this, the 3 girls turned to look at Lu Qi. None of them understood what he meant. Seeing the 3 girls looking at him like this, Lu Qi explained, I shot that sea wolf. It will definitely not survive. We must chase it. It will be a big meal, at least enough for us to eat for 2 or 3 days. Hearing this, among the 3 women, only Shin Bing nodded immediately and said, Lu Qi is right. If we can find and kill that guy, we can fill our stomachs for a few days and won't have to starve. Seeing the 2 women nodded, Lu Qi did not delay any longer. He first took a piece of cloth to cover the head of the high-intensity flashlight, and then turned on the flashlight. This weakened the light source of the flashlight, reducing the probability of being discovered from a distance. Then he followed the blood trail left by the sea wolf and walked towards the forest. Lu Qi walked in front, and behind him was Shun Bing, who was holding Kim Hyunju's self-defense stick. Kim Hyunju and Leah walked side by side at the end. Following the blood trail, he walked for 300 or 400 meters, but still did not see the figure of the sea wolf. This made Lu Qi feel a little strange, because he clearly shot through the opponent's entire body with 1 arrow. Logically speaking, it should have fallen down after walking such a long way. Looking at the slightly exhausted expressions of the 3 women behind him, Lu Qi could only make a big promise to them. If we catch it later, I'll roast a whole wolf for you 3 tonight. How do you think? Hee hee. Lu Qi, I can still hold on. It's okay. Don't worry. Brother Lu Qi, you still have the energy to tease us. Jin Xianju knew that even if Lu Qi didn't shoot and couldn't find the sea wolf, he wouldn't let the 3 of them starve, so she naturally didn't worry. Shin Bing saw through Lu Qi's intentions at a glance and replied simply, Let's go. I trust your judgment. Seeing that the 3 women were in such a good mood at this time, Lu Qi naturally felt relieved and took the lead to continue moving forward. After a long time, the few people finally saw the sea wolf lying on the ground in a dense forest. Just when the 3 women saw the sea wolf lying on the ground and danced with excitement, Lu Qi stopped their excitement in time. Hearing this, Shen Bing reacted immediately. Seeing Lu Qi listening carefully to the movements around him, she also looked around vigilantly. Leah and Kim Hyunju also quickly suppressed their emotions. Brother Lu Qi, did you find something? It's Lu Qi. I finally found him. Why are you so nervous? Lu Qi did not answer the two women immediately. Instead, he quickly took off the cloth covering the flashlight and shone the strong light of the flashlight towards the surrounding forest. In an instant, 6 or 7 pairs of bright and terrifying eyes appeared under the trees dozens of meters ahead. Ah, is that a sea wolf? At this moment, the 3 women couldn't help but move closer to Lu Qi. Leah couldn't help but grab Lu Qi's clothes. Don't be nervous, just stand next to me and hold the flashlight for me. After Lu Qi finished speaking, Leah and Jin Xianju beside him hadn't reacted yet, and Shen Bing stepped forward and took it. Then Lu Qi took out another arrow from his back, drew his bow, and shot at the sea wolves dozens of meters away. After one arrow was shot, the 6 pairs of glowing eyes flashed, turned around, and ran into the depths of the forest. Lu Qi hurriedly chased after them, not because he was chasing the sea wolves, but because he was reluctant to throw away the arrow he had just shot. Shen Bing followed behind him, and after finding the sharp arrow, she asked curiously, Lu Qi, how did you know there were other sea wolves around? Hearing this, Lu Qi put away the sharp arrow, walked to Shen Bing, took the flashlight from Shen Bing's hand, and suddenly shone it from bottom to top on his face. He stared at Shen Bing with wide eyes and shouted, because sea wolves are wolves too. This sudden scene frightened Shen Bing so much that she stepped back repeatedly and sat down on the ground. Ha ha, so you're so timid. Lu Qi walked forward with a smile and stretched out his hand to pull Shen Bing up. At this time, Shen Bing was horrified, seeing Lu Qi's happy smile and the big hand he stretched out. For a moment, she couldn't control her emotions, and she grabbed Lu Qi's big hand and bit it hard. Suddenly, Lu Qi's laughter instantly turned into the howling of wolves. Hey, I was just joking with you, Miss Shun. It really hurts. Please let go. Little did she know that Shen Bing felt extremely happy at the moment, because with this bite, she vented all the thoughts, jealousy, grievances, sadness, etc. in her heart. Even when Lu Qi tried not to cry out in pain, she still didn't let go. Instead, she reduced the intensity of her bite and kept her red lips on the back of Lu Qi's hand. Lu Qi seemed to have seen through Shen Bing's thoughts. Under her strong appearance, she actually had an extremely fragile heart. After a moment, the tears that slid down Shen Bing's face dripped onto the back of Lu Qi's hand. Only then did she loosen her red lips and wiped her tears aggrievedly. Lu Qi withdrew his hand and looked at the 2 neat rows of teeth marks and the tears left on the back of his hand. I couldn't help but feel emotional. I left the village to heal the pain of losing all my loved ones, but I didn't expect that after wandering here, I would always heal the pain in other people's hearts. What a twist of fate. Hey, you know what? Your bite marks are quite artistic. Come on, we should leave here. If we don't leave now, if some other beast comes out, we won't be able to leave. As he spoke, Lu Qi reached out his hand to Shen Bing again. This time, Shen Bing did not refuse, nor did she bite Lu Qi again. After getting up, Shen Bing took Lu Qi's hand and asked in a mosquito-like voice, "Does it still hurt?" Lu Qi pretended to be serious, moved closer and asked, "What? I didn't hear you. Please explain clearly." But Shen Bing had already seen through his poor performance, but she still repeated the question, "Does it still hurt?" I didn't mean it." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Qi's expression that looked like he wanted a beating. "I knew you meant it." But which man wouldn't like such intention? But next time, remember to be gentle. If you bite harder, the precious Qilin blood on my arm won't be preserved. You bad guy. After saying that, Lu Qi walked towards the sea wolf. Shen Bing also hurried to follow. Chapter 57 finally back. We have to get out of here quickly. The smell of blood will attract many night predators. Lu Qi walked forward and spoke to the 3 women, and they knew they couldn't stay here for long, so they all nodded in agreement. So Lu Qi took out the sharp arrow stuck in the sea wolf and handed the bow and arrow to Shen Bing, then covered the flashlight with cloth again and handed it to Leah. He quickly tied up the sea wolf's limbs, and finally, with the help of the 3 women, he carried the sea wolf on his back and then set off to leave. On the way, Lu Qi told Shen Bing and Leah about the residents in the cave. After obtaining the consent of the 2 women, the group decided to rush back overnight. After all, he and Kim Hyunju had been away for so long. If they couldn't get back tonight, Nia Xiaorong and Jean Kai's who were left behind would probably be so worried that they wouldn't be able to sleep all night. 3 hours later, at this time, the fire in the cave was still not extinguished. There was a black clay pot on top of it. There was steam bubbling inside. It was the food that Nia Xiaorong had kept reheating for Lu Qi and Jin Xianju. Nia Xiaorong has not rested at all. She's been looking around and just wants to wait until Lu Qi can bring Jin Xianju back safely. In order to prevent Jin Kai's from knowing that Jin Xianju was missing, she kept her mouth shut and did not tell Jin Kai's a word about Lu Qi coming back in the afternoon. At this time, Jin Kai's also stood up and sat on the stone bed, silent. Although he still trusted Lu Qi in his heart, it was so late and the two had not returned yet. It would be a lie to say that he was not anxious. But all he could do now was to do the same as Nia Xiaorong and pray that they would all return safely. Miss Nia, I'll wait for them. Why don't you go and take a rest? Hearing this, Nia Xiaorong did not look at Jin Kai's, but shook her head directly. No, I must wait until they come back. If Lu Qi doesn't come back after tonight, I'll go out to look for him early tomorrow morning. Why? After hearing what Nia Xiaorong said, Jin Kai's didn't know what to say. He just sighed. In fact, Nia Xiaorong had been considering whether to tell Jin Kai's the truth since Lu Qi left in the afternoon. Until she heard Jin Kai's sigh, Nia Xiaorong stopped hesitating and decided to tell everything she knew. No matter what, she was willing to bear anything with Lu Qi. Jin Kai's, actually Lu Qi. Ms. Nia, what happened to Lu Qi? As the words came to her lips, Nia Xiaorong hesitated again. But Jean Kaiser, who felt something was wrong, asked back hurriedly. However, at this moment, Kim Hyunju's voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Although it seemed there was still a distance, the two people in the cave heard it clearly. Nia Xiaorong hurriedly ran out of the cave. Jean Kai's was also excited, limping out of the cave. Brother, Sister Xiaorong. From a distance, I saw Kim Hyunju was the first to run back to the cave. Hyunju, it's really Hyunju who's back. Huh, great, they're finally back. At the entrance of the cave, the two people smiled at each other, as if relieved of a heavy burden. The haze was swept away, and their mood instantly improved, revealing bright smiles. Brother, Sister Xiaorong. Kim Hyunju ran up and hugged Kim Kai's tightly, and then hugged Nia Xiaorong. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Jin Kai's gently patted his sister's back. While hugging Jin Xianju, Nia Xiaorong asked her with concern, Where have you been? Lu Qi and I are so worried. By the way, where is Lu Qi? Hearing this, Jin Xianju looked at Nia Xiaorong embarrassedly, then pointed to the back and said, They are there. Brother Lu Qi came back with his other two sisters. Looking in the direction of Jin Xianju's finger, there, indeed, there under a faint light, 3 figures were walking towards this side. 2 sisters? Who are they? Do they know Lu Qi? Nia Xiaorong asked in confusion. Sister Xiaorong, you must know them. I'll go clean up first. We're having a barbecue tonight. After saying that, Jin Xianju flashed into the cave. After a moment, in Nia Xiaorong's expectant eyes, Lu Qi finally appeared. I saw him carrying a big wolf and walking toward me like a hero. Unable to hold back her worry, Nia Xiaorong ran forward and hugged Lu Qi tightly. You guys, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. Hey, hurry up, I'm so tired. Let me put this beast down first. Behind Lu Qi, Shun Bing and Leah saw this scene and whispered in their hearts. This guy, how come he gets hugs wherever he goes? His luck with women is simply off the charts. After letting go of Lu Qi, Nia Xiaorong hurriedly looked back. She just wanted to know who the 2 women Jin Xianju was talking about were. She was a little surprised and happy when she saw this. After all, they were from the same lifeboat and had lived on the same beach for so long. Moreover, these 2 women were quite nice to her. Miss Nia, we meet again. Seeing Nia Xiaorong looking over, Shun Bing said with a friendly smile. So it's you. Haha, great. How come you guys left the beach outside too? Shun Bing was speechless when she heard this. Thinking back to the beginning, she was the one who urged the 2 to stay. Seeing this, Nia Xiaorong hurriedly asked again. Oh, look at me. You must be very tired. Come on, go in first. Let's talk inside. Shun Bing nodded to show her gratitude. She naturally understood Nia Xiaorong's kindness. So, with Nia Xiaorong's greeting, the 2 women entered the cave together. At this time, 6 people gathered in the cave. Everyone was very happy, but the happiest ones were Nia Xiaorong and Jin Hyunju. One was happy to see Lu Qi return safely. One was excited to be back safely. As soon as Lu Qi came back, he greeted Jin Kai's first, and then started to get busy. He was excited because he found Jin Xianju and got a sea wolf skin. Xun Bing and Liu were glad that they not only escaped from the criminals and found Lu Qi, but also got a place to stay and food to eat. Jin Kaiser was the happiest among the few people. He was happy that his sister had returned safely. Lu Qi was even happier when he came back with the sea wolf and the beauty. He could enjoy both his food and his eyes. Why not? Even if I were lying in the office of my own group, I wouldn't feel this way. After a familiar and lively time, Nie Xiaorong took the initiative to serve food to Xinbing and Liya. They had not had a full meal for a long time, so they were very happy when they saw the food brought by Nie Xiaorong. But there was too little food, not enough for 4 people, so Lu Qi picked up a dagger and walked towards the sea wolf. He first took off the complete sea wolf skin in the cave, and then hung the sea wolf meat in a corner of the cave. After cutting off a thick sea wolf leg from it, he put on the fire. Everything he did seemed so smooth and easy to the other 5 people. They all wondered why Lu Qi, who was obviously a doctor, could always do these things with ease and skill. The 3 girls were not even afraid when they saw Lu Qi skinning the sea wolf. Instead, they were learning with an admiring look. Little did people know that Lu Qi learned all these techniques from his life in the countryside, where he often helped his grandfather and villagers slaughter pigs and sheep during festivals. He never thought that he would be able to use them here. After a long time, watching Lu Qi roasting the sea wolf's legs with the dagger in his hand, the aroma of meat soon wafted out, and the whole cave was filled with this delicious taste. Roar, roar, roar. However, just as the 6 people were talking and laughing, a horrifying roar of a beast suddenly came from outside the cave. This made several people suddenly nervous, and they hurriedly picked up the weapons around them to defend themselves. Lu Qi quickly ran to the entrance of the cave and looked outside through the gap in the simple wooden door. The 4 women also stood on both sides of Lu Qi, each holding a wooden stick. Even Jin Kaiser picked up a wooden stick and held it in his hand. It wasn't because they were timid, but because the roar just now was too terrifying and shocking. The first thing Lu Qi thought of was the big black bear. However, when he looked out of the cave with a flashlight, he found that in the woods more than 10 meters away from the cave, there were only 3 pairs of bright and glowing eyes looking at him. Perhaps the strong light startled them, and after a few breaths, they disappeared one after another. Brother Lu Qi, what kind of animal is outside? Can you see it clearly? Jin Xianju asked curiously. I don't know. I can't see clearly. It's too dark outside and far away. There should be 3 animals, 1 big and 2 small. Judging from the height of the eyes, it should be at least 2 meters tall. After a pause, Lu Qi continued. It seems that they have discovered us. They must have been attracted by the smell of the sea wolf's flesh and blood. Turning around and seeing what the others were holding, Lu Qi couldn't help but sigh. We need to upgrade our weapons, and you should also practice using bows and arrows more, which can be used for hunting and self-defense. It's a pity that I only have a dagger. If each of you has your own weapon, at least we won't have to worry so much when living here. The 5 people knew that what Lu Qi said was right. If they wanted to survive here, supplies were very important. At this time, Jin Kaiser seemed to have thought of something and said, Brother Lu, I have an idea. Maybe we can give it a try. If we can bring it back, maybe we can make some things we need. Oh, Brother Jin, what is this idea you were talking about? Hearing this, Lu Qi naturally asked with great interest. On the beach where we used to live, 3 lifeboats were burned and destroyed because of the intrigues of those people on the beach. Someone deliberately set fire to them and smashed them. Although the supplies above were taken away by those ruthless people, there are other metal equipment on each lifeboat. Those things will definitely not be burned or dismantled. As long as we can get some of them back, we can not only make machetes, but also other things. That's right. Brother Jin, we are stranded on this island, and the most that each of us can carry is 1 or 2 pieces of clothing. As for metal objects, we really have to rely on the lifeboat. What you said is a good idea, but I don't know if there will be someone who can think of the problem before us. Jin Kaiser, I really don't know about this. Oh, by the way, there is one more piece of information. On our beach, you can often see a complete lifeboat floating on the sea, and it always drifts in one direction. Many people on the beach want to try to swim to it and seize the supplies on it, but no one succeeds. Several people have even died because of this. Hearing Jean Ki's words, Lu Qi immediately looked at Nie Xiaorong. They both thought of the scene they saw on the top of the mountain that day. Could it be that the lifeboat Jean Ki's was talking about was the same one he saw? If so, maybe the lifeboat is still on the sea, constantly circling the island. This is really good news. You can go and have a look. After Lu Qi finished speaking, he looked outside again. When he didn't see the 3 pairs of eyes, Lu Qi put away the flashlight and walked back to the fire. It should be cooked now. As he spoke, Lu Qi picked up the barbecue and smelled it. He also showed an expression that it smelled very good. The 4 women behind him were swallowing their saliva one after another. Hee, brother Lu Qi smells so good. Kim Hyun-ju was the first to come out and compliment. Gulme, I'll give you the first piece of meat to eat. It can be considered as revenge for you. But you can't do this like today in the future, understand? While being comforted and warned by Lu Qi, Kim Hyun-ju was not angry, but nodded happily and admitted her mistake. So, after Lu Qi distributed the barbecue, the 6 of them enjoyed a delicious dinner tonight. Chapter 58 Jin Kaisers Gordeli assist. The next day, when Lu Qi woke up, it was already daybreak. When he got up, Nie Xiaorong and the other 3 women were busy processing the remaining seawolf meat. After leaving some fresh meat, they were about to make the remaining meat into smoked jerky so that it could be preserved for a long time. Nie Xiaorong became the general commander of the group. After all, she already had experience in smoking meat. Jean Ki's has also started to move around. His leg injury has improved significantly, and he helped prepare breakfast early in the morning. After washing up, Lu Qi took out the tree thorns he had collected yesterday. After checking them, he went out with a dagger and wandered around the nearby forest for a long time. He finally cut some suitable branches and sticks. When he came back with a full bundle, everyone didn't know what he was going to do. It was not until Lu Qi finished making the prototypes of the 3 bows that they realized what Lu Qi was doing. It turned out to be bows and arrows. Because the thorns collected this time are very hard and sharp, they are very suitable for making arrows. The production process was the same as before, but this time he specifically called other people over to learn how to make it together. Because this arrow will be used very frequently, the more people who can make it, the better. After hearing Lu Qi's suggestion, the others were very happy to learn, and even gave Lu Qi advice and suggestions on how to improve the method. During the production of the first sharp arrow and the entire discussion and learning process, Lu Qi's ideas changed from being just his own to integrating the ideas of many people. The fixing of the arrowhead, the processing and polishing of the arrow shaft, the selection and fixing of the feathers, and even the shape of the arrow tail were almost all proposed by Lu Qi, with the participation of several others, and then made by Lu Qi. Although the materials were extremely limited, with the participation of several people's wisdom, Lu Qi was already satisfied with the arrow that was made before it was tested. And when he couldn't help but draw his bow and shoot an arrow to test it. Sure enough, this arrow did not disappoint everyone. With a whoosh, it pierced directly into a tree trunk 20 meters away, with almost the entire arrowhead inserted into the trunk. This tree thorn is really a good thing. I never thought it was so hard. Looking at the arrow he shot firmly stuck in the tree trunk, Lu Qi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After that, he asked several people to work together to produce a large number of arrows. After listening to Lu Qi's instructions, Jean Ki's, who had been participating and observing seriously, took the initiative to take charge of the final assembly of the arrows. The reason was that although his leg was injured and he could not go out to collect the necessary materials, his arm strength was not worse than that of several women, and he also wanted to do his part. After all, if he wanted to live with several people, he had to do something. Faced with Jean Ki's initiative to offer, Lu Qi was naturally very pleased and agreed immediately. The other 4 girls were also very cooperative. No one objected and no one was unhappy, because they all know that being able to work with Lu Qi might be their wisest choice. What they don't know now is that it is precisely because of their current choice that they can survive well on this island. Afterwards, Lu Qi assembled the other 3 newly made bows and handed them over to Nie Xiaorong. When handing them over to Nie Xiaorong, he asked that each of the 4 girls must practice basic archery skills every day. Because it was a bow specially made for 4 women, Lu Qi deliberately adjusted and weakened the maximum force of tightening the bowstring, so that they can all be able to use the bows they made. Because after he got the strange island record and understood the things recorded in it, He knew that if he wanted to survive on this island, he must master certain hunting and self-protection skills. Faced with the task assigned by Lu Qi, Nie Xiaorong excitedly expressed that she would definitely complete the task well. Although Shen Bing envied Lu Qi's attitude towards Nie Xiaorong and the arrangements he made for her, she did not remain silent. Because she understood Lu Qi's intention in making such arrangements, she suppressed the jealousy in her heart and even showed more approval and appreciation for Lu Qi. Leah and Jin Xianju were relatively simple-minded. Naturally, they had no objection to what Lu Qi did. After finishing all this, the day was almost over, and the results of the 6 people's labor were obvious. At dusk, 3 wooden bows, 24 arrows made from local materials, for spears made from the 4 longest thorns of the tree, and the processed sea wolf skin. Looking at the weapons and the sea wolf skin neatly arranged on the wall in front of them, the 6 people's faces were filled with happy smiles. The atmosphere at this moment was something they had never felt before since they had been stranded here. Lu Qi created this kind of atmosphere by leveraging the cooperation among everyone, allowing everyone to participate, demonstrate their own value, and share everyone's achievements. Because only in this way does he feel qualified to survive here. Of course, what makes him most gratified is that the attitudes of the 5 people are currently very friendly and cooperative. In such a friendly and happy atmosphere, after the 6 people had dinner, Lu Qi proposed his plan for the next day. He planned to go to the beach where Jean Kaiser was before to find out more. Just as Jean Kaiser said, if they could really get some metal accessories from the damaged lifeboat, it would be of great help to them now. After hearing Lu Qi's plan, all 5 of them expressed their opinions. I want to go with you to Lookage. Jean Xianju was the first to raise her hand, expressing her willingness to go with Lu Qi. Nie Xiaorong naturally would not stay. She just looked into Lu Qi's eyes and asked, "You're not going to leave me behind again, are you?" Of course not, don't think so." Lu Qi didn't dare to look him in the eye, so he just pretended to be stupid and replied. At this time, Shun Bing and Leah, who had been silent, also looked at Lu Qi. "Lu Qi, even though we too don't have much ability, as long as you say the word, no matter which one of us is needed, we are willing to go." "Ahem, I say, you beautiful ladies, you really don't take me seriously. I am a man after all. Can you please consider my feelings?" Jean Ki's watched the women fighting for him, and he was determined to follow Lu Qi out. At this moment, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, but he softened his words halfway through. But even though he couldn't go himself and couldn't help Lu Qi, he was very thoughtful. Since he couldn't go himself, he could at least help his sister. At least from what happened last night, it could be seen that Lu Qi is really worried about his sister. If he could add fuel to the fire and help Hyunju at this time, that would be a good thing. So he paused and continued. "Brother Lu, it's all my fault that my legs are weak. I have the will, but not the strength to help you with this operation. But Xianju can go with you instead of me. You can treat her like a man. She is very strong." As soon as Jean Ki said this, Jean Xianju got angry and said unhappily, "Brother, how can you say that about your own sister?" "Don't interrupt. I'm talking to Brother Lu about serious matters." When Kim Hyunju saw her brother's usual look, she immediately understood his intention. Then she snorted again, pouted, and ignored him. Jean Kaiser then said, "Because the roads in the forest are not good, the beach is estimated to be a day's journey from here. Xianju knows the general direction. If you're nearby, she will also know the way to the beach. It will be much more convenient for you to go there, with her leading the way." "A day's journey?" Hearing this, Lu Qi lowered his head and thought, that should be about the same distance as the beach where he was before. There was nothing wrong with Jean Ki's words. Even Ye Xiaorong and Shun Binglia did not say anything after hearing this. Lu Qi knew that they also agreed with Jean Ki's suggestion in their hearts. Therefore, Lu Qi made the final decision and decided to set off again with Jean Xianju after dawn. Seeing that her wish had come true, Kim Hyunju secretly gave her brother Kim Ki's a big thumbs up. "My dear brother, it is still different. It is awesome." Chapter 59, Rainbow Cannon. The time for bedtime is quietly approaching. After a few days of careful rest, Jean Ki's leg injury finally improved. Although his movement was restricted, he was able to walk. He looked at the stone bed covered with leopard skin and made up his mind. He walked towards the wooden bed where Lu Qi slept quickly and lay down on it. Seeing this, Lu Qi hurriedly said, "Brother Jean, this can't be allowed. Your leg injury has just healed, so it's better for you to sleep on this comfortable stone bed. Jean Ki smiled heartily and said loudly, Brother Lu, please don't refuse. I'm grateful for your care during this period. This stone bed originally belonged to you, and I should have vacated it for you to sleep on long ago. Lu Qi frowned and refused resolutely. Brother Jean, how can this be possible? I'm used to sleeping on a wooden bed, and you can rest better if you sleep on a stone bed. Jean Ki sat up, looked at Lu Qi firmly, and said, Brother Lu, you have given so much for everyone, and you still have to treat and take care of me. Besides, my leg is completely healed, so it doesn't matter where I sleep. Lu Qi wanted to insist, but Jean Ki's didn't give him chance. He pushed him hard with both hands and said, Brother Lu, stop talking nonsense. It's settled. Lu Qi had no choice but to stand there, his face full of embarrassment. At this time, several women also gathered around. Nie Xiaorong gently persuaded, Lu Qi, just listen to Brother Jean. He also has good intentions. Shen Bing and Leah also nodded in agreement. Lu Qi looked at everyone's sincere eyes and was deeply moved, but he was still a little hesitant. Seeing this, Jean Ki shouted again, Brother Lu, if you refuse again, you will look down on me. Jean Ki's. Lu Qi knew that he could no longer refuse this kindness, so he nodded slowly and said, Okay, Brother Jean, thank you for your kindness. Jean Ki's then smiled with satisfaction and lay back on the wooden bed. When Lu Qi turned his gaze to Nie Xiaorong, he found that she went straight to her wooden bed and lay down, and did not respond to his gaze or words, looking like she didn't care. Lu Qi actually wanted to hug her and lie down with her, but because there were other people present, he could only suppress this impulse and fell asleep alone helplessly. Shen Bing and Leah didn't have their own simple wooden beds at this time, but for them, being able to have a place to sleep on the floor was already an extremely safe and happy thing. Moreover, they firmly believed that even if they didn't take the initiative to ask, Lu Qi would definitely make proper arrangements for them when he was a little free. The next morning, after everyone had a simple meal, Lu Qi carefully packed all the things he needed for the trip and took Jin Xianju to the beach where they were before. Before leaving, he once again solemnly reminded them, everyone must unite as one and take care of each other. You must also work hard to practice archery techniques, and use your spare time to make all the remaining thorns into arrows. If anything unexpected happens, or if strangers come to cause trouble, remember to ensure your own safety first, and everything will wait until I come back. After receiving firm responses from several people, Lu Qi finally felt at ease to embark on this journey full of unknowns. Jin Xianju followed him obediently. Before leaving, Jin Ki said to Jin Xianju with concern, Xianju, pay more attention to safety and listen to Brother Lu's arrangements. Come back early. After that, he winked at his sister calmly. Seeing the look in Jin Ki's eyes, Jin Xianju immediately turned her head proudly, with a shy blush on her face. She hurriedly followed Lu Qi. Although Lu Qi had already learned the approximate location of the beach from his conversation with Jin Ki's, but when he actually walked towards there, he realized how difficult it was for the Jin brothers and sisters to escape from there to here. In terms of direction, their current location is south, while the beach is located in the east. The reason why Lu Qi wanted to go there was that the path to the beach was exactly the same as the lowest point of the island surrounding the mountain that he had drawn by hand when he stood on the top of the mountain. Since it is the lowest point in the crater, it is like a huge gap in the entire crater. If Lu Qi is considering where to settle down for a long time, perhaps this lowest gap in the mountain would be a good choice, because there you can easily get to the inner lakes as well as the outer ring beaches. Halfway through the journey, Lu Qi, who was walking in the forest, learned from a conversation with Jin Xianju that, before the siblings left the beach, there was already a chaotic scene. A package and 2 high-end mobile phones belonging to the siblings were ruthlessly snatched away. And when they left, many people had already died on the beach. Some died because of adventure, such as 3 people who drowned in an attempt to get supplies from a lifeboat floating in the distance. Some were killed by wild animals. The largest number of people died of illness. According to Kim Hyunju, 7 people died of illness when she was on the beach. When talking about this topic, Kim Hyunju was in a low mood. It was obvious that each of these things that happened was a big blow to her at the time. It was because my brother felt that the beach environment was getting worse and more chaotic that he took me away from there decisively. Brother Lu Qi, There were a lot of people on the beach where we were at that time. 3 lifeboats arrived there almost at the same time. Because there were so many people, there was some order at first as they waited for rescue. But after a week, chaos broke out. Some people no longer expected rescue and started to become barbaric, only caring about themselves and not caring about the lives of others. Gradually, looting and smashing became a regular occurrence. My brother and I's belongings were also stolen at that time. Listening to Jin Xianju's story, Lu Qi couldn't help but worry about the risks of going there now. Okay, Sister Hyunju, I know everything you said, but judging from your current mood, are you afraid to go back there? However, as soon as Lu Qi said this, Jin Xianju hurriedly raised her head and replied with a smile. No way. As long as I follow you, I won't be afraid of going anywhere, hee hee. Oh, I didn't realize that. You're pretty good at controlling your emotions, right? Of course. Don't you see who he is with? My brother Lu Qi is so awesome and kind, so I'm naturally not afraid. Ha ha ha. Girl, you look like you didn't eat any honey today. Why does your mouth look like it's covered with honey? Lu Qi felt very comfortable when he was hit by Jin Xianju's rainbow cannon. But after being praised by Lu Qi, Jin Xianju felt satisfied, because as long as she could be liked by Lu Qi, that was the main purpose of following him this time. Chapter 60 Wetland Swamp. Half a day later, the two had already arrived at the forest near the valley. Walking in it, looking at the straight and tall forests and dense bushes around him, Lu Qi was amazed. The environment here is really great. The oxygen content and the height of the trees. Each one is as tall as 8 or 9 stories. No wonder the animals and plants here are so huge. As he said this, Lu Qi was observing the environment here very carefully. Although he knew that the trees on the outside of the island were not as tall as those on the inside, when he was in this place, he truly felt the difference. This might be one of the places on the island with the tallest trees. Brother Lu Qi, we have to walk faster here. Jin Xianju followed Lu Qi closely and said in a trembling voice, when my brother and I passed by this forest before, we always felt that it was particularly eerie and scary. And those who came out of the beach also talked about this forest, saying that many of their companions got separated and disappeared here. Disappear. Lu Qi was immediately excited when he heard the word. This was something Jin Xianju had never mentioned before. So he quickly asked, Sister Xianju, please tell me everything you know about this place. What do they say? Seeing that Lu Qi was very interested in this topic, Jin Xianju smiled slightly and began to talk. I also heard it from those people who went out hunting on the beach. Some of them went out with more than 10 people. They were safe if they took other routes. But once they set foot on the forest in this valley, some people got separated or lost their way. The bushes here are taller than people, and several companions disappeared in them and never returned to the beach. Anything else about this place? Lu Qi frowned and asked anxiously. The reason why he was so persistent was that he didn't want to blindly step into a completely unknown and dangerous situation. Well, basically nothing else. Oh, by the way, I once heard an older sister come back with her companions and say that she heard a horrible roaring sound when she passed by here, but her companions said they didn't hear it at all. Kim Hyunju tried hard to recall, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Oh, there is such a thing? This is really novel. Lu Qi believed what Jin Xianju said, but his heart was full of curiosity and doubts about these contents. What made this forest so weird and scary? The two continued to walk, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Lu Qi gradually found that Jin Xianju was getting closer and closer to him, sometimes even pulling his clothes tightly involuntarily, looking left and right and looking around vigilantly. He was full of confusion, but he could clearly feel the trembling and tension in Kim Hyunju's body. Hyunju, what's wrong with you? Lu Qi asked with concern. Brother Lu Qi, I feel like there's always a pair of eyes watching us in secret, and the air here is damp and cold, making me feel uncomfortable all over. Kim Hyunju's voice was filled with fear. Hearing this, Lu Qi thought that Jin Xianju was unwell, and without hesitation, he grabbed her wrist, closed his eyes, and calmed down. Hee, Brother Lu Qi, what are you doing? When Jin Xianju saw Lu Qi suddenly take her hand so abruptly, her face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head and asked shyly in a low voice. Everything is normal. Apart from a little bit of yin deficiency and hyperactivity of fire, there seems to be no problem. Hyunju, did you not get enough rest last night? Lu Qi said as he reached out and touched Jin Hyunju's forehead. Yeah, a little hot, but nothing serious. It wasn't until Lu Qi took his hand back that Jin Xianju realized that Lu Qi was checking her pulse and temperature. Her face, which was originally slightly red, instantly turned red to the base of her neck, and she looked very shy. The two continued walking one after the other. The surrounding forest seemed increasingly deep and quiet. The tall, sturdy trees stood like ancient giants, their branches and leaves intertwined, almost completely blocking the sky. The sunlight could only penetrate through the gaps between the layers of branches and leaves with difficulty, casting a few faint rays of light, forming patches of mottled light and shadows on the ground. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves and rotten branches, emitting a damp and decayed smell. Occasionally, a gust of cold wind blew, and the leaves rustled, as if countless invisible ghosts were whispering. At this moment, the two of them stopped abruptly. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire valley. The wind quietly stopped, and the surroundings were so quiet that it made people feel uneasy, just because in front of them, there appeared a long and daunting wetland swamp. This swamp spreads out across a valley that is several dozen meters wide, and at a glance, there is no end in sight. There are hundreds of swamps of various sizes scattered throughout the wetland, some of which are covered with a thin layer of moss. They appear peaceful, but actually contain mysteries. Some of the pits were filled with muddy water, giving off a foul smell. Overgrown weeds swayed in the breeze, as if protesting against them. Hyunju, have you and Brother Jean been here too? Lu Qi frowned, looked at the dangerous scene in front of him, and asked worriedly. Jin Xianju shook her head vigorously, with a hint of fear in her eyes, and said, Brother Lu Qi, I have never been here. I don't want to come to such a scary place. So how did you and Brother Jean get to that inner lake? Seeing Jin Xianju shaking her head, Lu Qi was puzzled and continued to ask, secretly thinking about the route issue in his mind. At this moment, an unknown animal flashed by from the other side of the swamp and made a shrill cry, adding a bit of tension to the atmosphere. Brother Lu Qi, when my brother and I left the beach and entered the forest in the valley, we were blocked and robbed by many people. Fortunately, there were a few people who came out with us at the time. They stood up and blocked those vicious people from my brother and me, buying us time to escape. So my brother took me and ran desperately towards the halfway point of the mountain. Perhaps it was because of this that my brother and I were lucky enough to bypass this dangerous swamp. Kim Hyunju finished speaking in one breath, still feeling frightened. Her eyes remained on the swamp pits that emitted a foul smell, and she began to look at the scenery in front of her carefully. Suddenly, she found the soil under her feet was wet and soft. She could not help but take a few steps back cautiously, thinking, what should I do? How can I get through? After listening to what Kim Hyunju said, Lu Qi did not continue to ask questions because he never distrusted Kim Hyunju's words. He was just lost in thought, his eyes roaming back and forth over the swamp, thinking, there are so many swamps and pits. If you are not careful, you will fall into them. How can you cross them safely? Chapter 61, Swamp Horror. The valley was filled with damp mist, and the cold wind whistled in the ears, making people feel a little chilly. This vast swamp lay before them. The muddy water gave off a disgusting smell, and some dead branches and leaves floated on the water, coming from nowhere. Finally, in order not to waste time, Lu Qi frowned slightly and said with a firm look, let's go around the edge of the swamp. We should be able to pass through this valley as soon as possible. Kim Hyunju nodded slightly to show her agreement. At first, everything seemed to be going according to plan. Lu Qi walked carefully, keeping an eye on his surroundings. However, just when Lu Qi thought everything was safe, suddenly, a small black snake whooshed out from the grass beside him. Lu Qi was startled and stepped back in fear. But fate seemed to be playing a joke on him at this moment. In a panic, he accidentally stepped into a seemingly calm swamp pit. Unfortunately, the mud in this swamp pit was extremely active. As soon as he stepped in, his entire thigh was instantly stuck in it, and he could not move. And the more he struggled, the deeper he sank, and the situation became extremely critical. Brother Lu Qi. Jin Xianju was frightened by this sudden scene and stood there in shock. After a few seconds, she finally reacted and reached out to help Lu Qi anxiously. Don't come over. It's too dangerous. Lu Qi shouted loudly, his voice full of anxiety and worry. When Jin Xianju heard Lu Qi stop, she hurriedly stopped, her eyes full of panic, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Lu Qi forced himself to calm down. After stabilizing his body, he said hastily, Xianju, don't panic. Go find me a thick branch. Kim Hyunju nodded quickly and looked around like a frightened deer, and finally found a thick tree trunk. She hurried back and handed one end to Lu Qi, then held the other end tightly with both hands and began to pull Lu Qi out of the swamp. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, and she cried while pulling with all her strength. With the concerted efforts of the two, Lu Qi finally managed to climb out of the swamp. Lu Qi slumped on the ground, breathing heavily, and said with lingering fear, "It was really dangerous. I almost died here." Jean Xianju didn't care about the mud all over Lu Qi's body and threw herself into his arms, crying loudly, "Brother Lu Qi, I'm so worried about you." Before he could recover from the thrill just now, this girl suddenly gave him a big, warm hug. Lu Qi felt like he was on a roller coaster and his blood pressure soared. However, he did feel Kim Hyunju's worry about him, so he reached out to wipe away the tears on her face and comforted her by saying that he was fine. After a short rest, Lu Qi stood up and prepared to set off again with Jean Xianju. At this time, Kim Hyunju took the initiative to propose. "Brother Lu Qi, let's take a detour. This way we'll be safer. After all, we just got here and we still have time. It really feels very uncomfortable and dangerous to walk here." Jean Xianju pulled at the corner of Lu Qi's clothes, her eyes full of pleading. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, looked at Jean Xianju's worried eyes, and finally nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." So, the two of them took a detour away from the dangerous wetland swamp. Although they walked a little far, they arrived safely near the beach. Along the way, the trees on both sides were lush and green, and the occasional calls of unknown wild animals added a bit of tranquility. They finally bypassed the wetland swamp smoothly. But before the two of them could be happy for too long, after a long time, horrifying scenes appeared in the forest before them. Not far away, several corpses were lying in a mess, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and stench, which was very pungent and unpleasant. What's even more terrifying is that a huge lizard was gnawing on a corpse. The scene was like hell on earth. Kim Hyunju was so scared that she covered her mouth and almost screamed. Lu Qi's face was also pale, and he almost vomited on the spot, but he still pretended to be calm, pulled Jean Xianju, and quickened his pace forward. But before she took a few steps, Jean Xianju couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. What happened here? Why are there so many dead people? At this moment, a shadow of death loomed in the hearts of the two people. At the same time, the appearance of this scene completely hit Lu Qi hard. It made him understand that human nature might really be worthless when facing survival. And some people can keep themselves alive, so the lives of others may not be so important. Jean Xianju was completely shocked and desperate about what happened here. Only this kind of scene could make her realize how dangerous her current situation was. Finally, the two of them suppressed their inner discomfort and fear, crossed the edge of the last section of the forest, and arrived at the beach. Lu Qi ran directly to the beach and washed off the mud on his body in the sea. Then he and Jean Xianju walked towards the beach where they were before. But the beach was empty, without a single person in sight. The lifeboat, which had been smashed and burned, lay crookedly on the ground, with some burnt clothing and items scattered around the wreckage. Only the waves kept hitting the shore. The two walked to the wreckage of the lifeboat and began to search in a dark pile of garbage. After a long time, they finally found the propeller blades and some metal parts of the boat. "That's great. They haven't been lost yet. We have found them all. However, these things are so heavy. Let's go back quickly, Brother Lu Qi," Jean Xianju said. However, having arrived at this beach, Lu Qi naturally wanted to explore it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to walk such a long distance? Seeing this, Jean Xianju could only agree to accompany Lu Qi. Looking at the empty beach in front of me, there are many footprints left by people and some garbage, but there is no one in sight. Something is wrong. There are 3 lifeboats, and there must be at least 300 people. How come there is no one left here now? Lu Qi was very confused about what happened on this beach to lead to the current situation. In short, there was a weird atmosphere here, and Lu Qi felt that it was not suitable to stay here any longer. Before leaving, he deliberately observed the situation on the sea. Looking around, the sea was still calm, and the lifeboat did not appear. What he couldn't see was that 100 meters away from the beach, the surface of the sea water seemed to be motionless, But in fact, undercurrents beneath the water were constantly swirling around the entire island. Come on, Hyunju, let's get out of here. Originally, they wanted to collect more metal accessories, but now the metal objects picked up from the wreckage of just one lifeboat are heavy enough, and it is already difficult enough for the two of them to carry them back. Chapter 62, Highway Robbery. With these supplies, the two left the beach and walked into the forest on the edge of the beach again. Everything was going smoothly, and they were talking and laughing. However, not long after, they suddenly encountered two strange men about 10 meters in front of them. I saw two men walking towards them hurriedly, one fat and one thin. Their clothes were tattered, and their faces were a little dirty. Lu Chi originally wanted to take Jin Xianju away by a detour, but because the distance was too close, he saw the two of them approaching. After arriving in front of Lu Chi and the other two, they were silent at first, observing them strangely. Boy, leave your supplies and women behind, or don't even think about leaving. Looking at Lu Chi, the fat man with a face full of flesh said viciously. He was tall and strong, like a thick wall. His strong arms seemed to be able to break a small tree easily. He had a big round belly, as if it was full of evil thoughts. His strong legs were like two stone pillars, standing firmly on the ground. His hair was messy, growing wildly like weeds. His face was broad, like a rough slate, with thick eyebrows standing upside down and eyes wide open, emitting a fierce light, as if about to spit out fire. His eyes were small and fierce, like two poisonous stings hidden in the grass, flashing with greed and cruelty. He had a flat nose and a wide mouth. When he grinned, he revealed a mouthful of uneven, yellow and black teeth, which made people shudder. He behaved rudely and barbarically, walking with a swagger, stomping heavily on the ground with every step, as if to shake the ground into cracks. When he spoke, his voice was as loud as a bell, making people's ears buzz, and it was always accompanied by a vicious tone and threatening gestures. When robbing Lu Chi's supplies, he was merciless, pulling and smashing them with his hands roughly. His movements were swift and brutal, like a hungry beast pouncing on its prey. Another slightly thin stranger rolled his eyes and saw Lu Chi put his hands on his waist. He said to Lu Chi, "Brother, listen, don't be so impulsive. Maybe we can be friends. Come, have a drink of my fruit wine, and we can discuss it." As he spoke, he took out a plastic bottle from behind, which contained a juice-like liquid, and threw it to Lu Chi. Lu Chi caught it, but did not open it. "Thanks, but I'm not thirsty now," and threw it to the other person again. This man was a little thin, with a hunched back, as if he had been bent by the burden of life for a long time. His shoulders were narrow, as if he could not bear any weight. His head was pointed with a pair of small eyes, and he looked like a cunning mouse. His skin was sallow and without a trace of luster, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles, like the ruthless marks carved by time. His behavior was slick and cunning. He walked lightly and furtively, his eyes moving around constantly, observing the surroundings at all times. When he spoke, his voice was high-pitched, with a flattering and coaxing tone, but his eyes hid a subtle sinisterness. He knew that the people on the island were extremely short of food and water, so he wanted to use his homemade fruit wine to knock Lu Chi unconscious, but Lu Chi decisively threw it back. But he always had that hypocritical smile on his face, and his hands caught the bottle without hesitation. His movements were swift and skillful, and you could tell at a glance that he was quite skilled. Seeing the two men singing the same tune and using both soft and hard tactics to rob, Lu Chi was very puzzled, but he did not immediately tear his face off. He asked calmly instead, "You're also the victims on this beach, right?" As he spoke, Lu Chi protected Jin Xianju behind him without hesitation and looked at the two of them calmly. Jin Xianju had never seen such a scene before. She was already frightened. She hid behind Lu Chi and stared at the two people in front of her. "Oh, you don't give me face, do you? Ha, I didn't realize you were such a tough guy. Since you were so unwilling to give me face, there's no need for us to waste any more time. Go ahead, third brother." The thin-faced man looked unhappy and ignored what Lu Chi said. He said directly to the fat man next to him. Hearing this, the fat man immediately strode forward, raised his fist, and punched Lu Chi in the face. Since he was carrying the metal materials he had picked up, as well as a bow and arrow and a backpack, Lu Chi's dodging movements were particularly slow. He just pushed Kim Hyun-ju behind him away a little, then turned around and saw the fat man's big fist coming towards him. Boom! A punch came down, and Lu Qi only had time to turn his head to dodge, but was hit hard on the shoulder and neck by this punch. The force of this punch was completely beyond Lu Qi's tolerance. His mother staggered and took several steps back before she managed to steady herself despite the pain. Feeling a wave of dizziness and pain in his shoulders and neck, Lu Qi knew how cruel these two people were. However, after Lu Qi was hit, the fat man did not stop, but continued to crush him, hitting Lu Qi left and right. Naturally, Lu Qi didn't dare to face the opponent's fist head-on, so he could only dodge while taking off his supplies. "Brother Lu Qi, be careful." Seeing Lu Qi being beaten so cruelly by the opponent, Jin Xianju was very anxious. She picked up the wooden stick with thorns in her hand and was about to rush to help Lu Qi, but she heard Lu Qi say, "Xianju, be obedient and run." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qi was unable to dodge and was hit on the head by the fat man's punch again. In an instant, he felt dizzy again. The scene in front of his eyes began to become blurred, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. The fat man walked up and patted Lu Qi on the face. Seeing that Lu Qi had really been knocked unconscious by him, he just sneered. "Fighting with me is really overestimating your own abilities." Then he began to unscrupulously loot the supplies that Lu Qi had left on the ground. However, after hearing Lu Qi's words, Xianju not only did not run away, but her eyes became fierce. The moment Jin Xianju saw Lu Qi being knocked unconscious by the fat man, her eyes instantly widened, and her pupils were filled with anger and heartache. Her rosy lips were trembling slightly, as if they had lost their color. Her cheeks turned pale in an instant, like a piece of white paper, and her delicate face was distorted by extreme anger. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, forming a deep, Chan character, and her forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. Tears quickly gathered in her eyes, bursting out like a flood, and kept sliding down her cheeks. "Ah, brother Lu Qi." Kim Hyun-ju opened her mouth wide, wanting to continue screaming, but her throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and she could only make a series of rapid and weak whimpers. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and despair, as if the whole world had completely collapsed at this moment. She thought Lu Qi had been beaten to death. In anger, she picked up the spear in her hand and stabbed at the fat man who was looting supplies. "Brother Lu Qi." "Ah, you bastard. I'll let you beat my brother Lu Qi." Chapter 63, it turns out this kid is also a ruthless person. After hearing Jin Xianju's words in a daze, Lu Qi, who had fallen to the ground, felt warm in his heart, but he didn't have the strength to get up. He was just anxiously worried about Jin Xianju. Sure enough, just when Kim Hyun-ju was about to rush to the fat man, a wooden stick flew over and knocked the spear out of Kim Hyun-ju's hand with a bang. Before she could react, she saw the wooden stick raised. With a bang, it hit Kim Hyun-ju's forehead. After a scream, Kim Hyun-ju felt stars in her eyes and passed out. The person who stopped her was the thin man. He did not use much strength in this hit. She was a woman after all, and he wanted to play with her a little, so he only used 3 or 4 points of strength when he raised his hand. "This girl is quite a strong woman. Hee hee, third brother. We are so lucky today, haha." Looking at Kim Hyun-ju lying on the ground, with a sexy and graceful figure, fair skin and delicate features, the thin man looked at her with a lewd smile on his face. "Brother, let's collect the supplies from these 2 guys first. They can't get away anyway." "Hee hee, third brother is right. Supplies are what we need most right now. But this woman is really beautiful. I don't think I've seen her before." While the thin man was taking off the things on Kim Hyun-ju's body, he did not forget to rub Kim Hyun-ju's thighs. "Look, second brother, this bow is really good, and this arrow. Wow, this guy is really talented. He actually used 2 kinds of materials to make arrows." Suddenly, he pulled out one of the arrows and looked at it. "Hey, this arrow is actually made of a bullet shell. Does this kid have a gun in his hand?" Thinking of this, the fat man glanced at the prone Lu Qi, and seeing that there was nothing on his back, he reached out and grabbed one of Lu Qi's arms and tried to turn him over. Sure enough, just as he grabbed Lu Qi's arm and was about to pull, Lu Qi, who was still unconscious, suddenly turned around, grabbed the fat man's wrist with his left hand, and swung his right hand continuously, quickly passing in front of the fat man's eyes, and then the fat man fell to the ground in pain. Because Lu Qi's attack came unexpectedly, the fat man had no time to dodge. Before he could even react, Lu Qi had already left several wounds on his thighs, and the blood was flowing profusely. However, Lu Qi's attack did not stop. The thin man was still squatting beside Jin Xianju, robbing and taking advantage of her. When he heard the fat man's cry of grief, he looked up and saw Lu Qi rushing towards him. This scene scared him out of his wits, because Lu Qi's murderous eyes had locked him firmly at this moment, as if his eyes would kill him as long as he moved. In panic, his instinctive desire to escape prompted him to retreat desperately. But Lu Qi's movements at this time were as swift and agile as a leopard. He caught up with him in just a few strides, without any extra tricks, just stabbing, in and out, simple and clear. The thin man's terrified howl threatened Lu Qi, but it was of no avail. Lu Qi had stabbed several bloody holes on his lower back and thighs. At this moment, the two of them finally realized that this guy was also a ruthless person. Dagger. You actually have a dagger? When he saw clearly that Lu Qi was holding a shiny knife in his hand, the thin man immediately stood up despite the pain, walked to the fat man, helped him up, and then fled desperately into the depths of the forest. Quick, third brother, run. That guy has a dagger. Seeing the two men throwing away their weapons and armor and only caring about escaping, Lu Qi did not continue to chase them. He just glanced coldly in the direction they fled. Then he came to Kim Hyunju's side with concern. He gently lifted Jin Xianju up and let her lean on his arms. Sister Xianju, why are you so stupid? I told you to run first, but you just wouldn't listen to me. As he spoke, Lu Qi hurriedly put his hand on Jin Xianju's wrist and felt her pulse. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, apparently knowing that Kim Hyunju had not suffered any other injuries, but had just fainted and would wake up soon. After a long time, Jin Xianju slowly opened her eyes in a coma. The first thing she saw was Lu Qi's face. She thought she was dreaming. When she reached out to touch him, Lu Qi said, "Are you awake? Brother Lu Qi, you're not dead? Or am I dead? Haha, you little girl, we are all alive. We are alive and well. We're those two bad guys. Did they let us go? Or did you chase them away? It must be me who beat them away. If you don't believe me, look, none of our supplies are missing." Hearing this, Jin Xianju raised her head and saw the supplies that Lu Qi had sorted out beside her. They were all neatly placed. Brother Lu Qi. At this moment, Jin Xianju finally believed what Lu Qi said. She reached out and hugged Lu Qi, crying with grievance and excitement. I thought I would never see you again. Whoa. Holding Kim Hyunju in his arms, Lu Qi naturally understood that she really cared about him. Just based on what Kim Hyunju said and did after he was knocked to the ground, it was enough to prove that this woman really cared about him. Lu Qi couldn't help but kiss Jin Xianju gently on the forehead. Does it still hurt? This kiss completely melted Jin Xianju's heart. She never thought that Lu Qi would treat her like this, because she knew the position of Nie Xiaorong in Lu Qi's heart. But now, Lu Qi treated her well, which made Jin Xianju very happy. It hurts a little. Wait. Lu Qi kissed her again, gently. Then he asked, "And now?" Jin Xianju's face flushed at this moment, and she replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito. When Lu Qi wanted to kiss her again, Jin Xianju reached out and held Lu Qi's face in her hands. After hesitating for a moment, she kissed Lu Qi. After a few breaths, the two reluctantly separated. Kim Hyunju shyly buried her head in Lu Qi's arms, while Lu Qi looked at Kim Hyunju in his arms with an obsessive look on his face. Because Jin Xianju was half lying in his arms, from Lu Qi's perspective, it was like a fairy in his arms. Even if he had the willpower, he still wanted to have the urge to moan and enjoy the pleasure with her. He noticed Lu Qi's burning gaze, looking at him. Kim Hyunju was extremely nervous. Her heart was beating wildly. "Sister Hyunju, it's not safe here, we should leave." Suddenly, Lu Qi's voice came to her ears. Jin Xianju trembled all over. She looked at Lu Qi shyly, and then stood up with Lu Qi's help. Brother Lu Qi, blood. There's blood on the ground." Jin Xianju had just stood up and was about to pick up the luggage beside her when she suddenly saw a pool of blood on the ground. She was so scared that she hurriedly hid in Lu Qi's arms again. Lu Qi hurriedly comforted. "Don't be afraid, Hyunju. That's not our blood. It's those two bad guys' blood. After they were stabbed by me, they ran away." "Oh, so that's how it is. I was scared to death. I'm glad you're okay." After leaving Lu Qi's arms, she checked Lu Qi's body again. After finding that he was really not injured, she endured the discomfort and picked up her backpack from the ground. Chapter 64. Take a Risk. Brother Lu Chi, I have never seen those two people on the beach before. Have you seen them? Hmm? Are you saying they haven't appeared on this beach before? Yes, Brother Lu Chi. Although more than 300 people have stayed here, I don't have any memory of them. Hearing this, Lu Chi, who was ready to set off again, paused. Could it be that there were lifeboats landing somewhere else? Lu Chi couldn't help but have all kinds of guesses in his mind. No wonder they ignored me when I asked them if they were stranded here from the cruise ship. Could it be that there were other people on the island besides the people from the cruise ship? After a long time, Lu Chi, who hadn't figured out what was going on, suddenly turned to Jean Xianju and said, Sister Hyunju, do you want to take a risk with me and try to find out what happened here? Jean Xianju looked at Lu Chi and saw that he was discussing with her so seriously. Although she was a little reluctant in her heart, she still agreed. Lu Chi naturally saw Jean Xianju's concerns, and then he expressed his thoughts. Sister Hyunju, those two are ruthless, and one of them is very strong, but they're stranded here. Even if they can bully many people, it does not mean that they can do whatever they want. Today they offended the wrong people, so I taught them a lesson in my own way. But I don't know if they can survive tonight. Oh, Brother Lu Chi, what do you mean by that? Did you hurt them badly? But you were not. Jean Xianju wanted to say, weren't you knocked unconscious by someone? But when the words came to her lips, she was afraid of hurting Lu Chi's heart, so she didn't say it. Lu Chi naturally didn't care about what Jean Xianju said and explained. I did that to catch him off guard. I'm no match for that big guy in a head-on fight, but I can kill him instantly without a head-on fight. Brother Lu Chi, so you wouldn't really kill him, would you? Jean Xianju asked in disbelief. At this time, Lu Chi paused, as if he was thinking about whether to tell Jean Xianju. But in a flash, he continued to speak. I just didn't kill him on the spot. If I didn't do that, I would have been knocked unconscious or killed by them, and you would have been bullied and raped by them, and all the supplies we both had would have fallen into their hands. We wouldn't have been given a decent burial, and our bodies would have been left to be eaten by wild animals like sea wolves and giant lizards and rotted naturally. Brother Lu Chi, what is the adventure you just mentioned? Is it to go look for them? Jean Xianju looked at Lu Chi seriously. She also wanted to find a little sense of security from Lu Chi's eyes. Lu Chi nodded and said seriously, if those two people are not from this beach, they should have other companions. That means something serious and strange must have happened here. Otherwise, how could so many people disappear? I just want to know more about what happened here. Only in this way can we make choices in advance to avoid some unnecessary troubles, so that we can survive better. Hearing Lu Chi's words, Jean Xianju suppressed her inner panic and replied decisively. Brother Lu Chi, I am willing to take risks with you. You are right. In order to make the right choice in some matters, we must have more useful and beneficial information. In fact, Kim Hyunju has heard this countless times, just because she has a busy father. For the development of the family business, he works day and night and forgets to eat and sleep. And the most common thing he said to Kim Hyunju was, the business world is like a battlefield. If you want to make the right choice, you should try to get useful and beneficial information to make the right choice. Seeing that Jean Xianju trusted him so much, Lu Chi was naturally relieved. But he did this not on impulse, nor was it a reckless act. Because the wounds he inflicted on the two men were all on important parts of the human body and blood vessels. If they did not use measures and methods to stop bleeding in time, their chances of survival would be very small. The bleeding from the wounds will quickly cause them to collapse and pass out until they die from blood loss. Let's go. Follow me closely. Kim Hun Junodit. So, after all these twists and turns, Lu Chi and Jean Xianju took the supplies, temporarily gave up their return journey, and embarked on an adventure to seek the truth. The safe passage of this crisis has brought their relationship closer and made them cherish each other even more. After a long time, Lu Chi followed the shocking drops of blood on the ground and searched unwaveringly towards the right side of the mountainside. However, as the distance between him and the starting point continued to increase, Lu Chi gradually began to feel curious about the two villains. Because at this moment, Lu Chi was extremely sure that the two men must be well versed in the professional techniques of hemostasis and bandaging. Otherwise, with his professional bloodletting skills, the piercings were all vital meridians and blood vessels in the human body. Most people would have fainted on the ground due to excessive blood loss, or even died directly. Sure enough, Just as Lu Chi was deep in thought and feeling depressed, a large number of blood-stained bandages suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him without any warning. It seemed that the two men had changed the tourniquets again here. They were extremely lucky to have such first aid items. However, judging from the current situation, they should not be able to escape too far. Lu Chi continued to follow their hurried escape footprints and came to a small dense forest with relatively flat terrain. But unexpectedly, the footprints and bloodstains of the two mysteriously disappeared after arriving here. The ground here is full of hard rock layers, and it is difficult to leave obvious footprints. Lu Chi carefully examined the footprints left on the ground. After a detailed analysis, he concluded that the two should be hiding nearby. After searching hard, the two finally found a clue. Then they walked straight to a bush. There, he was surprised to find a simple triangular thatched house. The structure of this thatched house is very unique. The side facing the door is tightly against the stone wall, and the roof is formed symmetrically on both sides. In addition to the wall, there is also a large, simple wooden door on the front. A main log is deeply inserted into the stone wall, and the other end is firmly supported by the main logs on both sides. This construction is both sturdy and labor-saving. Lu Chi walked cautiously to the thatched cottage. He slowly squatted down and gently put his ear to the shabby wooden door, trying to listen to the movement inside the house. However, except for his slightly rapid breathing echoing in his ears, there was a dead silence around him, and no sound could be heard. Chapter 65, Robbery. Lu Chi took a deep breath, and with his right hand he tightly grasped the sharp dagger at his waist, while his left hand slowly reached out to the wooden door. Just as his hand was about to touch the wooden door, a breeze suddenly blew, and the leaves around him rustled. Lu Chi stopped his movements instantly, and his nerves became tense again, like a fully drawn bowstring. He looked around vigilantly, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. After making sure that it was only the sound of the wind, he turned his attention back to the wooden door. Lu Chi slowly pushed open the wooden door, and the door hinge made a sharp creaking sound, which sounded particularly harsh in this silent environment, as if it was the plaintive sound of a disturbed ghost. The room was filled with a strong smell of smoke, and the pungent smell hit people's faces, making them frown. The light was as dim as dusk, and for a moment Lu Chi could not see the whole picture of the room. He squinted his eyes and tried to adjust himself for a while. Only then he realized that the room was empty. Apart from a worn-out straw mat on the floor, there were only some messy old clothes and a package piled in the corner. Lu Chi went forward and opened the package, and found that it was full of women's clothes. Could this be a woman's residence? But why aren't these worn-out clothes outside a woman's residence? Lu Chi couldn't help but wonder in his heart. At this moment, on a high ground less than 50 meters away from the thatched house, a burly man was holding a wooden stick, hiding behind the lush grass and trees, observing the place closely. This man was called Hu Jun. He was about 30 years old, and he was dressed very simply, just a faded short-sleeved shirt and washed-out shorts. He had a square face, thick eyebrows and round eyes, and a striking scar on his right cheek, like a ferocious centipede lying on his face, giving people a sense of ferocity and brutality. Behind him, there were two people lying on the ground. They were the two people who wanted to attack and rob Lu Chi, but were stabbed by Lu Chi instead. The three of them were like-minded and in collusion with each other. They robbed and plundered houses on weekdays, and even became sworn brothers. Hu Jun had just robbed a young man today and brought him here. But before he could enjoy his special prey, he saw the fat man and the thin man supporting each other, bleeding all over their bodies, and looking extremely depressed. As soon as they came back, before Hu Jun could ask the reason clearly, the two had fainted. Cautious Hu Jun guessed the general possibility, so he took the two to this more secluded thatched house. At this time, the two were already in a deep coma, lying unconscious and motionless. Due to excessive blood loss, the two's faces were as pale as paper, as if they would be taken away by the god of death in the next second. There was neither blood transfusion equipment nor plasma for them to use. If they were not treated, it would not be long before the two of them would die from excessive blood loss. There was still a thatched hut in the bushes about 10 meters behind the three people. However, this hut was built in a bush, and both sides of the hut were covered by tall green vegetation, making it more hidden and less likely to be discovered. At this time, inside the thatched house, a naked young man with clean skin was lying tied up, with a cloth ball stuffed into his mouth, blocking it tightly and making no sound. He was robbed and kidnapped by 3 men and had been locked up here for a long time. The reason why they didn't let him go after robbing supplies was because this man named Hu Jun had a special fetish. There were many other supplies in the house, including cups, ropes, axes, and many wrapped clothes. Obviously, these things did not belong to one person, but were all looted by Hu Jun and his men. Just as Hu Jun was concentrating on observing Lu Qi's every move in the thatched hut, the young man who was tied up by him finally broke free from the ropes after constant struggle. At this time, Lu Qi had just taken out the package he found from the thatched hut and then waved his hand casually to the back because that meant that Lu Qi was out of danger. So Jin Xianju appeared lightly from the bushes there and walked towards Lu Qi with light lotus steps. Woman, such a beautiful woman. As soon as Kim Hyunju appeared, Hu Jun, who was hiding in the bushes, had his eyes shining with greed and desire and whispered excitedly like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb, completely forgetting that there were 2 brothers beside him who were on the verge of life and death and urgently needed help. Jin Xianju came to Lu Qi and looked at the package that Lu Qi took out from the thatched hut. The surface was dirty, and she couldn't help but frown. She said with some disdain, "Brother Lu Qi, why would you take other people's things? Sister Xianju, this is the camping site of those 2 beasts. These things were all robbed by them. Otherwise, how could they have a bag full of women's clothes?" Lu Qi explained patiently. "What? Are all the clothes in this bag women's clothes?" Jin Xianju asked in surprise. When she heard Lu Qi say that the bag was full of women's clothes, her voice suddenly became much softer. She is also a woman. Apart from anything else, these clothes are exactly what she needs. I just don't know where these 2 beasts ran off to. The bloodstains disappeared when they reached here. Lu Qi frowned and looked around. "Here, take this package. When we get back, you and Xiaorong can share it. I can't use these anyway," Lu Qi said generously. When Jin Xianju heard this, she was overjoyed. Although not all of it was given to her, she still had a share in Lu Qi's words. She happily took the backpack from Lu Qi's hand and couldn't wait to open it and take a look. Just as she squatted down to check, suddenly a figure stumbled out from the bushes in the distance and came towards Lu Qi. The man looked panicked, with messy hair, all kinds of supplies hanging on his body, a bundle of ropes on his back, and an axe tightly held in his hand. He looked like a person who was being chased by a wild beast and had no idea where to go. The young man was running wildly. At first, he kept looking behind him and didn't pay attention to the road ahead. When he saw Lu Qi, he was almost in front of Lu Qi. When he was frightened, he stopped 5 or 6 meters away from Lu Qi with his foot brakes. The friction between his feet and the ground made a harsh sound. He looked at Lu Qi in horror and instinctively wanted to run back. But he saw that Lu Qi was not the one who robbed him, and there was a beautiful woman like Jin Xianju beside him. Only then did he stabilize his body again. He said in panic, "Who are you? Get out of here quickly. There are 3 perverts here. They are very dangerous." Chapter 66, Fierce Fight. Lu Qi was a little confused when he saw the young man who suddenly appeared, but seeing that he had so many important supplies and was about the same age as himself, he relaxed his vigilance and directly stated his purpose. "Brother, I came here to look for 2 bad guys. They were injured by me and fled here. I wonder if you have seen them." "Ah, you're the one who stabbed them." The young man looked at Lu Qi in disbelief because he saw the 2 men coming back with their seriously injured bodies. The miserable appearance still makes him feel scared. Just at this moment, a loud voice came from behind. It was Hu Jun. "Boy, stop. Put the things down for me. Otherwise, you can't get out of here." Hu Jun's eyes were wide open and his voice was like thunder. Hearing this, the young man suddenly hid behind Lu Qi, trembling with fear, and looked at Hu Jun in the distance in horror. After all, the other party was a villain who had tied him up and wanted to violate him, which had left a deep psychological shadow of fear in the young man. Originally, Hu Jun was just observing Lu Qi in secret, but he suddenly found that the guy he had tied up had escaped. Not only did he escape, but he also took all the supplies he had collected with him. This made him so angry that he immediately picked up a stick and jumped out to chase him here. Lu Qi stood calmly, looking at Hu Jun, who was chasing him. Seeing Hu Jun's arrogant look, Lu Qi was very unhappy, but seeing that the other party was strong and not shorter than him, he did not want to easily anger him. There was no fear in his eyes, but determination and courage. Perhaps it was because Hu Jun felt Lu Qi's fearless aura that he stopped when he caught up to Lu Qi. Hu Jun looked Lu Qi up and down for a few times, then said, "This matter has nothing to do with you. I can let you go, but the guy behind you stole my things. I have to settle the score with him." Upon hearing this, the young man behind Lu Qi immediately said uncalmly, "Brother, he is a scumbag who specializes in robbing others and also wants to insult me. If he can help me, then I will give you all the supplies on me. How about it?" The young man's voice trembled with fear and his eyes were full of pleading. Obviously, the young man was gambling. He was betting that Lu Qi would not stand by and watch him die. He was betting that Lu Qi was interested in the supplies on him. But seeing that Lu Qi was still hesitating, he continued, "Brother, you are still carrying this woman. He will definitely not let you go if he gets the chance. Brother, please help me." Hearing the young man's words, Lu Qi was also a little moved. After all, these supplies were very important to them. Jin Xianju was very nervous at this time and asked Lu Qi in a low voice what to do. Hearing this, Hu Jun was extremely angry. His face flushed red, and he didn't care who Lu Qi was or what his attitude was. He just dodged and stepped forward to grab the young man behind Lu Qi. At this time, Hu Jun only wanted to capture the young man first, take back the axe and the supplies he had taken away. However, just as he was about to grab the young man, Lu Qi moved. He first pushed Jin Xianju away and said, "Xianju, stay away from me." Then he turned sideways, his body as agile as a ghost, raised his leg, and kicked Hu Jun in the waist with a bang, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Hu Jun was immediately furious. "Damn it, are you looking for death?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the thick wooden stick in his hand, waved it twice in the air, causing a whistling sound, and then chopped it down on Lu Qi's head. "Go to hell." Hu Jun's stick was very powerful and fast, as if he wanted to kill Lu Qi. "Ah, brother Lu Qi, be careful." Seeing this, Jin Xianju hurriedly reminded. At this time, Lu Qi only had a bow and arrow, no stick, so he had to dodge sideways. Seeing this, the young man quickly reminded Jin Xianju, "Girl, throw the weapon in your hand to your brother." After saying that, he swung the axe in his hand and chopped towards Hu Jun, trying to buy some time for Lu Qi. Seeing this, Hu Jun retreated hurriedly. Facing the attacks of the two, he was very cautious. After stabilizing his body, he attacked Lu Qi again, while Lu Qi had not yet taken the wooden stick thrown to him by Jin Xianju. Soon, the three of them were caught in a fierce melee. Relying on his strong physique and fierce momentum, Hu Jun continued to swing the wooden stick, trying to find the flaws of Lu Qi and the young man. Lu Qi was agile and nimble, dodging Hu Jun's attacks flexibly while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Although the young man was frightened, he swung the axe desperately to protect himself, causing some interference to Hu Jun. However, when the battle was in full swing, the young man took advantage of the stalemate between Lu Qi and Hu Jun, and a hint of cunning and selfishness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly turned around, holding the axe in his hand and the supplies on his body, and ran desperately towards the distance, disappearing into the dense jungle in an instant. Fuck, what a mean person. He ran away so easily. When Lu Qi saw the young man escaping alone, he angrily scolded the young man for being disloyal, but he had no time to care at this time, because Hu Jun's attack became more and more fierce. "Huh, you got fooled by that kid. I wonder if you can still act like a hero now." Woos woos, bang bang bang. Hu Jun attacked with a wooden stick in his hand madly, and Lu Qi could only resist passively with numbness in his palms. Without the young man's assistance, Lu Qi was obviously no match for his opponent in terms of strength. The distance was too close, and he had no time and space to use his bow and arrow, which became a complete decoration. Kim Hyunju was anxious but could not help at all. At this moment, Hu Jun seemed to have noticed the change in Lu Qi's mentality and launched another wave of attacks, causing Lu Qi to become exhausted. Finally, he was careless and was hit on the shoulder by Hu Jun's wooden stick with a bang. He felt a sharp pain, and his face turned pale in an instant. But Lu Qi did not back down because of this. Instead, he was aroused to fight even harder. Close attack. I have to attack this guy at close range. Otherwise, the dagger won't work as it should. Seeing the long wooden stick in Hu Jun's hand, Lu Qi suddenly had an idea. He clenched his teeth, endured the pain, spotted a flaw in Hu Jun, and rushed towards Hu Jun, stabbing the dagger in his hand straight into Hu Jun's chest. Hu Jun was horrified and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The dagger was pulled out again and stabbed into other parts of his body quickly, and blood gushed out instantly. Hu Jin stared at Lu Qi with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He didn't expect Lu Qi to suddenly become so cruel. Then his body slowly fell down and finally died. Chapter 67. Help me, benefactor. Looking at Hu Jin lying on the ground and the blood gushing out, Lu Qi felt sick. His heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out. Because this was the first time he heard a person with the intention of killing him. A living person, even though he wanted his own life, but when he saw the other person fall to the ground. It comes from the shock to the soul. It comes from the sacred and insurmountable hurdle of morality, life, and the glory of human nature. Lu Qi felt like he had lost his soul for a moment. He sat down on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Jin Xianzhu hurried forward, although she also saw the other party being stabbed and falling to the ground. In her eyes at this moment, there was only Lu Qi. Seeing Lu Qi breathing heavily, covering his shoulder with one hand and bleeding from a wound on his hand, Jin Xianzhu felt distressed and couldn't help but tears welled up in her eyes. But at this moment, Lu Qi's eyes were filled with the joy of victory. He turned to look at himself and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." Jin Xianzhu nodded, stood up, and followed Lu Qi. They first dragged Hu Jin into the thatched hut, and then found another thatched hut and the bodies of the two criminals in the direction they ran. Lu Qi took his time to collect the remaining supplies in the thatched hut. Looking at the various clothes, backpacks, and other things piled in a corner, he couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know how many bad things these three people did here to get these supplies. Unfortunately, they fell into my hands today, so I guess I did a good thing. He wanted to comfort himself, but just as he finished speaking, he heard Jin Xianzhu continue. "Brother Lu Qi, you are acting in self-defense. Oh no, you're acting in the name of justice. We'll let them have evil thoughts and actions towards us first. And they robbed so many things from others. Humph, you deserve it. Hey, girl, when you go back, don't tell anyone else about what happened today. I don't want them to know that I killed someone." "Oh, hee, I know, Brother Lu Qi. I promise not to tell anyone." Hearing this, Lu Qi sighed again. He really didn't want to hurt anyone. After packing up, they found that there were too many things, and combined with the things they had originally brought, they could no longer take all the supplies with them. So Lu Qi hid all the pack supplies in a nearby tree hole. Then he said to Kim Hyunju, "Let's go." After saying that, the two of them slowly left this place of trouble. Soon after leaving, Lu Qi kept sighing. Jin Xianzhu knew that he was in a bad mood, so she accompanied him obediently. He had never expected that he would encounter such an unexpected incident when he wanted to investigate the disappearance of the people on the beach. He was also tricked by someone. Not only did he almost lose his supplies, but he also almost lost his life. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have died there today. But when I thought about how I had taken 3 lives today, even if I tried to find reasons and excuses, I still couldn't calm down. So when Lu Qi was walking in the forest, he just wanted to keep his head down and did not want to say a word. Jin Xianzhu was very sensible, because she saw the reason why Lu Qi was depressed, but she did not say anything to comfort him at this time, but just gently held Lu Qi's hand and tightened it, and continued to move forward in the direction of return. When the two came to the wetland swamp again, the fog in the air was still there, and a cold wind blew with it. The slight chill made Lu Qi instantly sober up. The swamp pit in front of them reminded Lu Qi of the fear he felt when he was trapped in it. Although there were still many trees in the wetland and places to stay, the two decided to continue along the way they came, go around, and return safely. However, before the two of them had walked out for long, they suddenly heard a faint cry for help coming from the wetland swamp. "Help! Is there anyone here? Save me!" The sound came out hysterically and could be heard every 2 minutes. "Brother Lu Qi, it's a man's voice asking for help. Someone is asking for help." Jin Xianzhu was the first to hear the voice clearly. Out of kindness, she still spoke to Lu Qi. Although Lu Qi also stopped, he did not rush back to save people. The two had just taken a detour and left the wetland swamp for a few minutes. It would be convenient for them to go back, but Lu Qi was weighing the risks and hesitating whether to go back to rescue them. After hearing the cry for help again, Jin Xianzhu looked at Lu Qi again. "Brother Lu Qi, why don't we go over and take a look? If you have the ability to help, then give him a hand. What if you don't have the ability?" Lu Qi asked back, and Jin Xianzhu was stunned for a moment. She really hadn't thought about this question, but fortunately, Lu Qi didn't continue waiting for her answer. Instead, he quickly took off his supplies and put them on the ground, holding only the bow and arrow. At the same time, he signaled Jin Xianju to put down the rest of the things and just follow him with the spear to find out what was going on. Jin Xianju understood what Lu Qi meant and knew that this was to reduce the weight. After all, in the swamp full of dangers, every bit of weight reduction would increase the safety guarantee. Out of human kindness and great respect for the medical profession, Lu Qi took Jin Xianju back to the edge of the wetland, carefully selected a seemingly safer route, and cautiously groped forward in the direction where the mysterious voice came from. "Help! Help! Is there anyone here? Come and save me." At this time, at the edge of a bottomless swamp, a man was trapped in a desperate situation. His face was full of pain and despair, and he shouted for help at the top of his lungs. Most of his body was deeply sunk into the quagmire, with only the upper half of his body exposed. Although he dared not move, his body continued to sink deeper into the quagmire. Obviously, he had exhausted almost all of his physical strength, and now he was just struggling to survive in this dangerous swamp. Lu Qi relied on the man's weak and hopeless voice to search for him. When he and Jin Xianju finally appeared at the man's location, they were both stunned. They said, "Why does this man look so familiar?" It turned out that he was the young man who had fooled Lu Qi and then fled in a hurry. "Ha ha ha! Boy, why did you get in here?" Looking at the man stuck in the quagmire, Lu Qi was in a good mood, with a gloating smile on his face. "It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, but now it's found without any effort. Boy, do you want me to save you?" Lu Qi crossed his arms with a playful gleam in his eyes. My benefactor, please help me. I know I was wrong, my benefactor. Please don't hold grudges against me. Please save me. Look, I have all these things. Please take them all, I beg you." Chapter 68. Fierce Battle in the Swamp. The man's voice was filled with tears, and his eyes were full of pleading. Then, he pointed with a trembling hand at the pile of things he had thrown out at the edge of the mud pit. He also wanted to reduce his own weight, so when he first fell into the swamp, he decisively threw everything on his body to the edge of the mud pit. "Oomph, you deserve it. Save you? If I save you, will that allow you to tease my brother Lu Qi again? Don't even think about it." After seeing the man's face clearly, Jin Xianju was so angry that her eyebrows raised, and she said coquettishly. Lu Qi stared at the man for a moment, his heart in turmoil. Although this guy had been unkind and unjust before, it seemed to go against his conscience to leave him in danger without helping him. Just as Lu Qi was hesitating, the man's body sank a little more, and he screamed in fear. "Help! I really can't hold on any longer." Jin Xianju looked at the miserable state of the man, and finally a trace of pity emerged in her heart. She pulled Lu Qi's sleeve and said softly, "Brother Lu Qi, why don't we save him? Maybe he has really repented." Lu Qi frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Okay, I'll let you go this time. But you have to remember, don't do such wicked things again in the future." After that, Lu Qi found a thick branch nearby and carefully stretched it towards the man. The man grabbed the branch tightly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lu Qi and Jin Xianju worked together to pull the man out of the quagmire little by little. After a lot of hard work, the man was finally rescued from the quagmire. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his face full of relief and gratitude for surviving the disaster. Thank you for saving my life. I swear, I will never do bad things again," the man said while panting. Lu Qi snorted coldly. "I hope you can do what you say, otherwise you won't be so lucky next time." The man nodded repeatedly, then began to pick up the things he had thrown at the edge of the mud pit. But suddenly he thought of his promise to Lu Qi, turned around, and said, "Brother, benefactor, you just saved my life. I give all these things to you." You have a really good memory. Did I save you once? This is the second time. All these things of yours have long belonged to my brother Lu Qi. My brother is a man who does not bear grudges and will not argue with you. But you are really not a man. Now these things are not given by you, but returned by you, understand?" Jin Xianju looked at the man with disdain and said angrily, obviously dissatisfied with the man's choice of words. Hearing this, Lu Qi glanced at Jin Xianju, expressing his admiration for her and also expressed regret for the man's awakening. But Lu Qi only took the axe and rope from him and did not take any of the other things. After doing these things, Lu Qi and Jin Xianju were ready to start again and move forward. Before leaving, Lu Qi couldn't bear to remind the man, "This wetland swamp is very dangerous. You'd better leave here and take a detour." Hearing Lu Chi's reminder, the man nodded repeatedly. But before they walked far, there was a rustling sound from the bushes around them. Lu Chi clenched his bow and arrow alertly, and Jin Xianju also raised his spear and looked around vigilantly. "Oh no, there might be danger," Lu Chi said in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, a group of hideous beasts rushed out from the bushes. They were huge, with sharp fangs and fierce eyes. "It's a sea wolf," Kim Hun Joy claimed it. Lu Chi's heart tightened, as he knew very well how ferocious sea wolves were. Moreover, the sea wolves that appeared in this swamp seemed to be even larger in size. He shouted, "Kim Hyunju, step back and use the swamp to protect yourself. I'll deal with them." After saying that, Lu Chi drew his bow and shot an arrow at the sea wolf that was in the front. The arrow hit the wolf's eye accurately, and the wolf screamed and fell to the ground. "This arrow is really good, it's so sharp." Ha! Because he had arrows made of tree thorns, Lu Chi was not too worried about the cost and quantity when using them at the moment. He had a total of 27 arrows, including the 3 copper-headed arrows. So he had the cost and opportunity to try and make mistakes. Seeing a sea wolf fall to the ground after being shot by him, the other sea wolves did not retreat, but pounced on him even more ferociously. However, since the 3 of them were still in a swampy wetland, the group of sea wolves could not move freely on the muddy ground as if they were walking on flat ground. Kim Hyunju was not afraid either. She also held a spear and fought a desperate battle with the sea wolf that approached her. For a moment, the scene fell into extreme chaos and danger. Lu Chi, with his agility and skilled archery, shot and wounded 2 sea wolves in succession. But there were many sea wolves, and they cooperated well, constantly attacking from all directions. Just when Lu Chi and Jin Xianju were gradually feeling overwhelmed, the man they had just rescued suddenly rushed over, picked up a wooden stick beside them, and joined the fight. "I'll help too," the man shouted. With the man's joining, the situation improved slightly. The 3 fought side by side, cooperated with each other, and finally gradually suppressed the sea wolf's offensive. Fighting and retreating, Lu Chi and his 2 companions used the wetlands and swamps while fighting fiercely. The sea wolves were finally repelled. They retreated to more than 10 meters away and circled in the forest, and they kept growling and wailing. I don't know what level of importance the 2 sea wolves shot by Lu Chi are in this wolf pack. Lu Chi, Jin Xianju, and the man all collapsed to the ground exhausted, gasping for breath. "Thanks to you this time." Lu Chi looked at the man with a hint of recognition in his eyes. The man smiled sheepishly. "You were the ones who saved me first, so of course I can't just stand by and watch." After this battle, the relationship between the 3 seemed to have changed subtly. They were no longer full of hostility and estrangement as before, but instead had more trust and unity. "Let's leave here quickly. There might be other dangers," Kim Hyun-ju suggested. But seeing the 2 sea wolves still struggling on the ground, Lu Chi was very hesitant. These were 2 pieces of fat meat that were within his mouth. How could he just abandon them like that? It seemed a bit of a waste. However, facing the wolves that had not left yet, he did not dare to tear off the man's leather jacket in public. If he really angered the wolves, it would be a loss. And every time he was in this wetland, he always had an inexplicable feeling of panic and gloom. This made people very uncomfortable. So the 3 of them worked together and walked outside. When the sea wolves that were still roaming nearby saw the 3 of them walk out of the wetland, they wanted to attack again. But at this moment, the miserable cries of the 2 sea wolves suddenly came from the wetland. Chapter 69, Inhumanity. The sound was extremely harsh. Lu Chi and the other 2 were also frightened by the wolf's howling. "What's going on?" The man next to Lu Chi said in horror. Although he knew that the 2 sea wolves injured by Lu Chi were not dead, the screams they heard at this time sounded like the last struggle before death. Just when the 3 were confused, they saw the surrounding wolves scatter and flee into the depths of the forest after hearing the screams of the 2 sea wolves. "What's going on? Why did they suddenly run away? Is there really something terrible in the wetland swamp?" Looking back at the wetland swamp, Lu Chi couldn't help but feel a chill on his back, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. Fortunately, the 3 of them had successfully walked out of the wetland that was like hell, otherwise they might be trapped in it now and unable to extricate themselves. Although he didn't know what the potential danger was, the miserable cries of the 2 sea wolves made Lu Chi understand that in this seemingly peaceful wetland swamp, There were definitely some more terrifying and mysterious creatures lurking in the dark. On the way, the three of them chatted as they walked, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. After learning the names of Lu Qi and Jin Xianju, the young man took the initiative to introduce himself to Lu Qi and the other. My name is Huoji Wei, and I'm a waiter on the cruise ship. Almost everyone here has left. Why are you still here? Hearing what Huoji Wei said, Lu Qi looked at Jin Xianju with joy, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Could it be that the person who lived on this beach before him, if it was true, then at least he could know from him why there was no one here? Oh, have you been living on that beach before? Lu Qi asked. Yes, I've been living on that beach before. The reason I left there was that people could not wait for rescue, and there was a lack of water and food on the beach. So many people became barbaric and lost their humanity and began to smash, loot, and burn. In addition, many people died of illness, so some people left that beach from then on. Later, that beach seemed to be targeted by some monster, and people would always disappear inexplicably, and you could clearly hear some low roars and hisses in the middle of the night. Every time you heard that sound at night, you would feel very scared and uncomfortable. So people left there one after another. The man spoke out what he knew, without hesitation and without any noticeable pause. After listening to Huoji Wei's words, Lu Qi looked at Jin Xianju beside him and saw her nodding slightly. It was obvious that Jin Xianju also believed what the man said. After all, she also knew what he had said before, but she still had no impression of the man and couldn't remember when she had seen him on the beach. So Jin Xianju quietly told Lu Qi about her worries. After hearing this, Lu Qi became more alert, but on the surface he remained calm and continued to talk with Huoji Wei, trying to find more flaws in his words. After Huoji Wei finished speaking, he silently observed the expressions of Lu Qi and Jin Xianju. Especially when he looked at Kim Hyunju, his eyes revealed an unconcealable lust, as if a hungry wolf saw delicious prey. While looking at Lu Qi, he would occasionally look at the dagger on Lu Qi's waist, and his greedy eyes revealed his true thoughts. Seeing that the two did not doubt what he said, he smiled to himself with satisfaction and thought about his next plan in his mind. Because he has always made a living by stealing and never tells the truth to any stranger. Once he gained someone's trust, he would steal and cheat them until they were tired of it. But now he only wanted to monopolize weapons, supplies, and beautiful women. Everything he just said was false. The names, occupations, and even the stories of the people on the beach were all heard by him from other people. The reason why he did not leave Lu Qi and the other person at this time was very simple. One was to get the dagger on Lu Qi's body, and the other was to get the beautiful woman Jin Xianju. He even forgot about the 2 times Lu Qi and Jin Xianju saved his life. The 3 of them took a detour and were about to leave the wetland swamp. Suddenly, a wild deer appeared in front of the 3 people, and when it saw the 3 people, it quickly fled to the forest on the other side of the swamp. Seeing this, Huoji Wei hurriedly said, "Brother Lu, this wild deer is a good fat fish. It just so happens that you have a bow and arrow. If you can hunt it, you won't have to worry about food and drink for 10 days or half a month." Lu Qi gripped the bow in his hand, a little hesitant because the deer was really big. If they could really hunt it, the 3 of them might be able to drag it back with all their strength. Seeing Lu Qi hesitant, Huoji Wei once again added fuel to the fire. "Sister Xianju, please persuade Brother Lu Qi. If he misses this fat deer, wouldn't his bow and arrow be made in vain?" Hearing this, Jin Xianju also looked at Lu Qi. She naturally wanted to be a woman who could persuade Lu Qi. "Brother Lu Qi, why don't you just give it a try?" "That's right, Brother Lu. Let's go and give it a try. If there's a chance to kill it, don't show any mercy." Encouraged by the 2, Lu Qi had no choice but to take off the rest of his things and put them where they were. "Hyunju, just wait here. We'll go over and take a look. If we can't find the prey, we'll be back soon." "Okay, I got it, Brother Lu Qi. Be careful and be safe." Kim Hyunju agreed obediently. After saying that, Lu Qi chased after him with only a bow, an arrow, and a dagger. Huoji Wei also hurriedly followed. Before leaving, he deliberately glanced at Jin Xianju, and a hint of pride flashed across his face. "Sister Xianju, just wait for me here. Don't get lost." After he finished speaking, he did not stop, holding the stick in his hand, and followed in the direction where Lu Qi left. Only Jin Xianju was left waiting here. After Lu Qi and Huoji Wei chased for 300 or 400 meters, they finally found the trace of the wild deer. From a distance, it was standing there quietly, eating grass with its head down, and occasionally looking up and looking around vigilantly. Brother Lu, look, it's right there. Go ahead and be careful. Don't scare it away. Behind a big tree, Huizhiwei whispered to Lu Qi, and then took 2 steps back to make room for Lu Qi so that he could walk in front. This is a bit far. You wait here, and I'll go over there by myself. Lu Qi was afraid of making a noise and alerting the enemy, so he asked Huizhiwei. Seeing that Huizhiwei had no objection and nodded repeatedly, Lu Qi bent his body and quietly moved towards the wild deer. Seeing Lu Qi being so careful and serious, Huizhiwei had cold eyes and a smug smile on his face. He tightened a stick in his hand and followed closely behind him more carefully. Staring intently at the wild deer, Lu Qi didn't pay any attention to whether there was anyone following him. He only stopped when he was about 20 meters away from the wild deer. Because this distance is the closest distance to the wild deer, there is no obstruction ahead. Moreover, the arrows he carried could easily be shot at a distance of 20 meters during the test. After adjusting his breathing, Lu Qi half knelt and slowly stood up, bent the bow, drew the arrow, aimed and shot, all in one go. Call out, boom! Just as he watched the arrow he shot fly towards the wild deer, he suddenly felt a pain in his head and his eyes went black, and he fell straight to the ground. Before I lost consciousness, I vaguely saw a figure walking towards me. Chapter 70, A Critical Moment. In the distance, as soon as the wild deer raised its head, the sharp arrow shot by Lu Qi pierced into the ground where the deer's head was before. With this shock, the wild deer whooshed and flew 2 meters high on the spot, as easy as a spring. As soon as it landed, it quickly rushed towards the forest on the mountain. Like a mountain elf, its speed was both agile and ghostly. Hey, my great hero, you are such a grown-up. How come you don't have any defense at all? Looking at Lu Qi, who was lying on the ground, Huizhiwei looked smug and picked up Lu Qi's bow, an arrow from the ground, and looked at it carefully. TSK, TSK, TSK. This craft is really good. What a pity. Now everyone on this island is in danger. You are so hardworking, but the good things you make can only be used to make wedding dresses for others. Hee hee. Sorry, brother. As he spoke, he took off the dagger from Lu Qi's waist and held it in his hand. Oh my, this knife is really good. It's much better than the sailor knife I saw before. Who are you to have such a treasure? Oh, you saved my life and gave me a treasure. I really can't bear to kill you. Huizhiwei was already quite satisfied with his gains at this time, but he still explored Lu Qi again. It seems that you are really an ambitious young man, but you don't even have any fireworks. As he spoke, he took out a flattened cigarette box from his trouser pocket. It was a Golden Leaf brand of cigarettes. He poured out the only wrinkled, thin cigarette in it, then found a lighter in his clothes pocket, lit the cigarette, and put the lighter back into his shirt because this lighter was his treasure. When he was encountered by Hu Zhen, he didn't follow the ethics of martial arts. He took away all his supplies and clothes without saying anything. He also said that he had to serve him and tied him up. Fortunately, Lu Qi showed up and lured him out, so he had time to break free. Why? It seemed that he remembered how helpless and hopeless he felt at that time. Huizhiwei glanced at Lu Qi on the ground, sighed, and turned away. He did not continue to harm Lu Qi, but left him here to fend for himself. For a long time, Huizhiwei returned alone to where Jin Xianzhu was. Seeing that Huizhiwei was the only one back, Jin Xianzhu couldn't help but ask Huizhiwei, "Why are you the only one back? Where's brother Lu Qi?" Looking at the anxious Jin Xianzhu, Huizhiwei pretended to be calm and said, "Brother Lu thought that my following him would make too much noise, so he went out alone to chase him. It might take more time to investigate. Let's wait a little longer." Hearing, Jin Xianzhu gradually felt an uneasy premonition in her heart. She paced anxiously on the spot, looking in the direction where Lu Qi left. Huizhiwei kept looking at Jin Xianzhu's figure, watching her walk back and forth in front of him. The heat in his heart kept rising. He was wondering what method he could use to securely get the beauty in front of him. As time passed, Kim Hyunju felt more and more uneasy. So Huizhiwei coaxed Jin Xianzhu to go out and look for her together. Although Jin Xianzhu had some doubts in her heart, she was worried about Lu Qi's safety and followed him anyway. Along the way, Huizhiwei was looking for a suitable place to confess his love, while Jin Xianzhu remained highly alert. Suddenly, she accidentally saw Lu Qi's dagger on Huizhiwei. Her heart was shocked, and she understood everything in an instant. Where is Lu Qi? Did you kill him? Jin Xianju glared at Hui Jiwei, anger burning in her eyes. Seeing that the truth was revealed, Hui Jiwei no longer pretended and revealed his true face. Since you've discovered it, I won't hide it anymore. That's right, I knocked Lu Qi unconscious, and he's in danger of dying now. And you, just be my woman, and maybe I can spare your life. Hui Jiwei smiled grimly and approached Jin Xianju step by step. Jin Xianju gnashed her teeth, her heart filled with anger and despair. But she was not defeated by fear, but clenched the spear in her hand, ready to fight to the death with Hui Jiwei. Sister Xianju, this is not a good idea. I am the only one who knows Lu Qi's current location. If you're sensible and obey me, maybe I can let you see him one last time. But if you continue to be stubborn, I can guarantee that you will never see him again. Looking at the frightened and angry Kim Hyunju, Hui Jiwei had a smug look on his face. He approached her with a smile and threatened her with words. You shameless fellow, Brother Lu Qi has saved you time and again, and I forgive you, but you dare to do such a thing. Upon hearing that Lu Qi's life or death was unknown, Jin Xianju hysterically scolded Hui Jiwei. At this moment, she was extremely regretful. She blamed herself for begging Lu Qi to save people when she heard the cry for help. But now, she was framed by this villain in front of her. Ha ha ha. It's true that he saved me. But you know the reason why he saved me, isn't it to get my supplies and my free labor? Ha! He saved me once, and I spared his life instead of killing him directly. So we are even. As for you, Sister Hyunju, follow me. I will never let you suffer any loss, and I will ensure that you will have enough food and drink every day. You are such a shameless beast. Jin Xianju learned from Hui Jiwei that Lu Qi might still have a chance to survive. There was a glimmer of hope in her heart, but also endless grief and indignation. Sister Xianju, calm down. What's wrong with me taking care of you from now on? Hui Jiwei completely tore off his disguise and kept approaching Jin Xianju, trying to take the opportunity to snatch the spear in her hand. At this critical moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the tree behind Hui Jiwei. Hui Jiwei was startled by the sudden noise. He stopped approaching Jin Xianju and turned around to look around vigilantly. He saw an old monkey squatting on the tree behind him, looking at him coldly, his hair standing on end with anger, and continued to roar at Hui Jiwei. It turned out to be a stinky monkey. Sister Hyunju, you don't have to be afraid. Puff! As soon as Hui Jiwei turned his head, a spear pierced his body fiercely. Blood instantly spurted out from the wound and sprayed towards Jin Xianju. You bastard, I stabbed this for Brother Lu Qi. Puff! Puff! She pulled hard and stabbed it in again. You beast! This is what happens when you anger me. At this moment, Hui Jiwei had an expression of disbelief on his face. He stared at Jin Xianju with wide eyes, and bright red blood was flowing out of his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter anything, and fell straight backwards. You can't die anymore. Chapter 71, Surviving a Disaster. At this moment, Jin Xianju collapsed to the ground. She threw away the bloody spear in her hand, first looked at the blood splashed in front of her, and then stupidly looked at Hui Jiwei, who fell to the ground. Just like that for 2 or 3 minutes. It was not until the old monkey in the tree roared and howled at her again that she came back to her senses. She mustered up her courage and first took the dagger from Hui Jiwei, but at the same time, she unexpectedly found a lighter that fell out of Hui Jiwei's arms. After happily putting away the 2 precious supplies, he picked up the spear on the ground and headed in the direction where Lu Qi left. What she didn't understand was that the old monkey on the tree kept calling in front of her when she got up to leave, as if it knew what she was going to do. It's like it's always guiding me. Once I run in the wrong direction, it will bark excitedly on the tree until I follow it, and then it will continue to move forward. 10 minutes passed. The old monkey suddenly stopped on a tree, staring blankly below. Before Jin Xianju got close, she saw Lu Qi still lying on the ground from afar. In an instant, tears welled up in her eyes, and she ran towards Lu Qi quickly. Woo-woo, Brother Lu Qi, Brother Lu Qi, what's wrong with you? As soon as she came to Lu Qi, Jin Xianju was so nervous that she didn't even know how to touch Lu Qi's body. I'm scared, worried, and at a loss. After a few quick breaths, Jean Xianju tried to calm herself down, stretched out her hand to turn Lu Qi, who was lying on the ground, over and held him in her arms. Brother Lu Qi, wake up. I'm Hyunju. I'm Kim Hyunju. Wake up, brother Lu Qi. She gently shook Lu Qi's body, trying to wake him up, but he didn't respond at all. At this moment, she remembered something and reached out to feel Lu Qi's breathing, heartbeat, and body temperature. After doing all this, she finally calmed down a little. Fortunately, all these conditions of Lu Qi were normal. But the next second, she became extremely nervous again, because she felt a warm sensation on the arm that was holding Lu Qi, and she subconsciously took a look and found that it was the back of Lu Qi's head that was bleeding. Ah, brother Lu Qi, why is your head bleeding? So she quickly turned Lu Qi over and let him lie on his side in her arms. After a careful examination, she found a 1 centimeter long wound on the back of Lu Qi's head that was oozing blood. The wound was also swollen and a bulging lump had formed. Brother Lu Qi, woo-woo. After seeing Lu Qi's injuries, even though Jean Xianju didn't know medicine, she understood that he must have fainted after suffering a severe blow to the head. That damn Hua Jiwei. I'm going to stab him a few more times after brother Lu Qi wakes up. At this time, Jean Xianju, while saying the most cruel words, took out a piece of clothing from her backpack, tore off a few strips, and gently bandaged Lu Qi to stop the bleeding. After doing all this, she then struggled to carry Lu Qi on her back. She didn't know where her weak body got the strength from, but she was able to completely carry Lu Qi, who was much heavier than herself. Then he walked tremblingly towards where the supplies were. Late at night, somewhere in the forest, a bonfire was flickering constantly, illuminating the surrounding trees, as well as a man and a woman beside the fire. The two people were Jean Xianju and Lu Qi. Jean Xianju was worried that the previous place might be dangerous and unsafe, so she carried Lu Qi on her back and walked for half an hour. After she was completely away from there and settled Lu Qi, she returned again and took away all the supplies and luggage. At this moment, Lu Qi was still lying quietly, facing the fire, with his head resting on a package and 2 pieces of clothing covering his body. Jean Xianju sat quietly beside him, adding a piece of firewood to the fire from time to time, and her other hand kept holding Lu Qi's hand. She didn't want to take her eyes off Lu Qi for a moment. Even if Lu Qi had the slightest reaction, she wanted to feel it in time. Looking at the man lying quietly in front of her, Kim Hyunju acted so obsessed for the first time. She would even bend over and kiss Lu Qi on the face when she couldn't help herself. Although she knew that the way she was doing it would be of no help at all, she still wanted to try it as long as it was possible. A long time passed again. Listening to the various eerie and strange cries coming from the forest, Kim Hyunju could only suppress the fear that was surging like a raging storm in her heart and trembled as she kept adding firewood to the fire. The blazing flames seemed to be the only ray of hope in her heart. She tried to use this warm fire to dispel the fear that lingered in her heart like a ghost. She curled up like a wounded little animal, lying helplessly in Lu Qi's arms, hugging one of Lu Qi's arms tightly, and half resting her head on his palm. But even so, those tears still flowed down the corners of his eyes like a flood that broke through the dam and fell drop by drop into Lu Qi's palm. Those warm tears seemed to be the embodiment of her inner fear and worry. Perhaps Kim Hyunju's true love deeply moved God, the mysterious land god, and even the unconscious Lu Qi. Since she ran here desperately, no ferocious animals have come to harass her, nor have she encountered any sudden natural disasters. And Lu Qi finally opened his eyes slowly at this time, with a trace of confusion and chaos in his eyes, and then focused on Jean Xianju, who had been guarding him. Why do you always look so beautiful when you cry? Lu Qi's voice was weak and gentle, like a breeze blowing through Jean Xianju's heart. However, this seemingly light-hearted teasing could not hide the fatigue and gratitude in his eyes. Brother Lu Qi, you're awake. Woo-woo. You're finally awake. Brother Lu Qi, woo-woo-woo. As soon as she heard Lu Qi's familiar and worried voice, Jean Xianju was so excited that she jumped up as if she was electrocuted, dancing and crying with joy. The hot tears burst out of her eyes, leaving clear tear marks on her tired cheeks. Woo-woo. Brother Lu Qi, you worry me to death. Do you know how scared I was tonight? Woo-woo. Great, you finally woke up. Kim Hyunju spoke incoherently, her voice full of endless grievances, fear, and joy. Her shoulders kept shaking, as if she wanted to release the huge pressure she had endured that day through crying. Hyunju, help me up. Seeing Jin Xianju's anxious and haggard appearance, Lu Qi felt distressed. He tried to do it himself, but he felt dizzy and it felt like the whole world was turning upside down before his eyes. In desperation, he had to ask Kim Hyunju for help. Oh, Brother Lu Qi, slow down. Jin Xianju quickly stretched out her hands and carefully helped Lu Qi sit up. Her movements were gentle and cautious, as if Lu Qi was a precious and fragile item. Chapter 72, Do You Like Me? However, as soon as he sat up, Lu Qi pulled Jin Xianju into his warm and solid arms. Because at this moment, he just wanted to hug her tightly to express his inner gratitude. Thank her for taking care of him in this difficult time. Thank her for her careful and thoughtful company. Thank her for every drop of sincere tears she shed for him. And thank her for pulling him back from the brink of life and death. Woo woo woo. Being held so tightly in Lu Qi's arms, Jin Xianju didn't know what to say for a moment. She just wanted to cry her heart out and let out all the worries, fears, fatigue, and grievances in her heart into tears. Her hands were tightly wrapped around Lu Qi's waist, as if she was afraid that if she let go, Lu Qi would leave her again. The two of them hugged each other and cried. After a long time, Lu Qi gently patted Jin Xianju on the back and said softly, "Okay, don't cry. I'm awake." His voice was gentle and firm, full of comfort to Jin Xianju. Jin Xianju raised her head and looked at Lu Qi with tearful eyes. Her red and swollen eyes were full of affection and concern. She said with a hint of anger, "Brother Lu Qi, don't scare me again in the future." Her voice trembled slightly, but was full of endless love. Lu Qi smiled and nodded, gently wiped away the tears on Jin Xianju's face with his hand, and said, "Don't worry, it won't happen again." At this time, the firewood in the fire made a crackling sound, and the jumping sparks seemed to be cheering for their reunion. The surrounding forest is still full of mystery and unknown, but at this moment, the hearts of the two are filled with warmth and deep love. Hyunju, thank you for your hard work today. Lu Qi's voice was full of guilt and heartache. He looked at Jin Xianju's haggard face, his heart full of self-blame. As long as you can get better, this little bit of hard work is nothing. Jin Xianju said firmly, with a persistent light flashing in her eyes, which showed her deep love and trust for Lu Qi. How did you find me? Where's Hua Jiwei? Even if Hua Jiwei, that beast, dies 10 times, it won't relieve the hatred in my heart. Jin Xianju gritted her teeth, her voice full of anger, and began to tell Lu Qi everything she had experienced. After Lu Qi finished listening, he felt lucky to have survived a disaster. At the same time, he felt differently towards Jin Xianju. He didn't expect that her small and weak body could burst out with such courage in such a critical moment, and even carried him for such a long distance. He couldn't help but hold Jin Xianju's hand tighter. We will definitely survive well on this deserted island. Kim Hyunju nodded heavily, her eyes full of longing for the future. After a night's rest, Lu Qi's injuries had recovered greatly. Although the swelling had not subsided, the bleeding had stopped and the pain had been reduced by half. After replenishing some energy, Lu Qi and Jin Xianju decided to continue moving forward. They walked along a path they had come from. The trees on both sides were tall and dense, with branches and leaves intertwined, forming a green sky. They both wanted to go back as soon as possible to reunite with the others. The cave had become their home on this island in their hearts. When passing by the lake surrounded by mountains on the island, Jin Xianju said to Lu Qi pleadingly, "Brother Lu Qi, take me to the lake. I want to wash the blood and dirt on my body." Lu Qi also wanted to take a look at his fish pen, wondering if his 4 fish were still there after not going there for a few days. After the two arrived at the lake, the moment they saw the lake water, Kim Hyunju felt instantly relaxed, and all her fatigue seemed to be alleviated a lot the moment she saw the lake water. Before Lu Qi turned around, Jin Xianju jumped into the lake in front of Lu Qi with her clothes on. The lake water quickly wet her long hair, and her wet clothes quickly revealed her sexy and exquisite figure. "Brother Lu Qi, come down quickly." Jin Xianju exposed half of her body above the water, looked at Lu Qi with her charming eyes, and seduced him into the water with her sweet voice. At this moment, Lu Qi only felt that his whole body was hot. If he stood still, The embarrassment of his body would soon be seen by Jin Xianju. Since he was here, he had to wash his body and clothes, so he carefully jumped to the lake and slowly walked towards Jin Xianju. Because the head wound had not fully healed, he had no choice but to put his body into the water. Seeing that Lu Qi had indeed come to her side, Jin Xianju was overjoyed. Looking at Lu Qi's handsome features, her heart was beating like a deer. When Lu Qi came to Jin Xianju, he looked at her wet appearance and thought of the night when the two of them were in the lake. He didn't know why, but when Jin Xianju was not crying and her body was not wet, although she was beautiful, she was not suffocating and irresistible. But once she cried and her body was wet, it would give people the kind of impulse that could not be restrained and could not be stopped. Lu Qi tried his best to control his inner emotions and impulses, but his heartbeat and breathing still betrayed him. Because the two were so close, Kim Hyun-ju could even feel the warmth coming from Lu Qi's body. Jin Xianju took the initiative to step forward, approached Lu Qi, and asked softly, "Brother Lu Qi, do you like me?" "Of course I like it. I." Before Lu Qi finished speaking, Jin Xianju's red lips had already kissed him. It's not that she didn't want to listen to the end, but she couldn't wait. Just hearing Lu Qi's words of love was enough. She didn't care about anything else. An hour later, the two set out again, and Lu Qi also checked his fish pen. Fortunately, the fish were still alive. After Lu Qi fed them some food he found, he and Jin Xianju continued to head towards the cave. "Brother Lu Qi, are you feeling well enough?" Jin Xianju looked at Lu Qi from time to time, her eyes full of concern. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Lu Qi said with courage. Although his steps were a little unsteady, his eyes were full of determination. After a long journey of several hours, Lu Qi and Jin Xianju finally returned to a familiar place. Looking at the woods ahead, Lu Qi panted and said to Jin Xianju excitedly, "Xianju, we are here." At this moment, Jin Xianju smiled, her eyes sparkling with happiness. She quickly stepped forward and kissed Lu Qi on the lips, then shyly ran towards the cave, shouting, "Brother Lu Qi, hurry up. I have to go back first to tell them the good news." After saying that, Kim Hyunju was like a spring swallow, swinging her arms and flying towards the cave, shouting as she ran, "Brother, Sister Xiaorong, we are back." Chapter 73, Experience and Lessons. As soon as Lu Qi and his partner came back, Nie Xiaorong, Jin Ki's, Shun Bing, and Leah rushed out to greet them like a gust of wind blowing through the cave entrance. Everyone's face was filled with irrepressible joy, and their eyes were shining with excitement, as if they were relatives who had reunited after a long separation. Before he could put down the things in his hands and on his body, Nie Xiaorong jumped into Lu Qi's arms like a happy little bird and hugged him tightly. Behind Lu Qi, where no one could see her, she pinched him hard to vent her pent-up longing. She said coquettishly, "You're finally back. Do you know how much I missed you? I was looking forward to your safe return every minute and every second." Lu Qi lowered his head and smiled innocently. After the hug, Nie Xiaorong noticed the cloth wrapped around Lu Qi's head. Her heart instantly tightened, and her heartbeat reached her throat. His face was filled with anxiety and concern, and his voice was trembling. "Lu Qi, what happened? How did you get hurt? Did you encounter any danger?" Shun Bing and Leah also hurried forward and carefully checked the wound on Lu Qi's head. Shun Bing frowned and said worriedly, "Why is it so swollen? This wound looks serious. What happened to you?" Leah also echoed, "Yes, Lu Qi, we are really worried." At this moment, Jin Ki's saw the panicked looks of the women, but no one took the initiative to help Lu Qi take off his things, so he said to the women, "Hey, you beautiful ladies, it's not too late for you to wait for Brother Lu Qi to put his things down first. Why are you all in such a hurry? Hurry up, help Brother Lu get his things first." After hearing this, the girls finally reacted and hurriedly helped Lu Qi take off the burden on his body. Unable to withstand the enthusiastic concern of several people, Lu Qi could only smile helplessly, and after sitting down, he slowly began to tell the story. Although he told most of the things, in order to prevent the girls from having a bad impression of him, he only said that the death was caused as injury. After hearing this, the four people's expressions froze instantly, as if time had stopped at this moment, and they were unable to recover for a long time. Nie Xiaorong looked at Lu Qi distressedly, tears welling up in her eyes. "Oh my God, you went through such a terrible thing. Luckily you are all safe. You must be careful next time." Jean K.I.'s said seriously. Brother Lucci, you must be extra careful next time. This deserted island is full of dangers. If you are not careful, you may encounter an accident. They were scared for Lu Qi and Jean Xianju, but also felt lucky that they were able to return safely. Jean K.I.'s was especially impressed when he saw that Lu Qi not only brought back the expected metal fragments, but also an axe and a rope. He gave a thumbs up and praised. Lu Qi, you are amazing. With this axe and rope, it will be much easier for us to do things in the future. This axe is extremely sharp, and the rope is also very strong. It's really great. Lucci was also happy for Jean K.I.'s after seeing that he had started to walk again. I have to thank you, Brother Lu. If you hadn't risked your life to find herbs for me, how could my leg injury have recovered so quickly and well? Jean K.I. said gratefully. After some laughter and chatter, Nie Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Leah had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. It was a pot of fish stewed with wild vegetables. The earthenware pot exuded an enticing aroma and filled the stomachs of 6 people. After the meal, several people excitedly showed Lucci the fruits of their labor. While Lucci was away, Nie Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Leah went out to collect materials. Nie Xiaorong recalled the scene at that time and said, "It was not easy for us to find materials outside. There were thorns and weeds everywhere. Several times, we almost got lost, but fortunately we supported each other and finally found a lot of useful things." Shun Bing continued, "But we all want to make more contributions to everyone. No matter how hard it is, it's worth it." Leah smiled and added, "Yes, after we came back, we worked together to make a lot of tree thorn arrows. Lu Qi, take a look." When Lu Qi saw the arrows they had made neatly placed together, he was shocked. After carefully examining them, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Under such conditions, such arrows can be made. They are all high-end products. The arrowheads are extremely sharp, and the arrow bodies are also very straight. You are really amazing." Moreover, the girls also found a lot of wild vegetables and fruits while they were out looking for ingredients. Nie Xiaorong said proudly, "These wild vegetables and fruits can also provide us with a lot of nutrition. Some are sweet and sour, and some are crisp. They are delicious." Although they have not had a successful hunting opportunity yet, they have gradually become fond of using bows and arrows. Since Lucci's injury had not yet healed, he was mainly responsible for resting in the next 3 or 4 days. These days, he has been living a life like an emperor. 3 of the 4 women are diligent and come one after another to give Lucci warmth, affection, care, and flirtation. Nie Xiaorong couldn't help wanting to call Lucci out several times so that they could spend some time alone together. But she was afraid that Lucci's body couldn't handle it, so she had to hold back. But she was secretly thinking in her heart, "When Lucci fully recovers, I must let him accompany me alone. I must go to see the sunset on the top of the mountain with him again, and take a walk on the beach together." Jean Xianju took advantage of the fact that others were not paying attention and secretly gave Lucci kisses one by one. Lucci felt sweet and helpless, which made him very angry. Only Leah felt that she was redundant. She even had the urge to like Lucci and almost forgot about her fiancé. She was often entangled in her heart. Jean K.I.'s recovered well. With the fire axe brought back by Lucci, he always wanted to express his ideas and finally got the chance. During these 4 days, although walking was still a little difficult, at least it could be considered as exercise. He first cut down 5 trees around the cave, and with the help of Lucci, he not only made wooden beds for those who had no beds, but also added a few new pieces of furniture to the cave, including wooden stools, branches for hanging clothes, and bows and arrows. He even made a pair of nice-looking chopsticks for everyone. Everyone advised him to stop working and take a rest, but Jean K.I.'s wiped his sweat and said with a smile, "I feel very satisfied to do this for everyone. Seeing everyone can sleep well and have a comfortable place to rest, I think all the hard work is worth it." His words successfully won praise from several people. Lucci also successfully made 2 wooden bows, 1 large and 1 small. Now everyone has their own weapon. For days passed quickly. During these days, the group had a fulfilling life and Lucci's injuries recovered quickly. Although this time, Kim Hyunju and I returned to the cave safely and had a few days of peaceful rest. However, through this injury, he also learned and understood a lot of experience and lessons. Lucci thought silently in his heart, things that he must keep in mind in the future. Helping others should be done in moderation. Saving people should be done according to rules. Being on guard is essential, and keeping a distance is imperative. Safety is always the most important thing. If you don't take action, it's fine. But if you do, you must take action quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. On this desolate island, every decision is a matter of life and death. I must be doubly cautious so that I can lead everyone to survive and wait for rescue. Chapter 74, What Brother Lu Means. 4 days later, in the early morning, Lucci woke up full of energy and hurried out of the cave to the grove to drain water. After watering a blade of grass, he slowly walked back out of the cave. At this time, the others also woke up and were getting dressed. When I looked up, I saw Jean Kai's also walking out of the cave. He was seen covering his body in embarrassment, walking out in a hurry, limping and stumbling. Hey, Brother Jean, slow down. Lucci stood at the entrance of the cave and turned his head to look inside. For women were getting dressed and washing. Although the scene was very eye-catching, Lucci always felt something was weird. If there were 3 more women, should this cave be renamed Ponzi Cave? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his body, and he took back his steps and stood outside the door, thinking about something. At this time, Jean Kai's, who had just finished draining the water, came back. When he saw Lucci standing outside, he smiled and said, "Brother Lu, why are you standing here and not going in? Is there something on your mind?" "Oh, Brother Jean, they just got up and are washing up. I'll go in soon." Hearing this, Jean Kai's also understood what Lucci meant because he was also a man and understood Lucci's difficulties to some extent. Then he said, "Brother Lu, in fact, our visit to you has indeed caused you a lot of trouble." But before Jean Kai's could finish, Lucci interrupted him. "Brother Jean, you think too much. I'm not what you think. I don't mean to dislike you coming here." As a last resort, Jean Kai's raised his voice and said, "Brother Lu, please listen to me. I know you are an upright and kind person and you won't look down on us. You and I are both men, and I can understand the hardships you are facing. Although Xianju and I are siblings, have you ever seen siblings living together at this age, let alone living with several strange women? There are always embarrassing moments when you go to bed, change clothes, wash, and get up at night. So, when you brought back the axe yesterday, my eyes were shining. Brother Jean, why don't I understand what you said? How is it related to the axe?" Lucci was confused and thought he had heard it wrong, so he asked in confusion, "Hey boy, you know how uncomfortable it was for me to be alone with 3 women after you left that day? Let me tell you. Moment. Haha, Brother Jean, you are so funny. So, I decided to use the axe you brought back to build a small wooden house for myself nearby. It should be big enough for me to rest and sleep. Otherwise, I'll get angry." Although Jean Kai's sounded relaxed, and they were just small things, the small things he mentioned were also the embarrassing problems he was facing. With so many people here, the huge stone cave does feel a bit like a large dormitory, and it's a large dormitory for both men and women. After coming up with this idea, he and Jean Kai's made a plan and discussed it. The two of them planned to build a small wooden house for each of them near the cave, leaving the cave for the girls. Just after the two finished their discussion, Nie Xiaorong walked out of the cave. She twisted her waist and came to Lu Qi, her expression a little depressed. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" When the two saw Nie Xiaorong coming over, Lu Qi took the initiative to ask after seeing his expression. Nie Xiaorong hesitated for a moment and replied, "Lu Qi, we've eaten all the fish, but we still have some seawolf meat. But if we continue to consume it like this, it can only last for 3 or 4 days at most, so we have to think of a solution in advance." Lu Qi handed over the supplies in the cave to Nie Xiaorong, who was in charge of and responsible for their use. She was thrifty and prepared for a rainy day, and Nie Xiaorong did a great job, so Lu Qi was very satisfied and relieved with her. Although Nie Xiaorong's voice was low at this time, Jean Kai's and Lu Qi heard it clearly. "Oh, I'm really sorry to cause you trouble." After listening to Nie Xiaorong's words, Jean Kai sighed and apologized because his leg was injured and he could not go out to hunt for food. Moreover, after coming here with his sister, he not only did not lose weight, but he and Jean Xianju gained a little weight. He knew that this was naturally due to the sufficient food reserves of Lu Qi and Nie Xiaorong. And after Xinbing and Leah came here, Nie Xiaorong also tried her best to prepare more food to help them recover. "Brother Jean, you are being too polite. It is fate that we met. Besides, you made so many arrows for everyone even though your leg injury is not healed. and Sister Hyunju went to the lake and the beach with me, and we experienced life and death. We also brought back a lot of metal parts. I will need help to turn those metal parts into useful materials. Yes, Brother Jean, don't think too much. I don't mean anything against you. Nie Xiaorong also hurriedly explained, fearing that Jean Ki's would misunderstand her and be unhappy. Seeing that there was indeed no blame in the two people's words, Jean Ki's also smiled happily. Brother Lu, Miss Nia, no matter what, I have to thank you too. Although I can't help you with hunting now, but for other things, as long as I can do it, just arrange it. Haha, okay, Brother Jean. While the three were chatting, Shun Bing and Leah also came out. After seeing the three people, they also walked over. What are you guys talking about? Lu Qi, are you going out hunting again today? We've made it clear in advance. You must take me with you if you go out. Otherwise, I'd be embarrassed to eat and drink for free every day. As soon as she came over, Shun Bing looked at Lu Qi and said, and seemed to have noticed the content of the conversation between the few people and actually took the initiative to make such a request. This. Lu Qi, I want to go too. I don't want to eat and drink for free every day. I have been practicing archery hard these days. After hearing what Shun Bing and Leah said, Nie Xiaorong suddenly felt as if everything she wanted to say had been said by them. For a moment, she looked at Lu Qi anxiously. Haven't you taken me out for a long time, Lu Qi? This. Lu Qi didn't know what to say for a moment. He couldn't just take 3 women with him when he went out. Seeing Lu Qi's embarrassed expression, Jean Ki's secretly laughed. He also wanted to have women around him like this, but his strength didn't allow it. He also thought that if his American girlfriend came out of the cave at this moment, would she also join in? So he hurriedly tried to smooth things over for Lu Qi. Ahem, stop arguing. If Brother Lu really wants to go hunting, it would be inappropriate to bring so many of you. Pray are very cautious. Hunting with too many people will naturally have a big impact. In my opinion, at this point, the 4 of them looked at Jean Ki's closely. Jean Ki's instantly felt the feeling of being stared at and being the center of attention. He paused and continued. In my opinion, the arrangement made by Brother Lu before was very wise. Let's do as Brother Lu wishes. Chapter 75. 3 women competing in archery. After this was said, not to mention the 3 women, even Lu Qi's face was full of question marks. What did he mean? When did he arrange for the 3 women to go hunting with him? Before Lu Qi could ask, Nie Xiaorong and Shun Bing asked in unison. When did Lu Qi make the arrangements? The expression was puzzled and questioning, because they were always paying attention to Lu Qi's movements and didn't find anything unusual. If there was, they would have known it long ago. That's right. When did Lu Qi mention hunting? Who did he arrange? How come I didn't know about it? Faced with the aggressive questioning of the 3 women, Jean Ki's took 2 steps back and patiently explained. Hey, don't be anxious. Didn't Brother Lu Qi arrange for you to practice archery? If you don't practice archery well, then why do I take you out to be vases? Besides, it's not easy to go out to be a vase. You have to have the physical strength to keep up, and you have to help Brother Lu. At least carry arrows and a water bottle, right? The 3rd girl, oh my, Brother Jean, you really understand my heart. You expressed everything I wanted to say word for word. You are the one who understands me best. At this moment, Lu Qi had an expression that said, you understand me too well, on his face, and he looked at Jean Ki's and gave him a thumbs up. The 3 women's faces were full of changeable moods, mixed feelings of sadness and joy, and moodiness. Originally, they thought that Lu Qi would definitely take them out hunting, but they didn't expect that they would have to show their real ability to go out. Could it be that Lu Qi's previous purpose was really like this? The 3 women couldn't help but think about it in their hearts, especially Nie Xiaorong and Shun Bing. Lu Qi, tell me, how can you take me out? Nie Xiaorong was the first to ask Lu Qi an unconvinced expression. Then Shun Bing also asked, tell me, Lu Qi, why do you want us to practice archery? How can you get me to go hunting with you? Hearing this, Lu Qi was calm and thoughtful and continued to look at Jean Ki's slowly, but Jean Ki's opened his eyes wide, looked back, and shouted in his heart, you kid, I have helped you to this extent. Why are you still looking at me? But Lu Qi would not pay attention to his look. He would help others to the end. Since it was your idea, you should set the rules. Lu Qi said, Brother Jean knows what I mean. Just ask him. I'll go back and prepare. We'll set off soon. After saying that, he ran into the cave. Hey, Brother Lu, why don't you say it? Seeing that Lu Qi had slipped away, Jean Ki's could only shout at him one last time through the three women to express his protest. Brother Jean, please tell me how we can go hunting with Lu Qi. That's right, just tell me now. Do you want us to have a competition? Whoever wins gets to go. The three women expressed their opinions, and Jean Ki's followed suit and made the final decision. That's right, that's what Brother Lu Qi meant. Let's have a competition. Whoever has the best archery skills can go. After a while, Jean Ki stood in the middle of a grassy field. 10 meters to his left were Nie Xiaorong, Shun Bing, and Leah, each holding a bow and arrow. 10 meters to his right was a slope with 3 round targets painted on it. Next to him stood his sister Jean Xianju, who was mumbling and blaming him. It's all your fault. What kind of idea did you come up with? You didn't let me go, and you dragged me here to be a referee. Humph. It's all your fault. Oh, my dear sister, please stop exaggerating. I have no choice. I don't know what kind of magic Lu Qi used to make those two women fight for it like crazy. I just said something too much, and now I'm in trouble. Oh, don't worry. I will help you when I need to. Calm down first. Let's talk about it after today. Facing Kim Hyunju's reproach, Kim Ki's had to explain quietly. Even though he regretted saying too much, he had no choice but to continue helping. Snort. Jean Xianju rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. Then she heard Jean Ki shouting. Rules of the game. Each person has 3 arrows. The target is 20 meters in front of you. Each target is divided into 3 rings. Hitting the inner ring gets 10 points, the middle ring gets 5 points, the outer ring gets 2 points, and anything outside the 3 rings gets 0 points. Whoever shoots the most accurate arrows wins. Did you all hear that clearly? Understood. As soon as Jean Ki's finished speaking, the 3 women replied in unison. Obviously, they were quite confident in this competition. Lu Qi also rushed out of the cave at this moment. How could he miss such a wonderful entertainment program? Looking at the target 20 meters away, Nie Xiaorong took a deep breath and checked the wooden bow and thorn arrows in her hand again. Shunbing also checked his weapon. I won't give in to you. Nie Xiaorong looked at Shunbing and said. Shunbing also said mercilessly, I have never failed in anything I want to do. Then, Jean Kaiser gave the order, the game begins. Then the 3 women drew their bows and arrows, waiting for the final order. Put, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out at a gust of wind, like 3 black lightnings, or like 3 wild horses running free from their reins, shooting out at an astonishing speed, drawing a graceful and deadly arc in the air, and galloping towards the target. Not bad. I never thought that the 3 girls could practice archery to such a high level. I really underestimated them. After seeing the 3 women drawing their bows and shooting arrows in a heroic manner and the 3 sharp arrows flying out, Kim Hyunju instantly felt 3 invisible pressures shooting at her heartstrings. When did they become so good at archery? Kim Hyunju inevitably felt a lot of pressure at her heart, and at the same time, she made up her mind to practice archery well. Boom, boom, boom. 3 arrows were firmly stuck in the ground on the slope 20 meters away. Yo-ho, good job. All 0 points. Jean Ki's did not suppress his voice. He just sighed and spoke in a long tone. Chapter 76 Nie Xiaorong wins. Jean Xianju also exclaimed softly, thinking in her heart. Fortunately, with this level, it seems I still have a chance to catch up with their archery level. Lu Qi, who was far away, covered his eyes, unable to bear to look at the funny level of the 3 women. The 3 girls sighed when they saw that none of the arrows they shot hit the target. They gritted their teeth and took out their second arrows. Second arrow ready.